Chapter 51. I'm going to help. After Peter said that, he rushed over on the swing. Roddy and Gwen, who were left behind, looked at each other, and Gwen then said, "Hey, don't be too cruel this time. These people are all from the Osborn group, although they are enemies now. But I haven't fully figured out the situation. Maybe there is some misunderstanding here." Of the Osborn group? Roddy was a little surprised when he heard that. Unexpectedly, the existence of this group of suspected super soldiers is actually one of Harry's subordinates? When did he have such a group of people under him? If Harry sent this group of super soldiers back then, how could the major shareholders of the Osborn group need Roddy to do it? Didn't he handle it by himself? How did Roddy know that Harry didn't know the existence of this toxin team until he took full control of the Osborn group? We must know that at that time, those file-size shareholders of the group united to exclude him. He was not allowed to intervene in any business of the group at all, and he did not even have access to some information within the group. Naturally, he would not know that his father secretly built such a special team. Got it. I'm the Flash. I'm sure I'll know what to do. Roddy said. Gwen chuckled. Do you still know the severity? What did the two super ability criminals say last time? I was smashed into meatloaf by you. On Luke Kai's side, Peter rushed over to help and relieved a lot of pressure. And at this time Gwen and Roddy also arrived. As soon as the two arrived, they separated a group of toxin squads, which immediately made them feel a lot easier. Who is that guy? Luke Kai looked at Roddy, who suddenly appeared and then disappeared over there, and asked Peter. That's the Flash, Peter said without a doubt. Luke Kai. Although he should already be an antique to young people, and he doesn't know much about some young people's things, but he has heard of the name the Flash. Know that it's a character in a comic. Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is. Luke Kai stopped worrying about this problem and concentrated on dealing with the enemy in front of him. At this time, with the help of Spider-Woman and the Flash, the advantage is no longer on the side of Toxin Squad. Although the members of the Toxin team are all brave and fearless, but they can't beat them in terms of hard power. No matter how brave they are, it's useless. Seeing this, Queens, who had been hiding by the side, also gave the order to retreat. And he himself was also sneaky, and left here quickly while those superheroes didn't notice him. Don't let them get away. Seeing that the enemy on the opposite side was about to run, Luke Kai shouted quickly. But except for the little Spider-Man Peter Parker who chased after him, neither Gwen nor Roddy took any action. After chasing for a while, Luke Kai found helplessly that his legs were too short to catch up. But Peter can catch up. But helplessly, he alone can't beat the opponent. So I had to go back. Why don't you two chase? Luke Kai asked dissatisfiedly after returning. Gwen just glanced at him, a little displeased with Luke Kai's attitude, and didn't want to explain why she didn't go after those people. After turning her head and nodding to Roddy, she just walked away on the swing. When Luke Kai saw it, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Is this being ignored? That Uncle Kai, Spider-Woman, may have some urgent business to leave. Peter on the side quickly smoothed things over. After all, one is the first person with extraordinary abilities I know, and the other is the superhero I admire second. Peter also didn't want any conflicts between the two of them, so he could only be the peacemaker. You boy. Luke Kai looked at Peter and shook his head helplessly. At his age, what kind of person has he never met? The Spider-Woman just left was obviously out of dissatisfaction. How could he not see it? However, Luke Kai also reflected on himself. He came to help for free, but he questioned the other party in the end. No wonder Spider-Woman was angry. But Luke Kai still can't figure out why Spider-Woman didn't chase them with him just now. Little guy, you are pretty good. Let's continue to work hard in the future. Roddy patted Peter on the shoulder at this moment and praised him. Then he turned to look at Luke Kai beside him. Forget it. You have no future. Luke Kai. Okay, I still have something to do. Let's go first. After Roddy said hello, he disappeared instantly. What a speed. As expected of the Flash. Peter looked adoring. Luke Kai gave him a silent look. If he guessed correctly, it shouldn't be caused by running too fast just now, right? That is clearly some kind of teleportation ability. Peter, silly boy, is really. Luke Kai shook his head helplessly. The society is sinister. This kid really still has a lot to learn. On a private jet, Roddy came out of the toilet and went back to his seat. It was only 10 minutes before and after, and no one suspected anything. Instead, his rich second-generation friend pulled him to discuss with him the content of the BBC's live news broadcast just now, saying that he saw the Flash in the comics during the live broadcast, and also said that the Flash was faster than the one drawn in the comics. Be faster, Roddy. As long as you are happy. He didn't expect that he was just making a little joke casually, and Gwen had never taken it seriously, but whether it was Peter or the guy in front of him, how could he be willing to believe it? Is it a question of IQ? Not right. Peter is obviously a top student. Sure enough, is it because it is too simple? Roddy silently glanced at the rich second-generation friend in front of him and at the stewardess who was still arranging her clothes. Simple? Damn simplicity. Duh. Chapter 52. Boxing in Vegas was great. The ladies are also very enthusiastic. But Roddy's mind was a little off. He is thinking about one thing. That's what Gwen had told him before, about Osborn. But Roddy is Osborn's vice president. But to be honest, Roddy has no feelings for Osborn, just because Harry is his friend, and then he has 0.5% of the shares, that's all. Nothing else. As for the rest of Osborn's shit, to be honest, Roddy didn't really want to be involved. But this time it seems that Osborn is doing some human experiments and genetic research. Roddy was thinking, could it be related to Professor Connors? Is the story of the lizard people coming? Although, the development of the plot is not the same as Roddy remembers, but there are similarities in key figures. For example, Spider-Man is also involved, and Professor Connors is also responsible for the research, and the research is also on cross-species gene transplantation. These are all the same. Just one more Luke Kai-Key, and Roman Osborn is dead, and there is a team of suspected super soldiers, that's all. It seems that Liberty City is going to be uneasy again, Roddy thought. But then again, when will Liberty City be peaceful again? While Roddy was dashing in Vegas, Harry was throwing a fit. Before he sent out the toxin team, he was full of confidence and thought he could catch the intruder. Unexpectedly, the operation failed. The toxin team he was so proud of failed to bring back the intruder. Instead, his side was seriously injured. Several members of the toxin team were almost disabled and needed treatment. This made Harry very angry. And this time the operation failed, and it would not be so easy to find the intruder later. More importantly, the reason why this operation failed was not how powerful the intruder was. Instead, a group of nosy guys suddenly appeared. A Spider-Man, a Spider-Woman, there's even the Flash. All right, the Flash is definitely fake. Harry was no fool. How could people believe what they say, let alone that he didn't see that the Flash showed any ability that the Flash should have? It is quite similar to the Batman ability that appeared in the previous report. It should be the same person. Spider-Man Harry knew that he had appeared when he captured the intruder for the first time before and helped him escape the pursuit of Quinns and others. This time it came up again, and Harry wasn't particularly surprised to be honest. But the appearance of Spider-Woman and the Flash was beyond his expectation. It was something he hadn't expected. Result, broke his business. Keep looking. We must find that guy. He took pictures of our lab, and if it came out, the whole of Osborn would be affected. You mobilize all the guards except guarding the laboratory, and use all means to find this person for me. Harry gave orders to Queens who was standing in front of him. Quinns kept nodding his head, answering yes again and again. His face was bruised and swollen, but it wasn't from the previous battle. He fell at himself. After all, those killing machines in the toxin team were beaten so badly. He led the team alone, so there must be nothing wrong, right? Really, after making himself look miserable, the boss didn't scold himself too much. Just let yourself go on and find the intruder, that's all. Quinns secretly praised his wit. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Luke Kai-Key still hasn't been found, and even Papa's is closed. And Jean Bin, who heard that something happened at Papa's tavern, was also angry because of this. After all, it was equivalent to not giving him Jean Bin's face. As the underground emperor of Liberty City, Jean Bin was naturally the one who wanted face. However, when the matter involved a behemoth known throughout the United States as the Osborn Group, even Jean Bin had to think twice. Therefore, Jean Bin did not immediately retaliate against the Osborn Group, but the news that he planned to attack the Osborn Group began to spread on the road. For a while, the underground world of Liberty City was also changing, and various gossips spread constantly. This day, in the secret laboratory located on the ground floor of the hospital, the door was suddenly blasted open, followed by a group of heavily armed people who came in from outside. The guards in the laboratory were outnumbered for a while. There are too many people on the other side, and the weapons and equipment are extremely advanced, even higher than those of their guards. In addition, the leaders seemed to have the strength far beyond ordinary people. For a while, the guard team of the laboratory was beaten and retreated steadily. At the moment, the core area of the laboratory. Harry happened to be here today because Professor Connors informed him that there had been a major breakthrough in research and that cross-species gene transplantation had become possible. So Harry, who couldn't wait a long time ago, rushed over in a hurry. Unexpectedly, not long after he arrived here, the laboratory was breached by a mysterious army. Which organization are these people outside? Harry looked at these people in the surveillance screen. His brows were furrowed, and his expression was extremely ugly. This is not only related to the success of the experiment, but also related to his own life safety. The other party didn't come early or late, but he came when Professor Connors had made a major breakthrough and rushed to the laboratory. Harry couldn't help but wonder if there was some special reason for this. He suspected that the other party's inner ghost might be hidden by his side. Otherwise, how could the other party come by such a coincidence? If the Luke Kai key last time was just a coincidence, it was an accident, then the well-trained troops in front of them are definitely here for their research results. These guys, I want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Harry clenched his fists angrily. Chapter 53, Crazy Harry. Lizard Warrior Harry appears. Harry invested more than $1 billion in Professor Connor's research on cross-species gene transplantation. Coupled with all the energy spent on research, now a mysterious organization suddenly popped up and wanted to pick his peaches? How could Harry be willing? But right now the guards in the lab really can't stop them. People like super soldiers were also sent out on the opposite side, plus hundreds of elite fighters. The group of guards guarding the laboratory alone really couldn't stop these people. Could it be that the other party really wants to let the other party take away the results of his hard work and investment of a lot of money and energy? Harry will never allow it. Professor Connors, prepare the injection for me right now. Harry turned his head and said to Professor Connors beside him, a look of madness. However, it is not yet 100% sure how the drug will react in the human body. What if? No chance. Harry roared and interrupted what Professor Connors was going to say next. He pointed to the screen on the surveillance. Are you going to watch this group of people take away our achievements? Needless to say now? Immediately. Immediately. Give me an injection. Harry spoke seriously. Professor Connors looked at Harry, and he saw the same crazy look in Harry's eyes as Roman Osborn back then. I see. Professor Connors nodded. He knew he couldn't change Harry's decision. And he also told Harry, unwilling to let this group of people steal his research results for nothing. Let's start. Harry quickly lay down on the injection table. He turned his head and said to several researchers beside him. Several researchers subconsciously looked at Professor Connors standing there, and they didn't start to act until the latter nodded. Boss, I'm here to tie you a restraint belt. This is so that you won't hurt yourself if you are in too much pain during the injection later. A female researcher walked up to Harry and spoke softly to him. It's a pity that at this moment Harry's mind was not on the woman at all, and he didn't notice the soft eyes of the female researcher staring at him without blinking. Hurry up, Harry urged. The female researcher quickly tied Harry with a restraint belt, binding his hands, feet, and even his neck. At this time, other researchers on the side had also prepared injection equipment. Harry, it's too late for you to regret it now. On the side, Professor Connors stood in front of a device and said to Harry, stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Harry urged loudly. He saw that the group of people in the surveillance screen was getting closer and closer. Hearing Harry's resolute tone, Professor Connors also gave up continuing to persuade, and then pressed the start button of the injection. As the device was activated, in a few moments the arms moved to the position of Harry's hands and feet, securing them. At the same time, there is also a set of injection ports fixed in the spine on his back. Next second, the needle pierced Harry's body quickly and sharply. The pain instantly distorted Harry's facial features, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Ah! He screamed in pain. At this time, the green potion had already started to be injected into his body. A total of 7 medicines were injected, 1 on each hand and foot, and 3 on the spine behind the back. This is the amount of potion simulated by Professor Connors. In fact, he himself is not sure whether this amount is really suitable for Harry. Because everyone's body is different, the dosage of medication will naturally change with the change of the person. But Harry clearly didn't have the time. So it was injected according to the measurement of Professor Connors' last experiment. After a few seconds, all 7 medicines were injected, and Harry on the injection table was also in huge amounts of pain right now. The surrounding researchers and Professor Connors looked at Harry screaming in pain, wondering whether the injection of the medicine would be successful. At this moment, Harry on the injection table suddenly let out an inhuman roar, followed by a bright green color that began to cover Harry's whole body. Fine scales began to grow from the skin, and the shape of Harry's face also changed distortedly. Seeing this scene, the faces of Professor Connors and others changed instantly. This is not a sign of a successful experiment. Oops, there is an adverse reaction to the medicine. What should we do? A researcher anxiously asked Professor Connors. Inject Harry with the inhibitor immediately. Professor Connors immediately gave the order. But at this moment, roar! Harry, who had turned into a humanoid lizard on the injection table, roared angrily and broke free from the restraint belt on his body. The original Harry was about 1.77 meters tall. But now Harry, who has turned into a human-shaped lizard, has grown to over 2.3 meters in height. Huge amounts of size, strong muscles, and a strong, powerful tail behind the 8***. Roar. Harry, who turned into a lizard man, roared at them. A pair of eyes that had turned into vertical pupils stared at the few of them. Goodoop. Several people swallowed their saliva, including the female researcher who was very interesting to Harry just now, and now she also showed expressions of fear. Harry, can you hear me, Harry? Professor Connors was probably the only person on the scene who could calm down and think. He yelled now, trying to wake Harry up as a human. But in the next second, boom, the door of the laboratory was suddenly blasted open. Immediately after, a well-trained army rushed in. It turned out that the guards outside were dead, and this group of intruders also managed to find this place and broke open the door of this laboratory. Fact. What's that? The person who just broke through the gate and came in looked up and saw a huge amounts of human-shaped lizards standing in the center and was instantly startled. Chapter 54. Roar. Seeing the group of intruders, the lizard man Harry roared angrily. His huge body rushed towards this group of people in strides, facing the bullets fired by the opponent. He could not stop his charge at all. Those bullets jingled and collided with pieces of sparks on his body. Harry roared, and when he turned around, huge amounts of tail directly swept away the soldiers in front of him. Kill you all. Harry, who turned into a humanoid lizard, actually spoke. Those people who saw a lizard talking were dumbfounded. But at this moment, a figure with red light all over his body rushed up and blocked the lizard warrior Harry. Boom. Harry's strength was too great. The man was blown away by his blow, and his body slammed into the wall of the laboratory, and the wall shattered in an instant, creating a hole with a diameter of 2 meters. However, but this person seemed to be fine. He just patted the dust on his body, then rushed up again with a grinning grin. A battle breaks out between the two Superman classes. Harry's strength was obviously stronger than the opponent's, but in terms of fighting skills, Harry was far inferior to the opponent. He was obviously stronger, but he couldn't crush the opponent for a while. Instead, the opponent took the opportunity to leave a few scorch marks on him. However, Harry, who turned into a lizard warrior, already possessed incredible self-healing ability, so this little injury couldn't trouble him at all. Those scorched black marks disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if they never existed at all. Lances, what are you waiting for? At this moment, the man who was fighting with Harry turned around and shouted. In the next second, boom, Harry's figure was directly sent flying. In situ, a tall figure stood there. He is about 2 meters tall and has a burly figure. What is particularly conspicuous is that there are 2 centipede-like devices on this man's arms, and the orange areas on it seem to have energy flowing. It's shocking to see. Centipede warrior, Lances. I'm looking for an opportunity to start. Lances said lightly to Murdoch. Murkdo is also the Superman who fought with Harry before. Francis is a centipede warrior and Murdoch is a super soldier injected with Extremis. They are all affiliated to the Hydra organization, and this time the invasion of this laboratory is also Hydra's plan. They learned that Professor Connor's research had yielded results, so they immediately sent someone over to snatch it. Hydra never cares what others think when doing things. As long as they are happy is enough. Therefore, they don't care if the lab is backed by the Osborn Group. It also doesn't matter that Harry Osborn, the helm of the Osborn Group, is also present today. Even, did they think about capturing Harry Osborn so as to completely control the entire Osborn Group? Definitely. This is just incidental. Their real goal is the research results of Professor Connors. That is the most important. By the way, the thing we want to take away, shouldn't it be the thing that made this big lizard? Lances twisted his neck, looked at Harry who got up from the other side, as if nothing happened, and said to Murkdo beside him, "The devil wants to know. Anyway, I can't inject other medicines." Murdoch said indifferently. At this time, Harry roared again and rushed forward. His movements are open and closed, without any tricks at all. "Let's do it together and subdue this guy," Murkdo said, and then rushed up. "This guy is really a fighting maniac." Lances shook his head, but he didn't mean to hold back, and quickly rushed forward to join hands with Murdoch to suppress the human-shaped lizard on the opposite side. "You can't take these materials away." At the same time that Harry, who turned into a lizard warrior, was fighting against the extremist warrior and the centipede warrior, other people in Hydra were also quickly collecting the research data in the laboratory. Seeing that his research results were about to be snatched away, Professor Connors didn't care about the fact that he was powerless and immediately rushed forward to try to stop these people. "Go away." A soldier pushed Professor Connors away. Professor Connor's poor strength was ridiculous in front of these elite soldiers. Professor Connors, who was pushed down, tried to rush up again unwillingly, but this time what responded to him was a black muzzle. "Disabled man, do you want to be shot?" The soldier looked at him with a sneer and said. Being pointed at by the gun, Professor Connors couldn't help turning pale. But he still said, "That is the result of my research. You can't do this. This is robbery." "Robber." The soldier laughed. Then there was a bang, and the bullet pierced Professor Connor's abdomen in an instant. He stepped back in pain, tripped over something, and fell backwards into a huge amounts of water tank. Inside the water tank is a green liquid that fills more than half of the tank. These liquids are the raw materials for the synthesis lizard potion. At the moment, Professor Connors was shot in the abdomen and fell into the water tank again. He didn't even have the strength to struggle to get up, so he could only watch himself slowly sinking into the water. And the soldier who shot just looked at him with a sneer and didn't mean to care about his life or death at all. "Sir, the information has been collected." At this time, a soldier reported to the officer. The officer wore a black iron mask, only revealing a pair of eyes, and there was a white X logo on his chest armor. "Bring your stuff. Let's get out of here," Crossbones ordered coldly. So the next moment, these Hydra soldiers began to evacuate the laboratory. As for the lizard warrior Harry, who had already gone outside, the three of them had long since disappeared. All I could hear were bursts of roars from outside, declaring that the battle wasn't completely over yet. Chapter 55. In a dilapidated laboratory. Soon the building will be empty. The corpses of several researchers on the ground are still bleeding. The scarlet blood stained the floor of the laboratory, and the light tubes on the ceiling flickered with sparks, flickering on and off. At this time, in the water tank full of green liquid, the water level that was originally high began to drop rapidly. In just a dozen seconds, the green liquid in the water tank had bottomed out. At this moment, a huge amounts of claws grabbed the rim of the tank. Immediately after, a head covered with fine green scales emerged from the bottom of the water tank. The head looked more like a lizard than Harry in his lizard warrior form. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouth full of fangs like sawtooths. The long tongue is swallowing, and it is nearly half a meter long. And that pair of dark golden vertical pupils only left cold cruelty and tyranny, without the slightest bit of human emotion in them. Boom! There was a loud bang. A giant lizard man, nearly 4 meters tall, jumped out of the water tank. A huge hole was smashed into the ceiling in an instant. The giant lizard man roared and jumped to the space on the upper floor. The reinforced concrete partition was as fragile as tofu dregs in front of him. The Hydra soldiers who had just returned to the ground also felt the ground tremor under their feet. Can't help but look at each other. What happened? These Hydra soldiers couldn't help but look back to where they came out from behind. In the next second, boom! A huge amounts of green monster rushed out of the ground. All obstacles along the way were smashed by the monster, whether it was concrete walls or metal machines. They were all run over by this green monster. "What is that?" Someone yelled in horror. At this time, Crossbones, who was walking in front, also turned around and saw this huge amounts of monster. Another lizard? A frown frowned under the Crossbones mask. Did he feel like he was fighting a lizard today? A human-shaped lizard just appeared in front of it, but was led away by Murdoch and the others. And now a bigger one ran out. Is it over yet? Did this poke the lizard's nest? "Block him," cried Crossbones. Then he retreated back. "Nonsense. Didn't you see that this monster is even more violent than the Green Titan Hulk? Although he, Crossbones, is sometimes pretentious, but at this moment he still chooses Songshin. Facing a monster of this level, Song Xin is not ashamed. Fire! A group of Hydra soldiers fired wildly. The bullets slammed into the giant lizardman's body, but apart from splashing pieces of sparks, there was no actual damage at all. And the giant lizard man who rushed into the crowd directly tore 2 Hydra soldiers with one claw. Grab a Hydra soldier with huge amounts of paws and put it in your mouth. Ah! The captured Hydra soldier let out a terrified scream that he had never heard in his life. And the next second, the screaming stopped abruptly. This Hydra soldier was eaten straight up by a giant lizard man, bitten into 2 pieces on the spot. Seeing this scene, even these Hydra soldiers have undergone brutal training, and at this moment, they can't help but fight between the two. A feeling of fear instantly spread among them. "Monster, don't come here. Help. Commander, save me. I don't want to die." The Hydra soldiers were completely defeated. They screamed and fled in all directions. But how could the giant lizard man let them go? Just grab one and take a bite, then rush up and grab another one and take a bite. And as the giant lizard man ate these Hydra soldiers, his size also skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short while, the giant lizard man, which was originally about 4 meters high, soared to a height of more than 10 meters. The super giant lizard man more than 10 meters away let out a terrifying roar. Waves of sound rolled in, making the crossbones who were hiding in the corner tremble with fright. Shit, what kind of monster is this? Is this a monster? Crossbones swears that he has never encountered such a terrifying monster in his life. The Green Titan Hulk is like a cute baby in front of him. Now, he hid in this relatively safe corner, not even daring to make a sound, for fear of being discovered by the huge amounts of lizard monster. And then, like those Hydra soldiers, he would become the monster's snack. Boom. With a loud noise, a figure was blasted out and landed on a road. Beep. The horn of the car blared wildly. The driver slammed the steering wheel to avoid the man who suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. However, the car in front dodged, but the one behind was not so lucky. I saw a white car hit heavily on the figure who got up, but the figure slid back more than 10 meters away, and nothing happened. On the contrary, the driver of the white car opened the door and crawled out in a daze with his head bleeding. At this time, a pair of shoes appeared in the sight of the driver of the white car. He looked up and saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Next second, boom, the sole of the shoe stepped heavily on the head of the driver of the white car. The high temperature combined with huge amounts of strength crushed this head on the spot. Pooh! Murdoch spat on the ground. As soon as he turned around, he saw a lizard monster more than 10 meters high that came into his mind. He, who had an indifferent expression just now, instantly widened his eyes, showing a terrified expression. What kind of monster is this TM? Murdoch swallowed subconsciously. At this time, another lizard man appeared in his field of vision. But this time only a lizard man with a normal file size appeared. It was the lizard warrior Harry who just fought with him and Lances for a long time and couldn't tell the difference. Is this TM an extreme enlarged version? Murdoch couldn't help complaining. Then I was already thinking about whether to run away. Nonsense. If you let him fight with a lizard man of normal file size, he can barely fight. But now you want him to fight a lizard monster more than 10 meters tall? Are you crazy, or is Murdoch himself crazy? Duh. Chapter 56. Doo-doo. Hurry up, the car in front. Shit. The monsters have come out. So will Ultraman come next? Liberty City can't stay anymore. I must move. Go. Don't block in front. The monster is coming this way. The road is full of people. The middle of the road has been blocked by cars. Some people saw that the car couldn't drive at all, so they just abandoned the car and fled. This is not the time to feel bad about the car. It's more important to escape first. At the same time, helicopters of major TV stations also appeared in the sky. The camera lens is aimed at this giant lizard monster moving between tall buildings. Those reporters are crazy. Big news. Really big news. The local police forces in Liberty City were also dispatched one after another, and almost all the police forces were dispatched to rush here. Stationed in a military base near Liberty City, the chief of the base received an order from above to send armed helicopters and armored troops to the scene to suppress the lizard monster. The base chief who received the order thought that today was April Fool's Day. He didn't realize it was not an April Fool's Day joke until he saw the live broadcast of the BBC News. It's G true. On the other side, the superheroes who are resident in Liberty City have also heard the news. Spider-Man, who was patrolling another block, came here immediately, and Gwen, who was dating Roddy, couldn't sit idly by this time, so she quickly found an excuse to leave, then turned around, took out her headgear from the satchel in the bathroom, put it on, took off the outer clothes. The spider battlesuit worn next to the body is revealed. Roddy definitely knew what Gwen was up to. Seeing the huge amounts of lizard monster on the TV news, Roddy was also shocked, to be honest. Is this TM the Plath version of the lizard man? How could a good lizard man turn into a monster? Roddy couldn't figure out what unknown changes had taken place in Professor Connor's research, which turned a fairly normal lizard man into a head of more than 10 meters. Oh no, now it has turned into a lizard monster of more than 20 meters. This guy keeps getting bigger. At this time, the lizard monster in the screen cut a building with more than 30 floors in half with a flick of its tail. The upper half of the building collapsed with a roar. The scene looked like the end of the world. At this time, a blast of music suddenly appeared. Then from the distant sky flew a flame. When the flames got closer, people could see clearly that Iron Man, who had disappeared for a while, was coming. It's Iron Man. Great, we're saved. I still have to watch Iron Man at the critical moment. Although I don't like Tony Stark, a playboy, I have to say that Iron Man must be reliable at critical moments. That's right. Where did the army go at this time? We usually pay so much tax, it's useless at critical moments. In the restaurant, many people shouted loudly, expressing their support for Iron Man and their dissatisfaction with the army. At this time, the Iron Man who arrived in time in the screen also launched a large piece of small devices. These devices, adsorbent, were placed on the collapsed upper half of the building and then ejected orange flames, unexpectedly slowing down the speed of the collapse of the building. Soon, the first half of the collapsed building was slowly placed on the road. Seeing this scene, everyone in the restaurant cheered excitedly. Roddy also heard more people cheering on the road outside. But Roddy is not as optimistic as these people think. Although Iron Man saved the people in the collapsed building, the lizard monster is still there. Can such a big monster really be dealt with by Iron Man? After all, Tony's equipment is still not as advanced as in the final battle, and his current Mark armor is still a bit too reluctant to deal with monsters of this level. This is going to be a tough battle, Roddy thought. At the scene, Tony, who had just rescued the people in the collapsed building, also flew up and launched a wave of attacks towards the lizard monster. It's a pity that his small missiles didn't have much effect on this lizard monster. Although it caused some damage, the wound healed in a blink of an eye. So the actual damage is equal to 0? Okay, I've only been in seclusion for half a month. Why even the monsters have come out now? What about Ultraman? Why is there no Ultraman? Tony complained habitually, while constantly firing the weapons in the armor around the lizard monster. But even if he used his most powerful weapon, he only left a penetrating wound 2 or 3 meters deep on the lizard monster. And the wound healed in just over a second. This made Tony very uncomfortable. He found that he had to upgrade these weapon systems on the armor. Otherwise, once faced with such a huge and resilient enemy, he really has nothing to do with this weapon. At this time, the Spider-Man who rushed over also arrived at the scene. From a distance, he saw the huge amounts of lizard monster. "My God, he's really big," exclaimed Peter. "Are you Spider-Man?" Tony saw Peter, and there has been a lot of discussion about Spider-Man on the internet recently. Even Tony, who is studying a new armor in retreat, has heard of this new superhero. "Mr. Stark, you've heard of me too?" Being exposed by his #1 idol, Peter was very excited. At this time, another figure fell nearby. It was Gwen in a hurry. "Okay, here comes another Spider-Woman. Do you two know each other?" Tony looked at the newly arrived Spider-Woman and couldn't help but ask the two of them. "No, I don't know this kid." Gwen shook her head, staring fixedly at the lizard monster that was roaring and facing the attack of the armed helicopter. Chapter 57. Do you have any good ways to deal with this big guy? To be honest, although I have seen the size of this big guy on TV before, when it came to face, Gwen still found himself a little smaller than the other party. Is he getting bigger again? Gwen couldn't help thinking. I've tried all the weapons on the armor just now, and at most left a little wound on him. But the recovery ability of this big guy is too amazing. It's useless at all. Although he didn't want to admit it, Tony explained the actual situation. Then it seems that it is useless for us to go up. Gwen analyzed ideally. Her strength lies more in flexibility. In terms of attack, she is definitely not as good as Tony Stark's steel armor. After all, how does a fist compare to a cannonball? Therefore, even if she rushed up, it probably wouldn't help. That being the case, Gwen changed course. With a flick of her arm, she immediately swung towards the crowd below. Yes, Gwen decides to save someone. Since killing the enemy is not enough, then try to save as many people as possible. Just in time, as the armed helicopters of the army arrived, all kinds of shells and machine guns fired and bombed the lizard monster. Although the lizard monster was slightly injured, the surrounding high-rise buildings were even more unlucky. Countless pieces of reinforced concrete smashed down towards the ground. Those passers-by who hadn't managed to run far were about to be smashed to death on the spot. Just then, Gwen arrived. She used the cobweb to hold onto the falling debris and flung them aside, saving passers-by. "Get out of here quickly," Gwen yelled at the passers-by after she fell. "It's Spider-Woman. It's Spider-Woman who saved us." The rescued passers-by shouted excitedly. Then some people started to feel guilty, because they have expressed some bad remarks about Spider-Woman on the internet before. Now they are saved by Spider-Woman. This is embarrassing for them. Seeing that Spider-Woman was going to save someone, Tony also turned to look at Spider-Man aside. "Your ability looks similar to hers. Why don't you go save these people too?" Tony said. Hearing this, Peter looked at the lizard monster that was fighting the army over there. Although he wanted to help, but considering that his small arms and legs were really useless, he agreed to Tony's proposal. "Mr. Stark, I'm going." After Peter spoke, he rushed to the disaster scene below on a swing. Tony, who stayed behind, soared into the sky and rushed towards the lizard monster again. He intends to cooperate with the army to see if he can take down this lizard monster. We can see that many superheroes have appeared on the scene, including Spider-Man, who just appeared in Liberty City recently and is affectionately called a good neighbor by people, and Spider-Woman, who disappeared for a while ago. The figure of the hero is also in it. In addition, Iron Man, who is a member of the Avengers, also appeared at the scene, and he is cooperating with the army to attack the terrifying monster in front of him. On the TV, the host in the news report reported the situation on the scene emotionally, and Dr. Banner, who just came out of the workshop at the moment, also saw this scene on TV. Monster. Seeing the huge amount of lizard monster in the picture, Dr. Banner couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Is this news? Are you sure it's not a movie? After all, monsters are more bullshit than aliens in Dr. Banner's opinion. At least in his opinion, the universe is so big that it is normal for aliens to exist. But monsters are something. Isn't that only in the cartoon? Dr. Banner, there is a message from Mr. Stark that you need to listen to. At this time, the voice of JRVS also sounded in the house. Tony's message? Then play it, JRVS. Dr. Banner nodded and said. Soon, Tony's voice sounded. Bruce, I need your help here. This big guy is too difficult to deal with. I need Hulk. Tony in the message sounded a little anxious. Obviously, the cooperation with the army was not ideal, and the size of this lizard monster was getting bigger all the time. If it drags on, Tony doesn't know how to solve it. You can't use nuclear bombs, right? That's Liberty City. Although they had already experienced it last time, the situation was different that time, and the United States officials were almost overwhelmed by the spit of the public because of the nuclear bomb dropped last time. This time, unless it was a last resort, they obviously wouldn't use that level of weapons. The message here had just finished playing, and when Banner was still thinking about it, Tony's call came. Bruce, I've asked JRVS to prepare the plane for you. Come here quickly. The situation here is terrible. We desperately need Hulk's help now. Tony spoke very fast, with some explosions in between. Tony, what if Hulk loses control? Dr. Banner has concerns of his own. Don't worry. The situation won't get any worse than this. Tony said quickly. Well, if you think so. Dr. Banner glanced at the live broadcast on the TV, just in time to see the scene where huge amounts of lizard monsters turned a building into ruins with one blow, and couldn't help sighing. Maybe Tony was right. Even if the Hulk was out of control, how could it be any worse than it is now? I'll be right there. Hold on a little longer. Dr. Banner said. As soon as possible. This guy is getting more and more difficult. Tony hung up the phone after speaking. Apparently the situation over there was far worse than reported in the news. Chapter 58. Outside the villa. A Stark Group, small jet is ready. After Dr. Banner got on the plane took off directly under the control of JRVS and rushed towards the location of the battlefield. Dr. Banner, who was sitting on the plane, was watching the live news broadcast with a tablet. In the picture, the lizard monster had a large area of wounds on its body after a round of bombing. Some of these wounds directly ran through his body, looking horrible. But even so, the lizard monster is not dead, and these wounds on his body are recovering at a terrifying speed. In less than half a minute, those scars that looked scary were all gone. It's amazing resilience. But where does his energy come from? Dr. Banner finds this unscientific. But if it is unscientific, what is more unscientific than Green Titan? Can anger be transformed into power? What scientific principle is this? At the same time, when Dr. Banner rushed to the scene, the combat team sent by SHIELD had also arrived at the scene. Together with the army, they besieged the lizard monster. And the lizard monster in front of him has grown from the original 20 meters to the current size of nearly 50 meters. That body shape alone is enough to give people an infinite sense of oppression. Hawkeye Barton at the moment, who came with the combat team, was amazed again and again. Does anyone know how this monster came out? Barton drew his bow and shot an arrow, and while accurately hitting one eye of the lizard monster, he asked, Barton, can you hear me? At this time, Tony Stark's voice suddenly came from his earphones. This guy hacked into SHIELD's internal network again. I heard, Wani, what can you do? Barton wasn't surprised Tony would do this. The guy had a criminal record after all, and more than once. I've sent JRVS to pick up Bruce, and I'll let Hulk deal with the 12 monsters. Tony, who was flying in the air, bombarded the huge claws of the lizard monster with his palm. As a result, the lizard monster's claws only shifted by less than half a meter and almost missed Tony from midair. Listen, I found out how this monster came from. There is a hospital near here, and there is a laboratory invested by the Osborn Group down there, and this monster ran out of there. Obviously, Tony was not only cooperating with the army to besiege the lizard monster, he also found time to let JRVS investigate the source of the lizard monster. It turned out he found it. The Osborn Group? Why shouldn't I be surprised at all? Barton sneered and hit the lizard monster in the nose again with an arrow. Boom. The arrow exploded, and the nose of the lizard monster lost a hole in an instant. But no use. The wound healed in 2 seconds. I found several interesting video files here. You must not know who I found in them. Tony said. Okay, let me take a guess. Barton drew his bow and said, the son of the Osborn family? Harry Osborn. You guys really know how to guess riddles. Tony said with a smile. Yes, I found that kid in the video. He injected himself with a genetic drug and then turned into a lizard monster. Don't tell me. The lizard monster in front of me is Harry Osborn. Barton's eyes widened in surprise. No, that's Professor Connors. Tony said. A scientist? Well, this really can't make people feel flat. Mad scientist. It's all old ways. Osborn's laboratory was invaded by unknown persons, and at a critical moment, Harry Osborn injected himself with the genetic drug and turned into a lizard monster. Tony continued. However, the lizard monster that Harry Osborn turned into is not that exaggerated. He is much smaller and seems to have original consciousness. Professor Connors was shot in the abdomen by the intruder and then fell into a water tank full of genetic medicines, and he absorbed all the medicines in the large box. That's why he got so big. Barton shrugged. This is really good news. That's right, and I suspect that the reason why he turned into an irrational monster is probably because he was already on the verge of death at that time, so his consciousness has not yet awakened at this moment. While dodging the tail of the lizard monster, Tony expressed his guess. So what do you need me to do now? Barton lowered his bow. He found that his attack was useless at all. Find Harry Osborn and ask him if he has a solution. Generally, this kind of experiment will definitely be equipped with inhibitors. If you can inject inhibitors into this lizard monster, he might change back to the appearance of Professor Connors. Tony said. Understood. I seem to have seen Harry Osborn. Barton's eyes fixed on an alley hundreds of meters away like a hawk. There, a relatively small lizard monster was dragging and smashing a figure glowing red all over. Barton didn't notice it because all his attention was on the lizard monster before. But when he stopped attacking, he noticed this scene. What? Tony was surprised. He didn't expect that he just said to ask Barton to find Harry Osborn, but Barton found him in a blink of an eye. Yes, I have seen him. Barton said. Okay, then hurry up. I think this guy has become stronger. Tony didn't bother about why Barton found someone so quickly. He found that the lizard monster was getting bigger again. In just a few words, his height increased by several meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a bit troublesome. That guy's strength seems a bit difficult to deal with. Barton noticed that the lizard warrior that Harry Osborn turned into was not weak. His opponent, the guy with the red light on his body, if he read correctly, should be an extremis injected with extremis. I didn't expect that extremis was still being worked on after Killian's death, and it seemed to be quite successful. Let me help you. As soon as Barton finished speaking, a vigorous figure landed beside him. You're that Spider-Woman. Barton recognizes the girl. They have some information about her inside SHIELD, and his friend Natasha Romanoff is also ordered to investigate her to see if she can be drawn into the Avengers. But then, because of a guy who came out of the sun, Natasha Romanoff temporarily put down her investigation work and turned to find that person. It's a pity that I haven't found anything after searching for so long. Okay, I've got a helper on my side. Harry Osborn's side I can handle. Barton contacted Tony and said, okay, I have a helper here too. Tony, who was flying in the air, had already seen the plane flying in the distance. The cabin door opened, and a figure jumped off without any protection, and the plane turned around and flew away. Ah! The green color of Dr. Banner, who was still falling in midair, spread rapidly, and soon turned into a green Titan Hulk with a height of about 2.3 meters. Hulk let out a roar, grabbed the outer wall of the building with one hand, slid for a certain distance, jumped up and rushed towards the lizard monster over there. Come on, Hulk! Tony yelled, laughing. Next second, boom! Hulk, who had just pounced on it, was instantly slapped away by the claws of the lizard monster. It flew backwards at a faster speed than when it came and crashed into a building. Tony, what a shame. Fortunately, no one heard. But in the next second, Hulk, who had just been smashed into the building, roared angrily and rushed forward again. It is well known that the more angry the Green Titan is, the more powerful it is. The newly transformed Green Titan was actually at his weakest when he came up, but when he came up, he was given a big bidu, which obviously angered Hulk completely. So Rage's Hulk exploded with even stronger power, jumped up again and jumped directly onto the lizard monster's head, swung a fist the size of a casserole, and hit the lizard monster's head with a burst of hammer. Hulk is worthy of being Hulk. Every punch of his fist is like a cannonball exploding on the face of the lizard monster. The face of the lizard monster that was hit on the spot was covered with blood, and the green scales with large file size and small size were smashed to pieces a large piece. And Hulk, who saw the enemy injured and bleeding, also roared happily, and even the speed of punching became a little faster. But the good times don't last long. Hulk, who was playing happily, was grabbed from the face by the lizard monster, and he smashed into the ground with a heavy blow. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a deep hole by Hulk. At the bottom of the 10-meter deep pit, Hulk, who was a little dizzy from the fall of his head, got up, followed by a pair of green eyes burning with raging anger. Hulk, you're angry. At this moment, Na's consciousness was completely suppressed. Hulk, who was still somewhat sane, suddenly fell into a state of rage. And Tony, who just flew over, was about to shout twice to see if Hulk is okay. The result was almost missed by the jumping Hulk. Ah! Hulk's roar echoed throughout the city. How scary is a berserk Hulk? The lizard monster, which had grown to a height of 56 meters, staggered back a few steps after being hit by his punch, and almost didn't fall down. And Hulk of Rage is still not relieved. To rush up is to give a violent beating to the lizard monster. The scales on the lizard monster's body were broken into pieces, and green blood splashed down like rain. That effect is even better than when the army bombed just now. If it weren't for the lizard monster's too strong self-healing ability, just Hulk's violent beating would probably be able to beat him to self-isolation. Goodoop. Watch the Green Titan go berserk. Tony suddenly remembered what Dr. Banner said earlier. It's not really out of control, is it? Tony thought. If it really gets out of control, it will be bad. Although Tony said confidently before that no matter how bad the situation is, it can be so bad. But that's just talking. In the bottom of his heart, Tony didn't want to see Hulk get out of control. 977. Fortunately, even Hulk, who was in the state of rage, just stared at the lizard monster and fought alone, and did not attack the surrounding troops and people from S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also good news. And because of Hulk's rage, it also shared the pressure of other people. As long as Barton gets the inhibitor and successfully injects the lizard monster, and then finds a way to calm Hulk's emotions, then this matter will be resolved satisfactorily up. Thinking of this, Tony immediately asked about Barton's situation. Barton, how's it going on with you? Tony asked. Burning car wrecks on the road. Barton just got up from the ground, gritted his teeth, and rubbed his lower back, while hearing Tony's inquiry from the earphone. Everything is going well. It will be done soon. Barton replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Gwen's cobweb was burned by the high temperature of extremist Murdoch. Smelly Spider, don't run away if you can. Murdoch growled. It's because Spider-Woman's agility is too high, which made him miss several attacks. On the contrary, he was teased for a while, which made Murdoch very angry. At the same time, Lancey's on the other side was also watching Harry, who was injected with inhibitors on the ground, gradually recover from the state of a lizard warrior to a human form. He spat on the ground and then shouted, Quickly deal with it. We have to take this guy away together. Immediately, Murdoch twisted his neck without looking back. Come after I've strangled this stinky spider. He rushed forward with a smirk. Next second, boom, a red laser beam penetrated Murdoch's body. A big hole with a diameter of 3 centimeters came out directly on his chest. The laser beam bombarded the ground, and the ground was pierced, surrounded by large patches of cracks. Murdoch looked down at his chest in disbelief, and the next second the same crimson beam smashed his head into pieces. Plop! Headless corpses toppled over. Murdoch is dead. At this moment, a figure with a bright red cloak fluttering behind him landed in the middle of the road with a bang. There is a big red S logo on the visitor's chest. The black, close-fitting battlesuit outlines almost perfect muscle lines. This image was so familiar to Barton. Superman. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Duh. Chapter 59, Witty Harry. Beat the lizard monster with one punch. Who dares to say I'm not Superman? Gwen, although the face in front of her was something she had never seen before. But Gwen is sure that the Superman in front of her is definitely the Batman, and the Flash she has seen before. They are definitely the same person. But Gwen had never seen that kind of attack just now. Is that really Superman's heat vision? Gwen shook her head. That's absolutely not. Whether it's the corpse on the ground, or the deep pit in the middle of the road, there are no traces left by the high temperature. It was like some kind of powerful impact blasted out. So, that's definitely not heat sight. It's supposed to be a laser beam, right? So those are Cyclops. Gwen guessed. Damn, who are you? Lancey's looked at Murdoch, who was killed in surprise and anger. Although Murdoch's words are a bit annoying, he usually likes to keep a straight face. But it was his companion anyway. The two have known each other for more than half a year, and they get along pretty well in Lancey's opinion. It turned out that Murdoch died in front of him today. How does this make Lancey's not angry? But anger is anger, but Lancey's is not dazzled by anger. Murdoch's strength is not inferior to him, and even that powerful self-healing ability is far more difficult than him. But even so, facing this guy who was dressed like a Superman in front of him, he was killed by bombardment just by meeting him. This is enough to show the strength of the person on the other side. As for whether the other party is the Superman in the comics, Francis just looks like a big dumb guy, but he's not really stupid. How can the characters in the comics come to reality? Superman. I wouldn't believe it even if I beat him to death. Roddy looked down at his outfit. Isn't what I'm wearing obvious enough? He asked. Fact. Are you kidding me? Francis roared. Roddy responded with a cyclops. The crimson beam bombarded Lancey's flesh and blood at a speed of Mach 10. Even mountains can be blasted through, and the laser beam that can't be blocked by more than 10 meters of metal instantly blasts him into pieces. And Roddy, who took back the cyclops, just said something lightly. I believe you should believe me. Barton on the side looked dumbfounded. Although the word Superman, he just blurted out subconsciously. But seeing Roddy's behavior at the moment, he can't match the memory Superman no matter what. All right. Sure enough, comics will not be reflected in reality. Young man, are you all right? Roddy walked over and pulled Harry up limp on the ground. Harry, who had been injected with inhibitors, could hardly even stand up now. After being woken up by Roddy, Harry thanked him. As a Superman, it's normal to help others. Roddy said righteously. Oh, see. Forget it, as long as you are happy. Harry didn't say anything. After all, he had just saved himself. At this time, I should give myself some face. Otherwise, if people can't get off the stage. Harry glanced at the headless corpse over there. Superman, thank you for saving me. Harry suddenly thanked him very seriously. Roddy, good brother, I didn't expect you to be so sincere. Sneaking inwardly, Roddy looked serious on the surface. Definitely. In fact, he is now wearing a technological bionic mask on his face, and some subtle expressions are actually not very easy to make. This mask is similar to the ancient human skin mask of Shin Kingdom. Definitely, it's not made of human skin. It is a product of technology. High-tech props that belong to special departments, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. Roddy got one from a friend just by chance, and he didn't expect it to come in handy today. Otherwise, his entire face is now exposed. How could people who knew him not recognize him? Definitely, if Roddy had acquired Mystique's shape-shifting ability, he wouldn't need it. But not to mention that Mystique's body is actually a Smurf, but the potential level of this ability is not low, and it is impossible for Roddy, who has not passed his bad luck recently, to draw it. So, it's better to use this thing for the time being. Anyway, this stuff is pretty useful. Thanks for the help, Superman. Barton Agent came over, first expressed his thanks to Roddy, and then said to Harry, Mr. Osborn, this monster must have been produced by your company? I wonder if you have prepared enough inhibitors in advance. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I was also a victim in this incident, Harry said. Then, without waiting for Barton to say anything, Harry followed up and said, but as for the inhibitor you just mentioned, I know where there is such a thing. If you need it, I can take you there to get it. Things are so big, let alone the United States. I am afraid that even the whole world already knows what happened today. After all, how could such a big lizard monster appear in the city? How could it be hidden? Do you really think that the spies of various countries are just kidding around? So at this moment Harry would not admit that this lizard monster was created by their Osborn group, even if he was beaten to death. If he really wanted to admit it, no matter how he dealt with this matter afterwards, their Osborn group would be finished. As for not admitting it, as a capitalist and in a country like the United States, Harry had plenty of ways to get Osborn out of the whole thing. At that time, not only will the company not be affected, but it may even get the support of some forces. For example, recently there has been a faint dissatisfaction with Osborn in the military. If the military knows that this lizard monster was developed by the Osborn group, they will definitely be very interested in investing in it. Not to mention, Harry himself can transform into a lizard warrior, and his state is much more stable than Professor Connor's. Although it does not have this kind of huge ability, but at least he can maintain his sanity in the transformed state. It's just that he is a little prone to temper tantrums. Not a big deal. It's well worth the investment. So, in just a short while, Harry had already thought through all of this and figured out a solution. Definitely. The premise of all this is that Osborn has to help them get rid of this lizard monster. Otherwise, nothing will be discussed in the future. So Harry refused to admit that it had anything to do with Osborn, but said he knew where there was an inhibitor for the lizard potion. Remember, he said he knew where, not that he had it. The difference between the two is huge. Okay, then please lead the way. Barton also knew the faces of these capitalists, and his task was to deal with this lizard monster, and he was not sent to wrestle with these capitalists. So the person responsible for the incident has nothing to do with him. He doesn't need to care about these either. The most important thing now is to get the suppression map. Otherwise, if this lizard monster continues to grow stronger, the entire Liberty City will be ruined. You guys go. I'm going to play with that lizard monster, Roddy said to Barton and Harry. Then he turned around and looked at Gwen, who was beside him, and asked, "How about it? Do you want to go together?" "No, I don't want to go up and beat up the big monster. I'll just watch from a distance." Gwen shook her head. With her small arms and legs, she didn't want to go up and fight this scary lizard monster. Was that a fight? Purely looking for abuse? Gwen didn't want to seek abuse, so she said no. Okay, Roddy nodded, and he didn't mean to take any chances with Gwen. Otherwise, what's he trying to do with Bala running over here? It's not to protect his little girlfriend. Definitely. Roddy admitted that he was also a little curious about the strength of this lizard monster. After all, he had never encountered a big guy with this tonnage, so it was inevitable that he would be a little curious, and it was normal. A teleport disappeared in place, and Roddy instantly appeared in midair in front of the lizard monster. Sure enough, I knew it. Gwen looked at Roddy, who disappeared in an instant, and pouted. What Superman? Does your Superman teleport? And you teleport because you can't fly, right? Gwen felt like she had seen it all. The other side, Roddy, who really couldn't fly, so he chose to teleport, also appeared in front of this huge amounts of lizard monster at the moment. This guy is really big, with a height of more than 50 meters and almost 60 meters. If you don't see it with your own eyes and just look at a series of data, you can't intuitively feel the feeling of this huge monster right in front of you. When Roddy appeared, the Green Titan Hulk was still beating up the lizard monster. However, although Hulk's attack is fierce, the recovery ability of the lizard monster is also amazing. And because of its size, the damage that Hulk can do to lizard monsters is actually quite limited. If the two sides were about the same size, Hulk would probably be able to blow half of the lizard monster's body with one punch. In that case, no matter how amazing the recovery ability of the lizard monster is, most of its body will be gone, and it may be very difficult to survive. Not like now. The area of damage caused by Hulk's attack is actually only a small wound for huge amounts of lizard monsters. Because the size gap is too large, it is obvious that Hulk has the upper hand in the battle. But there is no way to kill this lizard monster. Shit. Guess who I saw, sir? On the helicopter, a soldier couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Roddy appearing suddenly. Superman. Sir, I see Superman. This guy was probably a Superman fan, so he seemed very excited. And at this moment, the Superman he saw suddenly fell down. Me. Just a little embarrassing. But it's okay. Roddy soon teleported directly to the lizard monster's nose. Hulk. Smash. Hulk of rage over there punches the lizard monster in the belly. The huge amount of power directly exploded the belly of the lizard monster and opened a hole with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters in it. Even the internal organs fell out. And at this time, the lizard monster also found the human standing on its nose. He growled and tried to grab him, and Roddy just stomped. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Roddy's kick released part of the huge energy stored in his body. Although this part is not much compared to the energy stored in his body, it is still a big piece missing from the lizard monster's head. The whole nose is gone. The mouth is also missing half. Even an eyeball was blown to pieces. This is the most serious injury the lizard monster has suffered since its birth. Some of the previous wounds of Zhao's pierced through his body, and some had a large gash in his body. But only on the head, the lizard monster has always been well protected. Except for a few punches from Hulk and 2 arrows from Hawkeye Barton, he blocked almost all other attacks aimed at his head. And Barton's 2 arrows didn't really hurt the lizard monster because they didn't do enough damage. Hulk's fist was heavy enough, but Hulk doesn't use his head when he's angry. So except when Dr. Banner's consciousness could influence Hulk at the beginning, after that Hulk basically ran towards the body of the lizard monster and attacked. And this time, Roddy came straight for the lizard monster's head. With just one blow, the lizard monster screamed in pain again and again. Its huge body kept retreating and finally sat on a building directly on its buttocks. Boom! The building groaned in pain as it was hit by huge amounts of lizard monsters. After holding on for a while, it broke and fell backwards. Roddy approached the lizard monster again with a teleport. He punched out the huge energy of the book in his body and finally released part of it from his fist again. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions raised a terrifying mushroom cloud fork, and the huge body of the lizard monster was directly smashed into nearly a quarter of its area by Roddy's punch. Countless green blood was evaporated by the high temperature before being splashed, and then billowing smoke and dust spread in all directions along with the shockwave. Chapter 60. Steady. On the helicopter, the flight crew desperately controlled the helicopter, preventing it from being overturned by the shockwave. After finally waiting for the first wave of the strongest shockwave to pass and Haochuan to control the helicopter, the flight crew had the opportunity to look at the scene in front of them. I saw a small mushroom cloud slowly blooming above the city. Orange explosions lit up half of the sky. On the ground, the billowing dust blocked the line of sight, making it unclear what was going on inside. But I could hear the sound of buildings collapsing inside, as well as screams full of misery, which should be from that lizard monster. I'm not dreaming, am I? A machine gunner on a helicopter couldn't help pinching the flight crew in front. What are you doing? The flight crew turned around and questioned him angrily. Does it hurt? The heavy asked him. Nonsense. Let me pinch you to see if it hurts. The flight attendant roared angrily. It doesn't look like a dream. The machine gunner seemed completely oblivious to the anger of the flight crew and murmured to himself. That Superman hit a ballistic missile with one punch. That's too exaggerated. For Superman, that's not an exaggeration, is it? Said the flight attendant in front. Hearing this, the machine gunner looked at him like a fool. Hey, what do you mean by that look in your eyes? The flight crew immediately dissatisfied. You really think that's Superman? The machine gunner asked him. Didn't you see that? The guy just now couldn't even fly. He used an ability similar to teleportation, and he could fly from his fist playing an explosion effect. Is that the ability that a Superman should have? How do you know he can't fly? Maybe it's just that Superman's movement speed is too fast, so it makes you think it's teleportation ability. The flight crew stubbornly believed that the opponent was Superman and did not agree with the machine gunner's point of view at all. And the machine gunner looked at it and didn't bother to argue with the other party. At this time, the dust from the explosion also dissipated. In the center of the explosion, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 40 or 50 meters. Size huge amounts of the lizard monster is struggling and roaring. A large part of the middle part of his body has disappeared, and a large number of granulation is growing at the wound 417, and a new body is growing rapidly. Have to say, the self-healing ability of this lizard monster is truly insane. How can a normal lizard man have self-healing ability? I don't know what kind of mutation this Professor Connors has undergone to obtain this level of self-healing ability. Even for mutants like Wolverine and Deadpool who are famous for their powerful self-healing ability, their self-healing ability, at least in terms of speed, is not so exaggerated. In the movie, Deadpool was cut in half, and it took a day or two to grow his lower body. Moreover, it is still in the state of a baby, and it develops little by little. There is a process. However, the self-healing of lizard monsters does not follow this rule at all. He is like the liquid robot in the movie Terminator. He repairs it immediately if there is a piece missing on his body. God knows where the energy for repairing his body comes from. But a quarter of its body was shattered. Even if the lizard monster's self-healing ability was too strong, it would take several minutes to recover. And in that time, enough for Roddy to kill him countless times. In fact, if Roddy's punch just hit the lizard monster's head, it would definitely blow his head to pieces. If that is the case, the lizard monster might be killed by a single punch. But Roddy didn't do that. Killing the lizard monster would do him no good. He just came to take care of his little girlfriend, and take a look at this big monster, by the way. It's not really here to be a superhero to save the world. So after Roddy knocked over the lizard monster with one punch, he lost interest in this big guy, looked directly at the lizard monster that was still recovering, and then went to sleep and moved away. This caused Tony, who was just about to go up to say hello, to change his expression. Is this guy gone? Tony looked at the lizard monster gradually recovering on the ground, and he was a little messy for a while. And at this time, Hulk, who had just been blown away by the explosion, rushed up again. This guy seems to have fixed the lizard monster as the target, and jumped on him when he came up, and smashed the hammer at the lizard monster that was still injured, and couldn't get up. Don't say. These few times really had a lot of effect. At least it made the lizard monster hurt more and slowed down his recovery. By time for others too. Well done, Bruce. When Tony saw it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly contacted Barton on the other side to ask about the progress on his side. Barton, what's going on with you? Tony asked. Soon, Barton's voice came through his earphones. Found it, but we need an oversized syringe. No, maybe it's not necessary. Tony glanced at the lizard monster whose body injury hadn't fully healed and said to Barton, This big guy is injured. It's serious. Now you send the things over immediately. I'll think a way to pour it into the body of this big guy. Almost there. Barton on the other end replied. Swish. Peter, who came on the swing, fell to the side. Mr. Stark, have you found a solution to this monster? Peter asked a little out of breath. He's been busy saving people from the very beginning. He even rescued the pets that many people kept at home. So, Peter tired himself out. I found it, and it's already on my way, Tony said. Then he patted Peter on the shoulder. The little guy is pretty good. Thank you for your hard work this time, he said. Hearing that his first idol had done a good job of crossing him, Peter felt that the fatigue in his body disappeared in an instant. He straightened up instantly and said humbly that he still had a lot to learn from his predecessors. Good, keep it up. Tony admires this kid very much, and just by hearing the voice, he can tell that this Spider-Man must be very young. Underage is a must. Maybe even only 15 or 16 years old. It made Tony feel like he was seeing his own son. How to say? A little relieved. On the periphery of the battlefield, on the roof of a well-preserved building, Roddy's figure appeared here. How did you come here? Gwen is also here. If she hadn't seen the final result, she would have left by now. After all, she came out with an excuse to go to the bathroom with Roddy. But she can't stay in the toilet for so long, can she? I don't have anything to do over there, and this monster is too weak. It's not interesting to be strong on the outside. Roddy shrugged. Hearing this, Gwen laughed out loud. Boast, she said. I'm bragging. Roddy raised his fist. Didn't you see that I punched this big monster before? If I didn't show mercy, he would have been beaten to death by me. I'm curious, why do you want to show mercy? Gwen asked him. You have to give other people a chance to perform, right? Roddy said, and I don't like the limelight very much, so the last one is left to other people. Anyway, they can. BCBC, really? Gwen looked at him suspiciously. I don't know if it's an illusion. Gwen always felt that this guy in front of her was very familiar, especially his eyes. It made Gwen feel like seeing her boyfriend. This made Gwen a little suspicious. This guy can't be Roddy, can he? Do we know each other? Gwen stared at him and asked. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Roddy said seriously. Gwen, such a cheap guy, it can't be Roddy. Gwen shook her head, feeling absurd about her random guess just now. Her boyfriend Roddy is just a rich second generation with a bit of philanthropy. How could it be this guy in front of him? And the other party really didn't look like Roddy at all. Although they are both handsome, Gwen still thinks her boyfriend Roddy is more handsome. Roddy looked at Gwen, whose eyes gradually changed from suspicion to indifference, and knew that the other party hadn't seen through his disguise. Really, Roddy was a little different in normal times than he is now. Not just a difference in looks. More importantly, Roddy really doesn't need to be beaten so much when he usually speaks. Sometimes Roddy can't help but think, is it true that wearing a headgear will naturally show his inner side? For example, if Peter wears a hood, he will become a chatterbox. And his little girlfriend Gwen. Once you put on the headgear and become Spider-Woman, you will be both vicious and cool. It's completely different from Gwen's usual look. But it's not that no one has changed before and after. Like Tony Stark, no matter when he is wearing the iron armor, or in normal times, he is a guy with a vicious tongue and a showmanship. While Roddy was talking to Gwen, Barton had rushed over with the suppressant. It's all here. Barton hands Tony a box. The box was opened, and inside was a branch of green restraint. Honestly, this thing looks a bit like poison. Tony complained, then took the box and flew straight into the sky, flying towards the lizard monster. It seems that there is nothing wrong with us, Barton said to Peter, who was beside him. Peter nodded, and couldn't help but look at Barton curiously. Is there a problem? Asked Barton. That, sir, may I ask that you are also an Avenger, right? Peter asked a little shyly. Barton nodded. He was indeed a member of the Avengers. Then may I ask if you have any super abilities? Peter asked curiously. Barton, this is very sudden. Barton, who was silent for a while, thought for a while and said, I have a history of super hits. Cool, Peter praised. Does that mean that, sir, your attack can always hit the enemy? Yes, you are right. Barton nodded earnestly. Yes, exactly as you said. It's kind of embarrassing to lie to an underage kid though. But if you tell the other party that you don't have super abilities, then it will probably be even more embarrassing. FFLX. Barton still chose the former. Besides, he is not cheating, he can always hit the enemy. When the two were talking, Tony had already flown to the lizard monster with the inhibitor. He opened the box and took out all the inhibitors inside. Then bottle after bottle smashed at the air-exposed bones of the lizard monster. Inhibitor bottles are just regular glass bottles. Therefore, it shattered directly when it hit the hard bone, and the potion inside was also splashed on the body of the lizard monster. The key point is that the place where Tony threw it was the broken chest of the lizard monster. These inhibitors smashed on the ribs of the lizard monster and shattered, and the medicine inside instantly melted into the lizard monster's body. This all at once. The lizard monster, who was playing whack-a-mole with Hulk, just now howled in pain. That miserable howl was even worse than Roddy's punch that smashed a quarter of his body before. It looks like it's working. Tony nodded in satisfaction seeing this scene. As long as it works. On the ground, the painful lizard monster writhed in pain, crushing the surrounding ruins for the second time. At the same time, visible to the naked eye, his body began to shrink. From a body size of almost 60 meters just now, it shrank to less than 50 meters in just a few seconds. Then 10 seconds passed. The size of the lizard monster has shrunk to more than 10 meters. Another 3 or 4 seconds. He has returned to his original figure of about 4 meters. At this moment, the green skin on the lizard monster began to shed. Layers of skin and scales peeled off his body like dead skin. And after all the dead skin peeled off, a man missing an arm appeared in Tony's sight. Oh, Hulk, who lost his target, let out a roar. It seems to be asking, why is that big guy missing? Duh. Chapter 61. Hey, calm down, big guy. Tony was startled by Hulk's roar and quickly comforted him. The Hulk who saw Tony snorted heavily, then turned his head and walked aside to smash those abandoned cars and so on. It can be seen that Hulk knows Tony. That's why he didn't attack. Otherwise, with Hulk's temper, I'm afraid he would tear Tony's steel armor off on the spot. Seeing that Hulk was still rational, Tony was also secretly relieved, heaved a sigh of relief. He almost couldn't bear to call Veronica just now. But at this stage, Veronica is just an experimental model, and it may not be able to stop Hulk's iron fist. So if you cannot fight, it is definitely best not to fight. Turning his head to look at the man on the ground, Tony thought about it and contacted Barton, asking him to call someone over to deal with it. He wasn't in the habit of taking in homeless men. If it's a woman, Kiki. He's a man with a girlfriend now, a homeless woman. That has nothing to do with him. Barton's side quickly responded, and the people from SHILD rushed here. Leave him to us. Barton took one look at being carried onto a stretcher and then onto the Quinjet, said Professor Connors. Remember not to let him have any accidents. Tony reminded. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff on the other side also drove to the streets outside the battlefield. You can't drive any further, because the whole road is blocked. Natasha Romanoff got out of the car and contacted Nick Fury, who was driving hard for the Trident. I've arrived. Is the goal still there? Asked Natasha Romanoff. She came here on a mission. Roddy's performance in the battle before made Nick Fury suspect that he was the man who walked out of the sun, so Nick Fury contacted Natasha Romanoff, and Natasha Romanoff happened to be nearby, so she rushed over immediately. Go on your own for 50 meters, turn left, and then the third building. The target is on the roof. Nick Fury stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, directing remotely to Natasha Romanoff. And Natasha Romanoff, who received the news, rushed over immediately. As a result, when she arrived, there was already no one on the roof. Sir, the man is missing. Natasha Romanoff looked around and said, It's okay, we are very close this time, and we will definitely find him next time. Nick Fury wasn't discouraged either. Anyway, this time the identity of the target could basically be locked. He picked up the tablet in his hand, and what was displayed on it was a piece of information about a person. Henry Cavill, a Hollywood actor. Is that you? Nick Fury muttered while looking at the information in his hand. Intuition told him that that person was not the actor on the profile. As for the reason, Nick Fury can only say that it is his intuition as an agent. And this person had been deliberately covering up his appearance the previous few times. This time, the whole face was suddenly exposed. No matter what you think, it should be. So, the probability that this face is fake is more than 70%. But even if this is the case, what should be investigated still needs to be investigated. What if it is really the 30%? In the dining room, Roddy and Gwen came back almost on foot. Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time? When Gwen came back, she saw Roddy who was still sitting in the original seat and said sorry in embarrassment. No, it's a pity that you missed a wonderful show. Roddy shook his head, then pointed to the picture on the TV. The whole ruin-like scene in the picture was shot at a glance. See how much damage the lizard monsters did before. However, with Liberty City's super infrastructure ability, I believe that the appearance of that block will be restored soon, and it will not remain in this ruined state for too long. As for the issue of compensation, there is no need to worry about it. Naturally, there will be those involved, as well as various organizations interested in Lizard Potion, who will be responsible. In short, except for those who died in this incident, for others, they can all get proper compensation. Otherwise, why do you think that after the Chitauri incident, most of the people in Liberty City did not move out of the city? And even in turn, many thrill seekers are moving to Liberty City? On the one hand, some people like this dangerous and exciting behavior. On the other hand, it is more because of the adequate compensation. Some people, he even achieved wealth freedom by relying on compensation. It's that simple. The next morning, The morning news is still reporting what happened yesterday. The news highlighted several superheroes who appeared on the scene, especially the Superman played by Roddy, who was hyped as a manifestation of comics being brought into reality. Speak up. The last time he played the Flash, the result caused the stock price of DC Company to rise, and DC Company also quickly withdrew from the Flash's new, the Flash sales are booming. And this time it's Superman again. I'm afraid DC's stock price will skyrocket again. As for the face of Hung Chow that Roddy deliberately put on, I don't know if it will cause any trouble for that actor, but I think that after the investigation is clear, he should be released, and after that, this Hung Chow should have a star rise, right? After all, his face immediately entered the sight of thousands of households. If those Hollywood companies don't seize this opportunity to make a big splash, they will really lose their status as capitalists. In fact, DC Corporation announced on the same day that it would launch a new Superman issue. And the next day, it was announced that it would cooperate with a certain Hollywood company to launch a new Superman movie. And the role of Superman was played by Henry Cavill, who is now being discussed by hundreds of millions of people on the internet. All of a sudden, Henry's stardom was extremely shining, and his net worth skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Although Henry was investigated by some official departments the day before, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was just borrowed his personal image. Therefore, after these departments investigated clearly, they released him. So, this time Henry is not only not unlucky, but also a blessing in disguise. Suddenly became the hottest actor in Hollywood. Now the internet is almost full of discussions about several superheroes, as well as discussions about new comics and new movies that DC deliberately hired troopers to copy. As for where did that lizard monster come from? Only a small number of netizens are still concerned about it, but some of their remarks are quickly overwhelmed by the discussions of other netizens. No splash at all. This is also the result that the United States officials want to see. Manipulate public opinion. They're the best at it. Externally, the government manipulated the direction of public opinion so that everyone no longer cared about how the lizard monster was born. Internally, the official is also in close contact with the Osborn Group, especially the military, which was originally connected with the Osborn Group, is in frequent contact. As the person in charge of Osborn, Harry can be said to be very proud of himself. How can I look embarrassed and conscientious before? Those high-level generals in the military are very enthusiastic about him. Is this what he could enjoy in the past? Harry knew that it was all because of the lizard potion, because the lizard potion showed its incomparably powerful effect. That's why the military paid attention to him, and that's why these high-level generals were reserved and warm to him, and they were all polite. But if he can't come up with an answer that satisfies these people, then everything he enjoys now will be gone. Hashtag, these people will hold him and Osborn accountable after the fact. That's when it gets really miserable. Professor Connors was sent back to the Osborn Group within 2 days after being taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, this is also under pressure from many parties. The main pressure is from the military. After all, the military needs Lizard Potion very much now, and Professor Connors is the creator of Lizard Potion. Without him, although it is not impossible to continue research, but it will definitely waste a lot of time and money. In addition, after being brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D., Professor Connors has returned to normal. After waking up, he learned that everything he had done was extremely painful, and he said that he would atone for what he had done before, asking for flowers. Apparently, the professor has returned to normal. Therefore, the military asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to return Professor Connors, and not to continue to detain him. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury unexpectedly agreed to the military's request, which caught Alexander Pierce a little off guard when he wanted to do something. He originally planned to force Professor Connors to stay. As a result, Nick Fury changed his tough style in the past, and turned out to be such a person. It really surprised him. Also angry. This time, many people made a lot of money, but the Hydra represented by Pierce didn't get any benefit. Yes, they had snatched the research materials about lizard medicine from the laboratory before, but before those Hydra soldiers left with their things, they all became snacks for the lizard monsters transformed by Professor Connors. So those materials were not successfully brought back in the end. On the contrary, it also cost Pierce a group of elite soldiers and 2 precious centipede warriors and extremists. Can he not be angry? As for the only Crossbones who came back alive, his performance was disappointing. Pierce regrets not letting the Crossbones lead the team in the first place. In that case, they might be able to bring back those materials. The performance of Crossbones is really disappointing. Pierce scolded him too. Hope he can make up for it in the future. A laboratory invested by the military is located on the outskirts of Liberty City. The place is sparsely populated, and even if there is any accident, it can be quelled by using powerful missiles. It won't be like in the city, where the hands are tied. Also rely on those superheroes to help. At the moment, Professor Connors in a white coat in the laboratory is directing a group of researchers to make the final arrangement. Expensive and advanced instruments are placed all over the laboratory. Some precious raw materials are shipped in batches. This time, because of the military's investment, Professor Connors' research can be said to be given the green light, almost getting what he wants. Even if it is as rich and powerful as the Osborn Group, there was no way to do it before. After all, some things are really hard to do. Moreover, the Osborn Group is not what Harry says, and it is impossible for him to mobilize unlimited funds from the company to support Professor Connors' research. But now, Harry didn't care about that anymore. Because he successfully injected the lizard potion, he has already solved the family genetic disease on his body. Now that the genetic disease has been resolved, then Harry didn't pay that much attention to the rest. Definitely, money still has to be earned. The lizard potion was Osborn's project, after all. Even if the military invests, it's still Osborn's people who dominate, including Professor Connors, who is also an employee of the Osborn Group. Professor Connors, I will leave this place to you. Harry came to inspect the laboratory, gave some instructions to Professor Connors, and left directly. Harry didn't see, as he turned to leave, a cold green flashed in Professor Connors' eyes behind him. That touch of green was almost just a flash. Was not observed by anyone. Soon, the laboratory began to function. The research work is also proceeding in an orderly manner. And in Professor Connors' own room, a file is being displayed on a computer screen. Godzilla Project, under the title of the file, is a picture of Godzilla from the movie. At this time, a hand came over and closed the file. The screen flickered, reflecting Professor Connors' cold eyes. A lizard is a lizard after all. Lizards will be defeated, but Godzilla will not. I want to create a real Godzilla. Professor Connors' eyes were shining with crazy light, and the expression on his face gradually became crazy. A touch of green spread on his neck little by little. Chapter 62. January 25th, Sunday. Today is a beautiful day, sunny and cloudless. Afternoon. Roddy accompanies Gwen in rehearsals for the evening show. In the rehearsal room, the girls were sweating and full of passion, and Roddy sat next to them, quietly admiring their hard-working performance. Tonight, there will be a grand concert in Liberty City. Gwen and their band will also perform on stage on behalf of Midtown Middle School, and it is said that tens of thousands of people will be there. So the girls are all nervous. I don't want any mistakes in the performance tonight. After rehearsing for a while, it was time to rest. Gwen came over and sat down next to Roddy. What do you think of our performance? Gwen asked. Great, Roddy praised. Don't worry, don't be too nervous. You are all excellent. Especially you, very outstanding. Hearing her boyfriend's compliment, Gwen was very happy. In fact, she wasn't particularly nervous. At least compared to her few good girlfriends, Gwen is already relatively relaxed like this. The most stressful is the lead singer. Gwen is okay here. Anyway, she is very confident in her own strength. If, with her ability to control her body, she still beats the wrong time due to nervousness, then it's too wrong. Night. The scene of the Liberty City Music Festival. Roddy initially accompanied Gwen backstage waiting to go on stage. When Gwen and the others were about to perform, he left the backstage and came to the VIP area of the scene, waiting for Gwen and the others to come on stage. Are you Roddy? 290. The VIP area has already been reserved by Roddy, so only he and Gwen's parents are present here. At the moment when she saw Roddy coming, Gwen's mother nodded with a smile, as if she was very satisfied with her daughter's boyfriend. Hello, Aunt. Hello, Uncle. Roddy greeted Gwen's parents politely. Gwen's mother welcomed Roddy very much, and pulled him to ask how things were going with Gwen. And Director George on the side didn't have a good face. Since Roddy came out, he has been black-faced. Obviously, Chief George doesn't like Roddy. If it wasn't for his daughter really liking this kid, he might have stepped forward to teach this brat a lesson. He is obviously a playboy, but he came to provoke their family's little padded jacket. Simply hateful. Roddy also knew that Director George didn't want to see him, so he didn't go forward to make fun of himself. At this time, the band on the stage finished its performance, and the next band came on stage. And the band that played this time is Gwen's band. Aunt, Gwen, and the others are here. Roddy reminded Gwen's mother, who was pulling him along and asking questions. Sure enough, this immediately attracted Aunt's attention. Roddy breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong he is, there always seems to be a natural suppression when facing his girlfriend's parents. But Gwen's mother is still a good person. Be kind to him too. Unlike Chief George, whose face stinks to death. On the stage, Gwen smiled and waved to the three people in the audience. Welcome to the performance brought by Mary Jane's band. After the host finished speaking loudly, he gave the stage to Gwen and the others. Then the music sounded, and Gwen's performance began. Today's music festival is really lively. There are at least a few thousand viewers, maybe even tens of thousands. The whole scene was surrounded by water, and there were all heads at a glance. On the stage, Gwen and the others performed to their heart's content, and the sound of music echoed throughout the scene. The audience burst into cheers, which is also the greatest affirmation to the musicians. A few minutes later, let it go. There were even many people in the audience shouting, "One more song." The tears that made the four little girls happy almost flowed out. And at this moment, suddenly there was a deafening sound from the back of the venue. Bunches of fireworks soared into the sky, shining brilliantly in the sky. My God, there is a fireworks show tonight. The audience shouted in surprise. But the organizers themselves were dumbfounded. Fireworks show? Not to mention that they didn't make arrangements at all, even if there were arrangements. It's impossible to let them go halfway. Why don't you have to wait until the end? Who prepared the fireworks show? People from the organizer asked the on-site staff. As a result, the staff at the scene didn't know what to ask. At this time, the firework in the sky was still constantly blooming, and countless sparks created beautiful pictures in the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with colors and colors, making the entire sky a canvas. The four of Gwen and the others on the stage also looked up at the firework in the sky. At this time, the hosts at the scene forgot to ask them to step down. Just at this moment, an incomparably huge amount of firework suddenly bloomed in the sky. It is so huge. It seemed to cover the entire sky. And in the center of the blooming firework, two English letters appeared. G.S. Those are Gwen's initials. Also an abbreviation of her name. Seeing this scene, Gwen covered her mouth in surprise. Subconsciously, she looked down at Roddy under the stage. The latter also happened to look at her. The two looked at each other. In an instant, Gwen understood everything. This is not a fireworks show arranged by the organizer at all, but a fireworks show arranged by Roddy for her alone. At this time, 7 helicopters flew in the distant sky. The helicopter flew over the scene of the music festival, sprinkled countless petals, and flew all over the sky. Oh my God! This is definitely not done by the organizer. Is this someone confessing to someone? It's so romantic. Some girls screamed excitedly. Isn't this the scene where their boyfriend confesses to them in their dreams? Simply too romantic. Definitely. Also expensive. But it doesn't matter. Romance is over. Is money important? 7 helicopters flew over in the sky, and countless petals fell, one after another, like a rain of petals. Gwen on the stage was already moved to tears. She didn't care that her parents were nearby. She jumped off the stage excitedly, rushed in front of Roddy, and hugged him. Roddy, I love you. Gwen hugged her boyfriend tightly, unwilling to let go. Roddy also smiled and hugged Gwen. All of this tonight was indeed arranged by him. Knowing that Gwen will be performing at the music festival tonight, he started arranging the show several days ago. From the selection of firework to the fresh roses delivered by air. It took him a lot of thought. As for money or something, it's a small matter. After all, how much did it cost? He bought a car casually, which is much more than that. The most important thing is the mind. At this time, the audience who saw Gwen rushing off the stage also understood that she was the girl who was confessed, and they laughed and applauded her, and some people shouted, "Kiss one." Gwen didn't care about the dark-faced father next to him. He hugged Roddy directly and kissed him. The people around were booing wildly, and Director George's face became even darker. Damn playboy. Director George, who felt that his little padded jacket was getting farther and farther away from him, felt very uncomfortable. The wife standing next to him had a kind smile on her face. Looking at Roddy, it was already like looking at his son-in-law. Before the music festival was over, Roddy left with Gwen. Gwen greeted her father as she left. Her mother seemed to have secretly stuffed her with something, and Director George, who saw this scene, almost couldn't hold back and fired on the spot. At night, Roddy's residence in Paradise Mansion. Roddy, who officially took Gwen home for the first time, celebrated her success tonight's performance again. The two drank some wine. Although Gwen is not yet old, this is Roddy's house. Who can control it? In fact, with Gwen's physical fitness, a little alcohol won't make her drunk. But at this moment, Gwen's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Roddy with a confused look. "You are so beautiful." Roddy reached out and stroked Gwen's cheek lightly. Gwen gently rubbed against his palm like a kitten. Outside the window, the night was getting darker. The time gradually approached midnight. At this time, countless families have fallen asleep. But for some, they just can't sleep. Like Roddy. Like Steve. Steve can't sleep tonight. Although since he woke up from the ice, Zhengjin often suffered from insomnia for a while. But that was a few years ago. Now he doesn't suffer from insomnia. But tonight, Steve still can't sleep. Just now, Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, was declared dead. But he did not die naturally, but was assassinated. The location is on the streets of Washington, D.C. Assassinated S.H.I.E.L.D. director in the street and chased him to Steve's residence. In the end, the killer with 10 metal arms successfully killed Nick Fury. Steve watched Nick Fury die, which was a very heavy thing for him. Although Steve has seen countless deaths, he has also experienced the death of friends around him. But Nick Fury's death tonight touched him deeply. Not to mention, Nick Fury also handed him a USB drive before he died. Steve didn't know what was in there, but it sure matters. And something may have happened to S.H.I.E.L.D., and a big one at that. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have dragged his seriously injured body to seek help from him, and he would not have warned him not to trust anyone when he handed him the USB flash drive. Would Nick Fury, the Director General, say that if it wasn't for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Obviously not. Although Steve is a fighter, he is not lacking in wisdom. Therefore, he is almost certain that there has been a major problem within S.H.I.E.L.D., and Nick Fury, the director, has most likely been dismissed before. That's why Nick Fury would rather trust him, the soldier who had just contradicted him before, than the group of elite agents under him. Day, it will be bright soon. In the bedroom, Roddy had just slept in for an hour or two. A lot happened last night, and Gwen is also completely mature. For his woman. At the moment, Roddy, who couldn't sleep, opened his eyes and looked at Gwen, who was sleeping soundly next to him, without disturbing her. System, today's check-in hasn't been done yet, has it? Sign in now. Nothing to do. Roddy just made up for the missing check-in last night. After all, in the situation last night, how could Roddy have any intentions to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining magnetic field control from Mutant Max Eisenhart. Magnetic manipulation? A look of surprise flashed in Roddy's eyes. Good guy. His bad luck is finally over. This time, he directly won the ability of magnetic field manipulation. As for Max Eisenhart, in fact, this person has another name. 4.0 is called Eric Lyncher. That is the famous Magneto. Scene Man Magneto. How could Magneto's signature ability Roddy not know? Although Magneto's performance in the old version of the movie has always been a scene person, it seems that he can only manipulate metal. But in fact, Magneto's ability is to manipulate the magnetic field, and the metal is only incidental. In the Apocalypse incident, Magneto used his own magnetic field to control ability, and directly controlled the global magnetic field. As a result, the magnetic fields around the world are in chaos, and the whole world has fallen into a doomsday scene. Isn't that much stronger than the old version of the scene? In addition, magnetic force can also generate electromagnetic force, and the electromagnetic gun is also an application of electromagnetic force. Therefore, Roddy, who has obtained the magnetic field control, can also practice an electromagnetic gun to play with. Cost Misaka Makoto or something. Definitely, Roddy is impossible to women swear. Gwen really brought me good luck. Roddy felt emotional in his heart and looked softly at the sweet girl sleeping next to him. To say that today's good luck was not brought to him by Gwen, Roddy really doesn't believe it. Speaking of which, the last time he won the Cyclops in the lucky draw, it seemed that it was also because he had established a relationship with Gwen. And this time, even more amazing luck. Straight to a big move. Chapter 63. Taking out a bottle of normal saline, Roddy gave out the ability of magnetic field control as usual, then put the syringe back into the box, put it away in a different space, and put it away. System, if I inject people who have not been given the mutant ability, will the success rate be 100%? Roddy asked suddenly. Yes, the system answers. There won't be any pain. Roddy checked again. Won't. The system's mechanical answer. I can rest assured that. Roddy nodded, quite satisfied with the answer. Ding. Successfully bestowed the target item with the magnetic field control ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random strengthening 160 times the magnetic field control ability. 160 times strengthening? Roddy was fairly satisfied with the result. Although it is not as good as 1,000 times, it is also the second highest strengthening multiplier that Roddy has drawn, second only to energy absorption strengthening. And field manipulation is a variant ability with Omega level potential. Although it is Alpha level at the beginning, its potential can break through the upper limit of level 5, enough to reach a potential rating. Magnetic field manipulation LV2, Omega level. 160 times strengthening, really. On the interface display of the system, the ability of magnetic field manipulation is directly Omega level, meaning it does have endless potential to develop. So even if its strengthening multiple is not as good as the energy absorption ability, if it really needs to be improved, it will be stronger than the energy absorption ability. As long as it reaches level 6, it can easily exceed level 5 energy absorption ability. Even if the latter is 1,000 times strengthening, it's useless. After all, the gap between level 6 and level 5 is at least 10 times higher. And the magnetic field control is originally 160 times the strengthening. And then counting the gap of at least 10 times between level 6 and level 5, it has achieved a counter superior in one fell swoop. Definitely. Currently, magnetic field manipulation is far less powerful than energy absorption. Energy absorption is already level 3. Field manipulation has only just been developed to level 2. 12 still has some way to go. But, with the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, that means Roddy can. As long as he controls the formation of a strong magnetic field around himself, he can offset the gravity from the planet, thus achieving the effect of flying. Definitely, a bad way like this may have a severe impact on the surrounding metal, and the strong magnetic field will instantly blow away the surrounding metal, or even tear it to shreds. However, Roddy can practice more, so that the magnetic field only acts on himself, but it will not affect the surrounding effects. It's just that it takes a long time to practice. If you want to save trouble, you should wear some metal accessories directly on your body, such as metal belts, metal insoles, and so on. Such a single use of magnetic field to control these metals to achieve the effect of flight will be much simpler. The disadvantage is the dependence on the metal originally, which is easy to be targeted. Definitely, Roddy is no Magneto. He is still a strong man without magnetic field manipulation. Unlike Magneto, without the ability to control the magnetic field, he is just an ordinary person. So no matter which method Roddy uses, he can achieve the effect of flight. In terms of speed, it may not be particularly fast at the beginning. Still need more practice to improve the speed of flight. But Roddy usually has nothing important to do anyway, so it's not impossible to spend some time practicing. Noon. Gwen woke up from a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw Roddy looking at her, and her face turned red. "What are you looking at me for?" Gwen said a little embarrassedly. "My girlfriend is so beautiful. Why don't I appreciate it?" Roddy said with a smile. "No." Gwen smiled and pushed him lightly. After the two quarreled for a while, Gwen also got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Roddy looked at the empty bedroom, thought for a while and followed. 2 hours later. Dining room. The food delivery service Roddy called had just delivered the meal. Gwen was already hungry, and the chefs in Paradise Mansion are very skilled, so she ate very well. After the meal was over, Roddy called someone to clean up the tableware, and then the two of them sat on the sofa in the living room to rest. At this time, the red devil who had disappeared all night ran out from nowhere. It looked at Gwen, a stranger, curiously, and then ran to his master and started selling shade. "What? Is the dog food finished?" Roddy rubbed the red devil's head. Gwen on the side also looked at the silly dog curiously. "Is this your dog? Is it a husky?" Gwen asked. "Yes, it's called the red devil, and it's a silly dog." Roddy introduced it. Gwen also reached out and rubbed the head of the red devil curiously. Shagu also seemed to know that this woman should be his new mistress, so he obediently let Gwen rub his head. "It's quite obedient," Gwen said in surprise. She had always heard how rambunctious and disobedient huskies were. Unexpectedly, the husky raised by Roddy is quite obedient. "Don't be fooled by it. This silly dog is usually very noisy," Roddy said. Recently, the red devil has been very obedient and never makes trouble at home. But Roddy also knew why. Because this silly dog has been using the teleportation ability to run around all day long since he obtained the teleportation ability, and he doesn't know how many furniture stores have been harmed. Roddy said it once before, and the red devil was really honest in those days. But this situation didn't last for a few days. This silly dog started to make old mistakes again. After that, Roddy simply bought a big warehouse. Then the warehouse curry is filled with all kinds of furniture, so that the red devil can do the hard work by himself. That way at least I don't have to go to those poor furniture store owners. After all, it is not easy for others to make some money. After pouring some dog food into the red devil's automatic feeder, Roddy returned to the living room. As soon as he sat down, Gwen suddenly said with a shy expression, "That, I have something to tell you." Roddy looked at her suspiciously. "What's the matter?" he asked. "That's right. I have a little secret that I've been keeping from you, and I haven't told you." Gwen thought it over clearly, since she was absolutely sure that she wanted to be with Roddy and even gave him her most important things last night. Then there was no need to keep concealing Roddy's other identity. After all, the most important thing for two people to be together is trust. If both parties don't trust each other, what's the point of staying together? Gwen didn't care what others thought. She thought so anyway. So she's going to confess to Roddy. That's right. Gwen has a showdown. I'm superhero and drummer on the surface, but I'm not a superhero. In fact, seeing Gwen's serious look, Roddy probably guessed what she was going to say. Roddy was very touched by Gwen's trust. Not in vain for the gift he had prepared for Gwen. In the living room, Gwen took a deep breath and said to Roddy very seriously, "Actually, we knew each other before we first met." Roddy watched her, waiting for her to continue. Gwen didn't keep him waiting too long and immediately revealed her hidden identity. "I'm actually Spider-Woman." Gwen brought her backpack, and after opening it, there was her Spider-Woman battle suit hidden in a compartment inside, which she secretly replaced after she came to Roddy's house last night. She usually wears it on her body. "Sorry, I kept it from you for so long," Gwen said with a look of embarrassment. Originally, she thought Roddy would be surprised or maybe a little angry or something. But after waiting for a while, Gwen found that there was no surprise on Roddy's face. As for getting angry or something, it doesn't even exist. "Aren't you surprised?" Gwen asked, puzzled. "Not surprised." Roddy smiled. "I already knew." He said, "Gwen, you already knew?" She couldn't help exclaiming. Roddy nodded, and the clothes on his body changed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pajamas he was wearing transformed into a Batman everyday battle suit. "Yes, I already knew." He imitated Batman and said in a hoarse voice. This time Gwen was completely stunned. Obviously she was going to surprise Roddy at the beginning, but now she is the one who is really surprised. "You are Batman." "No, you're that transvestite." "Roddy, so is your boyfriend really good?" With a thought, Roddy's clothes quickly changed back to pajamas. This made Gwen amazed and couldn't help pulling the pajamas on him, wanting to see what was so special about it. "Don't look at it. It's just an ordinary pajamas. That's my ability." Roddy said. "Your ability is cross-dressing?" Gwen was surprised again. In such a short time, she didn't know how many times she was surprised. "Yes, this is one of my abilities." Roddy nodded. "Do you have any other abilities?" Gwen exclaimed. "By the way, almost forgot you can also Cyclops. And you can teleport. Your fist can still make an explosion." Gwen counted the various abilities that Roddy had shown with her fingers and found that Roddy's abilities were really quite a lot. This made Gwen envious for a while. "You have so many abilities," Gwen said enviously. But soon, Gwen suddenly put her hands on her hips angrily and said, "So you already knew that I was Spider-Woman, but you still pretended not to see it?" Roddy shrugged, spread his hands and said, "No way. I think you don't want others to know this secret, so I pretended not to know it on purpose." Gwen had a small resentful expression on his face. "After a long time, I have no secrets in front of you. Unfortunately, I just did a lot of mental construction." Gwen 040 turned his head angrily. When Roddy saw it, he was definitely trying to comfort his little girlfriend. In a short while, Gwen was not angry anymore. In fact, she wasn't really angry at all. "It's just a little depressed that I always thought that Roddy didn't know her little secret at all." Result: "When did you know I was Spider-Woman?" Leaning in Roddy's arms, Gwen asked curiously. She wondered how on earth she was exposed. "That's when we first met at Osborne House." Roddy definitely won't say that he has known her in his previous life and watched her cartoons. However, the Gwen in this world is still a little different from the Spider-Gwen in the cartoon. "Then how did you find out?" Gwen didn't understand. "I obviously hid it well." "It's the smell," Roddy said. "I remember your smell when I bandaged your wound, and then the day I met you at Osborne Mansions, you smelled like a spider." "The heroine is exactly the same." "Odor," Gwen sniffed herself. "It is fragrant and has no special taste." "I have a better nose," Roddy explained. "The truth is definitely not what it is, but sometimes white lies are necessary. Better than making Gwen doubt life, right?" "What a dog's nose." Gwen wrinkled her nose cutely and said. Roddy smiled and scratched her nose. "How about you?" Gwen turned over, looked at Roddy and asked, "Apart from being Batman, the Flash and Superman, do you have any other special identities?" Does a killer count?" Roddy thought for a while and said, "Killer." Gwen was even more surprised. After all, she was already familiar with superheroes and the like. Killer. To be honest, she really hadn't touched it. That circle is too far away from her. "Why do you want to be a killer?" Gwen asked curiously. She wasn't mad that Roddy had been a killer. On the one hand, it is to earn some pocket money, and on the other hand, it is mainly to enrich the boring life. Roddy thought for a while and said, "Are you short of money?" Gwen looked around. In an instant, every piece of decoration in this house was much more than her pocket money in the past few years. "That's it. Roddy actually said he was short of money?" Gwen said that she couldn't understand the thinking of rich people. Duh. Chapter 64. "I spent a lot of money, and I was not a shareholder of Osborne at that time. To be honest, the cash I could control every year was not that much at that time." Roddy explained. "Not so much as how much?" Gwen asked curiously. 80 million. Roddy said. "Gwen, I shouldn't have asked. 80 million a year is not enough for you to spend? The world of the rich is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Then are you still a killer?" After being shocked by the consumption ability of the rich for a while, Gwen asked again. "There is none left." Roddy shook his head, Although I'm not officially retired, I'm not originally affiliated with any organization, so I can accept the task as soon as I want. And if I don't want to take it, even if I take a break for a few years, no one will make irresponsible remarks. This is the benefit of free people, unlike those killers who are attached to organizations. How dare you believe that there are performance indicators? If there is another last elimination or something, it will be 2-6. The main thing is that I am not short of money now. Roddy said, the shares in Osborne are enough for me to spend whatever I want, and the annual dividend alone is several hundred million. How many billions are there in dividends? Although Gwen knew that Roddy was rich, but she didn't expect Roddy to be so rich. Her father's annual salary is only more than $90,000, and her mother's income is even lower, only more than $60,000 per year. Definitely. In addition to the fixed income, Director George also has various bonuses and social benefits. If you calculate it, you can get about $150,000 a year. This is because Director George is clean. If he is willing, doubling this income 10 times is trivial. If you are a little greedy, it will not matter if you double it dozens of times. But it is precisely because Director George is honest that his income is so low. So the family lived in an ordinary apartment building. Although the community is very safe because there are many policemen living there, the housing prices are actually not expensive. Not to mention comparing it with sky-high prices like Paradise Building. Even the housing prices in ordinary high-end communities are 2 or 3 times more expensive than there. Although Gwen doesn't worship money, but after hearing that Roddy has so much money, she still can't help but feel a little staggered. At the same time, I silently calculated how long it would take to spend so much money. As a result, she found that it seemed that she couldn't spend it all. Because money can make money, and with such a large amount of money, the speed of money making money is much faster than the speed of spending. Therefore, no matter how many lifetimes you spend, you won't be able to spend it all, unless you gamble. And it's a big bet. If that is the case, even if there are tens of billions, they can't stand such a toss. So you will help me share some in the future. Roddy said to Gwen with a smile. Gwen looked at him dumbfounded. Share what? How to share the money? Gwen, who has been used to saving for the past 18 years, really didn't know how to spend money extravagantly. The ways she can imagine spending money are limited to buying a car, a house, clothes, and jewelry. But when you have more money, it's just a string of numbers. Roddy said, well, that's what rich people say. Okay, then I now know that you are not only a superhero, but also a killer and super rich. Then dear, is there anything else you're hiding from me? Gwen held Roddy and asked him, you've just seen the Red Devil, but you still don't know some of its abilities. Roddy said, for example, it can teleport, and the clothes on it will change its shape according to its ideas, Gwen. No, you have so many abilities that I can barely understand. But what if your dog also teleports? Super Dogman? A picture of a dog wearing a superhero uniform and a red cape subconsciously emerged in Gwen's mind. Are you serious? Gwen confirmed. Definitely, I'm serious. Roddy nodded, and then called the Red Devil to show Gwen the teleportation ability. Only 2 bangs were heard. The Red Devil in front of him suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the dog bowl, continuing to eat dog food with his head down. Gwen, although it was unbelievable, Gwen still believed what she saw with her own eyes. My boyfriend's dog can really teleport. How does the Red Devil teleport? Gwen asked curiously. That's what I'm going to say next. Roddy said, Gwen, I have a gift for you. Gift? Gwen blinked at him. What is it? Roddy waved his hand and took out the box containing the energy absorption ability syringe from the different space. This is the gift I prepared for you. Roddy solemnly placed the box in front of Gwen. Wait, how did you just take it out? Gwen didn't open the box immediately, but was very curious about Roddy's method of taking out the box. That's another ability of mine, Roddy said. I can open a different dimension, so I usually put some belongings in it. All right. Gwen nodded. She had already accepted the setting that Roddy would have many super abilities. And from the bottom of my heart, I feel that my boyfriend is amazing. There will be so many super abilities. Then what is this? Gwen looked at the box again and asked. Open to take a look. Roddy said. Hearing this, Gwen opened the box as she said. Inside the box, on a black foam cushion, was a syringe filled with a reddish liquid. A syringe. Gwen raised her head and looked at Roddy, asking puzzledly. This is a super ability potion. Roddy explained. As long as you inject this potion, you will be able to obtain a super ability. It's amazing, Gwen exclaimed looking at the syringe in the box. But I already have other super abilities. Can I still inject them? Will there be conflicts? Gwen asked worriedly. Don't worry, my super ability potion is different from other types of super abilities. There is no interference with each other, and the injection process is also painless. As long as you inject it, you can directly obtain super ability. As Roddy introduced, he took out the syringe from the box and put the box aside. This super ability potion can give you the energy absorption ability. After you have this ability, you don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Any form of energy will be directly absorbed the moment it touches you. Moreover, you can release this absorbed energy at any time, or you can use the absorbed energy to strengthen your strength, speed, and other physiques, and even eliminate the traces of time on your body. So, in theory, as long as you maintain enough energy in your body, people with this ability can live forever. Immortal. Gwen couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock after hearing Roddy's introduction, even if she has been surprised countless times before. But it was about a miraculous thing like immortality, and Gwen couldn't help but be shocked. That's right, it means immortality. You can maintain your current physical state forever and live forever. Roddy said affirmatively. This is too incredible. Gwen covered her mouth and exclaimed. No one can refuse the temptation of immortality. Even though Gwen is only 18 years old this year, her future is still very long. But when she thinks that one day in the future, she will grow old, become ugly, and even die, Gwen still feels resistance in her heart. She wants to keep her beautiful appearance forever. If it is possible, she also wants to live longer. And now, Roddy told her that as long as she injects this super ability potion, she can have all of the above. Not only can you stay young forever, but you can also live forever. Definitely. Immortality refers to natural old age and death. Accidental killings don't count among them. But this is also incredible. Gwen has never heard that someone in this world has a super ability that can make him immortal. Come on, give you an injection. Roddy wasn't surprised to see Gwen's shocked look. After all, immortality, even for the gods of Asgard, is inconceivable, let alone a little girl like Gwen. No, I can't. Seeing that Roddy wanted to give such a precious ability to herself, Gwen quickly refused. Roddy, you need this ability more than I do. I cannot accept this gift from you, Gwen said. Hearing this, Eddie couldn't help laughing. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched Gwen's cheek and said to her with a smile, Silly girl, I already have this ability. This is an extra one. Don't you want to be with me forever? Real? Gwen stared at him with wide eyes. She was afraid that Roddy was lying to her with good words, but in fact he didn't have such ability at all. I'll take you to see it, and you'll know. As Roddy said, the clothes on his body instantly changed into a set of daily clothes. Then he reached out and touched Gwen's clothes, turning it into a set of regular clothes. Next moment, he pulled Gwen, and the figures of the two disappeared at home in an instant. When it reappears, Roddy has brought Gwen to a wilderness in Black Continent. Just here, Roddy said and looked at Gwen, who was still in a daze beside him. Looking good. Gwen nodded. Keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Next second, Roddy stomped his foot on the ground lightly, followed by an orange fire that spread forward along the ground under his feet, until it spread tens of meters before the huge amounts of explosion occurred. Boom! The sky-shaking explosion kicked up countless mud. Roddy took Gwen to teleport away from the smoke and dust of the explosion, watching the picture over there from a distance. That's what I get out of the energy I absorb in my body, Roddy said. Amazing. Gwen's eyes widened. Just stomping lightly, without using any force at all, can directly cause the effect of an air-to-ground missile explosion. This ability, in addition to making people immortal, is also extremely terrifying in terms of lethality. Definitely. With Gwen's ingenuity, one can imagine that the strongest aspect of this ability is to save his life, can to absorb any form of energy. This means that no matter what kind of attack it is, as long as it is in the form of energy, it cannot hurt itself. Isn't this invincible? Let's go back to King Qian's. Roddy spoke to Gwen. Then he took her to teleport back to the Paradise building again. When he came back, Roddy picked up the syringe again. You won't refuse this time, will you? Roddy said with a smile. Gwen shook her head. Since she was sure that Roddy already possessed the same ability, then she would definitely not refuse the chance of immortality. As Roddy said, she also wants to be with Roddy forever. Not decades in a hurry, but forever. Come on, I'm ready. Gwen raised her arms and said. Roddy smiled. Don't worry, there will only be a little pain when the needle goes in, and then everything will be fine, he said. While picking up the syringe, he took off the cap on the needle and gently inserted the needle into the blood vessel of Gwen's arm. As the light red medicine was slowly injected into Gwen's body. Sure enough, Gwen didn't feel any pain. It feels similar to hanging potions in the hospital when I was a child. It is a bit cold, but it will be fine after a while. Roddy finished injecting the medicine in the syringe, and there was nothing left. Then the needle is pulled out. A red light flashed in the hand, and the syringe instantly turned into powder under the release of energy in the body. Then Roddy waved his hand, and a corpse destroyer came directly. How do you feel? After doing all this, Roddy looked at Gwen and asked. I feel a little bit, I will try, Gwen said, and then raised his fist and punched himself. This action is exactly the same as when Roddy got the energy absorption ability. Chapter 65. After testing, Gwen was sure to have fully obtained the energy absorption ability. Just like Roddy, she can absorb all forms of energy and release it at her will. In addition to the development level, because the relationship that has just been obtained is only level 1. That is to say, there is a gap in the level of strengthening. After all, Roddy's energy absorption is 1,000 times stronger than the system, and the effect is outstanding. As for Gwen, this is a normal energy absorption ability. It's exactly the same as He Huang Zhao's ability. Wait until the development level goes up. Gwen can directly absorb the energy of a nuclear bomb just like Xiao did, turning herself into a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. With such an ability, am I already invincible? Gwen put down a gun in his hand, looked at a bullet in his palm, and asked Roddy. Definitely not. Roddy then explained to Gwen the shortcomings of the energy absorption ability. About the upper limit of energy absorption, there is also the disadvantage of not being able to absorb spiritual attacks. Psychic attack? Magic? Gwen asked, puzzled. No, magic is magic, mental attack is mental attack. These are two concepts. Roddy explained. Magic is also a kind of energy. While mental attacks are invisible, they directly attack your consciousness, and can even control your consciousness and make you a puppet. Is there really such an ability in this world? Gwen felt a little scary just thinking about it. Control a person and make him his own puppet. How broken would it be if he knew all this after waking up? There are still some, but they are rare. Roddy thought for a while and said, now that Luke Kai-Ki has appeared in this world, other members of the Defenders should also exist in this world. That being the case, then the purple man who once controlled Jessica Jones should exist in this world. Although that guy's ability is far from comparable to that of Professor X, he is indeed a Superman who is proficient in mind control. And the ability of energy absorption is probably unable to cope with such an existence as the Purple Man 373 definitely. Purple Man's mind control is average. He can control Jessica Jones. That's because Jessica Jones's willpower is really not very good, and there are huge amounts of loopholes in the mind. It is easy to be caught, and the vision is perfect. But if it is a person with strong willpower like Captain America, even if Captain America does not have the ability to resist mental attacks, he can still resist the Purple Man's ability control. Also, the Purple Man's ability is actually a kind of poison in essence. Although the effect is mind control, it does achieve the effect through neurotoxins. Therefore, if your physique is strong enough, you will also have a certain resistance ability to neurocluster. Or in other words, you are originally invulnerable to all poisons. Then it's even easier. But for Roddy, dealing with the Purple Man is easy. So that guy won't be Roddy's weakness either. Gwen needs to be more careful. Although her physique has been strengthened by the gene spider, it has surpassed ordinary people by a large margin and can temporarily resist the influence of neurotoxins. But this time will not be very long. So once you encounter an enemy like the Purple Man, it's best to get rid of it quickly. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Definitely, if enough energy is accumulated in the body in advance, it can also effectively resist the effects of neurotoxins. As long as there is enough energy, ignoring neurotoxins is not a problem at all. To put it bluntly, the existence of the Purple Man who does not control people purely with spiritual power has various scientific methods to deal with it. In contrast, if it is the real mind control ability of Professor X, that's almost impossible. There is a counter-equipment. Or your original spiritual power is so huge that even Professor X can't do anything to you. Otherwise, you can only pray that Professor X is merciful. Hell's Kitchen, in a safe house. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Luke Kai-Ki has always believed that this sentence is true, so when the Osborn group was looking for him everywhere, he returned to Hell's Kitchen and hid in a BCSP safe house that he had arranged in advance. Here he has prepared in advance enough food to last him for more than a month. He didn't have to go anywhere for more than a month. He just needed to stay in the house until the limelight passes. It's a pity that Luke Kai-Ki's phone was broken when he escaped from the laboratory. So much so that he couldn't publish the photos he had taken before. If that's the case, it can cause a lot of trouble for the Osborn group. In the house, there is no TV, and the mobile phone was dropped early by Luke Kai-Ki. At the moment, all he can use to pass the time is a comic book. Right now, Luke Kai-Ki is reading an old Superman comic. Seeing in the picture, Superman flew beyond the speed of light to save his beloved Louise, thus reversing the time. returning to the minute before Louise was in danger and successfully rescued his lover. Can you reverse time faster than the speed of light? Luke Kai-Ki shook his head. Although he hasn't studied for a few years, he still thinks this setting is a bit nonsense. Just when Luke Kai-Ki was about to switch to another comic and continue reading, there was a knock on the door of his safe house. Luke Kai-Ki instantly stood up like a carp, looking at the door with vigilant eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking on the door didn't stop. People outside seemed to know there are people inside. Luke Kai-Ki, we know you are inside. Please open the door. We mean no harm. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Luke Kai-Ki didn't remember hearing this voice, but the other party had revealed his identity, obviously knowing that he was here. After hesitation, Bai-Ki stepped forward and opened the door. Outside the door is a woman wearing a peaked cap. The woman raised her head, and Luke Kai-Ki couldn't help showing a surprised expression on his face. It's you. Luke Kai-Ki didn't expect that the person who came to find him would be the person in front of him. To be precise, Luke Kai-Ki did not know each other. But in the United States, I'm afraid there are very few people who don't know the woman in front of them. Black Widow, one of the Avengers. Luke Kai-Ki didn't know the other person's name, only this nickname. The other party's popularity on the internet has remained high, and even a star athlete threatened to drink her bath water. But Luke Kai-Ki is not a big fan of the other side. Naturally, he would not look at her differently. What did the Avengers come to me for? Luke Kai-Ki stood at the door and asked, "Would you like me to come in and have a seat?" Natasha Romanoff said with a smile. Hearing this, Luke Kai-Ki looked around and made sure there was no one else before stepping aside and letting Natasha Romanoff walk in. Click. Closing the door, Luke Kai-Ki turned to look at Natasha Romanoff, who had been looking around since entering the house. "Tell me, what did the Avengers want me for?" he asked bluntly. Turning around, Natasha Romanoff looked at the tall black man in front of her. The opponent was exposed to their SHIELDS site because of an action with Spider-Man. But he wasn't originally Natasha Romanoff's target. But right now they are in urgent need of talents, otherwise the whole world will fall into an unprecedented crisis. So Natasha Romanoff thought of Luke Kai-Ki. Although this guy is not a hero in the conventional sense, he has also sacrificed himself for others. And he has a heart of justice. Although he may be a little negative because he has experienced too many things, he has not shown his face like other superheroes. But once something really happened, he would never stand by and watch. The laboratory in Osborn had nothing to do with him before, but Luke Kai-Ki went to investigate at the risk of breaking his peaceful life. His peaceful life was really broken. He himself had to find a place to hide. As for how Natasha Romanoff found him, knew he was here? Hee. Never underestimate the ability of a real elite agent. Finding people, Natasha Romanoff is professional. I came to you because the world needs you to save it. Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth with the great goal of saving the world. However, Luke Kai-Ki is no longer a young man, and naturally he will not be simply fooled by Natasha Romanoff's save the world. Isn't saving the world your Avengers business? Why are you looking for me? Luke Kai-Ki frowned, obviously not wanting to meddle in other people's business anymore. And Natasha Romanoff didn't talk nonsense with him, and directly threw out a document that he had prepared in advance. Let's have a look, and then give me an answer after reading. She pulled up a chair and sat down, waiting for Luke Kai-Ki to finish the document. This confident look bluffed Luke Kai-Ki, so he picked up the document and looked through it. The more you watch, the more shocking Luke Kai-Ki becomes. After he finished reading, Luke Kai-Ki was already grimacing. "So SHIELD is HYDRA, he demanded. "I just found out." Natasha Romanoff nodded. "Definitely, not entirely. There are still good people inside SHIELD, but most of them are HYDRA. Before coming here, Natasha Romanoff and Steve had already seen Nick Fury in suspended animation. It was also from Nick Fury that they got how bad things were going on inside S.H.I.E.L.D. while at the same time. They must also take responsibility for stopping HYDRA. It's not just about saving the world. Also for redemption. Natasha Romanoff doesn't know how many of the missions she has performed in the past are truly righteous. How many of them were assigned to her by HYDRA? She used to think that after leaving the Red House, she would start a new life. It turned out that the Red House was replaced by HYDRA. This can no longer be said to be changing the soup without changing the medicine. Instead, stepping from one quagmire into another, bigger and more poisonous quagmire. So, Natasha Romanoff wants to atone. What are you going to do? Luke Kai-Ki asked. He has decided to help. After all, this is about the lives of countless people. Once Hydra's plan is really realized, how many people in the world will die because of it? Destroy their plans. Natasha Romanoff stood up and said, "Chop off all their heads." I joined. Luke Kai-Ki reached out and handed the file to Natasha Romanoff. "Welcome. Natasha Romanoff took the file and nodded. She wasn't surprised that Luke Kai-ki would agree so simply. In fact, all of this was within her expectations. From the moment Luke Kai-ki took over this material, the result was already doomed. In a secret base, Luke Kai-ki came here with Natasha Romanoff in a car. This is one of the secret bases that Nick Fury embezzled from public funds during his time as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. There are many bases like this all over the world. It is conceivable how much public money was embezzled by this black stewed egg. Luke Kai-ki, who entered the base, found that he was not the only one who was invited. At the same time, a man named Sam Wilson was also invited. "Bro, how are you?" Sam is a very enthusiastic black man, and he offered to say hello to Luke Kai-ki. The two parted ways after a hug and introduced themselves to each other. It seems that the atmosphere is quite harmonious. I still have a goal that needs to be invited in the past, and we will act immediately after I come back, Natasha Romanoff said to Steve and the others. When Steve heard her words, his face changed, and he continued, "Natasha Romanoff, I thought we had already reached an agreement, and that was a child. He shouldn't be involved in this kind of mission." "I know, Captain," Natasha Romanoff said lightly. "So my target is not him, but another one." "Another?" Steve froze for a moment. He thought Natasha Romanoff was talking about Spider-Man. Didn't realize there was another one. "What are you guys saying?" Luke Kai-ki, who just arrived, is not very familiar with everyone present, so he can't understand what the two of them are talking about. "Ask the captain, I'll go first." Natasha Romanoff shook her head, turned, and walked straight away, leaving the three big men standing in place. "You look at me, I look at you." Slightly awkward. Duh. Chapter 66. In the afternoon ice cream shop, Roddy is dating Gwen, and the two are eating a couple's ice cream, surrounded by pink bubbles. The other customers in the ice cream shop were unwilling to sit too close to them, as they always felt like they were being fed a mouthful of dog food. At this time, a figure suddenly sat down in the seat in front of them. "Sorry, there's someone here," Gwen said politely to the visitor. "I know, I'm here to find you." The visitor raised his head as he spoke, revealing a face that few people in the United States don't recognize. Black Widow. Gwen looked at Natasha Romanoff in surprise. On the other hand, Roddy was looking at this woman curiously. The famous Black Widow, the only female of the original Avengers. Also one of only two Avengers who are considered normal people. She came to Gwen at this time, and Roddy could probably guess her purpose. "Miss Stacy, can I have a chat with you?" Natasha Romanoff said. She glanced at Roddy, who was sitting next to Gwen, as if signaling him to avoid it. Pity. Roddy had absolutely no intention of avoiding it. Instead, he looked at her with a smile, a look ready to watch her perform. This made Natasha Romanoff secretly upset, but she didn't say anything. After all, she came to invite Gwen to help, and the man in front of her was Gwen's boyfriend, so she couldn't say anything nasty. Even reminding the other party to avoid it a little bit is a more tactful gesture. But in the end, the other party didn't appreciate it. "What do you want from me?" Gwen couldn't help asking when she heard Natasha Romanoff say that she was here to find her. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Roddy next to him before saying, "Can we have a chat alone?" "Alone?" Gwen looked at Natasha Romanoff oddly. Then unexpectedly, he refused. "No, I have nothing to hide from my boyfriend," Gwen said. "Good." Roddy smiled and rubbed Gwen's little hand. There is no shyness about Natasha Romanoff sitting opposite. And Natasha Romanoff, who was forced into a mouthful of dog food, also twitched slightly at the corners of her eyes and said with a straight face, "Well, since there is no secret between you, then you should know your other identity, right?" Natasha Romanoff wasn't sure if Gwen had mentioned this to her boyfriend. It was also for this reason before that I wanted to chat with Gwen alone. In the end, Gwen said that she had nothing to hide from her boyfriend. That being the case, Natasha Romanoff simply pointed it out. "Let's talk in the car." That's when Roddy spoke. After all, there are many people in the ice cream shop, and the content of their conversation next is not convenient for outsiders to know. Finding a place with relative privacy is the right choice. Coincidentally, the car Roddy drove today was not the usual supercar, mainly because Gwen said that the supercar was not comfortable to sit on, so Roddy specially drove a Curry South from the villa. This car was released in Roddy's last life in 2018, and it is the first SUV model of Rolls-Royce. But in the Marvel Universe, this model has been out for 14 years. To be honest, the price of this car is actually the second to last of his car Curry. The penultimate one is a Mercedes-Benz Big G, and since buying this car, Roddy seems to have never driven it except for the first day. Therefore, its mileage has been kept at double digits, and it has only been driven for more than 10 kilometers. But Roddy should drive this car more often in the future. After all, it is the most comfortable one among Roddy's many cars. In the car, after the door is closed, The sound inside and outside is almost completely isolated. Roddy looked back at Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting in the back seat, and said, "Miss Avenger, now you can tell why you came." Natasha Romanoff glanced at him, and then straight to the point, she explained why she came. In fact, it was nothing more than what she said to Luke Kai-Ki before, and then took it over and said it again. Definitely. The most important thing is to show Gwen the document she brought. Let her understand the seriousness of the matter. Gwen, who had read the information, was indeed shocked. She didn't expect that the legendary SHIELD would have been infiltrated into this virtue by Hydra long ago. Not only the former director is HYDRA, even most of the internal agents are also HYDRA. It is really jaw-dropping. What makes Gwen feel that Hydra is a group of lunatics is that they actually want to use an algorithm to eliminate all the targets that threaten Hydra in the world. How many people have to die for this? Isn't this crazy? What is it? Normal people, even big villains, wouldn't make such a maddening plan, would they? But Gwen didn't know that in the future, there would be a purple sweet potato essence who wanted to maintain the balance of the universe. So he decided to kill half of the life in the universe to achieve this goal. In contrast, Hydra's plan seems nothing compared to the eradication of half of life in the universe. That's when Gwen was shocked at how crazy Hydra's plans were. But Roddy was thinking that the plot had already developed to the point of the second part of Captain America. Then SHIELD will disintegrate and die with Hydra that has been integrated into it. But, in fact, that is only the surface situation. In fact, Black Braised Egg has another team in hand. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is just one layer of his identity on the surface, and he has another layer of identity as the director of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Compared with SHIELD's high profile and well-known, the Tianjin Bureau belongs to a mysterious organization that very few people know about. Even those who know the existence of the Heavenly Sword Bureau don't even know where the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is. No matter how big their brains are, they will never think that the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is not actually on the Blue Star, but in the space outside the Blue Star. And the members of headquarters of Tianjin Bureau are all composed of Skrulls. This is a foreshadowing that Nick Fury planted back then. It eventually evolved into today's Tianjin Bureau. At this point, maybe Nick Fury himself didn't expect to come to this point at the beginning, right? After all, he was just an ordinary agent of SHIELD back then. Who would have thought that in the future, he would have great power in his hands? And, even without mentioning the existence of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, the SHIELD team that belongs to Phil Coulson is actually under the control of Nick Fury. At least for now, it's still under his control. It's hard to say what the future will be like. Anyway, with Nick Fury's character, once bitten by a snake for 10 years and afraid of, well, ropes, he will definitely not create an organization as large as SHIELD in the future. Huge size has the advantage of being huge. No matter what you do, there are enough subordinates to assign, and you can even carry out a large number of different tasks at the same time. Court. But the problem is also obvious. There are so many people. How can you be sure that all the people here are loyal to you? It would be a whole different story if there were fewer people. You can carefully examine the degree of loyalty of these people, so as to judge who is more loyal, who is only superficially obedient to you. But it will not work if there are too many people. Too complicated. Too confusing. So, you want me to help you with HYDRA? In the car, Gwen looked at Natasha Romanoff in the back row after reading the information and replied, "Yes, I want you to join us." Natasha Romanoff nodded. She does mean it. Even. She also wants to win over the other party to join the Avengers. But that's for later. Solve the problem of Hydra first, and talk about other things later, including Luke Kai-Ki too. Natasha Romanoff has ideas. This time, if they succeed in smashing the secret of HYDRA, then not only Hydra will suffer disaster, but also their gods. Therefore, there may be no more SHIELD in the future. The Avengers will be Natasha Romanoff's only belonging. So she needs to do more considerations for her team, including finding more outstanding members for the Avengers. A superhero team should not only have them. The number is too small to maintain world peace. Not to mention that Thor among them didn't stay in Blue Star for a long time. This is equivalent to their Avengers missing a high-end combat power. That's why Natasha Romanoff wanted to recruit Luke, Kai-Ki, and Gwen. This was also Nick Fury's previous idea, but he might not be able to control the Avengers' affairs in the future. After getting a positive answer from Natasha Romanoff, Gwen also had some hesitation. She turned to look at Roddy next to her. "Roddy, what do you think?" Roddy looked at her. In fact, Gwen would ask him that, and he knew that Gwen wanted to help in his heart. Gwen is essentially a kind person. She will take the initiative to help those in need. Even after Roddy's previous enlightenment, Gwen has a new understanding of her own justice. but that doesn't change her good heart. And that's one of the things Roddy loves about her. Follow your heart and do what you want. Roddy held Gwen's little hand and said, "Remember what I told you before?" "I see." Gwen nodded vigorously. In fact, she had already made a decision after reading that document. The reason why I asked Roddy was also because I was worried that Roddy would not want her to go. But now that Roddy has said that, what else can Gwen have for hesitation? I promised. When shall we act? After getting the answer, Gwen also appeared to be very active and asked when Natasha Romanoff would start to act. Quite a look of can't wait. In fact, Gwen, who has just obtained a new ability, has long wanted to find some villains to test the actual combat effect of her new ability. The arrival of Natasha Romanoff can be said to be in the arms of Gwen. "You can prepare first, and then we can set off right away," Natasha Romanoff said. "Then wait a moment, I need to get my battle suit." Gwen nodded, then looked at Roddy in the driver's seat. 10 minutes, Roddy said. Then he starts the car. The V12, the engine exploded with strong power, leading the three of them towards the direction of the Paradise Building at an extremely fast speed. 10 minutes later, Curry parked at the Paradise Building. The three got off the car and took the elevator to the 66th floor. "You have pretty good security here." Natasha Romanoff observed the surroundings all the way and found that the security of this building was absolutely top-notch. Definitely. If it is her, it is not difficult to sneak in. But for ordinary agents, this place is already considered hell level. "Heaven Mansion," Roddy replied with a smile, and then said, "Sit whatever you want, just wait for a while." Natasha Romanoff nodded. He saw the Red Devil who was sleeping on his stomach and walked over curiously. In the bedroom, Roddy put a bracelet on Gwen's hand. "You can wear this suit from now on." As he said, his fingers slid across the surface of the bracelet, followed by about 3 seconds. The original small bracelet turned into a metallic spider battlesuit. The style of this spider battlesuit is similar to Gwen's original one, except that the surface is made of metal. "I really envy your ability. If I also have this ability, I won't need to buy new clothes in the future." Gwen looked at Roddy enviously and said, "Isn't it fun to buy new clothes?" Roddy laughed. "But that costs money." Gwen said, "Fool, isn't my money your money?" Roddy tapped Gwen's forehead lightly, making a clanging sound. "I'm not used to it yet," Gwen said. While talking, Gwen also moved his hands and feet, and found that although this battle suit is made of metal, it does not feel jerky at all when moving. On the contrary, it is quite flexible. "Should I change my name to Iron Spider-Woman?" Gwen said with a smile. "If you're happy, you can call me Hammer." Roddy laughed. Gwen couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Hammer or something, that's too ugly." Duh. Chapter 67. "Okay, go. I will see you when the time comes." "Good performance." Roddy patted Gwen on the shoulders, and the two of them came out of the bedroom. In the living room, Natasha Romanoff is playing with the Red Devils. This silly dog also knows how to avoid people. He didn't behave like a normal dog in front of Natasha Romanoff. He didn't show the teleportation ability, and he didn't randomly change the shape of the clothes he was wearing. He was quite obedient. "Natasha Romanoff, let's go." Gwen couldn't wait to try out her new ability. And Natasha Romanoff, who saw the two coming out of the bedroom, also stopped playing with the Red Devil. She turned to look at Gwen's new outfit, and couldn't help but praise it. "The new battle suit is pretty good." Gwen nodded with a smile, and turned to look at Roddy beside her. Natasha Romanoff, who noticed this scene, couldn't help turning her eyes to Roddy. In fact, Natasha Romanoff checked this Roddy when she found out that Gwen was Spider-Woman. But the identity of the other party is very simple. A rich second generation whose parents died and inherited a large amount of inheritance spends his days drinking and drinking, surrounded by a lot of women. She didn't know why Gwen fell in love with such a playboy. But judging from her observation today, the two are quite affectionate. Maybe it's Playboy's exchange. After all, being able to make a superhero girlfriend should be something worth showing off for a rich second generation like him, right? Definitely. It's possible that Natasha Romanoff was thinking too lowly about Roddy. But she has seen too many rich second generations with this kind of virtue, and what Roddy did in the past is not any different from the rich second generations she is familiar with in 240. So it's no wonder that Natasha Romanoff sees Roddy with colored glasses. But there's one thing that's weird. That's how Roddy somehow became a shareholder in the Osborne Group. Although it was said to the outside world that Harry had found a helper. But as far as Natasha Romanoff knows, this Roddy has not been to the company a few times in total. Such a helper. Are you sure it's not here to help? And just do me a favor and give shares worth billions directly? This Mr. Osborne is quite proud. Let's go. Our plane is already waiting outside. Natasha Romanoff nodded at Gwen, then turned and opened the door to the patio outside the house. At this moment, there was a surge of air in the sky, Immediately following the place where there was obviously nothing in front of him, suddenly an entrance to the engine room slowly opened. Natasha Romanoff walked in front, looked back at Gwen who hadn't followed, and said, "Let's go. The others are already waiting for us." Gwen nodded. She was just a little surprised that this plane can be invisible. And this is physical invisibility. Impressive. "Then I'm leaving." Gwen gave Roddy a hug, then turned around and followed Natasha Romanoff in front of her. The two quickly boarded the Quinjet, and then the open cabin door was slowly closed. The air distorted, and the invisible Quinjet flew towards the distance, and the speed continued to increase. Although Roddy couldn't see the appearance of the Quinjet, his magnetic field could tell him that the Quinjet was far away from Paradise Building. Speaking of which, did the owner of the Paradise Building once advertise that his building would never be invaded? Roddy suddenly thought of the promotional slogans he had seen when he bought the Paradise Building. Combined with the experiences I have encountered these days, he couldn't help laughing. Can never be invaded? What a joke. At the speed that SHIELD's most advanced Quinjet can achieve, only a few minutes have passed since departure from Liberty City and arrival in Washington. The entire 380-kilometer journey was crossed in just a few minutes. Have to say, the speed of Quinjet is still very impressive. After all, the speed can reach the level of a hypersonic fighter jet. If it wasn't for the time it took to climb the height at the beginning, it wouldn't even take 2 minutes to go from Liberty City to Washington, D.C. SHIELD, outside Trident headquarters. The invisible Quinjet lands in a clearing. Natasha Romanoff led Gwen off the plane. That's it. When Gwen got off the fighter plane, she was a little surprised at the flight speed of the plane. At this moment, there were also 4 people walking towards him. 3 men and 1 woman. The only woman is Maria Hill, Zhang Jin's deputy director of SHIELD, and Nick Fury's most capable assistant. "Your time is almost up." Hill came over to remind Natasha Romanoff. After Natasha Romanoff nodded, she turned around and introduced the few people present to Gwen, and then hurriedly got in a car and left here. "Isn't Natasha Romanoff with us?" Gwen asked curiously. "No, she has other tasks." Hill said, "Hello, Spider-Woman, we meet again." Luke Kai-Ki also greeted Gwen at this time. "It's you again, you also joined the Avengers?" Gwen was a little surprised to see Luke Kai-Ki here, and also wondered why he didn't see that Spider-Man. "Just like you, I was brought in to help." Luke Kai-Ki said. "Hello, Spider-Woman," Steve said at this moment. "You will act with us later, and the Hydra people will definitely counterattack crazily. Your task is to eliminate all enemies that hinder us." "I thought you'd say knock down." Gwen looked at Captain America in front of her, and felt very strange. After all, since she was in elementary school, those teachers always liked to show them the promotional video of Captain America. To be honest, Gwen has a stereotype about Captain America, that Captain America is always just, and he always forgives those people. That's why she said that she thought Captain America would say down, rather than solve this relatively more violent vocabulary. "We're up against Hydra this time. Trust me, those villains deserve no mercy," Steve said seriously. As the person who once smashed Hydra's world destruction conspiracy, Steve knows the virtues of these guys too well. So, his forgiveness will not apply to HYDRA. "It seems that you are not as old-fashioned as I thought," Gwen said. Steve smiled wryly. He seems to be used to old antiques. "What about you? Do you have any super abilities?" At this time, Gwen looked at Sam, who was not talking much, and asked him curiously. "No, I'm just an ordinary person." Sam shook his head and said, "This guy is an eagle." Luke Kai-Ki on the side seems to be familiar with Sam. He said with a smile, and put his arm around Sam's shoulder. "Eagle." Gwen subconsciously looked behind Sam. He has a weird device on his back, so are those eagle wings. "Guys, it's time for us to move." At this moment, Hill looked at the time on his watch and said to the 4 of them, "Follow me." Steve nodded, and then called on the others to run quickly towards the Trident headquarters building. Last time, he rushed out from here alone, and he ran in a mess. This time, he brought his teammates with him, and he will never be as embarrassed as he was last time. While running, Gwen looked around curiously. "Why didn't I see the other Avengers?" she asked as she ran. At this time, Hill on the side pointed to the sky. Gwen looked up, just in time to see a flame flying across the sky. "That is Iron Man." Steve also looked up at Tony, who was flying across the sky. In fact, Tony was invited by him himself. He was also taunted by Tony at the time. Worse yet was Fury. He was scolded directly by Tony, and laughed at him as a man with only one eye. So he couldn't even tell that all the people under him were HYDRA. And Fury was so scolded by Tony that he didn't know how to refute. After all, what happened this time really hurt him. Even he himself almost died. So being scolded by Tony or something, it's actually nothing. After all, this guy has always been poisonous. If you expect to hear something good from him, then the sun will really come out from the west. On the horizon, under a cloud, the bright cloak fluttered behind Roddy, and the bright red S on his chest was poured like blood. He stands in the air. The strong magnetic field around him allows him to rely on the gravity of the planet, and he can fly in the air. And his gaze at the moment was looking at the building in the distance. There are also Gwen and others who have already clashed with the Hydra people below the building. The ability of farsightedness allows Roddy to see all details clearly, including Captain America's A****. Is it because of the lifting effect of tight pants? Roddy couldn't help thinking. And at the moment, the group below has entered the Trident building. Then they split into two groups. Hill took Gwen straight to the control room, and Steve went straight to the broadcasting room with Sam and Luke Kai-Ki. Before fighting, he has to figure out who is his own, who is Hydra. Roddy can't see what's going on inside the building. After all, he doesn't know how to see through. But he can see what's going on outside the building, especially the river outside the Trident building. The originally calm water surface suddenly boiled after a while. Following the separation of the water surface, 3 helicopter carriers with huge amounts of lift off slowly. Here we go. Roddy folded his hands and watched the shocking scene live. At the same time, Tony, who was wearing a steel armor in the sky, was also heading towards the 3 helicopter carriers, trying to stop them. But at this moment, a group of soldiers riding strange motorcycles suddenly appeared behind him. This motorcycle has no wheels, and the 2 ends are luminous power units. Looks similar to the Quinjet power plant, but much smaller. The soldiers on the flight motorcycle were all wearing full coverage black battle armor. When the button was pressed, blue laser beams were shot from the head of the motorcycle and blasted towards the Iron Man in front. Sir, there are enemies approaching from behind. JRVS reminded Tony at the right time and controlled the armor to evade, successfully dodging the sneak attack from behind. These are also Hydra. Tony turned to look at the group of soldiers on flight bikes. It should be, sir. JRVS replied. Well, it looks like we'll have to deal with these troublesome guys before we can get any closer to that 3 big guys. After Tony finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards these soldiers. Facing the sky full of blue lasers, Tony's steel armor directly staged various difficult aerial skills. Definitely, 90% of these aerial skills are the credit of JRVS. Tony is primarily responsible for ordering the fire. Aim. Feel sorry. That's the job of JRVS too. Looks like Iron Man is in trouble. Roddy looked to the other side and saw the group of Hydra soldiers riding flight motorcycles. His eyes were a little strange. If he remembers correctly, these flight bikes seem to be developed by the Osborn group, right? But doesn't it mean that this thing is still in the experimental stage? How did it run to Hydra in the blink of an eye? Is this Hydra hacking Osborn? Or is there a secret cooperation between 4.8 Osborn Group and Hydra? But no matter what, at this moment Iron Man was indeed in trouble. Although the final result has a high probability that Iron Man will win, the delay in the middle is enough for the 3 helicopter carriers to fly to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. Steve, I'm in trouble here. What's going on with yours? The entangled Tony had no choice but to contact Steve and the others. Otherwise, if these 3 helicopter carriers reach the predetermined altitude, it only takes 1 minute. They can kill millions of people. Almost there. Steve responded quickly. While on the other side, in a special cell in the basement of the Trident building, Barton, who was bound and unable to move, was looking at the strange figure in front of him. I knew you would come to my rescue. Barton had pain on his face, but at this moment he was smiling. Although the person in front of him looked completely unknown, Barton knew that she was his good friend Natasha Romanoff. Barton was unlucky to say that he was still at headquarters when Steve defected. As a result, Steve ran away, messing with Pierce Rage. Following Pierce, he ordered the removal of Fury's henchmen, and the first to bear the brunt was Barton. So outnumbered, he was arrested. But Pierce didn't kill him. Instead, they locked him up, as if trying to brainwash him into being a killer like the Winter Soldier. Chapter 68. Pity. Pierce couldn't wait for that moment to come. In fact, Pierce has no future. Because he can't survive today. Outside the cell, Natasha Romanoff, disguised as another picture, opened the door of the old room, then walked in and unchained Barton. How is it? Can you still walk by yourself? She asked. Barton gritted his teeth and stood up. A man can't say he can't. I'm okay. He moved his hands and feet, although Hydra had tortured him in the morning. But who is Barton? SHIELDS, Ace Agent. Not to mention how strong his physical fitness is. But in terms of willpower, Barton asked himself that he would never lose to anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Just torture, but also want him to submit? How can it be? I brought your weapons. Can you still fight? Natasha Romanoff led Barton out of the prison, then picked up a long box and handed it to him. Definitely. Without any hesitation, Barton reached out and took the box and opened it. Inside was the bow he was used to and the matching arrows. That's good. I have other tasks. The captain and the others are outside. Now, Hydra should have discovered their invasion, so you have to hurry up. After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, she turned around and left, showing no signs of dragging her feet. Barton has long been familiar with Natasha Romanoff's style of doing things, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He picked up his weapons and equipment, put them on, and then gave himself a simple bandage before he was ready to go to the battlefield. These people are real fighters. Exit from Trident headquarters. Steve and his men are charging. Opposite them is the elite of Hydra. All of them are Zung Jin's SHIELD agents. But facing the charge of Steve and others, this group of Elite 12 of Hydra can't stop them at all. Steve took the lead and rushed to the front. He used a shield to block himself. Obviously, such a small shield can only block the head and half of the body. However, as if some kind of curse had been placed on it, the attacks of those from Hydra were all aimed at the shield, and they didn't hit Steve's exposed legs at all. It is also a god. On the other side, Luke Kai-Ki also roared and rushed forward. He was different from Steve. Without a magical shield, he could only use his powerful defensive body to bear Hydra's attack, rushed up against the hail of bullets, and then grabbed a Hydra soldier and threw it into the crowd. The fighting style is very wild and brutal. Sam was different from both of them, because he needs to hide behind the bunker to shoot, and the indoor environment prevents him from spreading his wings, so he can only be used as an auxiliary of an edge OB. Take out a Hydra agent with a few shots every now and then. Finally able to win a few heads. Not a drag. At this time, an arrow flew from a height. The arrow hit the middle of the crowd with a whoosh, and then exploded with a bang. A dozen Hydra agents were blown to pieces. His death was miserable, but Barton, who shot the arrow, had an indifferent expression, showing no mercy at all. Although, there are some agents that he has known before, maybe even chatted and drank. But so what? At this moment, they are their masters, and it's for world peace. Barton strikes without any hesitation. Just like when those Hydra greeted him before, there was no hesitation at all, exactly the same. Pierce on the top floor has also heard the movement downstairs. But at this moment he is already on the verge of riding a tiger. So Pierce called Crossbones and led people to control all the guests of the Security Council he invited. Everyone, when our plan is successful, you will thank me. Pierce hasn't given up until this moment. He still stubbornly believed that his plan could still succeed. However, none of the members of the Security Council in front of him gave him a good face. Damn Hydra. It's definitely not because of how righteous they were originally. In fact, if Pierce's plan worked in their favor, they could even turn a blind eye and act as if they didn't know anything. Pity. Pierce's plan is only good for Hydra. God knows if any of them have been judged to be a threat to Hydra. Even if not, the power and status they have now will be wiped out by this damn plan of Hydra. That's why they hated Pierce so much and cursed at each other. Not for justice, just for myself. At the moment, Pierce, who was talking eloquently, didn't notice that there was a guy with strange eyes standing behind the group of Hydra soldiers brought by Crossbones. Just when he thought he had taken control of the situation, this weird soldier suddenly turned his gun and shot the heads of these Hydra soldiers. Crossbones was lucky and only got a shot in the shoulder. After all, he is not an ordinary Hydra agent, and his strength is not weak. But even so, facing the muzzle pointed at himself again, Crossbones is sitting on wax. Boom. Another shot. Crossbones instantly fell to the ground, motionless. At this time, the Hydra soldier also reached out to wipe her face, and then took off a light and shadow mask, revealing her original face. Natasha Romanoff, it's you. Pierce looked angrily at Natasha Romanoff, who was pointing the gun at him. He was already sure of winning, but in the end he ran out of this woman. Damn it. If he knew earlier, he would have secretly dealt with this hateful woman long ago. However, Pierce had no chance of changing that. Being pointed at gunpoint, he could only pretend to be calm and fool Natasha Romanoff, hoping that this would be effective. Pierce obviously underestimated Natasha Romanoff's determination to atone for his sins, and Natasha Romanoff was simply unmoved by Pierce's tricks. Soon, she called up the core database on the central computer of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that the database requires 2 agents with 10th level permissions to open, and Natasha Romanoff does not have this permission. Pierce has it, but he alone can't open it. It's useless. The encryption technology of this database can't even be broken by Stark. You are useless. Pierce smiled smugly. At this time, the sound of a helicopter's propellers suddenly came from outside. Then Pierce turned around and looked over. His face darkened instantly. but the person who walked in had a much darker complexion than him. Long time no see. It looks like you're doing well. Fury looked at the old friend and old boss in front of him. To be honest, he was heartbroken. Each other betrayed their friendship. Although friendship is a bit ridiculous for an agent. But Fury really sees Pierce as his friend. Pity. He did not cherish this friendship. I sent you flowers. Did you receive them? Pierce mocked with a cold face. Suspended animation. This and asterisk 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 are faked his death. Pierce roared inwardly. Then Natasha Romanoff pressed on the screen and aimed one eye at the scanning port. On the other side, Fury also took off his blindfold, revealing the blind one eye. I have clearly canceled your permission. Pierce growled when he saw it. He struggled hard, but his strength was far inferior to that of Natasha Romanoff. So I made a backup, Fury said flatly. In fact, he alone has 2 10th-level permissions. Pierce just canceled one of them. Who would have thought that his blind eye actually had field-level authority? This is also Fury's backup preparation based on the idea of keeping everything in one hand. Didn't expect it to come in handy today. It didn't matter how much Pierce yelled. The database was opened, and all confidential information in SHILD was released. It's over. SHILD is over. Pierce's Hydra is over too. Just when Natasha Romanoff and Fury had already settled Pierce, the battle downstairs had just entered a heated stage. Hydra is still desperately resisting. They dispatched all the power they could use, trying to prevent Steve and others from rushing out of the building. Even 6 strengthening people were included. 3 centipede warriors. 3 desperate fighters. These are the last remaining strengthening members of Pierce's Hydra team. After all, Roddy had killed 2 of them last time. This kind of strengthening person is not easy to cultivate. Neither Centipede Serum nor Extremis have a 100% success rate. Even their failure rate is actually higher than the success rate. So, even though Hydra wanted to cultivate more strengthening people regardless of the cost, in fact, only 8 people were successfully cultivated in the end. And at the moment, the 6 strengthening people did cause a lot of trouble for Steve and the others. Just when Steve and the others were blocked, Gwen, who had been acting with Hill before, finally arrived at the scene. As soon as Gwen arrived, she couldn't wait to rush to a strengthening man. Her cobweb stuck to the ceiling, and she jumped down from the 2nd floor, swinging on the swing at an extremely fast speed, kicking a desperate soldier flying. Go help others. Leave this to me, Gwen said to the back without looking back. Barton, who was hiding behind a bunker, glanced at her, wondering why this Spider-Woman changed into a battle suit, but now is obviously not the time to ask these questions. He nodded and turned to help the others. Don't even think about leaving. Your opponent is me. Gwen dodges to stop the hopeless warrior on the opposite side and punches him, and instantly a magma-like energy flow appears in the hit part. The desperate soldier was blown away by Gwen's punch. He slid backwards and slid 6 or 7 meters before stopping, then shook the neighbor next door and looked at Gwen on the opposite side with a sneer. Did you not eat? Extremis started talking 690 trash, and Gwen didn't bother to talk to him at all, so he just rushed up and was beaten up. Extremis also fought back frantically. However, all his attacks were blocked by Gwen's arm, and the fist hit Gwen's arm, but it seemed to be weak, and he couldn't even shake it a little bit. How weak? Is your strength only at this level? Gwen shook her head disappointed. The strength of this hopeless warrior is too weak, and there is no way for her to absorb much energy when attacking. At this time, in the distance, a Hydra soldier took out a new bazooka from a box. As the button was pressed, a rocket with blue flames blasted towards Gwen and the desperate soldier with a bang. Fact. Do you even want to kill me? The desperate warrior let out a desperate roar. If it is an ordinary rocket, he is naturally not afraid. With Extremis, he can quickly grow back even if his limbs are broken. But the problem is that this rocket is developed by SHILD with reference to Chitauri's technology. It is amazingly powerful and has a strong tearing effect. If this shot is hit, it will definitely be blown to pieces by him, turning it into a jigsaw puzzle on the spot, even if he has the recovery ability of Extremis. But it was all blasted into pieces. What a fart it was to recover. Just when the hopeless soldier was feeling desperate, he was surprised to find that the Spider-Woman in front of him actually ran towards the rocket on his own initiative. Let me, Gwen yelled and stood in front. Extremis? Is this the superhero? That's great. For a moment, he even wanted to turn his back on the dark. But the next second the rocket exploded. Even though Gwen stood in front, the hopeless soldier was not spared and was blown to pieces on the spot. Fortunately, because of Gwen blocking him in front, at least he wasn't blown to pieces, even barely alive, but not long to live. But he was still touched by Spider-Woman's dedication to self-sacrifice. Just when he was moved to tears, he saw a mass of blue energy shrinking in front of Spider-Woman and was finally absorbed into her body directly by her. What's the situation? What about dedication? That's it. This hopeless soldier looked dumbfounded. Then I didn't come up in one breath, and I burped on the spot. Duh. Chapter 69. As soon as Gwen turned her head, she found that the extremist soldier had already belched. He shook his head regretfully. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. At least one that provides a little energy. At the same time, the HYDRA soldier who fired the rocket was also dumbfounded. He looked down at the launcher in his hand, wondering if there was false propaganda in this thing. Otherwise, how could a weapon that claimed to be able to blast and kill strengthening people be blocked by this Spider-Woman without injury? And it's not just as simple as blocking it. This TM was directly absorbed. Hydra soldiers do not believe in evil. He picked up another rocket and loaded it, then aimed it. There was at least 5 or 6 seconds in between. In fact, if Gwen wanted to, he could stop the opponent from continuing to reload ammunition in a second. But Gwen didn't do that. She even watched the other party aiming at herself expectantly. Is she hurt seeing Spider-Woman who didn't try to stop him? The Hydra soldier couldn't help thinking about it. It seems that he blocked the attack without injury. But in fact he has suffered internal injuries and cannot move? Good. That's for sure right. The HYDRA soldiers who succeeded in brain supplementation couldn't help being a little excited. Because he's going to kill a superhero with his own hands soon. What a great honor this is. Even the Winter Soldier couldn't do it? And he, an ordinary Hydra soldier, did it. Does this mean he's stronger than the Winter Soldier? What is this guy doing? Gwen looked at the Hydra soldiers who suddenly became dazed and couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. Hurry up. I was still in a hurry to help others. Fortunately, this Hydra soldier did not keep Gwen waiting too long. Next second, another rocket hit Gwen with a blue tail flame. Careful, not far away, Luke Kai-Ki, who happened to see this scene, shouted loudly. Don't come here. Gwen was afraid that Luke Kai-Ki would come to get in the way, so she yelled at Luke Kai-Ki and took the initiative to meet the rocket. Luke Kai-Ki. Did Spider-Woman suffer a head injury? He who hadn't seen the previous scene couldn't understand the logic of this behavior at all. Barton, who is an archer in the distance, has actually noticed Gwen's abnormal behavior just now, and also saw the scene where she seemed to absorb the energy of the rocket explosion. When did Spider-Woman have this new ability? Barton was curiously thinking while drawing the bow and shooting the arrow. Bang! Huge amounts of explosions sounded. The blue flame spreads towards the surroundings like the fire of hell, forming a huge amounts of ball. And Gwen, who was in the center of the sphere, most intuitively withstood the power of the explosion. However, not only did she not feel any discomfort and pain at this moment, but she showed a smile on the contrary. Definitely. She had a hood on her face, and no one saw it. Next second, the blue fireball begins to shrink. It was as if 2 invisible hands were squeezing it. The visible fireball kept shrinking, and soon shrunk to the size of a volleyball, which was pinched by Gwen with 2 hands. Boo. Finally, the fireball disappeared completely. The last bit of energy was also absorbed by Gwen. She felt warm all over, packed with explosive power stronger than usual. Gwen couldn't wait to try to release this power. So she looked around and finally found a suitable target. Let me. She yelled and rushed up. The flustered look made Steve a little dumbfounded. After all, he is still a child, thought Steve. But at this moment, boom, there was an explosion. The extremist soldier who was punched by Gwen was blown to pieces. The blue energy exploded violently in the body of the desperate soldier. Even with the physical fitness of the desperate soldier, he couldn't hold it. Then, he burped on the spot. And seeing the effect of this scene, Gwen also smiled. Very happy. The main reason is that the energy of the explosion has already evaporated the blood in the desperate soldier's body in an instant, so the scene is not very bloody. Otherwise, Gwen might not be able to accept it. Are all girls this violent? Steve looked at the extremist soldier who was blown into fingernail file-size fragments, and subconsciously took half a step back. Captain, are you okay? Gwen asked back then. Steve shook his head quickly. Fine. I'm fine at all. You hurry to someone else's place. Gwen, who saw Steve shaking his head, didn't think much, and rushed to the next enemy again with a smile. That's all. The remaining 4 strengthening people were quickly solved by Gwen in a similar way. No matter whether it is the extremist warrior or the centipede warrior, no one can stop Gwen's light punch. Guaranteed to explode into a puzzle on the spot. In the sky, the 3 helicopter carriers have already flown to an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Meanwhile, Tony was still trying to shake off the Hydra soldiers on the flight bike. However, there are many opponents. There are 20 or 30 of them. At this moment, he even regretted blowing up those steel armors so early. If they were still there now, I wouldn't be in such trouble. It seems that the Iron Legion's plan is imperative, Tony thought. But this time he definitely won't build so many expensive steel battle armors. The cost of one of those things is as high as hundreds of millions of dollars. That is, the dozens of planes he blew up back then were worth billions of dollars. The most inhumane firework in the world is probably far inferior to him. In Tony's vision, the real Iron Legion should be a robot that does not require manual driving. It only needs to be controlled by JRVS to form a huge army. In terms of quantity, it's almost limited to a few hundred, calculated based on the cost of a steel soldier at $3 million. Even if it's 300, it's only 300 million, equivalent to 3 iron armors. Simply cheap. Definitely, subsequent maintenance and other supporting maintenance equipment also cost money. So the cost is 3 million, and it may take more than 1 million for 1 year of maintenance. If it is seriously damaged in battle, it may cost 1 or 2 million yuan to repair it. But Tony has money. He doesn't pay attention to a mere 10 or 2 billion. Like Roddy said back then, once there is more money, it is really just a string of numbers. Captain, is your side all right? Tony contacted Steve and the others again. This time his tone was much more urgent than last time. In fact, the 3 helicopter carriers have already flown to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Further up, they may launch an attack at any time. Already here. Steve's voice rang in Tony's ear. He looked down. Sure enough, I saw a group of people rushing out of the Trident building. Those HYDRA lying in ambush outside were beaten to pieces, and a person who looked like Spider-Woman punched the ground and blasted out a fan-shaped explosion area. Destroyed Hydra's fortifications in an instant. Is that Spider-Woman? Tony was dumbfounded. At this time, Falcon Sam, who has been unable to use it inside the building just now, finally has a place to use. The wings on his back spread out, and he flew into the sky with a whiff. Captain, do you need me to take you for a ride? He flew near Steve and said, Definitely. Steve didn't refuse. After all, he couldn't fly. Sam grabbed Steve's hands without saying a word, then dragged him and flew towards the sky. As for the others, come up. Natasha Romanoff arrived in a Quinjet. When Luke Kai-Ki and Barton saw it, they immediately ran up. I'll try another method. Gwen didn't board the plane. After she yelled at Natasha Romanoff and the others, a powerful energy burst out from her feet. Bang, bang. The ground beneath Gwen's feet exploded. A deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was blasted out, surrounded by traces of the explosion. And Gwen also took advantage of the power of the explosion, soaring into the sky in an instant, and flew towards the sky. All the people on Quinjet watched her behavior dumbfounded. Just call her Exploding Spider in the future. Luke Kai-Ki complained. Barton on the side also nodded in agreement. Natasha Romanoff, who is also a woman, just rolled her eyes at the two. Exploding Spider? Thank you for thinking it out. Is it really okay for a girl to be called this nickname? Yo-hoo! Flying in the sky, Gwen shouted excitedly. Then when this thrust was about to disappear, Gwen released a burst of energy again and continued to push himself to a higher altitude. Awesome! I can fly! Gwen exclaimed excitedly. The horizon in the distance. Roddy used his farsightedness to clearly see Gwen's excitement. He smiled and took out his phone, zoomed in and zoomed in. Then a set of photos was taken. Let Gwen see for herself when it's over. Roddy smiled and thought, putting away his phone. After half a minute, Quinjet has caught up with the 3 helicopter carriers. But at this time, the Hydra soldiers in the helicopter carrier also launched an attack on them. The machine guns on the carrier opened fire on them. Even Sam and Steve, who approached here one step later, were attacked. Sam kept making difficult evasive actions in the air, dodging those incoming bullets. Captain, we can't get close at all. Sam shouted. Go help Tony first. Steve made a decisive decision and made a decision directly. First help Tony get rid of those on the flight bike, and then we all deal with the 3 helicopter carriers together. This method is more secure, and they really can't get close to the target now. Okay, understand. Sam immediately turned around and flew the other way. And Barton on the Quinjet. At this time, he chose to fight back. Quinjet also has its own weapons. But compared to these 3 helicopter carriers, their little weapons undoubtedly look a little pitiful. At this time, Gwen is here. She rushed up directly against the attack of the 3 helicopter carriers. The bullets from the machine gun hitting her, Li Nuaz, not only failed to harm her, but also replenished her energy. Then, Gwen rushed onto a helicopter carrier without any hindrance. A direct punch blows up an area at the bottom of the helicopter carrier, and then rushes in. Spider-Woman successfully broke in. Barton, who noticed the scene, said, Very well, it seems that we only need to care about the remaining 2 ships. Natasha Romanoff nodded. But at this time, The 3 helicopter carriers had already flown to an altitude of 5 or 6 kilometers, although less than 10,000 meters. But at this distance, they can already attack the city below. And Hydra in the 3 helicopter carriers couldn't sit still when they found that the enemy was approaching, and even one of the helicopter carriers had been invaded. They can't get in touch with Pierce. Without orders, they can only make their own choices. Let's attack directly. Even if we die, we will drag millions of people to die together, said a Hydra executive. When the others heard the words, they also nodded in agreement. At this moment, their fate has been sealed. Since they know that they must die, with Hydra's madness, they will naturally want to drag more people to die with them. Order: target Washington, Liberty City. Get rid of the people in these 2 places first. Hydra's top brass began ordering the attack. And this time one of the helicopter carriers, however, suffered huge amounts of explosions. It's Gwen. She's wreaking havoc all over the helicopter carrier. Chapter 70. Bang! In the flames of the explosion, a figure crashed into the solid metal wall and broke through the wall. Gwen opened her hands, and countless energies swarmed in with her movements and were absorbed by her. Subsequently, she waved one hand, and a fire dragon flew out of her hand, devouring the Hydra King soldiers in front of her. Where is the central control room? Gwen found herself lost. The helicopter carrier is too big. The division of internal regions is complex. She has been on a rampage since she came in, and she didn't know where she was for a long time. But although he couldn't find the direction of the central control room, Gwen also had a way to prevent the helicopter carrier from taking off. Since you can't find it, then just destroy the entire aircraft carrier. Gwen's solution is simple. If you can't find a place to solve the problem, then directly solve the problem originally. The entire helicopter carrier is gone. How can we carry out insight planning? As for the other 2, isn't there someone else? Gwen believed they could. We can't get past it. In Quinjet, Natasha Romanoff controls the fighter jet to dodge the oncoming attack. The increasingly intensive attacks made her tired of coping, and she couldn't get close to the 2 helicopter carriers at all. While on the other side, Sam took Steve to play bungee jumping. The 2 teamed up to help Tony destroy the remaining flight bikes and finally be able to free his hands. But now it's too late. The Hydra in the helicopter carrier is already activating its weapon system, ready to eliminate millions of targets within the 2 cities of Washington, D.C. and Liberty City. By the time, although they are going to die, but at the same time millions of people will die with them. And the death of millions of people is enough for SHIELD and the Avengers to be completely driven into the abyss. Originally, SHIELD was already dead. With the disclosure of confidential information, the entire SHIELD has been completely paralyzed. And now, with millions of casualties, even if the Avengers have been regarded by countless people as the most powerful superhero group on this planet, they will instantly become the object of everyone's disdain. Not for anything else, just because they failed to save these millions of people. Only this 630 is enough. Relatives of those who died, friends around them, and even unrelated passersby. They will all point the finger at the Avengers. Since the murderer is dead, they can't find any other Hydra either. Not to mention, will Hydra, an evil organization, be afraid of cyberbullying? Only righteous heroes like the Avengers are afraid of cyberbullying. So at the moment the attack button was pressed, the Hydra executive could already imagine what difficulties the Avengers would face next. At least, they will also become street rats. #B. At least they can die in peace. As the weapon systems of the 2 helicopter carriers were activated, at the bottom of the helicopter carrier, the muzzles of black holes opened slowly. Densely packed, that's thousands of muzzles. The weapon loaded inside is capable of firing 300 rounds per second, and every bullet can hit a target accurately. One muzzle is 300 rounds per second, so 1,000 muzzles is 300,000 rounds per second. 2 helicopter carriers can kill 600,000 targets in 1 second. Millions of people? It only takes less than 10 seconds to completely solve it. This is Hydra's Insight program. Every second is a river of blood. Every second is a waste of life. What is that? Sam, who was flying in the air, suddenly noticed the gun ports opened at the bottom of the 2 helicopter carriers and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Shit, they want to launch an attack in advance." As soon as Tony saw this picture, he guessed what Hydra was going to do. Involuntarily, his complexion changed wildly. At the same time, this was also discovered by Natasha Romanoff et al. At Quinjet. Can't help being shocked and angry. Bang! The only helicopter carrier that did not launch an attack, at the moment, was still hearing explosions. Gwen is still working hard to implement the goal of destroying the entire aircraft carrier. She also didn't realize that Hydra, who had jumped the wall in a hurry, was preparing to launch an attack in advance. The other side, Roddy, who has been watching and acting as an observer, also noticed the abnormality of the two helicopter carriers at this time. Hydra is really a bunch of lunatics. Roddy sighed. At this time, the only one who can stop all this is him. Like everyone else, neither was able to stop Hydra's mad plans in time. Gwen has this ability, but she's still on another helicopter carrier, completely unaware of what's going on outside. Iron Man and the others couldn't get close to the two helicopter carriers. Even if they rushed up at the moment regardless of their own casualties, it was already too late. Only Roddy has the ability to stop Hydra in time, save the millions of innocents who are about to die. As it happens, Eddie just signed in today and won a magnetic field control ability. Just in time to use it. I just planned to watch it for fun. Roddy shook his head helplessly. There was no way. Who told the following group of guys to be weak? He had to personally take action to turn the tide. While speaking, Roddy has activated the magnetic field control ability. Level 2 magnetic field control is naturally far from being able to control two helicopter carriers. But don't forget that Roddy's ability has been strengthened 160 times by the system. Even if it is only level 2, the effect is stronger than that of level 4. It is a bit difficult to control the two helicopter carriers directly and violently, but Roddy can completely destroy the weapon systems inside the two helicopter carriers first. That is tantamount to abolishing the tiger's teeth and claws. What else can it do? Stretch out your hand and hold it with 5 fingers. In the invisible world, the invisible magnetic field surrounded the two helicopter carriers. Next second, just when those muzzles were about to fire, the weapon systems inside the two helicopter carriers suddenly exploded with a large amount of sparks, and then the hard metal was kneaded into a mass of scrap iron like plasticine. The muzzle flamed out and stopped before a single bullet could be fired. Even the machine gun that had blocked Iron Man and the others stopped. Tony and the others can finally get close to these two helicopter carriers. But at this moment, stop! Tony, who was flying forward, suddenly heard the reminder from JRVS and quickly shouted loudly, warning others to stop immediately. Just a second after his voice fell. Boom! The two helicopter carriers in the sky suddenly started to collapse from the inside, bit by bit. The picture looked as if a big invisible hand was crushing them. Tony and the others who had already approached watched helplessly as the two behemoths in the sky were crushed into a piece of scrap metal little by little. Explosions continue to occur inside the aircraft carrier. The screams of some Hydra soldiers can even be heard before they die. A few minutes later, where are the two helicopter carriers in the sky? There are only 2 groups of huge amounts of iron balls left, floating in the sky so abruptly. Da bang! Another explosion. This time it came from another helicopter carrier. A figure flew out from the half-destroyed helicopter carrier. The man threw out a cobweb while still in midair and stuck to the bottom of Natasha Romanoff's Quinjet. The figure swings across the sky like a swing, then landed firmly on top of Quinjet. Boom, boom, boom. Gwen tapped on the cockpit glass of Quinjet's head, waving to Natasha Romanoff inside. Then she pointed to the 2 big iron balls in the sky over there, as if asking, "What are those?" And Natasha Romanoff in the cockpit spread her hands and shook her head, said that he did not know how to deal with these 2 things. Roddy looked at the big iron ball in the distance that did not fall under the control of his own magnetic field. That thing is essentially the extrusion of 2 helicopter carriers. Maybe if you dig it, you can dig out something valuable from it. But Roddy doesn't need to be. Forget it. Throw it into the sea. Roddy didn't think of any good solution, so he just chose to throw it into the sea. Anyway, the sea is so big, sinking 2 big iron balls can only be regarded as a drop in the ocean. Think about it. Roddy manipulated the magnetic field and threw the 2 big iron balls into the sea. Definitely, you can't drop it directly from such a height. Don't look at these 2 big iron balls from a distance. They don't seem very big, but in fact, the diameter of each of these things exceeds hundreds of meters. The weight of one is as high as more than 200,000 tons. If you really throw these 2 things into the sea from an altitude of 5 or 6 kilometers, that must not cause a tsunami. So, Roddy first transported them to a position about 10 meters above the sea, and then let them fall freely. Row is so, there was still a stormy sea, but it won't trigger a tsunami. See here, Roddy, who felt that the task was completed, also clapped his hands, then turned around and disappeared in place in an instant. The other side, just when Roddy was dealing with these 2 big iron balls, Tony and the others also dealt with another dilapidated helicopter carrier that was smashed by Gwen. The interior of this thing is almost the same as the Syrian battlefield. In other words, the flight system is still operating normally. Otherwise, it will fall directly from the sky. In the end, Tony let JRVS take over the helicopter carrier, hacked the internal network inside the carrier, and then drove it away. So far, Hydra's Insight program is completely bankrupt. And at the same time, the entire SHIELD went bankrupt. Subsequent developments, Roddy didn't care anymore. He went back after dealing with the two big iron balls. After a while, Gwen was also sent back by Natasha Romanoff, still in that Quinjet, and the security system of Paradise building still found no abnormality. Thank you this time. I will treat you to dinner next time. Before leaving, Natasha Romanoff also expressed her gratitude to Gwen. After all, Gwen solved the 3 straight tops today. As for the other 2, to be honest, up to now, Natasha Romanoff and the others have not sorted out a clue. Only know it was a mysterious person who helped them. And according to Tony, the 2 helicopter carriers were surrounded by extremely strong magnetic fields. Obviously, that mysterious person either has the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, or have weapons that can manipulate magnetic fields. But which one? This person is very powerful. At the same time, he is also very dangerous. Little handsome guy, see you next time. Natasha Romanoff said hello to Roddy, who came out, and then drove the Quinjet out of Paradise building. Have fun. Roddy gently took Gwen's little hand and asked her, well, energy absorption's ability is so easy to use. Gwen is still immersed in the battle just now, the hearty feeling, as if no matter what kind of enemies appear, she can't stop her feeling. She really likes it. Nice. You love it. Roddy looked at her fondly and said, by the way, a mysterious person helped us solve the other 2 helicopter carriers just now. Is that person you? When Gwen heard that a mysterious person had solved the other 2 helicopter carriers, she subconsciously thought of her boyfriend Roddy. Roddy has a lot of abilities and has all kinds of things. Now it seems that it is not impossible to have another ability that can manipulate the magnetic field. That's exactly what I did. Roddy did not deny that in front of Gwen, there was nothing to hide except his identity as a time traveler and the existence of the system. I knew it. Gwen smiled and hugged him. Roddy, you are amazing. Such a big helicopter carrier. You squeeze them into 2 big iron balls. Then definitely, I'm your boyfriend. If I'm not good, who is good? Roddy said with a smirk on his face. Duh. Chapter 71. Triton Headquarters. In Nick Fury's office. How many people are left? Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Fury seemed to be thinking about it for the last time. After today's incident spreads, SHIELD will definitely be disbanded. There is no need for an agent organization whose secrets are fully disclosed. Same. After knowing everything about SHIELD, the countries of the world will not allow such an organization that has been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra to continue to exist. Therefore, this time is probably the last time he stood in this position to look at the scenery. From now on, there will be no more chances. There are about 300 agents left on the headquarters side. Behind him, Barton gently wiped his own bow and sat aside, speaking silently. It's 300, but there are only 300 left. Hearing this number, Fury couldn't help showing bitterness. There were more than 6,000 agents stationed in Trident headquarters all year round. And now, there are only more than 300 left. Fury doesn't know how many agents who still have justice in their hearts died in the battle just now. But even if there are 300 or 400, it means that there are only 600 or 700 SHIELD agents who are not HYDRA. Compared with the number of 6,000 agents, it is only 1/10. In the dignified Trident headquarters, 9 out of 10 agents are HYDRA. Have to say, this is really an extremely ironic thing. Even the Trident headquarters are like this. Fury can't imagine the situation in other divisions. God knows how many of SHIELD's 10 or 200,000 agents are truly loyal to SHIELD. 3,000 or 5,000. Anyway, there won't be as many as 10,000. Originally, Fury still had some doubts about his decision. But after hearing this number, the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. Shield, let it go away with today's fight. From now on, he is only the director of Tianjin Bureau, not the director of SHIELD anymore. The office door opens. Natasha Romanoff, who just came back, walks in from the outside, along with Steve and Hill. As for Sam and Luke Kaiki, they are gone. After all, the battle is over, and it's time for them to take a good rest. However, their performance today has been recorded by those present, and there will be a seat for them among the Avengers in the future. Definitely. Before leaving, Hill also gave the 2 an appearance fee. Not much. That's $500,000. For SHIELD, which was once a big business, this is not even a drop in the bucket. But now, the landlord's family has no surplus food. Even this money was transferred out before SHIELD's secrets were made public. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to figure out the money. But for SHIELD, 500,000 may be a small amount of money, but for Sam and Luke Kai-ki, who have never saved more than 50,000, it is already a huge sum of money. So both of them are quite satisfied. Definitely. What Sam wants more is the opportunity to fight side by side with the captain. He is a soldier and a fighter. He needs a battlefield. Otherwise, he can only go to the veterans' nursing home to continue giving lectures. Lovely wants battlefield. Send people back? Seeing Natasha Romanoff coming back, Fury also turned around and said. Natasha Romanoff nodded and looked at Barton, who was sitting aside, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. We only have 300 agents left, Barton said. Natasha Romanoff suddenly realized. No wonder she found Fury had a strange expression as soon as she came in. He seemed very angry, but also a little lonely. Let's all sit down and talk. We're leaving here soon, and we won't be coming back in the future. Fury sat down first and asked everyone to sit down as well. He will not be the director of SHIELD in the future, so these people in front of him will naturally no longer be his subordinates. Definitely. The friendship between Zheng and Jean is still there. I believe that if he needs help in the future, they will not refuse him. Everyone sat down. What do you guys think about that Spider-Woman? Asked Fury. The strength is very strong, but he is still a child. Steve spoke first. She seems to have a new skill. I haven't seen her use it last time. Barton said. He had seen Spider-Woman in the battle against the lizard monster before, and at that time the opponent was still the strength that Yuan Zhe showed today. If she had such strength back then, she wouldn't need that Superman to make a move. She is a kind little girl, but she has some little secrets of her own. Natasha Romanoff concluded. As for Hill, he made no comments at all. The nature of her original work is different from that of Natasha Romanoff and the others, and Hill also knew that Fury didn't mean to ask her to answer the question just now. So she just listened and didn't speak. What the hell are you trying to say, Fury? At this time, Steve couldn't help asking. He was originally the kind of person who likes to go straight to the point. He really can't adapt to guys like Fury who like to talk around the corner. Maybe that's why, when he worked in SHIELD before, his relationship with Fury got worse and worse. The two of them are not the kind of characters that can get along well. Fury glanced at Steve and then said, the ability she used on Angel today, Barton, don't you think it looks familiar? Heard. Barton thought for a moment and nodded. It's really a bit like the Superman's ability back then, he said. Superman? The one who was last seen in Liberty City? Steve asked. Barton explained to him, and then Steve understood why Barton said that the abilities of the two people are very similar. I suspect that this Superman is the mysterious man who appeared in the sun before. This man is very powerful. He is also very dangerous. Fury said, before I asked Natasha Romanoff to investigate this man and find out his whereabouts, but he has always been no leads. Until today. As he said that, Fury also looked at Natasha Romanoff. Have you found anything? He asked. Natasha Romanoff nodded and said with a serious expression, I suspect a person. Who? Everyone in the office looked over. Roddy, a rich second-generation playboy. Natasha Romanoff said a name. Have you checked? Fury asked again. Natasha Romanoff nodded. I checked. There is no problem, but he is the most suspect. Give your opinion. Natasha Romanoff nodded and continued. This person is Spider-Woman's boyfriend. The two officially confirmed their relationship last night. There was a music festival in Liberty City last night, and Spider-Woman also had a show. This Roddy confessed to her at the music festival. Yes, and then the two went back to Roddy's place that night. While Spider-Woman has never shown any ability similar to what she has today, and she is very excited today, obviously getting this new ability for the first time. So I suspect that Roddy has something to do with her getting this new ability. It's very possible that Roddy gave her this ability. Natasha Romanoff finished quickly, but these are just her own guesses. There is no real evidence. At this time, Barton on the side suddenly asked a little puzzled. You mean, after what happened to that Roddy last night, Spider-Woman got a new ability? Or did she inherit it from Roddy? Or a copy? I didn't say that. Barton, when did you become so indecisive? What I mean is that Roddy gave Spider-Woman such ability in some other way. How come your mouth is full of color? Others in the office also looked at Barton with strange expressions on their faces. It's not a day or two for these people to know Barton, but they hadn't discovered that this guy had such a brain circuit before. Is it because there is no constraint on the position? So let yourself go? Is there something wrong with what I said? Barton looked at them with a puzzled expression. No, but you still hold off on your opinions just yet. Natasha Romanoff shook her head and said, Barton. Not to mention Barton's strange idea. Although what Natasha Romanoff said just now has no evidence. But this Roddy is indeed suspicious. Ask for flowers. Worth watching. I'm not your boss anymore. I shouldn't have said these words. Fury said. But I still want to remind you to pay attention to this guy named Roddy in the future. He may be dangerous. Come again. Steve shook his head. Is it necessarily dangerous to have an ability? Steve disagrees with Fury. But right now he doesn't want to argue with Fury anymore, since SHIELD has fallen anyway. I'm afraid they will seldom see each other again in the future. At this time, let's make a good impression on each other. The chain reaction of SHIELD's downfall is bigger than anyone imagined. The whole world is watching this event, not only because of the resurgence of HYDRA, but also because of the various dark secrets revealed in the secrets disclosed by S.H.I.E.L.D. In the following period of time, the international community was in turmoil. Some countries issued declarations one after another, declaring that they need an official explanation from the United States. Although SHIELD is backed by the Security Council, but in fact, you can tell by looking at it. Where is the headquarters of SHIELD? Country. Who are the top executives of SHIELD? People of the United States. So it is not difficult to understand which organization SHIELD belongs to without looking at it. It is said that it is controlled by the Security Council, but in fact, SHIELD is serving the United States more. Blink of an eye. It has been 3 months since the collapse of SHIELD and the complete bankruptcy of Hydra's Insight Plan. Over the past 3 months, there has been a campaign to eradicate Hydra around the world and bear the brunt of the main force. It is Avengers. Even Thor came from Asgard during this time. Definitely Thor came not only because the Avengers needed him, but also because he wanted to visit his girlfriend. Compared with Thor and Jane Foster, those so-called long-distance relationships on Blue Star are really childish. From Blue Star to Asgard, how far is the distance between the two? Let's put it this way. If it weren't for Bifrost, the two of them would never see each other in this lifetime. After all, Jane Foster is just an ordinary human being, and her lifespan is only so long. And there are no spaceships capable of space jumps on the Blue Star. As for Asgard, to be honest, the development of this civilization is really strange. Obviously, the technological development in the universe is not low, and Asgard is a well-known civilization in the entire universe. But Asgard doesn't have its own spaceship. It seems that without Bifrost, they would not be able to run out of their 1-acre 3-point land. It's really weird. Not to mention Hydra's misfortune over the past 3 months, and how the Avengers have rallied together. The past 3 months have been full of little surprises for Roddy. On the one hand, the relationship between him and Gwen developed very smoothly. Gwen would come to Roddy's house to stay for a few days from time to time, and occasionally Roddy would go to Gwen's house for a sit-down. Gwen's mother has always been happy with him. It's just that Director George never smiled at him. But the attitude is also much better than at the beginning, which can be regarded as an improvement. On the other hand, Roddy checks in the system every day and also obtains many interesting variant abilities. Most of them were broken down by him and used to improve those useful mutant abilities. But there are also some individual ones that he kept. It includes an alpha-level variant ability and 2 beta-level variants ability. A total of 3, not too many, not too few. The main reason is that although some abilities look good, there are side effects of one kind or another. Roddy didn't look like he'd become weird, so I gave up those abilities and decomposed them. But what he can keep, or it's alpha level that doesn't have any side effects, or there are only some minor flaws. Chapter 72. The Strongest Mutant System. Character, Roddy, S**X. Male, age, 23 years old. Activated ability, Quick Self-Healing LV2, Delta level, Teleportation LV4. Alpha level, 100 times Strengthening, Julie LV2, Delta level. 8 times Strengthening, Hyperopia LV2, Delta level. 5 times Strengthening, Cross-Dressing LV2, Delta level. 50 times Strengthening, Microspace LV2, Delta level. 120 times Strengthening, Energy Absorption LV4. Alpha level, 1000 times Strengthening, Cyclopes LV4. Beta level, 80 times Strengthening, Magnetic Field Manipulation LV4, Omega level. 160 times Strengthening, Fast Movement LV3, Alpha level. 300 times Strengthening, Mechanical Strengthening LV3. Beta level, 70 times Strengthening, Mechanical Activation LV3, Beta level. 700 times Strengthening. Ability not activated. None. After 3 months of accumulation, Roddy's strength has undergone an earth-shaking change compared to 3 months ago. Among them, the development level has reached level 4 ability, and Roddy already has 4. The Cyclops with beta level potential has also reached level 4, and level 4 is the limit of Cyclops. There is no way to rise. Besides, including the ability of Omega level potential, such as magnetic field manipulation, it has also been upgraded to a level 4 development level. as well as the teleportation ability that Roddy first obtained, and the same alpha-level energy absorption ability. All are level 4 development grades. If level 5 was not too difficult to upgrade, Roddy would have ordered them to the height of 053 at level 5. But it's coming soon. Give him another 2 or 3 months, and Roddy will definitely be able to upgrade one or both of them to a level 5 development level. In addition, Roddy's newly acquired 3 abilities, among which the fast movement comes from the mutant snapshot. Not the big brother snapshot of Wanda in the Avengers, but the snapshot in X-Men. Alpha level potential can be developed up to level 9. The fastest speed can reach 3,000 times the speed of sound. Amazing speed of 1,020 kilometers per second. And Roddy was lucky enough to randomly get a strengthening level of 300 times, which means that if Roddy develops this ability to the limit, his speed can reach 306,000 kilometers per second. The speed of light is only 300,000 kilometers per second. This means that after Roddy develops the ability of fast movement to the extreme, the speed will exceed the speed of light. Although there are not many, let's talk about whether there is any surpassing. Definitely. Right now, Roddy's fast movement has only been developed to level 3. The speed is not very fast, about 1,020 meters per second. That's 3 times the speed of sound. But after 300 times strengthening, Eddie's speed can reach 900 times the speed of sound. 3,000 times is the ultimate effect of developing to level 5. Normally, just reaching level 5 is more than 300 times the speed of sound. Therefore, Roddy's fast movement ability has reached a cool effect in terms of actual effect. Although the other 2 variants of ability are both beta level, they have some minor flaws, but they are so small that they can be ignored. The most important is, these 2 variants of ability can cooperate with each other. It's amazing. Mechanical strengthening ability can strengthen the functional effect of mechanical. Any mechanism will do. As big as a spaceship, as small as a small pistol. All can be strengthening. That is, the strengthening effect will be different. The simpler the mechanical structure, the better the strengthening effect. Vice versa. Roddy has tested that level 3 mechanical strengthening ability, if it is strengthening a small pistol, can make this small pistol play the effect of Gatling. The premise is that there are enough bullets. But don't worry about the structure of the gun body. This ability will strengthen the mechanical structure at the same time, making it strong enough to support the powerful function after strengthening. For example, if you strengthen a car, you can directly make a classic car run faster than F1, and it will not fall apart. However, the strengthening multiple of the mechanical strengthening ability is not high, only 70 times. Coupled with the limitation of ability originally, there are not many occasions where Roddy can be used. The most is to use it to strengthen your own car, whether it is to increase the power of the car or to increase the defensibility. All in all, very useful. Ordinary car window glass can be strengthened dozens of times stronger than bulletproof glass, not to mention the attacks of weapons such as pistols and rifles. Even the machine guns on the plane can block it. But, if combined with another ability, mechanical activation, that's completely different. It is interesting to mechanically activate this ability. Its effect is literally meaning that it can activate mechanical items. As big as a spaceship, as small as an old cell phone. They can all be activated and become anthropomorphic mechanical creatures. This got Roddy thinking about shape-shifting King Kong. However, unlike shape-shifting King Kong, these animated mechanical objects do not change in nature. For example, no matter how activated the old mobile phone is, its casing is still plastic. If you drop it, you will lose a piece. And it doesn't have any intelligence yet. It can only perform some simple tasks according to some instructions. Roddy tried to activate a smartphone. Then he tested the intelligence of the activated little robot and found that it was not as intelligent as the original smartphone assistant. Even some of the original functions are gone. Very tasteless. But, combined with the mechanical strengthening ability, which is also somewhat tasteless, these 2 abilities produce a magical chemical effect in an instant. Roddy tried to activate the machine first, and then strengthen the activated machine. In this way, even a small robot activated by an ordinary smartphone has the combat effectiveness comparable to that of a steel soldier, but it does not have the weapon system of a steel soldier. After all, it is a smartphone. Does your smartphone have a weapon system? But melee ability is very strong. The body structure is also very strong, and ordinary bullet attacks can't leave marks on it at all. The key is, it's so easy to activate a simple mechanism like this. Originally, a level 3 mechanical activation ability can activate hundreds of targets at once, and the coverage can reach an area with a radius of 100 meters centered on itself. And after strengthening 700 times, this range directly increased to a radius of 70 kilometers. The number of targets that can be activated at one time has also reached 70,000. In modern society, if you find any small county, there are more than 70,000 pieces of machinery and equipment. Regardless of the file size, a small county can have at least several million pieces of machinery and equipment. Even tens of millions are normal. If only larger mechanical equipment, such as cars, were activated, the number would be more than 70,000. Roddy, who has obtained these two abilities, can summon 10 mechanized warrior troops ranging from emperor fans to the size of the North in any city. And the fighting power of these mechanical warriors is absolutely powerful. If he ran near a military base, he would directly activate those tanks, fighter jets, and so on. That's even more amazing. Roddy tested. The combat power of an ordinary car after being activated and strengthened is already comparable to the anti-Hulk armor in his memory. And if it's a tank, 10 times more violent version anti-Hulk armor? In a word, Hang exploded. Rio. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Roddy and Gwen, who had just had lunch at a local specialty restaurant, were walking down the street holding hands. During this period of Gwen's vacation, Roddy suggested that the two of them travel abroad together to see different scenery around the world. Rio is their second stop. After that, they will go to other different countries and regions to experience different customs. Since he came out to play, Roddy didn't just use the teleportation ability to take Gwen around the world in a boring way. On the contrary, he borrowed a private jet directly from Harry. The two will first arrive in a city in a certain country by private jet, and then they will drive a car for a car trip wherever they go. Anyway, neither of them are ordinary people, not afraid of danger or anything. It has been the third day since the start of this journey. They also encountered a road robbery on the first day before. In the end, Roddy and Gwen didn't even need to do anything. The other Lee, who was also robbed, directly took care of the ridiculous robbers. Can you believe that they only used a few knives in the robbery? So poor that he didn't even have a gun and dared to come and rob? Isn't it ridiculous? But after that time, they never encountered any interesting and fun things. All the way to the second stop of the trip to Rio. The pair planned to spend 2 days in Rio before continuing on unless they took a cruise to Argentina. Then play there for another 4 or 5 days. Continue to board the plane and head to the next country. It seems that someone is racing a car over there. Let's go and have a look. Gwen saw many people surrounded in the distance and could hear the roar of the engine, guessed that someone was playing a street racing game. So she took Roddy and ran over. The two found a fountain and stood on the outer edge, just in time to see what was going on inside. The center of the crowd is a road. At the moment the road has been cleared, only 2 cars parked on the same starting line are ready to start. The 2 drivers are still talking trash to each other at the moment, but they are speaking the local language and speaking so fast that neither Gwen nor Roddy can understand what they are saying. But it sounds like it's quite noisy. Roddy, who will win in the end if you make a mistake? Gwen held Roddy's arm and tiptoed to look in, asking him. When Roddy saw it, he simply picked her up and let her ride on his neck so that she could see the picture inside more clearly. For me, just guess the white car. Roddy didn't know those 2 drivers either. Who knows which of them has better driving skills? But at least judging by the momentum, the owner of the white car is more qualified. So he chose the owner of the white car. Then I'll guess the owner of the red car. Gwen was smiling and dangling, looking very happy. At this time, the game also started. The red car and the white car set off at the same time. The front of the car tilted high and rushed to the finish line with a burst of roar. But at this moment, a blue portal suddenly appeared in the middle of the road that had been cleared ahead. The people around let out bursts of exclamation. Then a figure ran from the portal come out. The figure stumbled, his arm was still injured, and he fell to the ground after running a few steps. Be careful, someone shouted anxiously, but the woman failed to get up several times after falling on the ground. Although the people around were anxious, no one dared to go up to help. The way women appear on stage is really too weird. Those who come out of the portal, can they be ordinary people? If it weren't for the inner curiosity that drove these people to stay, they might have already run away by now. Roddy, is that the Inhumans you mentioned? Gwen looked at the fallen woman and asked curiously. Probably. Low 5.6D is not sure either. After all, Inhumans are not the only ones with special abilities in this world. Maybe it was an accidental product of some experiment. But at this moment, another figure ran out of the opened blue portal. This time it was a man, tall and thin. But he hadn't run 2 steps before he was pierced by a bony spear behind him. He fell to the ground in an instant. As the man rushed to the street, the blue portal behind him twisted and disappeared within a second or 2. Before the portal disappeared, AI seemed to hear roars from there. It can be heard that there are quite a few people at the other end of the portal. At this time, the red car and white car in the race also rushed towards this side quickly. The woman in the middle of the road managed to get up, but when she turned her head and saw the man whose body was pierced by bones, her face suddenly changed. "Gordon," the woman yelled. But the man who rushed to the street was already dead. There was no way to respond to the woman's cries. At this time, two cars sped by on both sides of the woman, and one of them, a white car, was faster and rushed ahead. But at this moment, another purple portal opened in front of the white car. The driver of the white car had no time to react and hit the upper floor directly. Boom. The front of the white car was flattened in an instant, and the rear of the car was raised high. In front of the car, a big man with a height of more than 2 meters blocked the white car with his body. Chapter 73. Boom. The white car that was flattened by the front was thrown away by Hansen. The target has disappeared. Hansen glanced around, but did not find the target. Gordon's body was still there, but Hansen didn't take a second look at it. At this time, the surrounding onlookers also reacted, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Some people even took out their mobile phones to call the police, and some even took pictures of the scene with their mobile phones. For these ordinary people, Hansen didn't care at all. As an inhuman, Hansen is a staunch racist. In his heart, ordinary people are just a group of weak bugs. Only their alien race is supreme. But no matter how good the race is, there will be some scum. For example, Gordon has turned into a corpse on the ground, and Daisy, who has gone to nowhere. Daisy is the daughter of their afterlife leader, the biological daughter. But this stinky girl has always had opinions on their ideas since she was taken to the afterlife, and this time she even stole the secret treasure of the afterlife and tried to escape. The essential. She also instigated Gordon, the traitor. If it weren't for Gordon, Daisy would never have escaped from the world. Her ability is shockwave after all. This ability is very strong for attacking, but if it is for escaping, it is not her professional field at all. But Gordon is different. He is a rare space teleporter. He has the ability to open up space portals. In their afterlife, inhumans with abilities like Gordon are also extremely rare, and each one has extraordinary significance. Did not expect. This time, Daisy even instigated one of them. Hansen used to have a good relationship with Gordon, and even admired Gordon very much. But after learning that Gordon has betrayed the afterlife, how much he admired Gordon in the past, how much he hates Gordon now. The other end of the purple portal. One by one, Inhumans 12 came to the streets of Rio from the portal. At this time, a woman with a gloomy face and a cold expression came out of the portal. The Inhumans around her were very respectful to her. She is the leader of the afterlife, and also the spiritual leader of the aliens present. Jiaying, a different race. Send me everyone. Even if you search the entire city, you must find that traitor. Jiaying is the absolute supremacy of the race. She was captured by Hydra in her early years to study the secret of her immortality. During this period, she suffered countless inhuman tortures. This also laid the foundation for her future madness. Now, Jiaying is the leader of the afterlife, and he leads hundreds of inhumans. Under her leadership, this force will become her main force to overthrow the rule of ordinary humans in the future. But her plan was destroyed by her own daughter before it even started. Daisy, her biological daughter, who was left outside. She was found 2 years ago, and then brought back to the afterlife, and helped her awakening the blood of the inhuman race, and gained the powerful ability to control the shockwave. Jiaying originally thought that her daughter would be of one mind with her, and become her most trustworthy right-hand man. But who would have thought that this girl has lived in the outside world for too long, and she doesn't have one heart with people like them at all. Since she came to the next life, she is not really integrated into the big family of the next life, and even repeatedly opposed some of Jiaying's decisions. Seeing that Daisy is her daughter, Jiaying tolerated her again and again, thinking that she could slowly change her thinking. But it turned out that Jiaying was wrong. She failed to change her daughter's mind, but instead let her change the mind of some aliens living in the afterlife. Gordon is one of them. There are also several Inhumans as well. These people are traitors. What Jiaying hates the most is that others betray her. Even if Daisy is her own daughter, if she dares to betray her, she will never show mercy. On the roof of a building, Roddy and Gwen were observing the movements of the group of Inhumans in the distance. They saw that these Inhumans started to disperse after they came from the portal, as if they were looking for someone. And that portal didn't close. Instead, more and more Inhumans came from the other side, and the number exceeded 100 in a short while. There are so many people in the Inhuman race. Gwen was a little surprised to see so many Inhumans pouring into the city. Roddy had explained to her about the Inhumans before, so Gwen knew that almost every Inhuman has a magical ability. Although these abilities will not necessarily apply to combat, but there are rarely useless abilities. Even if it is not suitable for fighting, it can also be of great help in life. For example, the ability of some Inhumans can help plants grow quickly and shorten the maturity cycle. In this case, this is the human race that can be responsible for the work of planting. With his ability, food that would have taken a year to ripen may now ripen in less than a month. Some Inhumans also have the ability to clean, which can be used for cleaning or renovating some old objects. In short, no matter how stretched the ability looks, there is always something that can come in handy. And now these Inhumans coming from the portal, without exception, are all Inhumans with combat abilities. There are even hundreds of Inhumans with combat ability, so one can imagine how many Inhumans are living on the other side of the portal. At least 200 or 300, right? Roddy, you said so many of them came here to find someone. How much hatred did that woman have against them just now? Gwen turned to Roddy and said, not necessarily. It's also possible that she took something very important to them. Roddy said. He had almost guessed where these Inhumans came from. There are so many places where Inhumans congregate. Roddy can only think of two. One is the afterlife. The other is the Inhumans on the back of the moon. But the Inhumans living on the back of the moon almost never care about what happens on the blue star, and they will almost return to the blue star. And the leader of this alien race is the powerful Black Bolt King. Its subordinates are also capable and talented. If someone could steal something right under his nose, then this Inhuman was really capable. So, Roddy was more inclined that these people were Inhumans from the afterlife, especially since he had just seen a woman giving orders to other Inhumans. The leader of the Inhuman race in the afterlife, he just knew a woman named Jia-ing. If nothing else, it should be the one just now. At this time, Gwen tugged suddenly and hard on Roddy's arm. After Roddy looked over, she pointed to an alley not far away. I seem to have seen that woman just now, and she went into that alley. Shall we go and see? Gwen looked curious. Then go and have a look. Roddy nodded. Since this group of aliens came from the afterlife, the woman just now is likely to be Jia Ying's daughter, Daisy, whose alias is Sky and nicknamed Thunderbolt Girl. In an alley, Daisy, who had finally escaped, was picking the lock. She put her hand on the door of a car, and a shock wave in her palm was transmitted to the inside of the door, locking the car. Immediately, she opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, bent down and skillfully pulled out a handful of wires from under the center console. Just when she was about to ignite and start the car, the rear door suddenly opened and closed. Following Daisy and turning her head, she saw two strange men and women sitting in the back of the car looking at her. Is this car yours? Daisy thought that the other party was the owner of the car, so she hurriedly said embarrassedly, Sorry. I'm in a hurry. Can you borrow me to drive for a while? I promise. Hearing her words, Roddy and Gwen looked at each other, then nodded with a smile, and stretched out their hands to signal her to continue. Daisy thought the two agreed, so he quickly ignited and started the car. Aren't you getting out of the car? Daisy, who started the car, looked back at the two people who were still sitting behind. We're afraid you'll run away, Roddy said. Daisy was stunned for a moment, and then felt that what Roddy said was quite reasonable. After all, if you lend your car to someone who looks like a car thief, you would be worried that the person will run away and never come back, right? But Daisy ignored a problem. That is, it is impossible for a normal person to lend a car to a person who looks like a car thief. She didn't think about it, so she thought Roddy was right. But now a group of very dangerous people are looking for me. If you follow me, you will be in danger. I don't want to hurt you, Daisy said. She didn't want to implicate innocent passers-by because of herself. The driver of the previous white car had already suffered an accident because of her. And Gordon. Oh, and those who ran away to cover her and Gordon. I don't know what happened to them. It's okay. We are not afraid of danger. You can continue. Don't worry about us. Just pretend that we don't exist, Roddy said with a smile. Daisy stared blankly at the two of them. No matter how flustered she was, she realized that something was wrong at this moment. So, she tentatively said, Is this car really yours? Gwen smiled and shook her head. No, she said. Daisy, so what did you nod just now? Get off, Daisy said sternly. However, Roddy and Gwen came here just to watch the fun and show. How could they get off the car? Seeing that the two were unmoved, Daisy also became anxious. I'm not kidding you. I'm really in danger. A group of terrible people are hunting me down, and they all kill without blinking an eye. Daisy tried her best to describe those people as scarier, but she didn't have a lot of vocabulary in this area, so she could only use words like killing people without blinking an eye to describe them. It's okay. I kill people without blinking an eye, Roddy said kindly. Actually, the 660 in my hand also has a lot of lives, although they are not really good people. Gwen followed up and added. Now it was Daisy's turn to be dumbfounded. She really wanted to know what kind of strange pair she had met. Did they think they were joking? Is my expression not fierce enough? Or am I not acting anxious enough? Daisy, the more I think about it, the more annoying I get, and finally I don't think about anything at all. Stay as long as you like. Daisy planned to ignore these two guys with brain problems. She put on her seatbelt, put the gear on, and kicked the accelerator, and the car immediately drove towards the exit in front of the alley. Drive away. To be honest, Daisy's driving skills are pretty good. After all, she has supported herself outside since she was a child. In the past, in order to find her parents, she often drove a car from city to city to look for them. In the end, although she found it, she couldn't get her wish in the end. She always thought that after she found her family, the family would live happily together. Although there are occasional quarrels, when I wake up in the morning, it will be as if nothing happened. However, the reality gave her a slap in the face. What she thought was a beautiful family turned out that her father was a perverted murderer. Mother thought it was quite normal at first, but in the end, Daisy found out that she was actually a terrifying inhuman supremacist, and she was planning to destroy and subvert mankind all day long. Dominion over the planet. These discoveries make Daisy almost collapse. This is completely contrary to her ideal family. If she knew this earlier, she would rather not find her biological parents. It is better not to know for a lifetime than to lose faith. Thinking of this, Daisy couldn't help turning the steering wheel a few times angrily. Do you have any troubles? At this time, Gwen, who was sitting in the back row, asked her. Daisy glanced at Gwen through the rearview mirror of the car, followed by a moment of silence before speaking. If one day you find out that your father is a perverted murderer and your mother is a lunatic who wants to destroy the world, believe me, you will only be more desperate than me. Is it so scary? Gwen stuck out her tongue, a little taken aback. Fortunately, her parents love her very much, and she is not some crazy person who wants to destroy the world or a murderer or something. Chapter 74. The car was driving rapidly on the streets of Rio. Many people in the city don't know what happened, and they are still continuing their normal lives. But those people who were scared away before are now spreading everywhere about the strengthening people they saw. Not many are believable. Some people posted the videos or photos they took on the internet, but it will take time for the incident to firm it. Therefore, it has not caused any repercussions at the moment. In the car, Daisy seemed to have been opened up, telling Roddy and Gwen about her miserable life. From childhood, I kept changing foster families one by one. After growing up a little, he began to wander around, looking for his biological parents. Finally, the biological parents were found. The result was even more disappointing. Daisy's life is like a novel that makes people feel desperate after reading it. It is a tragedy from the beginning to the end. And through Daisy's narration, Roddy also found that she was not invited by Phil Coulson to join Phil Coulson's special team, nor did she participate in any high-tide organization, but was met by her father, Mr. Hyde, before that. Then he found his mother, Jia-ing, through Mr. Hyde. The process was clearly going much smoother than Roddy knew. But the result didn't change at all. Still miserable. Sister Daisy is too pitiful. Women are all emotional, and now after hearing Daisy's story, Gwen's eyes were already red with emotion. She took Roddy's hand and secretly wiped away tears. Roddy hugged her comfortingly, stroking her soft hair gently. But Daisy, who saw this scene through the rearview mirror of the car, felt even more uncomfortable. Love. She wants it too. Daisy just turned 20 this year. People of the same age as her are still in college at the moment, which is the best time to fall in love. But Daisy had no time to think about these things because she wanted to find her biological parents and find her ideal family since she was a child. So Daisy, who had never been in a relationship before, couldn't help feeling envious and uncomfortable when she saw this scene in the back row of the car. It felt like my heart had been stabbed several times with a knife. Too painful. WWW at this time. A light curtain suddenly appeared in the sky outside the car. The light curtain formed an arc and enveloped half of the city. Daisy, who was fleeing the city in her car, immediately slammed on the brakes and stopped after seeing this scene. Up. Gwen moved away from Roddy and asked, "It's Sheldon." Daisy spoke with a serious face. Sheldon? Roddy feels as if he has heard of this name somewhere. Is it some little genius? But the Sheldon Daisy was talking about was certainly not the one Roddy knew. Sheldon? What did he do? Gwen asked. Daisy then opened the door and got out of the car. Gwen and Roddy also got out of the car afterward. The two followed Daisy's gaze to the sky and saw a colorful light curtain playing a certain cartoon covering the entire sky and descending in a circular arc, as if connected to somewhere in the city. It's hanging over here. That's a cartoon. Gwen blinked in surprise and found that what was playing on the light curtain was a cartoon. That's Sheldon's ability. Daisy frowned and said with a gloomy expression, at the earliest, he could only form an indestructible screen in front of his eyes to play cartoons. This was originally a useless ability, but with Sheldon's continuous development, this ability gradually becomes stronger. Just like it is now, Sheldon has formed the screen into a pot lid, covering the city. The screen is indestructible, so people trapped inside can't leave here at all. Indestructible. Roddy doesn't quite believe that there are really indestructible things in this world. As strong as vibranium, can it be destroyed? So the screen made by Sheldon should also be destructible, but the energy required is too high. Then what are you going to do now? Gwen didn't care much about whether the screen was really indestructible. She cared about how Daisy would escape from here. No way. If Gordon was here, I could leave here with his help, but now Gordon has been killed by them, and I can't escape. Daisy shook her head. She too was in despair. They have already escaped from the world, yet they still have to face such a situation. Gwen, who heard Daisy's words, looked at Roddy. That Gordon is the tall and thin man who was killed without accident, and his ability is to open a portal. This ability is very similar to Roddy's ability. It's just that instead of opening the portal, Roddy teleported directly, without so many traces of performance, but essentially the same. Therefore, Roddy can also leave with Daisy. Those inhuman races can't trap them at all. Roddy, who saw Gwen's eyes, also nodded slightly, indicating that he can leave here easily and will not be trapped here. Seeing this, Gwen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Daisy just heard what she said, she really thought they were going to be trapped here. Now it seems that this is not a catch and a earn at all. The most is to close the door and let the dogs go, but the door can be opened. Here she is, at this time. An inhuman spotted Daisy standing on the road. Immediately yelled to attract other inhuman companions to come over. Oops, let's run. As soon as Daisy saw the inhuman, she realized that something was wrong. She quickly yelled at Roddy and Gwen, then turned and started to run away. When the inhuman saw that Daisy was about to run, he immediately chased after her. The ability of this inhuman race is very interesting. He can create various cold weapons from his hands and smash them at the opponent. The power of this smash does not depend on his own original strength, but on the quality of the cold soldier crystal he created. The higher the quality of the cold weapon, the greater the force of the smash. But the distance it hits is fixed. The farthest is only 100 meters. And the cold weapons he makes are also random. Belongs to uncontrollable manufacturing. Therefore, if you are lucky, you may create a high-quality cold weapon such as a giant axe. But if you are unlucky, embroidery needles are actually a cold weapon. But it's rare to be so unlucky. At this moment, the inhuman race created some cold weapons such as short knives and small hammers, and constantly smashed them at Daisy, who was running away in front. And Daisy also turned her head and waved her hands constantly to blast out shock waves one after another, blasting away the cold weapons thrown by the opponent, preventing them from hitting her. Shockwave abilities can be strong or weak. This needs to be controlled by Daisy herself. She has been awakening this ability for more than a year and has been practicing how to control her ability. At the same time, the power of the shockwave is also mutual. Therefore, the stronger the shockwave, the greater the damage it will do to itself, although the effect is only a few tenths of that of hitting the enemy. But Daisy's physical strength is only at the level of ordinary people, so she can't release her ability with all her strength, because the consequence of doing so is that even she herself will be shocked to death. But at this moment, it's just to resist some cold weapons that smashed over, and it doesn't need such a powerful shockwave. But Daisy also found that she couldn't get rid of the guy behind her. Can only be exhausted. But after a while, other Inhumans will catch up. And without a helper, she couldn't beat so many Inhumans at all, and she could only be caught in the end. Roddy, do we want to help a bunch of Daisies? Behind her, Gwen looked at Daisy, who was hunted down and fled in embarrassment, and couldn't help feeling pity in her heart. Oh, Roddy nodded. Just in time, the car that Daisy drove over just now was still there, so he reached out and patted on this car, instantly using the mechanically activated ability on it. Next second, in a few seconds, the 1-ton family car turned into a 4 to 5 meter tall mechanical warrior. It's just that this mechanical warrior looks a little shabby. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it has much fighting power. But it's okay, Roddy still has the ability of mechanical strengthening. He used the mechanical strengthening ability on this mechanical warrior, and a burst of light flashed across the mechanical warrior in an instant. And then the dilapidated mechanical warrior suddenly became a brand new future technological style mechanical warrior. The image changed instantly. Go ahead and kill that guy who litters everywhere. Roddy patted the mechanical warrior's leg and gave instructions to it. Next second, the activated mechanical warrior rushed up quickly. It runs like flying, and its speed is more than 10 times faster than ordinary people running at full speed. It took only a while to catch up with the Inhuman who was chasing and killing Daisy in front. The latter also looked back when he heard the movement, but saw a fist that reflected the metallic luster in the sun constantly enlarged in his sight. Next second, boom, a figure flew out. After flying more than 20 meters, it landed on the ground. The ground was instantly infested with blood. Daisy, who was running away, was stunned when she saw this scene and stopped involuntarily, staring blankly at the tall and mighty robot behind her. This robot is very powerful. Gwen smiled as she hugged Roddy's arm. Roddy had already shown her his 2 new abilities, so Gwen wasn't surprised. But this is indeed the first time Roddy has used these 2 new abilities against enemies. No matter how specific the previous estimate of the strength of the mechanical warrior was, it was just an estimate. Without the test of actual combat, Roddy himself has no confidence in himself. It's just that he has too many abilities, and the 2 mechanical abilities can at most enrich his means and get himself a group of obedient thugs along the way. Even if it doesn't work, Roddy doesn't really care. But judging from the current situation, this mechanical warrior is indeed pretty good. A mechanical warrior activated from just a broken car already has such combat effectiveness. If you find some better cars, or even tanks and planes, that must be even more amazing. This is what you did. Daisy is no fool either. It is impossible for a fool to wander for so many years but protect himself well. So she quickly guessed that this robot is the masterpiece of Roddy and Gwen, and these 2 people are not ordinary people as she thought. You are also aliens? Daisy asked. Roddy shook his head. No, they are mutants. Roddy said. Mutant? What is that? Daisy has never, Naheo Zhao, heard of this term. Express do not understand. It doesn't matter, anyway. All you need to know is that we are not ordinary people. Roddy said. Hearing this, Daisy also felt that this was indeed the case. Anyway, whether it is mutant or inhumans, all of them are existences with extraordinary abilities in the eyes of ordinary people. Definitely. Unlike Jia Ing and the Inhumans who regard ordinary people as ants, Daisy has no sense of racial superiority, nor does she think who should have a level and who should be the first level. Isn't everyone equal? Daisy couldn't understand what her mother was thinking. Just as Jia Ing can't understand her thoughts, it's a reason. At this moment, the shout before the dead Inhuman just now has attracted many Inhumans to come here. When these Inhumans arrived, they first saw the tall mechanical warrior. After all, it is hard not to attract the attention of others for a mechanical warrior with a height of 4 or 5 meters. After a brief surprise, the Inhumans found Daisy and the corpse of one of their companions. Traitor! These Inhumans looked at Daisy with hostility. Although Daisy is the daughter of their leader, even their leader himself said that after finding someone, he will not care about life or death. Even other people's mothers don't care. How could they care about a group of outsiders? Moreover, in their eyes, Daisy is a traitor who has betrayed their beliefs. This kind of person should be executed. Chapter 75. More and more Inhumans gathered around. They surrounded both ends of the street with water, and the owners of the houses on both sides of the road hit it home one after another after seeing this situation, and they didn't even dare to stick their heads out to watch the excitement. As for the local police, right now, I am busy dealing with the light curtain that suddenly appeared and covered half of the city. Where else is the police force sent here? Where is that traitor? Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from behind the crowd, followed by a burly figure came from behind the crowd. Hansen, she's over there. Someone gave Hansen the direction, and the burly Hansen also walked to this side step by step. Daisy, who saw the other party, couldn't help swallowing. Hansen, among the many Inhumans in the afterlife, his strength can be ranked in the top 3. Although Hansen's ability seems to be very ordinary, it's just physical strengthening. But when this strengthening reaches the extreme, the owner's strength will become extremely powerful. Hansen is one such example. Although his ability is only for physical strengthening, Hansen can lift hundreds of tons of boulders with one hand, and when he usually exercises in the afterlife, he can always make big movements like earth shaking and mountain shaking. Therefore, Hansen also has a nickname called Earthquake Man. It's just that Hansen doesn't like this nickname, so other people will only call him that behind his back. In person, few people would dare to call him this nickname. At the same time, Hansen is also Gordon's friend. Xing Jin has a good relationship with Gordon. It is said that Hansen was led by Gordon to the afterlife, so Hansen has always regarded Gordon as his guide. But this guy was a guy who was severely brainwashed by Jiaoying. Gordon's betrayal made Hansen very angry. The bone spear that pierced Gordon's body before was thrown by Hansen himself. He personally killed his guide, in order to wash away some of the stains brought to him by Gordon's betrayal. But, compared to Gordon, Hansen hates Daisy even more, because without Daisy's bewitching, How could Gordon betray them? For 63 so, the most damned person has always been Daisy. Hansen also said that he would kill this woman with his own hands, no matter what kind of identity she has. At the moment, seeing Hansen arriving, the surrounding Inhumans gave way to him one after another and let him walk into the encirclement. As soon as Hansen arrived, he stared at Daisy, who was surrounded by many Inhumans. The boss stared at a pair of bull's eyes, which were full of bloodshot eyes. Eyes full of monstrous hatred. Daisy didn't even know that the other party hated herself so much. She smiled bitterly and said, "Hansen, have you forgotten what Gordon said? Don't mention the name Gordon in front of me." Hansen roared angrily. "You are not qualified to mention this name. You made Gordon a shameful traitor. You made Gordon bear the stain he shouldn't have. And you have failed all of us." Hansen's words were full of hatred. Following his words, the Inhumans around shouted "traitor" one after another, making Daisy's face paler and paler. "Gordon was killed by me. His death has washed away the stains caused by betrayal. Now it's your turn." Hansen clenched his fists and walked towards Daisy in front of him step by step. He knew that Daisy's shockwave was very aggressive, but he knew better that Daisy couldn't use this power with all her strength. In fact, Hansen has always envied Daisy. If he has an ability like Daisy, then with his physical fitness, he can completely destroy a city with one blow. Pity, the person who has this ability is Daisy. A mortal woman. What qualifications does she have to possess such divine power? Hansen approached step by step, and every step he took seemed to be stepping on Daisy's heart. It made it hard for her to breathe. "Stop!" Daisy yelled, but Hansen turned a deaf ear. As a last resort, Daisy could only attack with a wave of her hand, blasting the largest shock wave without hurting herself and blasting Hansen in front of her. Pity. This, BCDG, level of attack only made Hansen's body pause slightly. Then there is no more. Hansen continued to walk forward. He seemed to have seen the scene of Daisy's head bursting open under his fist. At this time, a burly figure stood in front of him. "Robot." Hansen looked at the robot in front of him in surprise. "Hansen, be careful. This robot looks very unusual." Someone reminded Hansen. Hansen, who heard the reminder, smiled coldly. Extraordinary strength? He rushed forward with a grinning grin and hit the metal body of the mechanical warrior in front of him with a straight fist without the slightest trace of bells and whistles. Boom. There was a loud bang. An arm of the tall mechanical warrior was blown off in an instant. Shards of metal scattered in all directions. The surrounding Inhuman races fled away one after another. Boom. There was another muffled sound. The mechanical warrior's other arm clenched a fist and slammed Hansen's face. The punched Hansen tilted his head, but in the next second, Hansen turned his head abruptly. He held the mechanical warrior's fist, showed a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth, and then punched. Boom. Bang. The berserk attacks rained down on the mechanical warrior. The metal body that couldn't even be pierced by a sniper rifle looked like it was made of plastic under Hansen's fist. Every time a punch falls, a large piece of metal fragments will be splashed. And the mechanical warrior is also fearless of death. Or it has no concept of death at all. No matter how damaged his body was, it was still constantly attacking Hansen in front of him. It didn't stop until his body was completely dismantled into a pile of pieces. And Hansen also laughed happily. This kind of punching to the flesh, the feeling that every punch can smash everything, is exactly his favorite way of fighting. "You are a good robot," he said to Daisy. Hansen thought that this mechanical warrior was controlled by Daisy, although he didn't understand where Daisy got the robot. But it doesn't matter. Now, the only robot that can protect Daisy was also dismantled by him. So what's next for Daisy? "Sorry. Looks like you broke something in me." Just when Hansen was about to kill Daisy with all his might, a man's voice suddenly appeared, and then a figure stood in front of him. "Who are you?" Hansen didn't know the person in front of him. He and that woman seemed to be together with this betrayal. At this time, the Inhumans who arrived earlier shouted. Apparently, he had seen Daisy talking to Roddy and the others. Together, Hansen looked at Roddy in front of him with cold eyes. "So, you are here to meet this traitor?" Roddy knew the other party had misunderstood, but he didn't mean to explain. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. Anyway, he doesn't care. "You broke my stuff, shouldn't you apologize?" Roddy said. "Your things." Hansen looked down at the metal fragments on the ground, then laughed and stepped on them, crushing them. "It turns out that this robot belongs to you. Your ability is quite interesting, but it's too weak," Hansen said with a laugh. For Hansen, who admires strength, anyone who can't beat him is not worthy of his respect. Definitely. Individual exceptions. For example, Jia Ying, their leader in the afterlife. Another example is his guide Gordon. These people are special, but it's only limited to these few people. What about the others? Hansen doesn't care. Too weak. Roddy smiled. That mocking look made Hansen very angry. How can a weak person dare to laugh at a strong person? Then, Hansen didn't talk nonsense with the other party and directly punched out violent power. The fist was still some distance away from Roddy, but the shockwave he set off with this punch was enough to blow a person into pieces. In Hansen's view, the ability of the person in front of him should be to control the robot just now. Generally, people with this kind of ability are originally very weak. So he didn't even punch the opponent directly, but planned to tear the opponent to pieces with the shockwave raised by his fist. This is what happened to Hansen, who laughed at him. Hansen grinned grimly, as if he had seen the picture of Roddy being torn to pieces. But the next second, shockwave hit Roddy's body, but it was like a breeze blowing on his face. All the energy is absorbed by Roddy. Hansen's imaginary painting of Roddy being blasted to pieces does not appear. On the contrary, the other party's mocking eyes are more obvious than before. Damn! Hansen's eyes turned red. Those who are familiar with him will know that this is a sign of Hansen's rage. Facing the berserk Hansen, even the two Inhumans who were stronger than him were unwilling to face him in this state. As for other people, they dare not even get close. The Inhumans around them took a few steps back, for fear of being disliked by rage's Hansen. No one can laugh at me. Hansen rushed forward with a roar and punched Roddy heavily. However, the fist with terrifying power hit Roddy's body and couldn't even make him take a step back. Instead, Roddy was even laughing. "Continue," he said. These two words deeply stimulated Hansen. He punches wildly. The punch hit Roddy harder than the punch. However, no matter how hard he tried, his fists were like cotton, unable to do any damage at all. Hansen was tired. He started panting. But that wasn't what hurt him the most. What really made him suffer was that his fist couldn't even hurt a single hair of the opponent. This is too shocking. This is impossible. Hansen began to doubt life. Even Daisy looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief at this moment. "Is your boyfriend a monster?" she whispered to Gwen beside her. Gwen smiled. He is the most powerful in the world. This big guy is not qualified to hurt him." Gwen's eyes were full of love. Daisy couldn't help it after seeing it. It was very uncomfortable to be fed a mouthful of dog food. And at this time, Roddy, who had absorbed the energy of Hansen's hundreds of punches, also stretched out a hand. "You hit me so many times, I'll just give you one back. If you can catch it without dying, we'll be settled." Roddy spoke very arrogantly, and Hansen couldn't get up when he returned to Wenchuan. His proudest strength is worth nothing in front of Roddy. So even if Roddy is 100 times more arrogant now, Hansen will not be angry anymore. The strong conquer the strong, and the weak must endure the strong. This is Hansen's life rule. Roddy was weak in his eyes before, so Roddy laughed at him, and he would be extremely angry. Available now, Hansen understood that the real weak person was actually himself. So no matter how much Roddy taunted him, he takes it for granted definitely. "Come on, let me see your mighty power." Hansen roared. Every muscle in his body was in pain. Next second, Roddy punched lightly. Then when the fist hit Hansen, all the energy of the hundreds of punches he had absorbed before burst out from the fist. This moment, it was as if Hansen had been hit by hundreds of punches he had integrated. His indestructible and powerful body was torn to pieces in an instant. Flesh and blood collapse. The bones wailed at first, and then fell apart. Bang! The sky-shaking roar then sounded. The entire street was cleared of a large area by this punch. Everything along the way was smashed. The dozen or so Inhumans standing in the front were the first to bear the brunt, and under this terrifying shockwave, they instantly turned into a rain of blood. Wait until everything is calm. Hansen in front of him has long since disappeared. The same disappears. There is also the ground within 200 or 300 meters in front of Roddy. A long gully stretches out, and everything along the way disappears. Chapter 76. The soundless silence lasted for a few minutes. It wasn't until the first person started to yell in horror and backed away that the other Inhumans came back to their senses as if awakened from a dream. Then they also looked at Roddy in horror while stepping back. "It's as strong as a monster." Daisy stared at the destroyed area in front of her with wide eyes and couldn't help but say dumbfounded. On the other hand, Gwen showed a proud expression. After all, that's her boyfriend. At this time, the huge amounts of movement also attracted those aliens from other parts of the city. Hundreds of Inhumans began to gather here. As the leader, Jiang also came here surrounded by many subordinates. What happened? Looking at the completely destroyed area, Jiang called an Inhuman who was here before and asked. Then this alien race was described to Jiang with a face full of horror. After he finished speaking, there was also a solemn expression on Jiang's face. Killed Hansen with one punch? It also destroyed such a large area. Is it that strong? Definitely strong. and it's as strong as a monster. But Jiang was not afraid. The opponent is very strong, but he is alone. He also carried 2 oil bottles with him. No matter how strong he is, how many people can he stop? And she has hundreds of combat-type inhuman warriors under her command. How much can he stop? Definitely. In the face of a strong person, the necessary respect is still necessary. Except that Jiang is a little crazy about human beings. She is actually quite smart at other times. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to pull together such a large organization. It is also impossible to make so many Inhumans bow down to her. Then, Jiang led the people to Roddy. Respected strong man, there may be some misunderstandings between us that need to be explained. Jiang doesn't want to be an enemy of Roddy. If it is possible, she even wants to win Roddy into the afterlife. If there is such a strong person joining, their power in the afterlife will become even more sky-high. Then when her plan is really implemented, the speed at which the Inhumans rule the world will be much faster. That's right. Dominating the world is Jia Ying's real ambition. She's fed up with being stepped on top of her head. Enough of those people looking at her as ants. So she wants to stand on top of all human beings and do whatever she wants. She wants everyone to know who is the master of this world, not the frail human beings, but their mighty Inhumans. Humanity? What can they do? Misunderstand. Roddy looked at the woman in front of him. He knew in his heart that the crazy idea of the other party could not be realized. The so-called dominance was just the limitation of the structure. How did Jiang know that the composition of this planet is so complicated? Her so-called ambition. It is doomed to be impossible to achieve. As for the misunderstanding in Jia Ying's mouth, Roddy can probably understand her thoughts, but he just thinks that he is strong enough and wants to win him over. Pity. Jia Ying's wishful thinking will come to nothing after all. Roddy will not join any faction. It is even more impossible to join a force ruled by a madwoman. That's right, it's just a misunderstanding. Jia Ying said, maybe my ineffective daughter has promised you something, but I can guarantee that what I give you will be 10 times better than what she promised you. Oh, you think so? Roddy said lightly. If that's the case, then there is no misunderstanding between us, because your daughter didn't make any promises to me. Then why are you helping her? Jia Ying frowned and asked, how many people in this world will do things that are not beneficial? What's more, it is still a powerful existence. Will it really be against an equally powerful force just because of a little bit of mercy? Why? Roddy chuckled. Probably because I'm happy. Jia Ying, what kind of bullshit reason is this? Just because you're happy? So you are going to provoke a powerful force for this and make it your enemy? What kind of brains are you? Jia Ying couldn't understand Roddy's statement at all. I even feel that the other party is playing tricks on me. But in fact, it is definitely not the ridiculous reason just because he is happy, as he said. However, Jia Ying got one thing wrong. She thought her afterlife should also be a powerful force in Roddy's eyes. So she thinks it's impossible for Roddy to make an enemy of the afterlife for such a ridiculous reason. However, in Roddy's eyes, the afterlife is just a ridiculous organization. Their so-called beliefs and ambitions are so ridiculous and ignorant in Roddy's eyes. So, Roddy can ignore the afterlife just because of the same ridiculous reason of I'm happy. Because from the bottom of his heart, he didn't pay attention to Jia Ying and the others. If it is the group of Inhumans headed by Black Bolt on the moon, then Roddy admits that it is definitely a powerful force. Even with Roddy's current strength, he doesn't dare to say that he can 100% single-handedly challenge the opponent. Afterlife? Do not make jokes. As we all know, the Inhumans who stayed in Blue Star were all selected by others. The real elites are all on the moon. Such a group of people picked out the rest of the garbage. How can they have any qualifications to make Roddy pay attention to them? Definitely. Weakness is also relative. For Roddy, the overall strength of the afterlife is very weak. But for others, the strength in the afterlife might already be terrifyingly strong. Jia Ying didn't know all this, so she thought Roddy was playing tricks on her. Then, Jia Ying said angrily, are you kidding me? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Roddy looked at the confident woman in front of him. Although he didn't want to hit him, but Roddy still said, sorry. If my words make you feel uncomfortable, I can take it back, but my attitude will not change. Roddy's attitude really made Jia Ying angry. She wanted to win over this man. But in the end, the other party humiliated her time and time again. Embarrass her in front of her subordinates. Jia Ying is a stingy woman. So she hated Roddy so much at this moment. I can't wait to tear him to pieces. I'll make you regret the decision you made. Jia Ying said a harsh word, then turned around and pushed behind the other Inhumans. She is the leader of the afterlife, but more of a spiritual leader, rather than the leader of the charge. So, in general battles, Jia Ying does not rush to the front, but commands from the rear. Get rid of them. Take back the treasure. Jia Ying, who retreated to the back, ordered to the surrounding Inhumans. At this moment, the hundreds of Inhumans who came to Rio have all gathered here. The huge movement just now also attracted the attention of the local police. Originally, the local police were checking the situation near the light curtain to see if they could break through the light curtain and contact the outside world. But the huge amounts of explosion just now attracted some people. Just as they approached this side, they suddenly saw abnormal natural phenomena such as lightning, flames, and snowstorms appearing in the sky. The local police officers who drove here were dumbfounded. When had they seen such a bizarre scene? Definitely. The light curtain in the sky that has been playing cartoons is not counted. It is much more bizarre than this. They have just used all conceivable means to break through the lack of light curtain. But it turned out to be useless. That light curtain seemed indestructible, not even explosives. In contrast, the lightning, flames, and so on in front of me can be seen in daily life, but I have never seen one appearing, and it is so large. Hold on to me. I saw hundreds of Inhumans on the opposite side launching an attack. Gwen also grabbed Daisy beside her and led her out of here quickly. She knows Roddy's strength, so she doesn't worry about his safety at all, but Daisy is different. Except for the ability of Sasser, she is just an ordinary person in other respects. Ask for flowers. If it is hit by lightning flames or something, it will lose half of its life if it is not dead. Gwen is kind-hearted and can't bear to see poor Daisy get hurt. That's why he chose to take her away first. Wait, aren't we staying to help? Daisy was led by Gwen all the way away from the battlefield. Seeing that the left Roddy had to deal with so many enemies alone, Daisy couldn't help but asked worriedly. Don't worry, Roddy is the strongest. Gwen is full of confidence in her boyfriend, let alone hundreds of Inhumans. Even if a nuclear bomb flies over, she doesn't worry that Roddy will get hurt. Although Daisy didn't understand why Gwen was so confident, Daisy was also relieved seeing Roddy, who was still able to handle countless attacks. It looks like he can really handle it. At the same time, facing a large group of incoming Inhumans, Roddy couldn't help but had no choice to run away, but rushed forward instead. Oncoming attacks are absorbed the instant they touch him. Then Roddy waved his hand, and instantly a burst of violent energy blasted out, returning all the absorbed energy back. Back to you. A burst of violent energy blasted an Inhuman. This guy can control fire. Ability is a bit like Pyro and Mutant. After absorbing the flame he released, Roddy directly bombarded him with the compressed flame energy. This guy was originally just a mortal body. How could he stop such a violent bombardment? Just a face-to-face. The Inhumans with this ability, which is very similar to Pyroman, was blown to pieces. John, his companion, rushed forward, shouting angrily. Roddy looked at it, and with a finger, a different space entrance with a diameter of more than 1 meter opened in front of him. The guy didn't have time to break and hit it directly. Then the moment his upper body entered, Roddy closed the entrance to the different space. Only half of the corpse with extremely neat cuts was left in place. The corpse was sizzling with blood. Roddy waved his hand again, and the upper half of the corpse the body was thrown out and hit an Inhuman who could spit water. The latter let out a terrified scream. Among the crowd, Roddy was having a great time. The attacks of these alien races are nourishment for him. And his attack, no matter how random a blow is, it can take away the life of an Inhuman race. Cyclops, different dimensions, even cross-dressing abilities, all played by Roddy. He disappeared in an instant and appeared again. Reach out and grab an Inhuman. Then he teleported directly into a wall with him. Roddy himself was outside, but the Inhuman he caught was embedded in the wall. Immediately, another one died. And these Inhumans who saw Roddy's terrifying strength also learned to be smart. They finally stopped being stupid and continued to rush towards Roddy. Instead, he chose to hunt down Gwen and Daisy. When Roddy saw it, he punched the ground directly. Boom. A dazzling white light spread instantly, covering a large area around it, until it coincided with the light curtain in the sky. And the tens of thousands of mechanical items within this area were suddenly accompanied by the sound of mechanical friction at the moment the white light swept across them, and in just a few seconds, they turned into mechanical battles one by one. Mechanical activation. Mechanical strengthening. The two abilities were combined into one by Roddy's synthesis, and the strengthening of 70,000 mechanical warriors was completed in an instant. Mechanical Legion, give it to me, Roddy yelled, and after the secret order was issued, 70,000 mechanical warriors rushed towards those Inhuman races in an instant. 70,000 versus dozens? That scene. The Inhumans, who had just returned to a large number of people, suddenly became a minority who were bullied. On average, Each Inhuman has to deal with the siege of dozens of mechanical warriors. Even the stronger ones among them couldn't cope with the besieging of dozens of mechanical warriors, let alone those Inhumans who were already of average strength. It was even torn to pieces in one encounter. Chapter 77. Facing tens of thousands of mechanical legions, the Inhumans began to be outnumbered. And this time Roddy didn't even need to shoot. He just stood and watched. Watching these Inhumans run wildly for their lives, but still can't escape the fate of being massacred by mechanical warriors. It seems that the strength of the mechanical legion is quite good. Roddy looked at the fighting power of these mechanical warriors and was quite satisfied with their performance. A single mechanical warrior might not be very powerful. It's okay to deal with the Inhumans with ordinary combat power. If you really encounter some powerful Inhumans, like the Handsome before, it will not be enough. But if the number of mechanical warriors is large enough, the effect will be completely different. And some mechanical warriors born from the activation of machines also have some pretty good abilities. For example, the mechanical warrior born after the activation of the chainsaw has its own double-armed chainsaw weapon. Roddy just saw a mechanical warrior whose arms are chainsaws. It looks less than 1 meter tall, but it was chasing 2 Inhumans and hacking. The 2 alien races did not dare to resist at all and could only run away. There are also mechanical warriors transformed from hydraulic presses. The 2 arms are hydraulic devices. Grabbing a target and clamping it directly in the middle, it can be crushed to pieces in an instant. These mechanical warriors all have their own characteristics. Although the level of intelligence is 205, but it can't stand to inherit some structures of the original machinery. If this is replaced by tanks, fighter jets and so on, that must have the long-range killing ability. Direct long-distance firing. The power after strengthening must be much stronger than the original tank. At that time, any shell will be the power of a small ballistic missile. Picture that picture. Absolute violence. Under the pursuit of the 70,000 mechanical legion, the Inhuman race was quickly killed, leaving less than a dozen people. The rest of these people also opened the portal in a panic and ran away. As the leader of the afterlife, Jia-Ying is also protected by his subordinates at the moment and escorted into the portal. Before leaving, she turned her head and gave Roddy a nasty look. Can Roddy get used to her? Just staring, a laser beam smashed Jia-Ying's upper body. Those aliens protecting Jia-Ying didn't have time to block the leader's attack, and just watched their leader being blasted into half a corpse. Let's just go, why hate? Roddy shook his head. This kind of person deserves to be killed. If you want to go, go quickly, and I don't even want to stop you. In the end, you still stared at me, acting as if you will take revenge on me in the future. Then can I bear your temper? Regenerative ability, right? Can't kill him. I'll blow half of your body into pieces. Let's see how you can regenerate. Roddy pouted, watching the remaining Inhumans rush into the portal in a panic and escape from the scene, followed by the rapid closure of the portal. It seemed that he was afraid that Roddy would send them a laser beam again. As these alien races left, the light curtain in the sky also disappeared. The barriers that prevented the entry of troops from outside disappeared. The army that had been assembled outside for a long time could finally come in at this time. But at this moment, the enemy had already run away. When they came here, at most they collected corpses for some Inhuman races. Gone. Roddy's figure appeared beside Gwen and Daisy in an instant, and he said to them, "Where are you going? I'll take you there." He looked at Daisy beside him. The latter thought for a while and said, "You don't know where to go for the time being, so you can send me to any place first." Roddy nodded when he heard the words, then grabbed one of them with one hand and disappeared in place with the 2 of them in an instant. Afterlife. This is a paradise isolated from the world. At the moment, these Inhumans who had just escaped from the portal were looking at the remaining half of the corpse on the ground with ugly expressions. What should I do? Can the leader survive like this? Are you G blind? You can't see for yourself. It's over. The afterlife is over. The leader is dead, and the enemy is so strong. We can't take revenge. Then what should we do? Are we going to continue living here? I have nowhere to go. It's okay. We can continue to live here in the future, continue to live our isolated life. It's just about the original plan of the leader. Go to the shit plan. I didn't agree with that plan. Now that we have lost so many people, we can't fight against humans. Let's live an honest life in the future. I also think so. The most important thing is to live first. These Inhumans who survived have been shattered from their original ambitions. Zheng Jin and the others are also so proud, thinking that they are the future of this world, and ordinary humans are only worthy of being enslaved by them. But what they experienced today shattered all their pride. They're like wounded beasts now, just looking for a safe place to lick their wounds. As for what plan? What ambition? To hell with everything. Anyway, the boss is dead. It is impossible to continue the plan. That being the case, why do they still go out to fight and kill? These people said that they are tired of the days of fighting and killing, and they want to be a good person in the future, be kind to others everywhere, and live their little lives well. Then let's bury the leader's body first. Someone suggested. After all, Jia-ing was their leader when he was alive, although almost all those who survived were complaining about Jia-ing in their hearts. If her daughter hadn't defected, they wouldn't have hunted her down. If they hadn't hunted down Daisy, they wouldn't have met that terrible man. Then others will not die. After all, it's all Jia-ing's fault. Her daughter wouldn't have betrayed her mother if she hadn't engaged in that damn plan. So, in the hearts of these people, there is more or less resentment towards Jia-ing. But anyway, Jia-ing is dead. For the sake of the other party being good to them in the past, they will bury her body. It's half a corpse. After all, the top half has been turned into pieces and left in Rio. They simply don't have time to collect, nor dare they. Then let's do this. We will not leave if we have nothing to do in the future. This proposal was approved by all the Inhumans present. They do need a good rest for a while. Be it physically or mentally, you need it. Roddy is not clear about the situation in the afterlife. But even if the remaining Inhumans want to take revenge on him, he doesn't care at all. At the beginning, hundreds of aliens besieged him together, but he didn't pay attention. Let alone 2 or 3 of the few big cats and kittens that survive now. They can't make a difference at all. And Roddy saw utter terror in the eyes of the men before they fled. So he guessed that there is a high probability that these aliens would not dare to come to him again. For the rest of their lives, they might just avoid him from afar. Even if they meet by chance, they will immediately pretend not to see it, and then leave there far away. This is probably a psychological shadow, and Roddy seems to have become the psychological shadow of those people. In the hotel room, Roddy came back here with Gwen and Daisy. There is a guest room over there. You can stay here tonight. As for where you want to go tomorrow, you decide for yourself. Roddy said to Daisy, and then took her to see the guest room and asked what she needed. I just want a change of clothes. Daisy said with some embarrassment. Speaking of which, she and Roddy were not related, but Roddy not only saved her life, but also arranged a place for her to stay at night. This made Daisy feel the care she hadn't felt in many years. Even her biological mother never cared so much about her. More just want to use her ability. Think she will be a good helper, that's all. Family affection or something. Daisy has never seen this in the eyes of that woman. Okay, you have a good rest. Roddy nodded, then turned and went out, closing the door for Daisy. In the living room outside, Gwen ran over when she saw Roddy coming out and asked, "How is it? Is Sister Daisy still in a stable mood?" "Well, it's not bad, at least I didn't cry," Roddy said. Gwen patted him angrily. "Sister Daisy is too pitiful. I suddenly feel so happy. Not only have my parents who love me since childhood, but also let me meet you." As Gwen said, she hugged Roddy tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next second. "Roddy, where do you think Sister Daisy will go in the future?" Gwen hugged him and asked. "I don't know about that. It depends on where she wants to go, and I can take her there by the way," Roddy said. Regarding Daisy, although Roddy had some thoughts in his heart, but now that his girlfriend was by his side, it was impossible for Roddy to do anything blatantly. After all, he had to consider Gwen's feelings. But these are minor issues. Roddy thought he could handle it. Asked the hotel room steward to buy a set of clothes. After Roddy took the bag from the housekeeper, he turned and knocked on the door of the guest room. "Daisy, may I come in?" asked Roddy, standing in the doorway. After waiting for a while, the sound of slippers stepping on the floor came from the room. Then the door of the guest room opened. Daisy in a bathrobe stood at the door, looked at Roddy shyly and said, "I just took a shower, come in." She stepped aside to let Roddy in. After entering, Roddy handed her the bag in his hand. "This is a change of clothes for you. You can see if it fits," Roddy said. Daisy took the bag and looked inside. Outerwear, underwear, trousers, everything. Roddy was clearly well prepared. "Then sit down for a while. I'll be fine soon." After Daisy finished speaking, she took the bag and ran to the bathroom. About 10 minutes passed. After changing her clothes, Daisy came out of the bathroom. She was wearing the newly bought clothes, which looked quite fit. "It fits well, thank you." Daisy walked up to Roddy and said thank you again. "You don't have to be so polite. It's just a set of clothes." Roddy said, "We're going out for dinner later. Do you want to go together?" Daisy just wanted to say she wasn't hungry, but she didn't say anything. My stomach growled first. This made Daisy blush instantly. "It's not the right time for you to bark this unbelievable stomach, right?" Daisy was depressed. Roddy didn't think there was anything wrong. He said directly, "Then we are going to set off to call you later. You should rest for a while. We will set off in about a quarter of an hour." "Okay, all right." Daisy responded softly. She lowered her head, afraid that Roddy would see her blushing cheeks. After Roddy left, Daisy dared to raise her head. It's so embarrassing. She rubbed her hair annoyed, feeling ashamed for what she had just done. After a while, Daisy 0.4 suddenly looked down at the clothes on her body, with a puzzled expression on her face. How did he know my size? Thinking about it, Daisy couldn't help but blushed again. Evening. Roddy and Gwen called Daisy in the past, and the three of them went out for dinner together. Daytime events don't seem to have much of an impact on the city. Most people are still living normally and have not been affected by the previous turmoil. Even after Roddy and the others came out after eating, they saw a lot of people in a nearby square doing some celebration-like program. There is a big bonfire in the center of the square, and many people are singing and dancing around the bonfire. It doesn't appear at all that the city has only been terribly attacked during the day. These people really have big hearts, Roddy thought. Seeing the performance on the square, the three of Roddy also stopped to appreciate it. Standing in the crowd, Daisy subconsciously glanced at Roddy beside her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt so secure. But now that Roddy was by her side, Daisy felt as if she didn't have to think about anything. Just follow him quietly, eat, drink, play, and be a happy girl. That's enough. Don't have to think about those fights. No need to think about where to go tomorrow. Daisy liked this feeling very much. She even wanted to sink in it. But when she saw Roddy holding his Gwen on the other side, Daisy woke up instantly. Chapter 78. After 9 o'clock in the evening. The activities on the square just ended, and Roddy and the three of them also left here and returned to the hotel after the end. Back in the hotel, Daisy said that she had something to talk to them about. So Roddy took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, poured a glass for each of the three, and sat down with the three in the living room. Miss Daisy, what do you want to say? Gwen sat down beside Roddy, then looked at Daisy and asked. Daisy glanced at the two of them, then picked up the cup and took a sip before she said, You should also be curious about why I was hunted down by those people, right? That's right, Miss Daisy. Why were you hunted down by them? Gwen asked cooperatively. Well, Gwen, you don't actually need to call me Miss Daisy, just call me Daisy. Daisy felt weird, and Gwen was only a year or two younger than her. Daisy always felt that she was being called old when she called her sister directly. Okay then, I'll call you by your name directly from now on. Gwen nodded. Daisy also smiled kindly at Gwen. Afterwards, Daisy turned serious and said, The reason why I was hunted down by those people is because I stole one of their things. As she said that, Daisy picked up the bag she had been carrying all along, unzipped the zipper of the bag, and took out a small metal object from inside. That's it. Daisy put it on the coffee table. Both Roddy and Gwen looked at the thing curiously. This metal object looks like a small pyramid's ornament, but it is silvery white, looks like sterling silver, but it is light in the hand. So it's either hollow, or it's not sterling silver, but another metal. What's the use of this thing? Asked Roddy. It allows ordinary people to obtain the blood of inhumans. Daisy said seriously. Hearing this answer, even though Roddy was already mentally prepared that this thing might be a treasure, he was taken aback. What the hell can just this little pyramid's 12 turn ordinary people into inhumans? Wouldn't the future per capita exceed ability? Billions of inhumans around the world. Roddy imagined that scene and couldn't help but get a weird look on his face. Is this thing really that powerful? Roddy didn't quite believe it. The inhuman race is also one of the races created by the celestial group. If this can casually turn an ordinary person into an inhuman race, wouldn't it seem that the celestial group has no cards? Is it possible for anyone to place works of Tenjin Group? Roddy couldn't help but think of the mutant in the X-Men world. Speaking of the old version of X-Men, Magneto once created a machine that claimed to be able to turn ordinary people into mutants, but the result? It's a genetic breakdown. It turned out that the machine was not reliable at all. Although it can turn an ordinary person into a mutant, such a result will lead to the alienation of the entire person's genes, constantly moving in an irreversible direction. The end result is a total genetic breakdown. The converted congressman turned into a puddle of water in the end. Then this little gadget in front of you. Are there any disadvantages as well? Roddy thought there must be. Otherwise, Jia-ing and the others might have used this thing on a large scale to turn ordinary people into aliens. That's a good way to grow their team. But they didn't do that. Why? There must be a reason. It's really powerful, Daisy said, but there are also some disadvantages, really. I knew it. Shindao. Although this thing can transform ordinary people into inhumans, the success rate of transformation is very low. Daisy said, about 100 experimenters, only 1 or 2 succeeded. Moreover, the most important thing is that the inhumans transformed by using it have a short lifespan, and their abilities are not very powerful. Most of them are weak abilities, and rarely have abilities suitable for combat. So many problems. Roddy looked at the little silver pyramids on the coffee table and shook his head involuntarily. The success rate is low and the lifespan is short, so it finally succeeded. The transformed inhuman ability is not good enough. What is the use of this? Just pile it up purely by quantity and see if you can get lucky? Roddy felt that this thing was too pretentious. Those with a bad face can only die. But there are ways to improve these disadvantages. At this moment, Daisy suddenly changed the subject and said, "Before I stole it, people in the next life have already researched a formula, as long as a stable formula is formulated according to that formula. If the agent is used, the success rate of transformation can be greatly improved. It can almost reach the level of 1/3. Compared with 1 or 2%, 1/3 is indeed very high. For many forces, a plan with a success rate of 1/3 is completely feasible. As for sacrifice, how can there be no sacrifice on the road to success? As long as the sacrifice is not their own on the line. Capitalism. Profit is the top priority of all. After I learned about this, I thought of a way to steal it out." Daisy continued. "I know they are looking for someone to cooperate with. They have looked for Hydra before, but then something happened to Hydra, so they changed their target again. Who is it?" Roddy asked curiously, but Daisy shook her head and said she didn't know either. She just heard that there is such a cooperation intention, but which organization is it with? She doesn't know either. But now that Jia Ying is dead again, there is almost no high-end combat power in the entire afterlife. In addition, this treasure that is said to be irreproducible has not been taken back. Therefore, their plan has completely failed. It doesn't matter which force is going to cooperate with them. This cooperation has been completely yellow. After Daisy told Roddy and the others the reason why she was hunted down, she decided to give the little silver pyramids to Roddy. To be honest, Roddy was also surprised. After all, this thing matters a lot. If a bad one falls into the hands of some conspirators, it is very likely that they will try to transform a large number of Inhumans in batches. Although the formula of the stabilizer Daisy did not say. But if those Inhumans in the afterlife can deduce it, there will naturally be other people who can deduce it. Never underestimate the creative ability of human beings. As long as they are given a firm enough goal, they can create miracles. At this point, Roddy had no doubts. Daisy should know it too. So she decided to give this thing to Roddy, which really shows how much her trust in Roddy has reached. But Daisy was right. Roddy had absolutely no idea about mass-producing a large number of Inhumans. What's the use of a group of Inhumans with a high probability of having rubbish abilities? Are the elite Inhuman races from the previous life powerful enough? But Roddy's mechanical army killed them indiscriminately. The opponent had no power to fight back at all. As for the Inhumans transformed with the little gadget in front of them, how many would have to be produced to produce one in order to achieve that level of combat effectiveness? At least hundreds or thousands. So if you want to create an Inhuman team with similar strength to the afterlife, wouldn't it be necessary to transform hundreds of thousands of Inhumans? Even if there is a stabilizer, more than 400,000 subjects are needed for a 1/3 success rate. How crazy is Roddy? To capture more than 400,000 experimental subjects to do this kind of thing? The result is a group of garbage that was randomly killed by the Mechanical Legion? Why should he? So, it's really useless to Roddy. But if it falls into the hands of a nefarious group like Hydra, then this thing could come in handy. Coupled with Hydra's professional brainwashing technology, it is possible to directly create an army of millions of Inhumans. So Roddy doesn't like this stuff, but others are very envious, including previous afterlife. If Roddy hadn't tried it and found that he couldn't destroy the thing himself, Roddy would have destroyed it immediately. Anyway, it's useless to him, and it's so dangerous. What are you keeping? But it can't be destroyed. So Roddy can only temporarily put it in a different space. No one can get it anyway. It's no different than being destroyed. Tell the whole thing, and hand things over to Roddy, who can let him live with peace of mind. Daisy felt a lot more relaxed. Then, she had a good night's sleep. In the past year or so, she hasn't slept so soundly for a long time. It was only a few days before she found her biological mother that Daisy could sleep so peacefully. Later, she gradually discovered Jia Ying's true face. I've never had such a good night's sleep again. Nothing to say all night. After waking up the next day, Daisy found that Roddy and Gwen in the master bedroom next door hadn't woken up yet. So she went to the restaurant of the hotel to have breakfast alone, and when she came back, Roddy and the others brought two back. When Daisy came back from breakfast, Roddy and Gwen were already up. I brought you breakfast. Daisy shook the bag in her hand and put it on the dining table for them. It's still hot. Eat quickly, she said. What is delicious? Gwen trotted over to take a look. I ate this yesterday. It was delicious. Gwen took out a box from the bag, which contained some crystal shrimp dumplings. She likes to eat these things. For Roddy, He had eaten too much in his previous life. I don't think it's so delicious. After breakfast, Daisy was about to say goodbye to the two of them. She heard from Gwen yesterday that they came here because Gwen's school was on holiday, so they came to travel. And Daisy felt that if she followed the two of them, she would undoubtedly be like a big light bulb. So even though I feel a little reluctant, 057, but Daisy still chose to say goodbye. Daisy, are you leaving? Hearing that Daisy said that she was leaving, Gwen also looked a little bit reluctant. So she turned her head to look at Roddy at the side, signaling him to keep Daisy with her eyes. And that's exactly what Roddy wanted. He didn't want Daisy to run away. It's all delivered to the door. How can he let someone run away? Do you have somewhere to go and you're leaving? Roddy said, okay, you follow us for now. Let's play around together for a few days. And when we return to the United States, I will take you with me, and then I will arrange a place for you to live. Gwen just asked Roddy to keep Daisy for a while, but Roddy made all the arrangements for her directly. Even the place to live in the future has been arranged. Isn't that good? Daisy was a little embarrassed. After all, she ate Roddy's and lived Roddy's without doing anything. This makes her seem like the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. Is it a friend? Roddy deliberately said with a straight face. If you treat us as friends, don't refuse. Don't worry, I don't have anything else. I have more money, so you can stay at ease. Hearing this, Daisy couldn't help but rolled her eyes. But she also knew in her heart that Roddy said that on purpose. The purpose is to let her stay at ease. For Roddy's kindness, Daisy did not refuse again. This is also her obedience to her own heart. She didn't really want to leave at first, but she was too embarrassed to continue to be a light bulb, so she proposed the idea of leaving. Now both Roddy and Gwen want her to stay. What else is there to say about Daisy? Daisy, are you really not leaving? Gwen asked. Daisy nodded and said, well, I won't go. Great. Gwen happily took her hand and said, in this way, I will have someone to accompany me to go shopping for 10 yuan in the future. Hearing this, Daisy looked at Roddy curiously and asked, what's the matter? Roddy doesn't usually go shopping with you. That's not true, but it's different. Gwen said, he's a guy, and he doesn't understand some things when I talk to him. It's different when we girls are together. Yes, you will finally have a little sister who can go shopping together in the future. Roddy laughed. Duh. Chapter 79. With the addition of Daisy, the original trip of 2 people has become 3 people. But Roddy and Gwen didn't treat Daisy as an outsider at all. Even as Gwen said before, after having Daisy, the little sister who was finally able to chat with her went shopping with her. Usually, at this time, Roddy will follow behind the two of them and act as their flower protector. Definitely. At the same time, it is also responsible for the role of paying the bill. Roddy is also happy and relaxed. Anyway, he doesn't care how much it costs. As long as Gwen is happy, that matters more than anything else. A blink of an eye, more than a week passed. It's not 2 days until the end of Gwen's school holiday, and the 3 of them who have played around the world plan to return to the United States. If you go back, you don't need to fly or anything. Roddy put the car he used during the local travel into the different space, then hugged the 2 of them one by one, and took them back to the Paradise building in Liberty City in an instant. Back home, Gwen first took out the gifts she bought along the way and put them away neatly. Some of them were bought by her as gifts for some of her friends. Others were bought for parents. These have to be clearly distinguished, so don't mess them up when the time comes. It's bad if it's sent by mistake. And Daisy is also looking at Roddy's house curiously at this time. Is this where you usually live? It doesn't look very luxurious. After getting along for a long time, Daisy is not as polite as she was at the beginning, and her attitude has become more casual, and occasionally she will say a few words to Roddy. Roddy doesn't mind this way of getting along. After all, he is always polite, which seems to be a very raw feeling. On the contrary, this kind of casualness shows that the relationship between the 2 parties is very close. How luxurious do you want? How about getting you a gold mural? Roddy opened the refrigerator and took 2 cans of drinks and threw one to Daisy. Daisy took a sip of the iced Coke and noticed a room that looked like children's toys. What are those? Don't tell me you already have children, Daisy asked, pointing to that room. What are you thinking? Roddy knocked her head angrily. That's the room of the Red Devil, and the Red Devil is a dog I raised. Daisy stretched out her hands and rubbed her head, muttering in a low voice. Rich people have no humanity. Even dogs have their own rooms, which are even bigger than the house I used to live in. Damn it. Roddy couldn't help laughing when he heard Daisy whispering. What are you laughing at? Daisy crossed her hips angrily. Where's your dog? By the way, you've been away for so many days. Won't your dog be hungry? Daisy asked. How come? Paradise Building has a dedicated housekeeper. I have arranged everything before I go out. They will come to clean and feed the dog on a regular basis. Roddy said. Damn rich. Capitalist. Daisy muttered again. Obviously, Daisy, who is used to living a poor life, has not fully adapted to the life of a rich man even though she has been with Roddy and the others for so many days. How could she have thought that there was a dedicated housekeeper in this building? Aren't these rich people afraid of having their valuables stolen from their homes? Daisy wondered if people's homes were often burglarized. But Daisy was thinking too much about this. The housekeepers of Paradise Building are all trained by themselves. Each of them has done a special background check and has a record. What's more, they also need to go through inspection when entering and leaving the building. If someone really stole something obsessively, it would be impossible to take it out. Don't think that Natasha Romanoff just drives a Quinjet in and out casually and treats the security system of the Paradise Building as nothing, thinking that the security system of the Paradise Building is just like that. In fact, it's not the security system of the Paradise Building. But Natasha Romanoff is awesome. Quinjet is just awesome. After all, one is the security of the building, and the other is the world-renowned agent organization. This is completely two-dimensional. There is no comparison. In the afternoon, Gwen took Daisy out to buy some daily necessities. Although Roddy felt that he could ask the housekeeper to buy directly, but Gwen said that the one he chose was more suitable for him. But Roddy thinks she just wants to go shopping. So the whole afternoon, they visited some shopping malls in Liberty City and bought a lot of things back. In this afternoon alone, Roddy spent more than $200,000. When Daisy knew this figure, she was surprised by the consumption ability of the rich. 30,000. The sum of money she spent in the past 20 years is far less than this amount. As a result, I spent so much this afternoon. God knows those clothes are obviously made of a pile of fabrics. Why dare to sell them so expensive? Our famous brand's great. Daisy is ashamed to spend so much money. Even if Roddy had told her more than once that he didn't need to save him money. But after spending so much all at once, Daisy still felt that she should take it easy in the future, even if Roddy said it was okay, but Daisy herself would have some concerns. After all, Gwen is Roddy's girlfriend, and it doesn't matter how much she spends, because they are a couple. But what about Daisy herself? She is just a friend. Although sometimes Daisy felt that Roddy seemed to have thoughts about her, but every time Daisy thought of it, she would shake her head severely. Then advise yourself not to think too much. The three major illusions of life. Do you think he likes you? You thought you still had a lot of time. You think you will never be just an ordinary person in the future. These are all illusions. Daisy warned herself. Don't be self-defeating when the time comes. You don't even have friends. And Gwen treats her so well, but she still thinks that Gwen's boyfriend likes her? God, am I too jerk? Daisy will look down on herself. So, don't make cognitive mistakes. Roddy is just nice. He doesn't really like me. Daisy would say this to herself in the dead of night for several nights. Then she starts having insomnia. Back to the second day in Liberty City. Gwen went back to her home with the gift, and Roddy followed her. But when he came back, Roddy was the only one left. No way. Gwen's parents haven't seen Gwen for a long time, and they miss her very much. So Gwen decided to stay at her own home tonight and come back tomorrow. Before leaving, Roddy also saw Director George's eyes looking at him, which was like a victor's eyes. Roddy was speechless. I wonder if every father is like this. TB. Chief George, how old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? When he got back to Paradise Building, Roddy saw Daisy playing frisbee with the Red Devil as soon as he entered the door. Daisy threw the frisbee out, and then the Red Devil teleported to bite the frisbee and teleported back to Daisy. It's a lot of fun playing alone. Speaking of which, Daisy was taken aback when she first learned that the Red Devil could teleport. Can a dog teleport? Her expression was almost exactly the same as that of Gwen back then. Roddy really wanted to take a photo of Daisy as a souvenir if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take pictures secretly, so that she can relive her shocked expression in the future. Why did you come back alone? Where's Gwen? Seeing Roddy coming back alone, Daisy still had a surprised expression. She's staying at home tonight, and will come back tomorrow, Roddy said, then waved at the Red Devil, let the silly dog run over, and patted the silly dog's head. After a while, Roddy found that Daisy was not moving, so he couldn't help turning his head to look at her. He found that she was still standing there in a daze. I don't know what I'm thinking. Why are you so dazed? Roddy went over and waved in front of her. Only then did Daisy come to her senses, blushed inexplicably, and ran away with an excuse that she was going to the bathroom. This guy, isn't he thinking of something to do with color? Roddy looked at Daisy's back with a strange expression. That night, there were only Roddy and Daisy in the house. Roddy wasn't out fooling around either. Although Gwen is not here tonight, it is not good for him to leave Daisy alone at home. I'm going to swim for a while. Do you want to come together? Roddy stood up suddenly and said, Oh. Daisy was stunned for a moment, then saw that Roddy had taken off his shirt. She immediately blushed and shook her head. No, I can't swim. Cannot swim? Roddy smiled, didn't expose Daisy's despicable lie, turned around, opened the door, and went out, and jumped into the open-air swimming pool on the terrace. The water is cold at night, but with Roddy's physical fitness, he didn't care about the temperature at all. What's more, he also has the ability of energy absorption, can absorb cold, so that the body does not feel cold. After 2 or 3 laps in the pool, Roddy made it back to shore. At this time, he saw a figure standing in front of him, and when he looked up, he saw Daisy standing there holding a bath towel. I saw that you didn't bring a bath towel, so I brought it to you, Daisy said, blushing. She lowered her head subconsciously, looking at Roddy shyly. At this time, Roddy came over and took the towel from her. Thank you. Roddy wiped the water off his body as he spoke, then turned around and sat down beside him. Aren't you sitting down? Roddy looked at Daisy, who was still standing there, and said. Daisy came over and sat down on the seat next to her in a hurry. After she sat down, she kept her head down without saying a word. Roddy also found it interesting to see her like this, so he took the initiative to sit down beside her. What are you doing? Daisy was taken aback by him. Do not move, Roddy said suddenly. Daisy froze all over, froze in place, not daring to move. At this moment, Roddy reached out and took a tender green leaf from Daisy's hair. You have a leaf on your head. Roddy took the leaves down and showed Daisy. Seeing this, Daisy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought just now what Roddy was going to do to her. It turned out that there was only a leaf on her head. False alarm. But, for some reason, Daisy felt a little lost in her heart. This allows Daisy felt that she was such an A****. Why did she start thinking about her good sister's boyfriend again? It should have been encountered in the ecological park before. Daisy explained. Roddy nodded and casually placed the leaves on the small table next to him. Why is your face so red? Wong's said suddenly. Daisy was nervous and didn't know how to answer. At this moment, she suddenly saw Roddy's face approaching, and then a cold touch came. Daisy's eyes widened. It took her a while to react suddenly, and then pushed Roddy away. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep first. Seeing Daisy running away, Roddy smiled, turned around, and jumped into the pool again. Late at night, Daisy had insomnia again. She kept replaying the previous scene by the pool in her mind. Thinking to myself, why did Roddy just do that? Does he like himself? Questions popped up constantly in my little head. Daisy felt like she was going crazy. While on the other side, in the other room, Roddy, at the moment, was chatting with Gwen. Gwen also asked him how was Daisy. Roddy said that Daisy had already rested. Gwen tells Roddy not to bully Daisy all the time. Roddy promised that he never bullied Daisy. The two chatted like this until it was almost 12 o'clock when Gwen became sleepy. The two then said goodnight to each other and hung up the phone. I wonder if Daisy is asleep? Roddy thought as he put down his phone, but he didn't go directly to find her. After all, too much is too late. He could see that Daisy was not resisting himself. But that's all. If Roddy was going to do something outrageous, she might just walk away. Then it's over. Chapter 80. This night, no accident, Daisy suffered from insomnia again, and she didn't fall asleep until it was almost dawn. When she woke up, she found that it was already afternoon. I've been asleep for so long. Daisy got up from the bed, rushed to the bathroom to wash up, then opened the door and ran outside. In the living room at the moment, Roddy is reading a book. As a super rich second generation, Roddy is not only good at clubbing, drag racing, and playing games. Occasionally, he would read books to enrich his knowledge. Just like now. Are you up? Roddy, who heard the door opening, raised his head and saw Daisy standing at the door in a panic, so he greeted her with a smile. What about Gwen? Daisy was a little afraid to face Roddy, mainly because of what happened last night, which made her think about the best way to deal with it all night. In fact, Daisy thought about leaving, so that she would not feel guilty. But she couldn't bear it. So she struggled all night, but she couldn't make a final decision. It can only be delayed for the time being. Gwen, she came here this morning now. Roddy glanced at his watch and said, it must be rehearsal. Oh, right. Gwen said, let's have a meal together at night. It's a good thing you woke up, otherwise I will call you in a while. Let's have dinner tonight. Daisy panicked. After what happened last night, she was afraid to see Gwen now, because as soon as she saw her, Daisy would think in her mind why she wanted to snatch the picture of her boyfriend. Well, can I not go? Daisy said in embarrassment. Not going. Roddy put down his book and stood up, walked up to Daisy, and looked at her. What's the reason? He asked. That. I feel sick to my stomach. Daisy covered her stomach and said. Roddy glanced over and shook his head. It's too fake. Change it. Daisy was silent for a while. I'm not hungry. I'm losing weight, she said again. As a result, my stomach growled as soon as I finished speaking. Roddy couldn't help laughing. You were like this last time. Your stomach is more honest than yours, he said with a smile. Seeing Roddy's laughing and joking look, Daisy couldn't help but get angry. 933, it's not all your fault. Daisy muttered angrily. What did you say? Asked Roddy. No, it's nothing, Daisy said hastily. I said I need to change clothes. You should get out of the doctor quickly. As she spoke, she pushed Roddy outside and slammed the door behind her. Roddy, who was standing at the door, looked at the closed door and shook his head, then turned around and sat down on the sofa, continuing to read. Evening, Gwen arrived at Paradise Mansion on time at 5 o'clock. Then Roddy drove the previous curry south and took her and Daisy to the reserved restaurant together. Along the way, Gwen pulled Daisy and chatted. And Daisy also responded from time to time, but anyone could tell that Daisy seemed worried. Gwen didn't think much about it, but thought that Daisy might be thinking of her parents again. So they pulled Daisy to chat more vigorously, thinking of diverting Daisy's attention with some interesting topics so that she can come out of her sadness. And Gwen's understanding look made Daisy feel even more guilty. Gwen is so good, but I still want to steal her boyfriend. I am not human. Just as Daisy thought about it, she raised her head and saw Roddy looking at her in the rearview mirror of the car. That look seemed to be laughing at her, making Daisy stare back fiercely in anger. Roddy just felt baffled. He just looked back curiously. Why did Daisy stare at him suddenly? Did I go too far last night? But he didn't do anything further? For this dinner, the three people who ate had different thoughts. Daisy felt guilty towards Gwen and angry at Roddy watching her jokes. And Gwen simply cares about Daisy and wants to help her get out of her sadness and welcome her new life. As for Roddy, he was stared at 11 times by Daisy and kicked twice under the table. The whole gas bucket is the same. Roddy thought to himself that he could be regarded as a person who had experienced countless ups and downs, but it was the first time he met a woman like Daisy with unpredictable emotions. Obviously, he was still so shy yesterday, as if he could be bullied by others. As a result, I can't get used to him anyway. He stared and kicked him again. What does this woman mean? Roddy was a little confused. On the way home at night, Roddy was still thinking about what he had just eaten. Just then, the cell phone he put aside rang. Roddy hit the answer button on the car. Then Harry's voice came over the car's speakers. Roddy, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow. Roddy glanced at the two girls who were chatting in the back row, thought for a while, and said, I'm free. What's the matter? It's nothing important. It's just the yacht party I told you about last time. Didn't you miss it last time? I didn't mean to make it up for you again. It just so happened that there was a girl group from Bangziguo in the past 2 days. I have already invited their managers to perform in the United States, and they will definitely be on board when the time comes. Didn't you like those female stars in Bangziguo before? This time I invited you a whole girl group at once. How about it? Are you enough brothers? You are really good brother. Roddy looked at the two women in the back row dumbfounded. Gwen is okay. In fact, when she decided to be with Roddy, she had already thought about accepting all the advantages and disadvantages of Roddy. Undoubtedly, Playboy is one of Roddy's shortcomings. She knew this already. When she first met Roddy, she knew that this man was not a quiet person. And in which country in the world is the rich second generation not bothered? Rich people are bothered. Or, men are all fickle. The difference is that some men can only think in their hearts, while others have the ability to practice. In fact, as long as Gwen has her in Roddy's heart and loves her sincerely, that's enough. And Roddy's performance in the past few months is enough to show that he is sincere to himself. So Gwen actually doesn't mind going out to have fun occasionally or acting on occasion. It's okay, you can go if you want, Gwen said generously. At this time, Harry on the other end of the phone also heard Gwen's voice and immediately knew that his call was not at the right time. Ahem. Gwen, you're here too. How are you? Harry greeted Gwen embarrassingly and then said, Then what? I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a very important meeting tomorrow. How about we next time? Okay, next time. Roddy hung up the phone dumbfounded. Harry's call was really not the right time. If it was at any other time, Roddy would have agreed. But right now, in Gwen's presence, even Gwen herself said that she didn't mind Roddy playing outside, as long as she didn't bring women home. But after all, if Roddy really agrees to such a thing in front of Gwen, it is guaranteed that Gwen will feel uncomfortable. So, with Harry's lame excuse, Roddy refused. After hanging up the phone, a smile flashed in Gwen's eyes. Roddy would refuse Harry's invitation because of his presence, which in Gwen's view was a sign of love for her. If he didn't have himself in his heart, then he wouldn't care about his feelings at all. Now that he is doing this, doesn't it just show that he cares about himself? Gwen felt sweet in her heart and looked, at Roddy with love in her eyes. But this made Daisy on the side very puzzled. She had just heard the guy on the phone talking about yacht parties, and then some girl group from Bangziguo, and that Roddy used to like that kind of thing. Doesn't that mean Roddy is a playboy? And it hasn't been fixed until now. But why did Gwen take the initiative to ask him to agree just now? Does Gwen not care at all? And what makes Daisy even more incomprehensible is that, why is Gwen looking at Roddy so softly now? The love in his eyes seems to be overflowing. What's happening here? Brainwashed? Or is it that people in big cities think differently from people like her who have been wandering outside all year round? Is she out of date? One question after another constantly popped up in Daisy's mind. At the same time, she suddenly couldn't help thinking, since Gwen is so generous, would she not mind if she was with Roddy? For a moment, Daisy really wanted to ask Gwen. Luckily, Daisy wasn't really out of her mind. If she had to ask such a foolish question, she could guarantee that Gwen would immediately let her get out of the car. After all, hang out and have a long-term relationship with bringing a girl home. These are two completely different things. Even if Daisy didn't understand Gwen's thoughts, she knew that it was unlikely that Gwen would not mind this situation. What if, at this moment, such a seed was suddenly planted in Daisy's heart? Just don't know when this seed will take root and germinate. In the evening, Gwen didn't come home to stay tonight. Instead, stay with Roddy. After Daisy came back, she said that she was going to rest and ran back to her room early, not wanting to be the light bulb. This night, she suffered from insomnia again. This was the second night in a row that she had insomnia. Then she fell asleep in a daze after dawn again. When I woke up, it was already afternoon again. I can't do this anymore. It's such a waste of time. Daisy is ashamed of her actions. What a shameful act of waste. What's more, it's such a precious waste of time. So she decided to get a good night's sleep tonight and stop thinking about it so that she couldn't fall asleep. Result, Daisy just finished washing and opened the door when she saw Roddy walking out of the bedroom with a suitcase. Are you going out? Daisy asked suspiciously. We're going out. Roddy said. You should also pack your luggage. Don't need too much. Prepare some swimsuits. And you just take what you think you must bring, and everything else is on the yacht. Daisy, what? Yacht? No. Didn't you reject the child yesterday? Daisy hurried over and pulled Roddy aside. Are you crazy? She lowered her voice and said, didn't you just reject it in front of Gwen yesterday? Why did you go back on it today? I found that you men really only know how to use let's think about the problem with the lower body, right? No. Did you misunderstand something? Roddy looked at Daisy, who was inexplicably excited, and he explained, the yacht I mentioned is my own yacht, not the one Harry invited me to yesterday. 11. And there is no girl group on the yacht. Just me, you, and Gwen, and some service personnel. It's not what you think it is, okay? After hearing Roddy's explanation, Daisy realized that she had misunderstood. Suddenly, she blushed again. I'm not doing this for your own good. Daisy argued. Yes, you are the best. Roddy shook his head, then pushed her to her room. Hurry up and pack your bags. We're leaving right away. Roddy said. Why don't I go? Said Daisy. I really can't swim. I'm afraid of water. Do you think I believe it or not? Roddy rolled his eyes and said, okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. I'll wait for you. Seeing that she couldn't beat Roddy, Daisy could only bite the bullet and go back to her room to pack her luggage. After 1 hour, Roddy drove to his private dock. His private dock is in the backyard of his sea view villa. The backyard of the villa leads directly to the sea, where Roddy built a large pier to park his 3 yachts. There are 3 yachts, one of which is a large luxury yacht with a length of 45 meters. It is mainly used when going out to sea for parties at sea, and it is not used in normal times. The other 2 are medium-sized yachts of 15 and 6 meters. Roddy used to like sea fishing for a while, and sometimes he would go fishing alone on a whim. He bought these 2 yachts at that time. That large luxury yacht cost Roddy $33 million, more expensive than any car he had ever bought. The point is that it costs more to maintain. Roddy doesn't use it much, but whenever it's parked here, it's burning cash almost every second. In contrast, those 2 medium-sized yachts are much cheaper. Not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 81. Mr. Luo, welcome aboard. On the pier, a row of straight female sailors bowed and bowed, headed by a mature woman with long blonde hair and a single ponytail. She is the captain of this voyage, Melissa. The 9 girls standing behind Melissa are the crew members of this voyage, and they are also the service personnel on board. All are women between the ages of 20 and 25. After professional training, they belong to the elite level in the professional field. These people, they were all hired by Roddy. After all, a large luxury yacht like this cannot be driven away by one person. It must have at least 5 or 6 crew members to maintain normal sailing. Plus some service staff on the ship, Roddy hired a total of 10 people. No more, no less. At this time, Daisy, who was pulling the suitcase beside her, gave Roddy a glance. That look seemed to say, I know you will never change. Roddy just ignored it. He has a clear conscience, okay? Hiring a female crew, That's because Gwen and Daisy are also uploading. If it's a male crew, it's so inconvenient. Roddy hired an all-female crew just to take care of the two of them. What is it called? This is the spirit of selflessness. It's okay for Daisy to be ignorant, and Roddy is not as knowledgeable as her. Melissa, I want you again this time. Roddy first greeted the captain, Melissa, and the two had met several times. When Roddy held a sea party on the yacht, he also hired Melissa. I remember the first time Melissa was the first officer. However, the second time she became a captain. Now the work is getting better and better, and even the appearance fee has been increased a lot. Melissa is worth the money though. She and her team have always had a good reputation in the industry. Not to mention the good service. This is the most basic. The most important thing is to be tight-lipped, not to gossip about the guests, and not to publicize what happened on the yacht. So many rich people like to hire Melissa's team. Roddy can directly call their team to serve him. That's because Roddy is a super VIP user in their company and has the privilege of exempting appointments. Otherwise, you will have to wait in line for at least a week or two. What? Don't want to wait? Then find another team. Anyway, there is no shortage of job opportunities. Mr. Luo, you are the one who takes care of us. Melissa, who is just 30 years old this year, looks much younger than European and American women of the same age. I heard that she still has some Latin American blood, and she is well maintained. Similar to women. How else can Melissa's team be popular? First of all, it's fun. Coupled with the fact that ability is not bad, job opportunities will naturally come to the door constantly. Miss Stacy, leave your luggage to me. Miss Johnson, this way please. The young female crew behind them also stepped forward to take the luggage of the three of them, and then all of them boarded the yacht behind them. White Pearl. The yacht was named after Roddy watched Pirates of the Caribbean. Originally, I wanted to call it the Black Pearl, but I thought it couldn't be exactly the same, right? So it was changed to White Pearl. It's not up to standard, but it's two y'all's business anyway. Who cares? On the yacht, Roddy took the two girls to visit first. The 45-meter-long yacht has 4 floors. The internal facilities are also very complete, especially the master bedroom on the bottom floor, where you can even see the scenery under the sea. The transparent glass allows people to have an unobstructed view of the underwater scenery, and when they go out to sea a little further, they can even see large marine fish such as sharks. Besides, the yacht is also equipped with jet skis, a spare lifeboat, and more. There is also a hot spring on the second floor. If you are tired from playing in the water, you can soak in the hot spring, which is also a kind of enjoyment. Other entertainment facilities are also basically available. Just need a helipad or something. However, the 45-meter yacht is still a bit small, and these facilities that take up a lot of space cannot be accommodated. Roddy thought about buying a bigger yacht in the future. At least get one with a level of hundreds of meters. For example, Harry's yacht is 86 meters long, much bigger than Roddy's. But the bigger the yacht, the more troublesome it is to buy it. Like that kind of more than 100 meters, you can't buy it if you have money, you have to be qualified. And you have to make a reservation, and then other manufacturers will provide you with professional customized services according to some of your needs. In short, even if you are eligible to buy, you have to wait at least several months. It's like buying a luxury car. The more expensive, the more you have to wait. This TM seems to be enjoyed as a kind of privilege. God TM wait or enjoy. After more than an hour, you can no longer see the coastline in the distance. When they got here, Melissa and the others' preliminary work was half completed. At this time, Roddy and the others also changed into swimsuits. Roddy is just a pair of beach shorts, showing off his perfect figure. The muscles are as perfect as marble sculptures, the lines, the contours. Daisy, who had just come out of the room after changing clothes, was stunned. Back to God. Roddy waved his hand in front of her eyes on purpose. As a result, Daisy, who came back to her senses, quickly blushed and snorted, then turned and ran to the other side. After a while, Gwen came out too. She looked at Roddy with a smile, walked up to him with brisk steps and said, "What? Are you bullying Daisy again?" "No, it's not bad if she doesn't bully me." Roddy had the cheek to deny it. Gwen patted him with a smile. "Roddy, I know I can't monopolize you by myself, but promise me, even if you want to find another girlfriend in the future, you should tell me in advance, okay?" Gwen hugged Roddy gently, snuggling against him. "Fool, you think too much." Roddy stroked Gwen's hair tenderly, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Don't think about it. Let's go. Don't make Daisy wait anxiously, thinking what are we doing?" Roddy said with a smile. Hearing this, Gwen also smiled, and then the two walked out of the cabin holding hands. The yacht departed from the pier around 2:30 p.m. At about 3:45, we arrived at the first destination, a deep-sea fishing spot. Then Roddy on the yacht, and they started fishing. Ready to catch myself some supper. Although all kinds of food have been prepared on the boat. How can you not catch some fresh fish and try something new when you go out to play? Not to say how delicious it is. Mostly enjoy the process. In terms of fishing, Roddy can be regarded as a semi-expert. But I don't know if he was unlucky today. The bait would be eaten every time he put it down, and there was only one hook left when he picked it up. On the other hand, on Gwen and Daisy's side, 6 fish have already arrived in half an hour, enough to feed the 3 of them at night. But the 2 of them were obviously interested, and they had no intention of stopping at all. And because Roddy didn't take the bait for a single fish, Daisy didn't laugh yet. Where will Roddy admit that his fishing skills are not as good as those of 2 little girls who have never fished before? So he continued to work hard. No matter what, he had to catch a ball tonight. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Melissa and the others are already preparing dinner. Meals at sea are both easy and troublesome to prepare. Simple means that if you just want to eat a simple meal, you don't need much preparation. But if you want to eat well and eat exquisitely, then it's really hard work. The food prepared by Melissa and the others naturally required careful preparation, so they were already busy early. Only 3 female crew members were left to follow Roddy and the others, helping on the sidelines. There's really nothing Roddy can do to help, though. Gwen and Daisy could help pull a fishing rod or something, but Roddy didn't catch any fish at all, so he could only watch Gwen and the others beside him having so much fun. It was more than 5 o'clock in the evening. The food on Melissa's side is almost ready, and Roddy finally got the fish. Who said I would be in the Air Force just now? Roddy held a grouper he caught and said to the 2 girls over there, "Ask for flower 00. It's just a small grouper. Look at the one who sings you." Daisy laughed and said, "Look at what we caught. That's called fishing. Yours is called feeding the fish at best." Feeding the fish is too much. Roddy felt his heart stabbed instantly. He threw the fish in his hand into the water tank, then went to hug Daisy horizontally and directly raised his hand and slapped Daisy twice. "Wow, what are you doing? Put me down." Daisy struggled and asked Gwen for help. Finally, Gwen stepped forward to rescue her, but the girl was still not convinced. She hid behind Gwen and made a face at Roddy, while she reached out and rubbed the place where she had just been beaten. It didn't really hurt. After all, Roddy didn't really push hard. Just kidding. But Daisy had a different feeling. A smiling face was glowing red under the setting sun. I don't know if it was illuminated by the setting sun, or it was because of other reasons. The sky at sea quickly darkened. Roddy and the others also came to the 3rd deck to start today's dinner. Melissa and the others prepared a rich dinner. The 3 of them were also full of praise. Melissa and the others were also very happy when they heard it. The group chatted and ate and drank, and the time passed by quickly. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Roddy and the others are ready to rest. The yacht will sail at a slow and constant speed on the sea at night, and they will arrive at the next target position almost tomorrow morning. At that time, we will play for another day, and when it gets dark, we can start to return to the voyage. Basically wait until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, and they will be able to return to the pier in Liberty City. On the yacht, in the master bedroom on the negative floor, Gwen and Daisy were lying on their stomachs, their heads poked out, looking at the bottom of the sea beyond the glass below. Underneath the yacht, the relevant light shines out, and the underwater scenery can be seen even in the dark. At this time, the 2 were looking at the fish in the water and chatting about which fish was easier to catch. When Roddy came in, he saw both of them there, so he leaned over. "What's the topic?" asked Roddy. Daisy glanced at him, snorted and said, "You don't understand what we're talking about. After all, you are the boss of the Air Force." After finishing speaking, Daisy couldn't help herself, just laughed. Gwen next to her also covered her mouth and snickered a few times. "Is Air Force boss okay?" Roddy raised his hand as if to hit him. Daisy was so scared that she ran to hide behind Gwen. "If you hit me again, I will. I will." "What are you going to do?" Roddy stared fiercely. Daisy snorted, pulled Gwen, and said, "Look, Gwen, your boyfriend is bullying me again. You have to help me." She looked pitiful. Gwen also took advantage of the opportunity to pat Roddy, telling him not to bully Daisy. "Okay, go back to your own room quickly. We are going to rest." Roddy said to Daisy angrily, "Drive people away. I won't go. I'm going to sleep here tonight." Daisy stepped back and just lingered. "Okay, then don't go." As he spoke, Roddy sneered at her a few times and pulled Gwen as if to lie down and rest. Daisy blushed when she saw it. He quickly got up and glared at Roddy before he ran out angrily and went back to his room. "You? How grown up? You know how to bully Daisy." Gwen patted Roddy a few times angrily and said, "It's okay. She's solid. She's not afraid." Roddy laughed. Gwen couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him when she heard this, and before she could say anything else, she saw Roddy turn off the underwater lights, then turned around and came over. Nothing to say all night. Roddy and the others woke up early the next morning. Gwen took Daisy to watch the sunrise on the sea. Roddy went to say hello to Melissa and the others, and asked about the route by the way. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Roddy turned around and came to Gwen and the others, watching the sunrise with them. Chapter 82. You're not sure. In the sea, Roddy and Gwen put on a set of diving equipment and prepared to go diving in the sea. But Daisy stood on the yacht, expressing that she did not want to go into the water. I really can't swim, Daisy said with a bitter face. Roddy always thought she was just making excuses, but now it seems she really can't. Okay, then let's go play first. You can rest alone for a while, or you can go fishing, and I will teach you how to swim when we come back. After Roddy finished speaking, he greeted Gwen, and the two put on their breathing masks and dived into the water. Daisy on the yacht looked enviously at the two people who disappeared into the water. She also wants to dive, but she can't swim. Be afraid. The underwater world is colorful, and compared with the magnificent waves on the sea, it has a more magical beauty. Roddy and Gwen spent about half an hour diving underwater before coming up. The oxygen in the oxygen bottle was almost used up. Otherwise, the two of them would not be willing to come up. Okay, you go and teach Daisy how to swim. I'll take a break and watch it later. After taking off her diving gear, Gwen pushed Roddy towards Daisy, then smiled and waved at the two of them before turning to read a book. Come on, let's start with getting into the water. Roddy pulled Daisy, who was a bit reluctant, to the stomach on the first floor of the yacht. Are you really going into the water? Daisy looked at the sea water in front of her with some hesitation. Don't worry, I'll watch by your side and nothing will happen to you, Roddy said, and jumped into the water first. Bring it on. Roddy waved and shouted at Daisy. 4, 2, 3. Daisy hesitated for a while before trying to get into the water. As a result, she sank as soon as she fell asleep and constantly waved her arms to shout. At this time, Roddy stepped forward and hugged her and lifted her to the surface of the water. Breathe. Don't patronize fear, Roddy said angrily. Even ordinary people who don't know how to swim will not be like Daisy when they first get into the water. How afraid is this girl of water? I don't want to learn, can I? Daisy looked at Roddy pitifully and said, No, now do as I say. Roddy definitely won't agree. What if you can't get into the water when you go out to sea? Just sunbathing on the deck? Fishing? How boring. Then, Roddy started teaching Daisy how to swim. And Daisy is also patronizing fear and nervousness at the moment, but doesn't care about the physical contact between the two. If it was normal, she would have blushed a long time ago, and then turned and ran away. Roddy taught Daisy about an hour in the water. Feeling that she has mastered the basics, let her start to try to swim by herself. Try it yourself. I'll watch from the side. Swim with confidence. Roddy watched from the sidelines. And Daisy was holding a kickboard in her hand, and she refused to let go no matter what Roddy said. I'm going to sink, she said nervously. No, trust me. Roddy could only comfort her and cheer her up constantly. Finally, Daisy worked up the courage to let go of the kickboard. Sure enough, as soon as she let go, she began to sink. But fortunately, Daisy still remembered what Roddy had taught her just now, and began to slap her legs vigorously while paddling her hands, and gradually her body stopped sinking. I will, she shouted happily. Roddy also praised her for learning quickly. Come on, swim a little distance ahead and have a look, Roddy said. Daisy seemed to have overcome her fear. She tried to swim forward as Roddy had taught her earlier. At first she would sink a bit, but gradually Daisy became better and better at swimming, and she would not sink anymore. Seeing that she really learned it, Roddy swam over and said, How is it? Isn't it very simple? Daisy nodded. Is it true that I can learn calculations quickly? She said. Roddy nodded and said, That's right. You have a strong learning ability, and you may not be able to learn it to your level in a few days. I knew it. I'm a genius after all, Daisy said proudly. The two swam for a while, and there were a few times when Daisy was not very proficient in swimming, and Roddy helped a few times. Maybe it's because I have overcome my inner fear. So when she made physical contact with Roddy again, Daisy couldn't help but blushed again. Roddy didn't think much about it. He just wanted Daisy to learn how to swim. Okay, it's almost done. Let's go back. Roddy looked at the time. The two had been in the water for a long time. It's not good to stay in the water all the time. So he greeted Daisy, and the two returned to the yacht. Take a break. Roddy looked at the panting Daisy and said, Well, swimming is quite tiring. Daisy nodded and said, Afternoon. The three played jet skis in the sea for a while, then lay down and sunbathed for a while. When it was past 3 o'clock, Gwen suggested that everyone catch some fish for dinner like yesterday. Daisy applauded in agreement. Roddy, on the other hand, is a little less keen on fishing. In this way, you guys go fishing on the yacht, and I go to the water to catch fish. Roddy thought for a while and suggested. Hearing this, Gwen and Daisy also looked at him with a smile, and then nodded in agreement with his proposal. Someone seems to be scared. Daisy smiled as she turned away. As a result, Roddy slapped her behind her, causing Daisy to turn back and gaze at him again. Gwen, look at him. Bullying me again. Daisy has now learned to complain to Gwen whenever something happens. And Gwen will say a few words to Roddy symbolically every time, and after following Daisy, she will pose as a winner. This silly girl. Night. Gwen and Daisy are already asleep. Roddy came out of the room, greeted the two female crew members on duty against the sea breeze, and then came to sit on the deck. The time was just past midnight. Roddy just performed a system check-in and got an ability to breathe underwater. After he gave ability to a bottle of normal saline, he gained 130 times the strengthening. The ability to breathe underwater has no combat power, so it is only a delta level potential. However, this ability is also very useful in specific occasions. For Roddy, it just made up for one of his weaknesses. So, from now on, he has no fear of drowning. So Roddy, who got the ability, wanted to go into the water to try this ability. It just so happened that he was at sea right now, and the environment was just right. After sitting for a while, the Huichuan sea breeze blew. Roddy went into the water. This time he was wearing nothing, just a pair of swimming trunks, directly down into the icy sea water. The sea water was icy cold at night, but Roddy didn't feel it. As soon as he stepped into the water, he found a completely different feeling from the past. He doesn't need to open his mouth to breathe underwater, because every pore in his body will replace his mouth and nose to help him breathe. Roddy let himself slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. The water pressure didn't matter to him at all. The ability of energy absorption can use hydroponic blooms as nutrients for Roddy. The greater the water pressure, the more energy Roddy absorbs. Not only is this not a bad thing, but a good thing. In the past, it was because Roddy couldn't breathe in the water. Even if the energy in the body was used to replace the breathing system, it was still a kind of consumption and it was continuous. Making ends meet belongs to yes. And now, Roddy didn't need to expend energy in his body to replace breathing, because he originally could breathe underwater. No fish gills grew on his body. After all, if that happened, Roddy would never integrate this ability. Any ability that will change the shape, Roddy will not choose to integrate. A mere underwater breathing is not worth breaking his own rules. At the moment, Roddy has sunk to a depth of about 100 meters underwater. It was already night, and the water was already pitch black. At this depth, it is even more so dark that you can't see your fingers. But Roddy was already prepared. He took out a deep-sea flashlight from the different space. After opening, a beam of light dispels the surrounding darkness. The bottom of the sea is still lively at night. Large and small marine life can be seen everywhere. Not far away, there was even a shark hunting. Many people think that sharks like to attack humans, but this is not the case. Sharks generally don't attack humans unless they mistake you for a seal. So, as long as you try to dress brightly so that you don't look like a seal, sharks generally don't attack people. Because humans are not in the diet of sharks, animals in nature rarely attack prey that they are not familiar with. This is the natural law of survival. After all, unfamiliarity means that there may be danger. The wild is different from the civilized society of human beings. It's here. Even a slight injury could mean death. Therefore, those carnivorous animals will basically not provoke their unfamiliar prey. At the moment, this shark, which was preying on a group of sea fish not far away, didn't care about Roddy here. In its eyes, Roddy was not within the scope of its diet at all, and the group of sea fish in front of him is enough for him to have a full meal. Seabed. Roddy at the moment has gone down to 600 or 700 meters underwater. Here he has seen the bottom of the ocean floor. It was a thick layer of silt, surrounded by some small plankton. Going further to the south, there is a big slope. The slope keeps going down, and the bottom seems to be a bottomless abyss. Roddy slowly fell to the bottom of the sea. The thick mud sank his legs. The regiment stopped until both calves were covered. It's such a strong magnetic field response. Could it be that there is an iron ore here? Roddy looked down at the layer of mud below, and with his susceptive perception of the magnetic field, Roddy found that the magnetic field in this area was very strong, far exceeding that of other places around. So he waved a wave of water and swept away a layer of mud on the bottom of the sea. After the silt was swept away, Roddy also saw something beneath the muck. This is vibranium. Roddy stared in surprise at what was exposed beneath the muck. This is not the iron mine he thought. It's a mine with huge amounts of vibranium. To know the price of vibranium in the international market has remained high. The price on the surface is $10,000 per gram, and there is still a price, but no market. In the black market, vibranium was sold at a super high price of $50,000 per gram. That's it. There are still people who want to buy, simply in short supply. And right now, Roddy actually discovered a vibranium mine on the seabed. The vibranium mine at the foot. According to Roddy's perception, at least tens of thousands of tons of vibranium can be produced. What does that mean? As far as the value of this vibranium mine is concerned, it has far surpassed the so-called Fortune 500 companies. Even the market capitalization of the world's largest company is far from enough to buy so many vibraniums. Calculated according to the value of 1.3 grams of 50,000 US dollars on the black market. Even if this piece of vibranium mine is only 30,000 tons, that's worth 150 billion US dollars. Even at the official price of 10,000 US dollars per gram, it is worth tens of billions of US dollars. What is the market value of the world's #1 company? Not even a fraction. Definitely. Rare things are more expensive. It is impossible for anyone to afford tens of thousands of tons of vibranium at once. Even if it is the power of the whole country to buy. Can't afford it either. What is the total GDP of the United States in 1 year? Only $20 trillion. Roddy, this is a vibranium mine worth at least hundreds of trillions of dollars. Give the United States 10 years, take out all the GDP income, and you can't afford it. However, if the outflow of this thing is large, the price will also depreciate. But no matter how much it depreciates, it cannot be less than $1,000 per gram. Why sell it all at once? Can't you sell it a little bit? Just like those capitalists who hold diamond mines, even though they know that there are a lot of diamonds in the ground. Do you see the value of diamonds depreciate? Diamonds in shopping malls are still so expensive. Why? One is the great demand. The other is that someone deliberately reduced the production value, making it seem very rare. But in fact, if they really want to dig hard, the annual output of natural diamonds will at least double hundreds or thousands of times. But in that case, wouldn't the value of natural diamonds be greatly reduced? Chapter 83. Seabed. After confirming that what was under the silt was really the vibranium mine, and not what he had misread, Roddy couldn't help but feel astonished. So much vibranium, even if it's just a little bit of it. It is enough to make him the richest man in the world. Definitely. As Roddy said before, money is really just a series of numbers once it reaches a certain amount. And Roddy didn't want to spend his time making money. He is not short of money. What do you need so much money for? Develop a business empire? But the problem is that Roddy doesn't have the same idea. He just likes to eat, drink, have fun, and enjoy life. Make money? Fighting with people? Whoever likes to play can play it. Anyway, he is not willing to play this kind of business game with a group of capitalists. So, even if Roddy owned a large number of vibraniums, he never thought of setting up a company to develop the value of these vibraniums himself so that they could be sold at a higher price. Or create more value for yourself. That means absolutely nothing to him. Secular values are meaningless in the face of powerful individuals. You, the richest man in the world, go to Doomsday and tell people how rich you are and how high your social status is, and then clamor for Doomsday to work for you. Do you think Doomsday will agree? If someone doesn't trample you to death with 1 foot, your life will be considered hard. With Roddy's current strength, he doesn't need to care about these worldly values at all. As long as he likes it, he can even snatch the king of a small country to become dang-dang. So the value of vibranium mine is not how much it can sell for Roddy, but vibranium originally, also a rare treasure for Roddy. When he got the mechanical strengthening and mechanical activation ability before, Roddy thought about whether to get a lot of vibranium-made machines and build an invincible army composed of 10 vibranium mechanical warriors. At the beginning, Roddy thought about going to Wakanda when he was free. He also doesn't grab Wakanda's vibranium. Just pack and take away all kinds of machinery and equipment they produce with vibranium. It's just that Roddy has been busy traveling the world since then, so he doesn't have time to go to Wakan. Present words, no need to go to Wakanda either. Mining the large vibranium mines directly below is enough for Roddy to create an army of invincible vibranium mech warriors. Tens of thousands of tons of vibranium. If you only manufacture small machines, you can build a mechanical army of more than 1 million, but small mechanical warriors must have large ones, and the number of millions is a little bit more. I don't need to make so many. A few 100,000 is enough. Roddy thought about it and decided to build a diverse army of vibranium mechanical warriors. The most numerous of them are naturally the small vibranium mechanical warriors. It is almost the kind of normal human file size. For details, you can refer to Stark's Iron Soldiers or directly refer to Ultron's body. Definitely not Vision's body. That thing is another way to use vibranium. A bit high-end, and Roddy doesn't need to. Because he has the mechanically activated ability, there is no need to do that at all. It takes a lot of time and effort, but the result is the same. Then there are medium and large mechanical warriors. Specifically, it can be set to a file size between 10 meters and 20 meters. Refer to Shapeshifting King Kong, but it can be enlarged a lot. Finally, there are super large mechanical warriors. This amount does not need to be much. A dozen or 20 is enough. In terms of size, you can directly use vibranium to build an aircraft carrier or simply a spaceship. Then, after activation, it instantly transforms into a mechanical warrior hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters tall. Just thinking about it, Roddy felt very shocked. If this is taken out, let alone other things, the visual shock effect alone is enough to bluff people. Unfortunately, my different space is still too small, or else I would just pack up this vibranium mine and take it away. Roddy looked at the huge amounts of vibranium mine under his feet. The size of this thing is still too big, and his different space can't fit it at all. He can only cut it off piece by piece, and then pack it. Even so, Roddy had to make many trips. After all, his different space is only that big. Fortunately, he still has the ability to teleport. Even if you have to run back and forth, it doesn't take much time. Now let's see how big is this vibranium mine. Tens of thousands of tons is also the result of Roddy's preliminary estimate. Maybe there will be more than this number in detail. First, get rid of all the surrounding silt, and then look at the file size of this mine. Roddy thought, and then began to clean up the silt from the vibranium mine. The more he cleaned it, the more Roddy was shocked by the file size of this vein. It's simply too big. There must be more than tens of thousands of tons, let alone more than 100,000 tons. This is much more than what Roddy guessed at the beginning. Soon, Roddy just cleaned up the upper layer of silt. At a glance, a large area around is full of vibranium mines. It is said that the vibranium in Wakanda was discovered from a meteorite. So does the vibranium mine that Roddy discovered on the seabed mean that there was actually more than one meteorite that fell on the blue star? There's one in Wakanda. Is there one under the sea? Regardless of whether this is the case, Roddy, the vibranium mine brought by this vibranium meteorite, is going to be fixed. Doesn't anyone who discovers the things on the high seas belong to them? Now these vibraniums were discovered by Roddy. Then nature belongs to him. Let's start cutting, and we will refine it later, and then we need to get some professional machines. The vibranium produced by the vibranium vein is still in its original state and needs to be refined before it can be really used. Regarding how to extract vibranium, the most familiar ones are undoubtedly those black people in Wakanda. Roddy thought he didn't need to make another trip to Wakanda. Now it seems that this trip is still inevitable. The job of cutting was not difficult for Roddy. He can cut the vibranium raw or on the vein directly with Cyclops. The crimson laser beams bloomed underwater, and the hard ore was cut along the cracks in the rock little by little. Soon, a large piece of vibranium, or with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, was cut. Roddy put it into the alien space and continued to cut the second piece. While Roddy was busy cutting, he didn't see that under the big slope, in the bottomless abyss of the sea, blue figures suddenly appeared, peeping at Roddy here. When these blue-skinned weirdos saw Roddy cutting the vibranium ore, their faces suddenly showed anger. Next moment, a group of blue-skinned monsters swam towards Roddy. They are fast, much faster than ordinary people can swim underwater, and still holding the original weapon in his hand. Spears, bone spurs, and so on. When these blue-skinned monsters approached Roddy, Roddy finally discovered their existence. So he stopped the cutting work first and turned to look at the group of weird people who came up. Is there still human life in the sea? Roddy thought subconsciously, and then remembered that there seemed to be a man named Namor in the Marvel Universe, who was the seaman and the king of Atlantis. Be the king of the underwater world. Exactly the same as Aquaman in DC Next Door. So who copied whom? Roddy didn't care who copied who. The group of blue-skinned monsters in front of them should obviously be the sea people of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. This group of people moved from the land to live in the sea a long time ago. They have evolved the ability to breathe underwater. It can move freely in the water and can also communicate with marine life and domesticate it. But at the moment, Roddy didn't see any domesticated marine life. I only saw a group of blue-skinned, avatar-like guys surrounded myself. To be honest, the Atlanteans in DC Next Door are much prettier than them. Forget it. No harm without contrast. The group of underwater people who surrounded Roddy in front of him were murmuring and didn't know what they were talking about. Not to mention Roddy doesn't understand their language at all. Even if you can understand. This TM is in the water, and I can't hear it clearly. But this group of underwater people can actually communicate underwater. Could this also be the ability they evolved? Just when Roddy was still curious about how they communicated underwater, suddenly the group of sea people in front of him launched an attack on him. When Roddy saw it, they greeted him one by one with cold weapons. Is this not taking him seriously? Haven't you developed any advanced technology for so many years? Although Wakanda also likes to use spears, at least they have developed a lot of advanced technology. There are also energy weapons, and their power is not small. As a result, you Atlanteans seem to have seized a vibranium meteorite, but you can only attack with ordinary cold weapons? No wonder they were all wearing clothes made of aquatic plants. Feelings, you haven't developed technology at all for so many years? What AF ******* G waste? Roddy murmured in his heart, releasing red laser beams from his eyes, instantly blasting some underwater people into pieces. His Cyclops has been developed to level 4, plus 80 times strengthening. Bombing and killing a group of underwater people who are physically stronger than ordinary people is not a problem at all. Only one face-to-face. This group of sea people suffered heavy losses. When the survivors saw it, their faces changed wildly in fright. Obviously, they didn't expect Roddy's strength to be so terrifying. Not only can you release laser beams with your eyes, but it is also so powerful. This is at a depth of 700 or 800 meters underwater. If this is in the air, the power of this laser beam must be several times stronger. These sea people are obviously also afraid of death. So after seeing that the enemy was too strong and invincible, they immediately chose to give up their plan to attack directly. Next second, Roddy suddenly heard a burst of singing. How about 340? This song is so terrible. It doesn't fit his personal aesthetic at all. But what does it mean to sing to him? Roddy didn't understand. Singing suddenly when you can't beat it? Is this intended to surrender? Want to show off your talents? But you also sing too badly. That's a shitty talent. No, isn't this the song of a siren? Roddy wanted to know that the seaman on the other side couldn't really show off his talent by singing. This was obviously some kind of special attack method. Combined with the other party's life under the sea, Roddy immediately thought of the legendary creature of the siren. Let's not say whether the sea monster exists in this world, but the singing voices of these underwater people might really have the same effect as the singing voices of sea monsters. Legend has it that the song of the siren can control people's hearts. Let people be at the mercy of the sea monster. And the singing of these underwater people may have a similar effect. But this thing doesn't seem to work with Roddy. Sound waves are also a kind of ability, and the strange singing voices that can confuse people's minds are also sound waves in essence. So although Roddy can hear it, the power of the sound wave has actually been absorbed by him. Therefore, the special singing effects of these underwater people did not appear on him at all. The few surviving sea people sang for a long time without seeing any reaction from the human being opposite, so they stopped involuntarily, and their faces became even uglier. Singing doesn't work? Who is this human being? Why is it so difficult? It's over. Roddy stopped when he heard the singing, and immediately saw the sea people turn around and run away. Obviously, they found that they couldn't help Roddy at all, and they were going to leave here first. Maybe a group of reinforcements will be called later to deal with Roddy, an outsider. Roddy saw that these underwater people wanted to run away, and regardless of whether their singing had a similar effect to the siren, he directly used Cyclops to kill these escaped underwater people one by one. Not a single one was left alive. After all this is done, Roddy goes over to pick up the weapon that one of the sea people left behind when he died. Knocked, it was found that the head of the spear was actually made of vibranium. It's just that the handle is made of some kind of wood. Roddy didn't understand this approach. Although he also doesn't understand why both Wakanda people and sea people like to use vibranium to make spears. But you build it. Why only the head? Is it to save material? Duh. Chapter 84. Roddy couldn't understand the behavior patterns of the Sea Clan at all. Obviously guarding such a large pile of vibranium. Why are you so digging and searching? Look at people Wakanda. Also guarding a lot of vibranium. But people in Wakanda don't pick and search at all. Not only the guards are equipped with vibranium spears as standard, but even the blankets are woven with vibranium. Even used vibranium to build cars. Can you believe it? How much does a car weigh? Even if the internal parts are not all made of vibranium, it is priceless. After all, a gram on the black market costs $50,000. Even if it's only a kilogram. That TM is also 50 million US dollars. What car can sell for $50 million? What's more, I also know that it is impossible to only weigh 1 kilogram. At least it has to be 10 times higher than this number, right? If you think about it this way, Wakanda is really inhumane. Take 500 million vibranium to build a car? Local tyrants are local tyrants, and they don't treat money as money. After beating off the blue-skinned men of the Sea Clan, Roddy continued to cut the raw vibranium ore. Pieces of huge amounts of vibranium raw or were cut off by him, and then packed into a different space. Until the different space can't fit, Roddy just teleported away from the bottom of the sea, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to his seaside villa in Liberty City. The villa has 3 floors underground. When Roddy bought it, There were actually only 2 floors underground, one of which was turned into an exhibition room by Roddy, where there were some luxury cars that had hardly been driven since they were bought, as well as precious limited editions. Do things like that. In short, they are basically beautiful. The 3rd layer was added after Roddy. There is only one entrance, which is a 16-layer encrypted alloy gate. The thickness of the door light is half a meter thick. Even if it is fried with RPG, it will not be able to explode. On the other side of the door is the passage leading to the 3rd underground floor. The internal space of the entire 3rd basement floor is actually larger than the main building of the villa on the ground, and the entire area is comparable to the file size of the entire villa, plus the front and rear yards. In addition, metal reinforcement has been carried out around it. After all, it is the seaside. If it is not reinforced, Roddy is also worried about problems. Originally, this floor was used by Roddy to store weapons and equipment. There are also some collectibles that cannot be shown to others. For example, a world-famous painting that he took away from a target's home. The painting is supposed to hang on display in the Louvre. In fact, it does hang in the Louvre forever. It's just that Roddy is very sure that this one is the real one, not a fake. So it's pretty obvious what's going on in reality. In fact, this kind of thing is also very common. Many museums in Europe have used this shady method. Basically, what is put on display is basically a fake. Just do it really. It looks real no matter how you look at it. Except it's not the real thing. General experts can't see it, and only professional instruments can detect it, or the kind of real top industry experts can distinguish it with the naked eye. But experts at that level are well aware of it. This can be regarded as the hidden rule in this circle. Just like the entertainment industry. Everyone knows it, but no one will really poke it out. Anyway, everyone's benefits are in their hands, and no one will make life difficult for their own interests. In addition to this painting, Roddy also has some other things in his collection here. It is not easy to take it out for outsiders to see. Otherwise, something will happen. And now, Roddy intends to use the secret room on this floor to store these raw vibranium ores. Anyway, the space on this floor is large enough. The story is 6 meters high. The next piece of raw vibranium that he cuts is no problem at all. Definitely, impossible to put them all down. After all, there are too many raw vibranium mines on the seabed. Even if Roddy's secret room is expanded dozens of times, it is impossible to fit it. But for the time being, Roddy will put a part here first. As for the others, then talk about it later. Roddy also thought about building a few larger warehouses that are private enough and put things there. But those warehouses at the pier, no matter how high the security level they advertised, Roddy couldn't really trust them. It's like the security level of Paradise Mansion is high enough, right? But Natasha Romanoff's going in and out is not like going back to her own home. Their so-called security level is only for ordinary criminals. For an agent of Natasha Romanoff's level, this is trivial. It's what they left over from playing back then. Not worth mentioning at all. In contrast, Roddy is more trusting in his own space. After all, no one can open it except him. It's a pity that the space in the different space is still not big enough. Can't let go of too many things at all. Put the raw vibranium or in the secret room. Roddy returned to the bottom of the sea again and continued to cut more raw vibranium ore. He ran back and forth 5 or 6 times. The Chamber of Secrets is almost done. Basically, I can't put it down once I go back. Roddy thought about it and felt that these vibraniums would not be able to run on their own anyway, or else it would be fine for now, and he would continue to cut the rest after he found a suitable place to put things. Don't look at the vibranium that Roddy has cut off a lot now. If all of them were extracted, it would be hundreds of tons at least. Compared to this entire vibranium mine, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The more the whole vibranium mine was dug down, Roddy realized that he had really underestimated the mine at the beginning. As it's exposed on the surface, only a small part of it is. Most of them are buried in the depths of the sea. At the beginning, Roddy estimated that tens of thousands of tons of vibranium could be extracted from the entire vibranium mine. Afterwards, he cleaned the surrounding area and found that he estimated that there was less, and felt that he could extract more than 100,000 tons of vibranium without saying anything. And now after cutting the top layer, Roddy finds himself underestimating it again. 100,000 tons? I'm afraid it's more than 1,000,000 tons. That vibranium meteorite in Wakanda must have so many. No wonder they have been digging for so many years, and they can still sell it. At this moment, Roddy suddenly understood why the Wakanda people didn't take vibranium seriously, and even used it to build cars and weave it into blankets. All kinds of strange operations are completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. It turns out that vibranium is too much. It's not rare at all. Definitely, whether it is not rare or not, Wakanda still attaches great importance to the outflow of vibranium. They have always strictly controlled the outflow of vibranium. If not for a thief, the vibranium flowing to the outside world will never be as much as it is now. However, Wakanda, which has mastered so much vibranium, has developed for so many years, and it has only developed a city. And the use of vibranium is quite simple and rude. Ultron once said that vibranium is such a miraculous creation that human beings only use it as a shield, which makes it incredible and incomprehensible. And this is because human beings had too little vibranium back then, and they didn't know enough about it. But how long has Wakanda had vibranium? It stands to reason that their understanding of vibranium is extremely thorough. But looking at the development of Wakanda, apart from having a city controlled by the royal family, which looks very sci-fi, what else? Even members of their royal family have to go to universities in other countries to study a book. How many years has it been since the United States was founded? How many years has Wakanda been developing with so many vibranium? As a result, from the beginning to the end, they only wanted to close and close again, isolating themselves from the outside world, and develop to the point where many cities today have a primitive, barbaric atmosphere. It seems that the technology should be very high, but it turned out to be a spear. It also needs to be hand-to-hand. To beat Thanos' men, a group of people rushed up to fight hand-to-hand with a group of cannon-fodder beasts raised by Thanos. You have such a high technology, you should make some energy cannons or something. Get a battleship out. Doesn't the direct energy cannon smell good? Do you have to rush forward and fight with your life? Wakanda is a place where civilization and primitiveness coexist, revealing an awkward feeling everywhere. You say you respect traditions and customs, but you risk your life to respect. Isn't it a bit too much? It's outrageous. Roddy is still complaining in his heart about Wakanda, a country with a lot of vibranium, but it is so unbearably developed. Blue Man. Roddy took a piece of raw vibranium, or that had just been cut into the different space. Then he also looked at the group of Sea Clan who came to kill again. This time, the number of Sea Clans coming over is much more than before. It was densely packed, at least tens of thousands of people. Roddy also doesn't know what scale the Atlantis under the sea has grown to, but referring to Wakanda, which is similar to their situation, Roddy basically knows it. Therefore, an army of tens of thousands of people can be brought over at once. Is this also how much the Sea Clan attaches importance to Roddy? After all, this probability is more than half of all their troops. Moreover, this time the Sea Clan not only came by themselves, but also rode various sea creatures. As far as Roddy knows, there are dozens of different marine creatures, including killer whales, blue whales, and great white sharks. Most of them are relatively large in size, and several blue-skinned people can sit on the back of a sea creature. Invader, you kill the people of my Atlantis. Loot the treasures of my Atlantis. Now, in the name of Aquaman Namo, I grant you death. At the front of the tens of thousands of blue-skinned men, a blue-skinned man who seemed to have the highest status stood alone on the back of a huge amount of blue whale, and said a lot to Roddy. Roddy, what do you say the water around the blue-skinned man was squeezed away by an inexplicable force, leaving an area without water around him? But Roddy's side is full of sea water, so his voice is very distorted when it reaches Roddy's side. And Roddy also didn't understand the language of their race at all. I have no idea what he's talking about, but it probably meant that he was reprimanding him, right? Roddy guessed it himself. After all, this guy looks very angry. And at this time, Namor also seemed to have thought that Roddy, as a human being, should not be able to understand the language of their Sea Clan, so he repeated what he had just said in English again. This time, Roddy understood. But in the water, Roddy can't respond to each other, so he can only use gestures, so he waved at the large group of blue-skinned men on the opposite side. It's like saying, "Come here." Namor saw that he had brought the army of Atlantis to kill him, but the landman on the opposite side was so arrogant that he didn't take them seriously, and he was very angry. Arrogant land people, I will let you know the fate of offending my inner room. After finishing speaking, Nemotsi, Qianhao, ordered the many Atlanteans behind him not to do anything, and he wanted to kill the arrogant landman in front of him with his own hands. Namor is quite confident in his own strength. After all, his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary Atlanteans, and there are a pair of small wings on his feet, which can make him fast underwater. The landman in front of him may be pretty good, but here is the sea. How much can his strength be brought into play? Therefore, Namor felt that he could handle the opponent easily, without the help of his clansmen at all. As for why you bring so many people here without help, on the one hand, Namor is not sure if the opponent is only a land person. What if there is an ambush on the other side? No matter how strong he is, he will be no match for four hands with two fists, so it is necessary to bring people along. On the other hand, don't you need an audience to be present when you're pretending? If you pretend to be better, but no one sees it at all, isn't it just a white trick? Definitely. Namor is not really for the sake of comparison, but that's probably what it means. Not much difference. Phew. The sea water was instantly torn apart by Namor. He's even faster underwater than on land. I saw him attacking Roddy like a swordfish. He swung the vibranium spear in his hand violently and threw it towards Roddy. Swish. Roddy reached out to grab it. As a result, he underestimated the speed of the spear and failed to catch it. A little embarrassing, but it's okay, because the vibranium spear lost its original kinetic energy the moment it stabbed Roddy and was easily held by Roddy. Chapter 85. On the bottom of the sea, Namor's figure quickly rushed to Roddy. Although the vibranium spear failed to kill Roddy, Namor was not surprised. After all, the other party was a landman who could kill a dozen Atlantean warriors alone. If he was killed so easily, Namor would have to review his training effect on Atlantean fighters instead. After all, an enemy who can be killed by him with a single spear should not be able to easily kill a dozen Atlantean warriors, right? Seeing that Namor was approaching, Roddy had no intention of resisting at all. Although Namor didn't quite understand what was going on with this land native. But how could he miss such a good opportunity to attack? So Namor punched Roddy hard in the face. Namor didn't restrain the power of this punch. The other party was the murderer who killed the people of Atlantis and plundered their kingdom's precious vibranium resources. Such an enemy of life and death now will naturally not show mercy. So he used all his strength in this punch. But in the end, when he punched down, the opponent didn't even move his neck. He just looked at himself with a smile on his face. This made Namor feel humiliated. He punched continuously angrily. The burst of power from the fist blasted the water around it so that it couldn't get close. However, his fist landed on the landman in front of him, but it had no effect at all. It's as if Namor is acting with each other. Fake, too fake. But Namor knew in his heart that he had already tried his best. But the result is still the same. Despicable land people, what kind of conspiracy and tricks have you used? Namor stopped his futile attack, glaring at Roddy and questioning. At this time, the water flow around the two of them spiraled around, forming an area without water, and the two of them happened to be in this area. Me? Conspiracy. Roddy smiled. Don't get me wrong, I just don't think your fist can hurt me at all, so I'm too lazy to do it. W.U. Namor was impotently furious. He roared and kicked Roddy. This time Roddy didn't stand still and didn't understand, but punched Namor's calf. Crack. This punch directly broke Namor's calf bone. Visible broken bones pierced Namor's muscle skin. Oh! Namor screamed in pain again and again. And the Atlantis warriors who were watching the battle from a distance and didn't do anything because of Namor's order also showed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. Their invincible king lost. And he lost so easily, even being crushed. Next second, these Atlantean warriors reacted suddenly and immediately drove the mounts under them and rushed towards the side. They must save Namor and save their king. Since you can't win single-handedly, let's fight in groups. This moment, these Atlantean warriors also ignored Namor's previous orders. After all, seeing Namor has already lost. If they watch the show regardless, they may lose their king in the next second. Asterisk. Tens of thousands of Atlantean warriors charged forward. After Roddy broke one of Namor's calf bones with a punch, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Namor's neck, and lifted him up. You are weaker than I thought, Roddy said. At this time, the water flow around the two of them began to become unstable. Some water splashes started to splash on both of them. It is clear, because of Namor's injury, the stream of water maintained by him also became unstable. Roddy paid no attention to this. He strangled Namor's neck, taking Namor's vibranium spear in his other hand. Compared with the defective products in the hands of those Atlantean warriors, Namor's vibranium spear looks almost the same as Wakanda's. The whole body is made of vibranium, but it is slightly thinner than Wakanda's. Despicable landman. Namor was still yelling at Roddy while being strangled. To be honest, it's hard for me to understand the brain circuits of you people. Roddy stabbed the vibranium spear into Namor's chest, BCFF, and the sharp spear penetrated his body instantly. Where am I despicable? And you are a despicable mainlander if you keep your mouth shut? As Roddy spoke, he lifted the wounded Namor high, grabbed the vibranium spear with one hand, and pulled it out again. Ah! Namor screamed, even more miserable. Fortunately, the army of Atlantis also arrived at this time. Roddy looked at it, threw Namor aside casually, and then charged forward with his vibranium spear. On one side is the tens of thousands of troops of Atlantis. On the other side is Roddy with a vibranium spear. 1 against 10,000. Roddy was unafraid, even a little excited. Next second, tens of thousands of Atlantean troops overwhelmed him. If you look around, there are enemies all over the place. Roddy wields a vibranium spear that can take the life of an Atlantean warrior with every blow. And he didn't dodge the attack at all. No matter how those spears stabbed or slashed at him, the kinetic energy carried by them was instantly absorbed. Roddy completely ignored their attack damage, and he killed the tens of thousands of troops by himself, killing the enemy on his back. The other side, the discarded Namor is not dead either. His physique is very strong. Even if he is hit by a missile, he cannot be killed. If it weren't for the sharpness of the vibranium spear, it would have been impossible to pierce him through the body. But even so, most of the wound that ran through the body has healed in a short period of time. The heart that had obviously been pierced had also recovered to its original state. No trace of the original wound could be seen at all. Getting up from the bottom of the sea, Namor saw blood-stained battlefields in the distance, and he watched one Atlantean warrior after another being killed. Anger made Namor forget the strength gap between the two sides. Roaring, he rushed forward again, picked up the spear dropped by a dead Atlantean warrior on the way, and joined the battle. However, even with the addition of Namor, the situation on the side of Atlantis has not improved. Namor, who rushed forward, was blasted away by Roddy's Cyclops. The frenzied laser beam left a terrible wound on his body. However, Namor's fate was tough. Even with such serious injuries, he still didn't stop fighting. It's a pity that his hard work and persistence are not worth mentioning in front of Roddy's absolute strength. A few minutes later, the bodies of hundreds of Atlantean warriors have accumulated on the seabed. As for Roddy, who was charging, he couldn't see any wounds on his body. However, being besieged by such a large group of people, with tens of thousands of people rushing up one after another, Roddy was a little bit overwhelmed. So he simply gave up the fighting method of using spears to fight at close quarters and directly manipulated the magnetic field to roll up a large number of spears around him with a wave of his hand. Tens of thousands of spears broke free from the hands of these Atlantean warriors. Under Roddy's control, it directly turned into a long snake composed of spears and killed the group of Atlantean warriors. It took more casualties in one fell swoop than Roddy had done in the previous few minutes. The tens of thousands of Atlantean fighters on the opposite side were frightened and backed away, not daring to approach Roddy anymore. Although they were brave before, knowing that they couldn't kill Roddy, they rushed forward without fear of death. But that was because Roddy's speed of killing alone was limited. Available now, hundreds of Atlantean warriors were killed in just one encounter. The blood has completely dyed the surrounding seawater red. Faced with this situation, no matter how brave they are also afraid. Then, the group of Atlantean warriors retreated one after another, looking at the tens of thousands of vibranium spears surrounding Roddy. Each of them was speechless. My own weapon turned into a murder weapon used by the enemy to kill them. This is what they never expected. And Namor, who was just blown out and got up again to rush over, also saw this scene and instantly lost the motivation to continue fighting. Do you still want to fight? Roddy spoke silently. Namor also understood what he meant and immediately thought of retreating. If the fight continues, they seem to have only one way to die. The strength on the other side is too strong. Namor even wondered if he hadn't been walking on land for so long that even the strength of the land people is now BT here, but he didn't know anything about it. Unfortunately, he looked down on land people before. He felt that if he wanted to, he could go to land at any time and kill all those land people. And the reason why he didn't do this was just because he was lazy. How much area does the ocean occupy on Blue Star? How much area does land occupy? Sitting on such a vast territory, Namor naturally looked down on those lands. What's more, although the Atlanteans are not unable to survive on land, after all, they are not so comfortable in the sea. Therefore, even if they lay down a territory on land, there is a high probability that they will not move to live on land. That being the case, why even bother with Bala's attack on landmen? But now it seems that this is because the Atlanteans don't want to attack the land people. It is clear that they should be thankful that the land people have not discovered the existence of their Atlanteans. Otherwise, wouldn't they be wiped out in minutes? Definitely. Tens of thousands of Atlantean warriors are not the full power of Namor. The entire kingdom of Atlantis has about 120,000 warriors, and definitely more ordinary civilians, over 1 million. But the real power of Namor is the variety of sea creatures that are ubiquitous in the sea. What if he manipulated sea creatures numbering in the billions to attack all human ships sailing the seas? What if he manipulated countless sea creatures to set off huge waves in the offshore area? He doesn't need to do that, because the kingdom of Atlantis has weapons capable of creating monstrous tsunamis. Zung Jinamo also thought that as long as he wanted to, he could destroy human civilization on land at any time. But now it seems that if he really dares to do so, even if the tsunami really engulfed the land, their kingdom of Atlantis would definitely be wiped out by the strongest of these land people. That's when it will all end together. Think of these. Namor began to reflect on his past ignorance. He began to face up to the strength of land people. Maybe he can create a tsunami to flood the land, but land people also have the ability to destroy their kingdom. Overconfidence is arrogance. Namor was too arrogant in the past. He began to reflect on this everything. After deciding, we must get to know the land people well. It can't be like this anymore. I surrender. The self-reflective Namor raised a hand and shouted loudly. Yes, he surrendered. It's not that he's timid. It's for the preservation of his own people, but also for the continuation of the king. Surrender? Roddy nodded, then waved his hand, and the tens of thousands of vibranium spears surrounding him lost control and sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant. Immediately, he waved at Namor, gesturing for him to come over. Namor also passed by obediently. No tricks. Very well, I will take over your surrender. Roddy said after Namor came over. But it's not enough to just surrender. I want to see your sincerity. Namor was aggrieved. But as the defeated party, Namor also knew that he had to come up with an answer that satisfied the person in front of him, or the other party could not accept their surrender at all, and then continue to use the just like that attack. As long as he comes a few times, the tens of thousands of Atlantean warriors he brought will be wiped out. Even he himself didn't dare to say that he could go back alive. Namor only has a strong physique and a strong recovery ability. Not really regenerative healing factor. What do you want? Namor asked. Vibranium. Roddy made his request directly. It just so happened that he was still considering going to Wakanda to take away some equipment that could refine vibranium. It's good now. The people of Atlantis, who also possessed vibranium refining technology, came to their door on their own initiative. Roddy doesn't need to make a special trip to Wakanda. He can just ask Narway to refine vibranium for him. Okay, how much do you want? Namor nodded in agreement. Although vibranium is precious, there are so many of them after all. If the other party only wanted vibranium, Na said that he could give some to the other party. Chapter 86. How much? Roddy shook his head and held out a hand to make a fist. I want it all. Namor's eyes widened. This is impossible, he growled. I'm not negotiating with you. Roddy stared at Namor with icy eyes and said, either die, or give me all the vibranium. Choose one, you decide for yourself. Namor clenched his fists tightly. If possible, he really wants to fight to the death to resist. But reason tells Namor that the only way to resist is to die. Facing the threat of death, Namor succumbed. Anyway, we have owned vibranium for so many years. Originally, so much vibranium and the Atlantis kingdom can't run out, so we might as well give it to the land people in front of us, at least to ensure that they can continue to live. Survival is the most important thing. As to say, to threaten the landmen in front of you by submerging the land is the most threatening? Namor hadn't thought about it, but now he is still in the hands of the other party. If he uses this to threaten him now, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? If you want to threaten, you have to wait until after the event. And, as a threat of submerging the land, it can only threaten the lives of ordinary land people. The land person in front of him could have survived underwater, and he felt as if he was the same as the Atlanteans. This kind of threat obviously couldn't endanger the other party's life. Even if the other party has carrying people on land, so what? They can threaten each other to flood the land, and the other party can also threaten them to kill them all. It is impossible for Namor to really die together. So even if he left here, Namor wasn't sure if he would do that. Most likely not, because he was not sure whether the other party would be threatened by him. If not, the consequences could be serious. Just a little vibranium, nothing else. Namor comforted himself in his heart. Subsequently, facing Roddy's cold eyes, Namor nodded in humiliation and agreed to the other party's request. Vibranium, he delivered. Very well, then you will be responsible for refining vibranium for me in the future. Seeing Namor submitting, Roddy nodded in satisfaction and said. Hearing Roddy's request, Namor was no longer angry. To be precise, all his anger had been used up. Even vibranium has been handed over, so what's the point of helping to refine it? I come to receive it every week. How much vibranium can you extract in a week? Roddy said. Hearing this, Namor gave a number after serious thinking. 10 tons. So little. Roddy wasn't satisfied with the answer. It was only 10 tons a week, and it was only over 40 tons that month. How is this enough? 10 tons is too little, at least 100 tons. Roddy directly increased tenfold on this basis. After hearing the request of 100 tons, Namor's face suddenly collapsed. 100 tons is impossible. That is already far beyond our ability, 20 tons at most. Namor didn't lie. for the refinement of vibranium, their Atlantis indeed had limited abilities. In the past years, their use of vibranium has not been very active. Therefore, for the refining of vibranium, naturally there is no such concern as Wakanda. 20 tons a week is definitely not their limit. But this limit is about 30 or 40 tons. Namor didn't want the people to work hard for Roddy and squeeze their rest time crazily. So at first he said to refine 10 tons a week. That way they just have to come up with enough vibranium easily. But 100 tons? That really can't be done. 20 tons is too little, at least 30 tons. In the future, you must increase the efficiency of refining vibranium. The premise is that I can accept a production capacity of 30 tons a week, but I will give you 3 months at most. 3 months in the future, I will double the production capacity. Roddy didn't make it too difficult for Namor. In fact, 20 tons a week is enough, and Roddy doesn't need it urgently. But he can see that 20 tons is definitely not the limit of the Kingdom of Atlantis, and their limit is at least 30 or 40 tons. 100 tons was just something he said casually, and he didn't expect the Atlanteans who were salted fish to work so hard. So, in the end, Roddy gave a request of 30 tons. However, Roddy thinks it is not too much to ask Namor to increase the refining efficiency in the future and to double the production capacity in 3 months. Take a look at Wakanda, who is also holding a vibranium meteorite. Their production capacity is at least 10 times that of the Kingdom of Atlantis. If Wakanda is a mixture of primitive and technological, then the Kingdom of Atlantis, I am afraid that only the primitive is really left. Too complacent. I don't know how to develop technology at all. What's going on, one by one? After discussing the future cooperation with Namor, Roddy asked Namor to take him to the Kingdom of Atlantis. In fact, it is a kingdom, but it is just an underwater city, and it looks far less technological than Wakanda. The whole thing gives Roddy a backward feeling. Although the cities under the sea sound very powerful, the places where many Atlanteans live are actually caves under the sea. Simply raw. Roddy didn't come to visit. Not to mention the Atlanteans around him were very hostile to him. Apparently, these Atlanteans also knew the news that their king and his army were defeated, and they also knew that their vibranium was robbed by the land people. So it's normal to be hostile to Roddy. Roddy didn't care if these blue men were hostile to him. He asked Namor to take him to the warehouse in Atlantis. At Curry, Roddy found the leftover vibranium they had distilled over the years. The quantity is not very large, just over 100 tons. Vibranium placed in a special device after refining is in liquid state and can be taken out at any time for shaping, which is convenient to divide. This is probably the only more technological place in Atlantis. But what left Roddy speechless was that the people of Atlantis built a statue with huge amounts of vibranium. The prototype of the statue is none other than their king Namor. And this statue is actually made of pure vibranium, which weighs 1,000 tons. Violence. It's really a waste of money. So Roddy unceremoniously announced that the statue belonged to him. Although the surrounding Atlanteans, including Namor, were very angry after hearing the news, they just dared not speak out, and dared not resist Roddy's tyranny at all. But Roddy didn't take the statue away right away. After all, Roddy didn't know where to put such a big statue. He definitely couldn't fit in the secret room of the villa. So I can only store it here temporarily, and wait for him to come to pick it up later. Anyway, he already knew the location of the Kingdom of Atlantis, so he didn't need Namor to lead the way next time. He just teleported over here. Also very convenient. Finally, Roddy took one thing with him before he left. That is the weapon in Atlantis that can create a super tsunami. It was actually a huge amounts of mechanical device, and Roddy directly stuffed it into his own different space. As for the original vibranium ores that were previously installed in the different space, he threw it directly to Namor and asked him to refine it. Including those in the secret room of the villa, Roddy will also send them to him in batches for them to refine. In this way, Roddy can directly get ready-made vibranium. Save myself a lot of trouble. Regarding the fact that Roddy held the most powerful weapon in the kingdom, although Namor and many Atlanteans were angry, just like before, they still dared not speak out, and could only honestly watch Roddy take that the machine was dismantled. The tsunami-making machine in Atlantis is actually pretty big. The hole is in the shape of a disc, 6 or 7 meters high, and 15 or 6 meters in diameter. Fortunately, Roddy's different space is still big enough. Can fit this big guy. Otherwise, you can only carry it away. And this thing is also built by vibranium. Every part is vibranium. The overall weight is more than 80 tons, and it is a solid line of vibranium machinery. It happens that Roddy's 2 mechanical abilities can be used in this, and it is also convenient for him to test whether these 2 abilities can activate and strengthen mechanical objects made of vibranium. Okay, don't give it away. I will come back in a week. Don't forget to prepare the vibranium I want, Roddy said to Namor, who followed him. Then, under the gaze of the latter's gloomy eyes, he disappeared into the depths of the sea in an instant. As soon as Roddy left, the angry Namor directly smashed the surroundings. After finally venting his anger, Namor summoned the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Atlantis, announcing the restart of the machines that refine vibranium and mobilized the citizens to prevent laziness and fishing. Asked for flowers. At the same time, some scholars of Atlantis were also asked by Namor to study a more efficient way of refining vibranium, or directly increase the production line. Anyway, no matter what, the production capacity must be doubled in 3 months. Back from the Kingdom of Atlantis, just over an hour had passed. Roddy returned to the yacht, and no one noticed that he had left. What's more, no one knows what shocking things Roddy did during the hour or so he left. The existence of the Kingdom of Atlantis is unknown to mankind. Who on the Blue Star knows the existence of the Kingdom of Atlantis? All Roddy can think of is the Eternals and Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. The former lived long enough to witness countless Blue Star histories. The latter has the time gem and can see the past and the future, not to mention what happened on the Blue Star, even what happened in the whole universe, or what will happen in the future. Ancient One is clear. But there was one thing Roddy had been thinking about. That is, does Ancient One even know of his existence? Or say, does Ancient One know some of his secrets? Can you see his future? But after so long, Roddy didn't see Ancient One coming to him. Zero, since the Sorcerer Supreme won't come, Roddy won't go looking for her when he's full. Everyone is safe and sound. Hello, 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 everyone. That would be the best. The next day, dawn. Gwen woke up and found that Roddy was looking at her, and couldn't help but leaned forward and kissed him. Good morning, darling. Gwen stretched like a lazy cat as she spoke, then rolled over and sat up. We're going back today, aren't we? She asked. Roddy nodded, and while handing the clothes to Gwen, he said, I'll be home in the afternoon. Why home? Gwen shook her head. You know, I've taken too much time off lately, and if my grades hadn't dropped, the professors would have called my parents. As a top student, Gwen's grades have always been among the best in the school. To be precise, the number 1 in the grade has always belonged to Gwen. It's just that after she got together with Roddy, she often asked for leave to play. The last school holiday was only a few days away, and she ended up asking for leave again. Several professors in this school who are optimistic about Gwen have some opinions. A professor even talked to Gwen and asked her if something happened at home. Gwen definitely said no, but she didn't dare to say that she asked for leave because she wanted to hang out with her boyfriend. If you really want to say that, the professor will definitely scold you. Then what are you going to do? Suspend school directly? Roddy joked. Gwen patted him lightly. How could she drop out of school? Even after being with Roddy, Gwen doesn't need to worry about any problems in this life, because whatever she wants, Roddy will give her. But Gwen didn't want to become a little princess who knew nothing. She still wants to finish her studies. She still wanted to accomplish the goals she had originally set. To this, Gwen's parents are also very supportive of their daughter's decision. Having a rich boyfriend doesn't mean you have to lose your independence. It's like she hasn't given up on being a superhero, although she has become very Buddhist. But occasionally she still shows up as Spider-Woman to help those in need. Roddy had nothing against Gwen having a mind of her own. Even he supports Gwen's ideas. A woman who is completely dependent on a man will make a man bored, because she has lost herself and become the man's attachment. Roddy didn't want Gwen to be like that, so he supports some of Gwen's ideas. Definitely. While supporting, Roddy will also provide some help to Gwen appropriately. For example, donate a laboratory to the school, or donate a building or something. This is a little help from what Roddy can do. Chapter 87. Afternoon. The White Pearl returned to Liberty City Seaview Villa Wharf, and Roddy and the others also ended their 2-day and 2-night sea trip. After paying the final payment of Melissa and her team, Roddy also said that if there is such a travel plan next time, they will hire their team to serve. Melissa happily accepted an extra tip from Roddy. Not much, it just increased their original appearance fee by 50%. To Roddy, it's just a small amount of money that isn't worth mentioning. But for Melissa and the others, this is a lot of extra income. After all, for the normal appearance fee, they still need to share the bill with the company. After all, it takes money and energy for the company to train them and give them such a platform. So charging a commission is also very reasonable. The rake ratio is 4 to 6. The company gets 60%, and Melissa and the others get 40%. But if there is an extra tip, then the money is all their own, and there is no need to report it to the company. That is to say, the tip Roddy gave was actually more than their normal income share. No wonder Melissa and the others were still reluctant to part with Roddy when they left. The little girls were even regretful that nothing happened to such a wealthy guest this time. Otherwise, they would have gotten much more than they have now. This is actually a hidden source of income. As for compliance with the rules, rules are dead, but people are alive. As a human being, you must know how to be flexible. There is a saying that 380 is good. If you are poor, you will change, and if you change, you will succeed. How can you make money if you don't change it? Definitely. If you encounter a stingy customer, then you may lose money and money. But risks are everywhere. Besides, those who can hire crew members to serve in this kind of company are basically not living without money. I'm afraid that the other party is not the one who pays at all, but a guest who comes to eat and drink. So, as a human being, you have to keep your eyes open. Otherwise, the only one who suffers is yourself. Wednesday, May 13th. The weather outside was gloomy this day, and it seemed that it might rain at any time, which was not a good weather for going out. Gwen went back to school today, and after playing wildly outside for a few days, Gwen's father also asked her to study seriously in the future and not to ask for leave all day long and go out to play. Obviously, the matter about Gwen's frequent leave of absence finally reached Director George's ears. If it weren't for Gwen's grades, it wouldn't have declined. I'm afraid Director George has already come to Roddy with a gun to settle accounts. But even so, when Roddy sent Gwen home last time, he was warmly welcomed by Director George. Without Gwen, only Roddy and Daisy are left at home. And since returning from the sea yesterday, Daisy suddenly said that she wanted to go back to her old business. Roddy wondered at first, did she have any jobs before? It turns out that Daisy originally planned to continue being her own hacker, take a part-time job in an instant, and pick up some orders online. This was her previous source of income, but Daisy hadn't done it since she left the afterlife. Now she has left the afterlife again, and she doesn't plan to go back in this life. Therefore, Daisy, who doesn't want to eat and drink for free all day and become a useless person, also plans to pick up her old job again. But I haven't written these codes for almost 2 years, and Daisy feels a little rusty. Especially with the rapid development of the internet in the past 2 years, many things Daisy can't keep up with this era, so she started to search various information on the internet to make up for the professional knowledge she missed in the past 2 years. Seeing that Daisy and Gwen both had their own affairs to be busy with, Roddy thought about it and decided to start the plan he had made at sea before. Build an army of invincible vibranium mech warriors. Now he has vibranium, and it can also be continuously provided continuously. Then the rest is to use vibranium to make weapons. Why a weapon? Nonsense. What Roddy wants to build is an army of invincible vibranium mechanical warriors, not an army of housekeeping mechanical nannies. So the prototype of the mechanical machinery definitely has to choose a weapon. For small mechanical warriors, you can choose machine guns and mortars. If you are medium to large, you can choose for more, such as tanks, fighter jets, armed helicopters, etc., are all available. On the water, there are also armed fast to choose from, or an armed jeep is fine. As for the final prototype of the super large mechanical warrior, it is better to directly build a helicopter carrier, which is the kind of insight plan that Hydra conducted before. It can sail and fly at sea. In addition to being unable to run on land, it is directly amphibious and omnipotent. However, be careful that the prototype of the mechanical warrior can be built directly with pure vibranium. But for medium and large, even super large, it is a bit too extravagant to use pure vibranium. Although Roddy has a lot of vibranium raw or on hand. But refining takes time. What's more, a helicopter carrier can weigh hundreds of thousands of tons at every turn. Even if Roddy has 1,000,000 tons of vibranium, it is not enough to build 2 or 3 ships. So, for this helicopter carrier, it is definitely not possible to use pure vibranium. Roddy thinks that it can be wrapped with a layer of vibranium on the outside, and normal alloys can be used on the inside. There is no need to go for pure vibranium. In this way, the problem can be solved. Otherwise, if you want to build a pure vibranium helicopter carrier, you don't know how long you have to wait. Roddy didn't want to wait years for that. That's too long. However, the problem now is that Roddy doesn't have the production line to manufacture these weapons. Fortunately, although Roddy himself does not have this kind of production line, he has money. Although Roddy's assets on the surface are only more than $10 billion US. But his hidden assets have far surpassed Tony Stark, the richest man in the world. Black Panther is not necessarily worth as much as him. After all, Wakanda's vibranium has been dug for so many years, and it must have been used up a lot. In addition, the vibranium of Wakanda does not belong to Black Panther alone, but to the entire Wakanda. Black Panther is only the king and has certain control rights. But Roddy is different. The vibranium mine on the seabed is entirely Roddy's. He can do whatever he wants. No need to ask anyone else's opinion at all. Therefore, who is the richest person in this world? That must be Roddy. Roddy, who is so rich, definitely doesn't need to worry about the production line of weapons. He directly chose to acquire a ready-made military factory. Not only the production line of ordinary weapons, but even tanks and fighter jets. He wants them. And looking at the whole of the United States, is there any company that has such a military factory that needs to be sold? Hammer Group? No, no, no. The Hammer Group is mainly in the business of lightweight weapons. Pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles are their main products. Definitely. Since Stark Industries announced the disbandment of the Weapon Research and Development Department, the Hammer Group has also begun to enter the field of weapons of mass destruction, such as various types of missiles. Another example is armed helicopters. It's just that the Hammer Group hasn't made any achievements so far, and the missiles developed are worse than the other, and there is no way to seize the market. So Roddy's target is definitely not the Hammer Group. His real target is actually Stark Industries. Never mind that it's been 7 years since Stark Industries shut down its arms division. But in fact, Stark Industries still holds several former military factories under the name of Stark Industries. And the production lines of these military factories are the best in the world today. Just what Roddy needed. Then, in this gloomy weather, Roddy contacted the current CEO of Stark Industries through Harry, who is Tony Stark's confidant, Miss Pepper Potts. 1:30 p.m. Roddy drove to the Stark building near Central Park. Enter the lobby on the first floor of the building. A woman in business attire walked up ahead. Mr. Roddy, Miss Pepper asked me to wait for you here, and welcome to our Stark building. The woman is supposed to be Pepper's assistant. This is also Pepper's previous job, but now she has become the CEO of Stark Industries, which can be regarded as a legend in the industry. It is afraid that there are not many people in the United States who can work from an assistant to a CEO at once. Individual. Not to mention being the CEO of Stark Industries. And many people know that Pepper Potts is Tony Stark's girlfriend. As Zung Jin's playboy, he can become Tony Stark's official girlfriend. One can imagine Pepper's status in Tony's mind. So everyone knows very well that, if nothing happens, Pepper will definitely be the hostess of Stark Industries in the future. Led by the female assistant, Roddy took an elevator dedicated to the president and went straight to the PC floor of the Stark building. The entire Stark building has a total of 100 floors. However, the upper 10 floors are not open to the public. Even Pepper, the CEO, has her office on the 90th floor, because further up, that's where the Avengers live. Before the disintegration of SHIELD, only Dr. Banner lived here among the Avengers. But since the disintegration of SHIELD, almost all Avengers have lived in the Stark building. Therefore, in order not to disturb the work and rest of the Avengers. Therefore, the floors above the 90th floor are not open to the public, and only those with authority can lose them. And so far, apart from the Avengers, there are only 2 people in the entire Stark building who have this authority. One is Pepper. She's Tony Stark's girlfriend, so of course she has that authority. The other is Maria Hill. She's now the head of logistics for the Avengers. But she usually doesn't live in Avengers Mansion. She has her own house in Liberty City. Other than that, no one else is qualified to go upstairs. Floor 90, President's office. The female assistant talked to his secretary at the door, and then the secretary with long blonde hair and a good figure led Roddy into the office. Miss Pepper, your guest, Mr. Roddy, has arrived. After the female secretary came in, she reminded Pepper who was correcting the document. The latter raised his head and said, understood, then asked the female secretary to go out and pour them 2 cups of coffee, and then invited Roddy to sit down on the opposite seat. Mr. Roddy, I heard that you want to buy our Stark Industries military factory. Pepper is worthy of being a well-organized and strong woman who can manage such a large Stark industry. She went straight to the topic when she came up, and she should be polite if she didn't have anything, or talk about other meanings in a roundabout way. That's right. As far as I know, Stark Industries currently has 4 military factories that have not been sold, but you have always intended to sell them, right? Roddy nodded, just as the secretary brought the coffee over. He reached out to take the coffee, said thank you to the other party, and then looked at Pepper on the opposite side. I want to buy one. 2.4 no, it's 4 military factories. I want them all. Roddy originally only wanted to buy one, but he suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, he is not short of money. After all, the production capacity of a military factory is limited. If all 4 military factories can be won, then the production capacity will be absolutely no problem, and it will even exceed a lot. But Roddy didn't care. Actually, we have no intention of selling these military factories. Pepper said, I think the so-called no intention is just that the price is not enough. Roddy said with a smile, but I can pay 10 prices that satisfy you, Stark. Very good, Mr. Roddy. You are very straightforward. Pepper nodded. Well, we do plan to sell these 4 military factories in a package, but they are not cheap. 5 billion. Roddy held out a finger straight out. 15 billion, he said. When he first heard 5 billion, Pepper still wanted to say that Roddy was whimsical. You must know that the price in her heart is 18 billion. Roddy asked 5 billion, not even 1/3 of her psychological price. What else can I say to give her a satisfactory price? Are you afraid that you have misunderstood the word satisfaction? But before Pepper could speak, he heard Roddy's last words and swallowed the words that came to his lips in an instant. Chapter 88. 5 billion for a military factory? Pepper just retracted his evaluation of Roddy just now. This person is indeed qualified to say, we'll give you a satisfactory price. And for this price, Pepper is also very satisfied. 20 billion packaged and sold for military factories. What else is she dissatisfied with? The price was 2 billion higher than she expected. This is 2 billion, not 20 yuan. Definitely. As a qualified CEO, Pepper didn't show any emotion on his face. On the contrary, she still looked like she was thinking, as if she was in hesitation. Roddy wasn't in a hurry either. He is rich, but he will not give a price that is significantly higher than the market price. Before he came here, he had already estimated the value of the 4 military factories of Stark Industries, and the total value was about 17 billion. Considering that Stark Industries was not in a hurry to sell, there must be a premium on this price. Otherwise, they won't sell it to you at all. After all, the price of 17 billion may have already been offered by others. But why didn't Stark Industries sell it? Not satisfied with the price. Therefore, Roddy directly paid a premium of 3 billion. 3 billion is not much to him, but this price should be a price that Stark Industries will not refuse, and it is also a price that others are unlikely to offer. In fact, it was exactly as Roddy thought. Before him, to be precise, in the past few years, there were bids to buy the 4 military factories. After all, for companies in the military industry, the military factory of Stark Industries is the top and the best. Buy them, and you will undoubtedly make a lot of money in the future. So worth the investment. But the price they gave was not 156 billion below the market price. Or it just happened to be around 17 billion in the market price. Few offered more than 17 billion yuan. There is not even a family that drives to 18 billion. That's why Pepper has been slow to sell. It's not that I don't want to sell, but that I didn't agree to increase the money. But 12 now, Roddy directly bid 20 billion. It's a price Pepper can't refuse and won't. So, after pretending to think for a moment, she nodded and agreed to Roddy's offer. As for why not raise the price again, Pepper was not stupid. She knew that Roddy must have checked the actual market value of the 4 military factories, and the reason why he charged a price higher than the market price represented his determination to buy. But if he continues to increase the price greedily, it will only make Roddy feel that she is too greedy. Maybe you won't buy it when you get angry. It's also possible. In fact, Pepper has long wanted to sell the 4 military factories. After all, their company has already withdrawn from the circle of the military industry. Although those military factories have been rented out for a short period of time in recent years. But Pepper still wanted to sell them, deep down. It's just that no suitable buyer has been found. This time, when he met Roddy, a buyer who paid a lot of money, Pepper felt that it was okay, and he almost sold it to the other party. So, happy cooperation? Pepper stood up and held out his hand. But Roddy shook his head, then took a piece of metal from his pocket and placed it on the desk. I'm not busy for now, although I can bid 20 billion. But I want to use this thing instead of the 20 billion to buy the 4 military factories of Stark Industries. Roddy said, he doesn't have 20 billion cash, but he has vibranium. On the black market, a gram of vibranium can fetch $50,000. 20 billion US dollars, but only 400 kilograms. Definitely, if they are sold in large quantities, people will definitely not buy them at the price of 50,000 US dollars on the black market. But 30,000 to 40,000 is the minimum. As for the official market price, feel sorry. Do you have such a market? You open the market price? Don't have a semicolon understand? What's this? After Pepper heard Roddy's words, he also picked up the metal cube on the table. Although she has seen Captain America's shield, it is impossible for her to recognize the vibranium in her hand at a glance, so she has doubts. Vibranium, the black market price is $50,000 per gram. Roddy said, this is vibranium? Pepper looked at the light metal cube in his hand in surprise. Didn't expect this gadget to be so big before. 1 gram costs $50,000. The one in her hand weighs about 10 grams, but it is already worth more than $500,000. Are you going to pay with vibranium? Pepper understood what Roddy meant and asked. Yes, you can ask Tony Stark about this. I believe he will be willing to reach this deal with me. Roddy said, even if Pepper thinks they Stark Industries don't need vibranium, but what about Tony? He definitely needs it. After all, what better material to craft steel armor than vibranium? Even if it is updated in the future. But vibranium can also be reused. It's not adamantium. The melting point of that thing is too high, so it is not easy to reuse it. But the melting point of vibranium is only 20,000 degrees Celsius. It can be reshaped repeatedly. Therefore, buying it once doesn't mean you can only build one iron armor. Not to mention the shock of more than 400 kilograms. It is definitely more than just a steel battle armor. Even if Tony wants to build a bigger one, when it is eliminated in the future, you can still melt vibranium and then continue to make new steel armor. Therefore, spending 20 billion to buy Roddy's vibranium is definitely a very cost-effective deal. Hello everyone. Mr. Roddy, please wait a moment. Pepper also felt that he should go to Tony and ask. Not to mention that she has to confirm whether Roddy will trade her for vibranium afterwards, and whether she wants to spend 20 billion to buy a batch of vibranium. This question also requires Tony's consent. Even if Pepper lost $2 or $3 billion, Tony wouldn't say anything about her. But Pepper himself is definitely unwilling to do this kind of prodigal behavior by himself. So Pepper would ask Tony for his opinion on any matters involving large sums of money transactions. He agreed. The transaction will continue. It's okay, you're easy. Roddy gestured with his hand out. Then he picked up the coffee on the table and drank it. Seeing this, Pepper left the office with the vibranium cube worth $500,000. It just so happened that the Avengers were not out on the field today. She went up and found Tony directly. Right now, Tony should be busy designing the new iron armor in the studio, right? Stark Building, 98 floors. In Tony's studio, when Pepper came in, he saw that Tony was designing a new steel armor. Pepper, why are you here? Seeing Pepper coming, Tony also asked. Normally, Pepper would not go upstairs when he had nothing to do, and almost every time he came, he had to ask him for instructions, even though Tony had said countless times that she didn't need to ask him for instructions, and she could just make her own decision. But Pepper still went his own way. Look at this thing. Instead of answering Tony's question, Pepper handed him the vibranium cube in his hand. Vibranium. Tony took it and recognized it as vibranium at a glance. After all, he has studied the captain's shield countless times. Even by researching the shield, several new alloy citizens were created. Someone came to talk to me about a cooperation just now, which is about the 4 military factories. The other party offered 20 billion to buy the 4 military factories. This price has exceeded my psychological expectations, so I agreed. Pepper said. Tony also nodded when he heard that. Selling those 4 useless military factories for 20 billion was indeed a very good deal. However, the other party later said that he would use vibranium to replace the 2 tens of billions. So let me ask you if you want to agree. Pepper spoke out about Roddy's conditions. Buy with vibranium? Tony said with a surprised expression on his face. Yes. Why not? You must agree to this. Well, it seems that Mr. Roddy has hit the spot. Seeing Tony like this, Pepper knew that this cooperation was over. Obviously, Tony needs vibranium badly. Not a speck, but a lot of vibranium. Roddy? Is that the guy you said was going to buy the military factory? It's not the first time Tony has heard this name. Steve and the others have mentioned this name to him before, but I don't know if it's the same person. That's right, it's Mr. Roddy. He's waiting for a reply in my office downstairs. Since you've decided to cooperate, I'll go down and let him know. Pepper nodded. Hearing this, Tony also said, Tell him, the sooner the vibranium is delivered, the better. Let me know when the transaction will be made, and I will personally inspect the goods when the time comes. No. Pepper nodded, then turned and left the studio. In the president's office on the 90th floor. Although Roddy didn't know how Pepper and Tony were talking upstairs, he was confident enough that Tony would agree to this deal. Because no one but him can sell Tony such a large batch of vibranium. To know the official vibranium sold by Wakanda has long been sold out, and Wakanda has always claimed that there is no more vibranium. Obviously, the major countries in the world have not taken this small backward country in the third world seriously. There is no doubt that they are deceiving themselves. As for the black market, the arms dealer who sold vibranium on the black market happened to be Tony's enemy. To be precise, the guy hated Tony. But Tony was not impressed with him. This is not the first time this happened. Just like Aldrich Killian before, it was Tony who offended someone, but he turned his head and forgot about it. Don't look at the fact that Iron Man has so many fans around the world now. But in fact, there are not a few people who hate him. So, it is not impossible for Tony to buy vibranium on the black market, but it will be very troublesome. And as proud as Tony, how could he be willing to buy vibranium in such a winding way? His pride won't let him do that. And they are not fools. Will not fail to investigate the identity of buyer 573. So, if vibranium can be obtained in large quantities from Roddy, it will definitely be good news for Tony. And Roddy's is even cheaper here. Without keeping Roddy waiting, Pepper came back soon. Mr. D, Mr. Stark has agreed to your deal. Pepper told Roddy the good news as soon as he got back. The deal is done. Then let's talk about the price. At this moment, Pepper also displayed her aura as the CEO of Stark Industries. On the issue of price, Shifu did not intend to let go. After some discussions, the two finally settled on a price of $43,000 per gram of vibranium. The price is not low, but compared to buying directly from the black market, it is much cheaper. And the most important thing is that if Stark Industries goes to the black market to buy vibranium, the price will be raised instead. People buy 50,000 grams. You Stark is here. You need at least 101 grams. Stark wasn't being taken advantage of, and it certainly wouldn't be true. After finalizing the cooperation, Roddy also promised to deliver the vibranium required for the transaction tomorrow morning. Before that, he still needs to take a look at the 4 military factories. After confirming that there is no problem, the transaction can be truly completed. Pepper had no objection to that either. It is normal for buyers and sellers to look at each other's goods before the transaction, and Stark did not plan to cheat Roddy. The production lines of the 4 military factories have been maintained all the time, so there is no problem at all, so Roddy can check it with confidence. So in the afternoon, Roddy followed the people from Stark Industries to the 4 military factories for inspection. After checking and confirming that there is no problem, Roddy left with peace of mind. Next day, in the morning, Roddy came to the Stark building again with 465.2 kilograms of vibranium. In a conference room on the 90th floor, Roddy meets Tony Stark, the world-renowned Iron Man. This is Mr. Roddy. Pepper introduced the two to each other. Tony is not used to interacting with strangers, so the two just nodded and did not shake hands. This is the vibranium you want. Roddy waved his hand, and the 4 strong men behind him opened the boxes they were holding. Inside is a transparent device. Through the transparent glass on the surface, you can see the silver liquid vibranium inside. Chapter 89. JRVS, check it out. Tony went to a box and asked JRVS to check if the vibranium inside had a cost. Liquid vibranium detected. Congratulations, sir. You can finally build your ideal steel armor. The voice of JRVS blares through Tony's headphones. After confirming that it was correct, Tony looked at Roddy with a more friendly look. Happy cooperation. Roddy smiled and shook Pepper's hand. As for Tony on the side, he asked Roddy directly for his business card. You should have more vibranium on hand, right? Tony said, if I need more vibranium in the future, I hope we can cooperate again. Definitely. I'd love to work with the Stark Group. Roddy said with a faint smile. He has a lot of vibranium on hand. Tony is willing to pay a lot of money to buy it, and Waste Oil will naturally not refuse. After the transaction was completed, the 4 military factories that originally belonged to Stark Industries belonged to Roddy from then on. But if he wants to use these 4 military factories to produce weapons and sell them, he still needs to obtain a qualification. This qualification is officially issued by the United States. Ordinary people can't get it at all, but Roddy doesn't need that. The weapons he produced were neither sold nor entered the black market. Moreover, the premise materials are mostly their own vibranium. That being the case, you don't need any qualifications. Even if not, Roddy still produces. Self-produced and sold. After leaving the Stark building, Roddy headed for the 4 military factories. Although he has seen the 4 military factories before and there is no problem, but now that they belong to him, Roddy still needs to make some rectifications. For example, although the original military factory is a fully automatic production line, workers are still needed in some places. There is also the issue of security at the factory. There can't be a security guard, right? Roddy wasn't planning to hire anyone, though. He planned to get a group of mechanical warriors directly and let them be responsible for the security work of the factory. Compared with living people, mechanical warriors are undoubtedly more reassuring to Roddy. After all, his factory doesn't have the qualifications to produce weapons, and what's more, it uses the extremely precious vibranium. If the news is leaked, Roddy will also cause a lot of trouble. Trouble with this thing, avoid it if you can. No one will take the initiative to ask for trouble, right? Unless profitable. Therefore, Roddy, who came to the factory again, directly summoned a group of mechanical soldiers to guard the factory. At the same time, the production line of the factory was started. On a whim, I used the ability of mechanical strengthening to strengthen a wave of factory production equipment. After being strengthened, the production equipment not only has a sharp increase in production capacity, but also the quality of the weapons produced will be better. The most important thing is, a kind of very unscientific ability was born in the production equipment after strengthening. That is, with very few materials, weapons that originally required a lot of materials can be produced. This is not scientific at all, but very variant. So Roddy didn't think much about anything other than feeling happy and secretly applauding his whim. After running 4 military factories one after another, Roddy did everything he could. Next, just wait for the weapons to be produced. Next day, Roddy came to a factory again to inspect a batch of weapons produced yesterday. The factory has 11 fully automatic production lines, 6 of which are producing machine guns, and the other 5 are producing mortars. In one day, under the full automatic production line after strengthening, 2 kinds of weapons have been produced in large quantities. Roddy randomly picked out each weapon and activated and strengthened them. The activated weapon turned into a small mechanical warrior with a height of about 1.8 meters. But not high. But the combat power is not weak at all. Originally is made of pure vibranium material with super energy absorption ability, and the degree of sturdiness is beyond doubt. With such a mechanical warrior, there is absolutely no problem in torturing Tony's current steel armor. It can even be regarded as a smaller Ultron. Definitely, it doesn't have Ultron's artificial intelligence. Originally only has a relatively simple intelligent module, but there is no problem at all to execute some simple instructions, and not as smart as artificial intelligence. Avoid an omnic crisis. But the activated mechanical warriors are not their limit right now. Roddy once again used the ability of mechanical strengthening to carry out a wave of full-arm wrists on the activated mechanical warriors. After strengthening, the mechanical warrior becomes more mighty and ferocious, and one can tell that it is a terrible killing machine. And the shape has also changed. From the original height of 1.8 meters, it has grown to around 2.2 meters, already lost to Ultron. And the main thing is that strengthening greatly increases the strength of vibranium originally, and the upper limit of energy absorbing. Even the melting point of vibranium has been greatly increased. Vibranium, which would melt at 20,000 degrees Celsius, will not show any signs of melting even if it is thrown into the corona of the sun. This is very powerful. After all, the melting point of vibranium is also one of its weaknesses. 20,000 degrees Celsius may seem high, but in reality, it is just that. In the face of the endless emergence of super abilities in the future, what is this high temperature? Even Thor can withstand the pressure of a neutron star. But are there still few people in this world who can blast Thor? In front of many strong men, Thor is just a younger brother. So, it is a great thing to overcome the shortcoming of low melting point. Addressed a major weakness of the mech warrior. Besides, the most obvious enhancement is the original weapon system of the mechanical warrior. Because these 2 mechanical warriors were activated based on machine guns and mortars, they were born with corresponding weapon systems. The mechanical warrior activated by the machine gun can transform the mechanical structure of the arm into the muzzle of the machine gun. It can fire more than 12,000 rounds of machine gun bullets per second, and Roddy couldn't figure out where the bullet came from. Just like the production line after strengthening can produce weapons with very few raw materials, these mechanical warriors are not scientific at all. Is it okay to directly create bullets out of thin air? In addition, the lethality of the bullets is far more than that of the original machine gun. Roddy teleported to a wilderness with 2 mechanical warriors to test them. The first test is the mechanical warrior after the machine gun is activated. Roddy tested its range first. The original machine gun has a range of about 1,000 meters. If it is farther away, the power will drop sharply. However, the range of the mechanical warrior after strengthening can reach tens of thousands of meters. A bullet hitting a target 10,000 meters away can still cause extremely terrible damage. Subsequently, Roddy tested the lethality of the mechanical warrior again. Taking an abandoned bunker 10,000 meters away as the target, Roddy ordered the mechanical warriors to shoot a single shot at the target. With just 1 bullet fired, the distance of 10,000 meters was crossed in less than 2 seconds, and the shooting speed of the bullet has already exceeded double the speed of sound. At such a speed, the bullet exploded violently the moment it hit the abandoned bunker. The entire bunker was blown into countless fragments in an instant. Wait till the dust settles. There are only a few ruins left in place, and the rest of the bunker has been blown to pieces. This power is much stronger than the original machine gun, and that's just the destructive power of a single bullet. To know this mechanical warrior can fire 12,000 rounds per minute, and can continue to attack constantly. Even Roddy doesn't know where its limit is. There may be no limit at all. Afterwards, Edwin tested the performance of the mechanical warrior after the mortar was activated. This mechanical warrior has a longer range than the former. It can attack and hit targets 100,000 meters away, that is, 100 kilometers away, and has a precise guidance system. It can lock on a moving target 100 kilometers away for precise strikes. The destructive power of a single shell even directly blew up a small mountain into pieces, leaving a huge pit with a depth of more than 20 and a diameter of more than 300 meters. This destructive power is even more amazing than ordinary ballistic missiles. Compared with the original mortar, it is even more incomparable. What's even more exaggerated is that after the hands of this mechanical warrior are converted into muzzles, they can fire a shell. 2 muzzles, that is, 2 rounds per second. You can continue to launch constantly when you are done. What does that mean? A ballistic missile launcher with 120 rounds per minute. If 120 shells go down, a city will be razed to the ground. It can cause millions of casualties in an instant. As long as there is such a mechanical warrior, it can wipe out any small country by itself, and even some medium-sized countries cannot stop its killing. The pure vibranium body allows it to ignore external attacks, unless it is bombed with a nuclear bomb. Otherwise, Roddy can't think of any other human weapon that can stop it. And such mechanical warriors, Roddy can make many. That means, just think about it. He seems to be able to rule the entire human civilization at any time. It's really scary. 2 beta-level abilities can be so powerful, although Roddy was already mentally prepared. But after seeing this effect, he couldn't help being shocked. Definitely. Roddy also knew that the normal 2 mechanical abilities didn't have such amazing effects. First of all, if there is no mechanically activated ability that has been strengthened, I am afraid that the weapon made by vibranium cannot be activated at all. Secondly, the strengthening effect of the mechanical strengthening ability without systematic strengthening is also mediocre. You know, Roddy, this is the effect of 70 times strengthening. So the normal 2 mechanical abilities are not so strong, let alone these 2 abilities are separate. If there is no other one, it will be the same if it is taken out alone. Without the 700 times strengthening mechanical activation ability, it can only activate some ordinary mechanical bodies. And how much combat power can the mechanical warriors activated by the mechanical bodies have? It's just cannon fodder. The same goes for mechanical strengthening. More towards support than combat. So what is strong is not these 2 abilities originally, but the strengthening function of the system. He made the originally mediocre ability directly appear the effect of turning decay into magic. Plus the 2 abilities complement each other. So terrible power. After testing the 2 mechanical warriors, Roddy also took out the tsunami-generating device he had snatched from Atlantis. The huge amounts of tsunami generator directly collapsed the ground, causing the ground to sag a little. Roddy puts his hand on it, uses the mechanically activated ability, and activates it. 700 times strengthening mechanical activation ability when activating the machine guns and mortars made by vibranium. Both of them are instantly activated into mechanical warriors. But when used on the big tsunami-generating device in front of me, the speed is much slower, about 6 or 7 seconds. The entire device was fully activated and turned into a large-scale mechanical war machine with a height of 26 to 7 meters. And this large mechanical warrior looks like that kind of burly type. Unlike the 2 mechanical warriors before, they looked a little slender. It's big enough. Roddy raised his head to look at the large mechanical warrior more than 20 meters high, then jumped up and landed on its shoulder. Go, let's try your ability. Roddy took it and disappeared instantly. Appearing again, he has come to an overseas desert island. It's here, Roddy just happened to be able to test the ability of this mechanical warrior. Because it is a mechanical warrior activated based on a tsunami-generating device, it also has the ability to create a large tsunami. When Roddy gave the command, the mechanical warrior stepped into the sea water, and its arms transformed into some kind of disc-shaped device within 2 seconds. Then it puts its hands in the water, comes soft with a special ripple radiating. The surrounding sea, which was originally calm, suddenly began to become choppy. In less than half a minute, the sea in the distance had already turned into a stormy sea, with waves of more than 10 meters or even 20 meters high everywhere. The whole sea seemed to be erupting with terrible rage. The wrath of the sea god. A word came to Roddy's mind. Duh. Chapter 90. Okay. Roddy stopped the mechanical warrior. Immediately, it took its hands out of the sea water, and its arms returned to the shape of human palms again. I'll call you the Poseidon from now on. Roddy patted the big guy's vibranium shell and said, "This thing is made of pure vibranium, and the vibranium used is much more than those weapons made by Roddy. Therefore, the upper limit of the energy it can absorb is also extremely high, and it is extremely difficult to damage. By the way, I'll give you another wave of strengthening." As Roddy said, he put his hands on the Poseidon, and with a flash of white light, the already tall and burly Poseidon instantly became much taller. It is roughly estimated that its height has exceeded 30 meters. It looks like about 33 meters. This is just a change in reminders. On a deeper level, it cannot be seen on the outside. But Roddy knew very well that the strength of the Poseidon had become even more terrifying. If it is said that the Poseidon before strengthening needs half a minute to create an ordinary tsunami, 10 minutes to create a large tsunami, and 1 or 2 hours to really create a super large tsunami, then the Poseidon after strengthening may only need half a minute to directly create a super large tsunami to submerge a large area of land. For a country like the United States, it only takes a few minutes for the Poseidon to create a huge tsunami that can sweep across the entire United States. At that time, human weapons will be useless in the face of a super large tsunami of that scale. Or run away. Or die. Since testing the performance of the 3 mechanical warriors that day, Roddy has not conducted other tests. On the one hand, the 2 types of mechanical warriors he tested before are already the 2 least destructive of the mechanical warriors he made, while other mechanical warriors, such as the mechanical warriors activated by tanks, are too destructive. It's so convenient to take it out and test it at will. On the other hand, Roddy already knew the strength of these mechanical warriors. It doesn't matter if you test it or not. So no more tests were done. Blink of an eye, the time came to the 25th of May. After 11 days of operation, a large number of weapons have been produced in the 4 military factories. 873, and these weapons have also been activated and strengthened by Roddy using 2 abilities. Although mechanical activation can only activate 70,000 mechanical bodies at a time, but that's just a one-off. Roddy can use it a few more times, so that millions or even tens of millions of mechanical legions can be created. And so far, after 11 days, Roddy already has more than 300,000 small mechanical soldiers under his command, all of which are activated by machine guns and mortars. 300,000 is enough to flatten the entire human civilization. Not even 300,000. In fact, even if there are only more than 300, it is enough to flatten human civilization. If you don't consider those supernatural forces. The other is the medium and large weapons produced by the other 3 military factories, including tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters. All are in production, and these medium and large weapons are not made of pure vibranium. The main material is alloy, and then the outer layer of armor is made of vibranium. Otherwise, Roddy wouldn't have been able to produce so many weapons in the 10 days. Raw materials are not enough. Definitely, this is also thanks to the production line after strengthening, which can greatly reduce the consumption of raw materials. Otherwise, it would not be possible to produce more than 300,000 machine guns and mortars in such a short period of time. However, weapons like tanks are much less in number. Currently produced, that's 300 tanks, 500 armored vehicles, 300 armed helicopters, 80 fighter jets. This is already the effect after the production lines of the 3 military factories have been strengthened and the production capacity has been greatly increased. Otherwise, it would not be able to produce so many. And Roddy activated all these weapons immediately. After strengthening, it is more powerful than before. But to what extent? Roddy hasn't tested it, and he doesn't know, but it's just that it's strong. After all, apart from armored vehicles, the other 3 types of weapons are much stronger than the machine guns and mortars in front of them. The armored vehicle is also equipped with a vehicle-mounted cannon. The power is also not to be underestimated. Afternoon, Sokovia sky. A Quinjet in stealth mode slowly landed on a snowy field. The hatch opens. All the Avengers, except Iron Man, all came out of the cabin. On the other side, a blaze also streaked across the sky. Then Tony's voice came through the others' earphones. Guys, the other side has spotted us. Prepare to fight. During this period of time, the Avengers have been besieging Hydra, and the castle in front of them is the last base of Hydra they investigated. After solving this Hydra base, their mission has been successfully completed. So Tony's in a good mood. The same goes for the other Avengers. It's done here, why don't we go have a drink? Barton walked forward slowly, looking around with his eyes, carefully guarding against the appearance of enemies, and said to others, I'm fine, what about you, Captain? Tony said, Okay, then we can directly hold a dance party to celebrate the dance party. Steve replied, while driving his motorcycle quickly on the snow. When he was talking, the face of the woman he loved could not help appearing in his mind, but it was a pity that he had been asleep for too long. Although he looked young now, the other party was still old. This has always been a pain in Steve's heart. Prom? Count me in. In the sky, a thunderbolt fell, smashing a Hydra bunker hidden in the snow. In the midst of the thunder, Thor came out with Mjolnir held high. He laughed and said, You may not know, but I have the title of the little prince of the ball in Asgard. Are you sure it's not because you were originally a prince? Natasha Romanoff's teasing voice rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, a large group of Hydra soldiers ambushed appeared in the distant snow forest. Just as these Hydra soldiers wanted to attack, they were thrown into the sky by a berserk green titan like a beast. Oh! Hulk roared and knocked a Hydra soldier flying with his fist. He turned around and grinned at Thor, who subconsciously tightened his hammer. Fortunately, Hulk didn't look like he was about to go crazy. He just turned his head and killed those Hydra soldiers. There were screams all of a sudden. Okay, let's talk about it after the fight. Tony's voice came again. At this time, he had eliminated a wave of Hydra's ambushes, and he also came to the sky above the outer base of Hydra. But before he got close, he bumped into an energy shield. Shit, there's an energy shield here. Tony almost didn't fall from the sky. Fortunately, the set of steel armor on him is the latest series, with more stable and powerful performance. Mauritia, the shell and parts of this iron armor are made of vibranium. This ushered in a surge in Tony's strength. The other side, inside Hydra's base, already, discovered that Baron Strucker, who was killed by the Avengers, was also preparing to run away at this time. He knew his men couldn't stop the Avengers. Pierce, who was stronger than him, was defeated by the Avengers, and it was only a part of the Avengers. Unlike today, all the Avengers were dispatched. No matter how conceited he is, Baron Strucker doesn't think he can beat the Avengers assembled. So he's ready to run. Hurry up and pack up all the materials. We need to leave immediately. Baron Strucker ordered to his confidant. The latter obviously didn't want to stay and wait to die, so he hurriedly nodded and went down to prepare. The other side, in two prison-like rooms. A young man and woman each live in a room. The movements in the at-the-moment base did not escape their attention. When seeing a large number of Hydra soldiers leaving the base with weapons, a man in one of the rooms suddenly disappeared in a flash. After a few seconds, a man appears in another room. He didn't know when the door of the room was opened by him. He said to the girl in this room, "The Avengers are coming, and that Baron Strucker is going to run away." The woman in the room turned around. Strands of scarlet energy from her fingertips lingered like smoke, and with a wave of her hand, a burst of energy blasted the wall behind her. "We should go," she said coldly. "It's time to go. These Hydra people are really unreliable, and we already have the power to take revenge," Pietro said with a smile. Off base, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a fighter jet full of sci-fi colors is jetting out blue tail flames and flying at a speed more than 10 times the speed of sound. The strange thing is that there is no flight crew in the cockpit of this fighter. The cockpit was empty, not a single person was there. The direction stick moved left and right by itself, controlling the fighter plane to suddenly descend vertically at 90 degrees, suddenly dropping from a height of 10,000 meters to a height of several thousand meters. The altitude continued to drop, and as we passed through a thick layer of clouds, we finally saw the picture of the snow forest below. At the same time, the Avengers in the snow forest are still fighting many soldiers of Hydra. The two sides fought fiercely, but it was obvious that the Avengers had an absolute advantage. And outside of Hydra's base, Tony was also looking for a weakness in the energy shield protecting the base. "Give me 10 more seconds. I can handle it." Tony is confident. At this time, Wanda and Pietro, who had just left the base, also came to this battlefield. "I'll go play with them first." Pietro grinned, then turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. On the snow, a series of footprints were left, as if they appeared suddenly. Pietro's speed can reach 20 to 30 times the speed of sound in the extreme state, so after he runs, ordinary people can't capture any of his moving tracks. But Pietro himself can make some very subtle movements at that speed, and there will be no situation where he can't react. At this speed, Pietro can freely shuttle through this battlefield. Neither the soldiers of Hydra nor the Avengers could capture his presence. This guy's name is Hawkeye or something, right? In a state of haste, Pietro sees everyone in slow motion. At this time, he noticed Hawkeye Barton, who was running and shooting in the snowy forest. He couldn't help but raised his brows, ran over with a smile, and knocked Hawkeye into the air with one blow. Phew. In Barton's perspective, he didn't see anyone at all, and then he was knocked to the ground. "Everyone, be careful, there are strengthening people appearing." Barton endured the sharp pain of the wound and alerted the other Avengers. And at the moment, no one noticed the movement in the sky. At a height of 3,000 meters above the snowy forest, a sci-fi fighter jet instantly transitioned from a vertical descent state to a flat flight state with a super difficult movement. There was a violent sonic boom. Tony, who just found the weakness of the energy shield, also found this strange fighter under the reminder of JRVS. "Everyone, we seem to have new troubles. A fighter plane of unknown origin has arrived," Tony reminded the other Avengers. Then he took the initiative to fly towards the fighter jet. "My God, it's so fast." Tony was surprised to find that he couldn't catch up with the opponent. You must know that his Mark armor can now fly at the speed of Mach 8. But even so, it still couldn't catch up with this unknown fighter. Tony, how's the situation? Captain America's voice came through the earphones. Just as Tony was about to answer, he saw the fighter jet in front suddenly launch a missile. Shit. It's firing. Wait. It's targeting Hydra's base. As soon as Tony cursed, he discovered that the missile was heading for the Hydra base. However, that base is protected by an energy shield, and even an air-to-ground missile cannot blow up that energy shield, so this missile is probably useless. Can only be lonely. Duh. Chapter 91. Tony, what did you just say? Because Tony spoke so fast that others didn't quite hear what he said, but they just sounded excited. It's a missile, but it's okay, the target is not us. Tony also calmed down now, said calmly. But just as he finished speaking, the missile bombarded the energy shield of the Hydra base. Tony thought that the explosion of the missile would at most make the energy shield shake a few times, which might consume a lot of energy to maintain the stability of the shield. But the next second, Tony knew he was wrong, and it was dead wrong. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, the entire snowy forest was illuminated in white. People in this area felt as if they were blind in an instant, and the tingling sensation from their eyes made them scream. From a distance, it seems that a sun suddenly appeared on the earth and expanded extremely, covering an area with a diameter of more than 1 or 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Next second, the sun suddenly shrank inward. From a file size of 1 or 2 kilometers in diameter, it is instantly reduced to a file size of rice grains. And following that, everything within this area was instantly reduced to dust. After 2 seconds, the sky-shattering explosion sounded as if it was long overdue. The rolling shockwave was like an ocean wave. One wave after another crushed the surrounding trees to pieces. The ground was squeezed, and the whole sank to a height of at least 2 meters. Subsequently, a huge amount of mushroom cloud is rising, appeared over Sokovia. Fortunately, this base of Hydra is still not a short distance from the city. Otherwise, under this terrifying explosion, the whole city might be annihilated in ashes. Rao is so. The shockwave of the explosion still spread to cities more than 10 kilometers away. The glass of the building was shattered. Cracks like spider webs appeared on the outer wall. Some buildings that were not very strong in the first place collapsed directly amidst the roar. For a while, people were scared and screamed and fled in all directions. Some people still had bloodstains on their ears, screaming in pain and running like headless flies. Snow forest. The snow has disappeared. The woods are gone too. Even a mountain not far away was razed to the ground. And the Avengers were also buried under the thick sawdust and soil one by one at the moment. After a while, a green hand suddenly stretched out from under the ruins, followed by the gray-faced, green-eyed man crawling out from underneath. He spit out some sawdust and dirt from his mouth and looked around with a dazed look. Obviously, as strong as Hulk, he was bombarded by this wave of explosions. And not to mention the other Avengers. Although Tony was the closest to the explosion, the vibranium armor on his body protected him very well. In addition, he was actually more than 1 kilometer away from the center of the explosion. Therefore, he was not injured much while hiding in the battle armor, and he was a little dizzy. After a while, he crawled out from under the ruins of October. "How are you all?" As soon as Tony came out from under the ruins, he quickly asked about the situation of the others. "I'm okay." Steve's voice sounded at the right time. At the moment of the explosion, he subconsciously used a shield to block in front of him, so as to save his life. But the others didn't respond at this time. Tony quickly asked JRVS to lock the position of the other Avengers communicators, then fly over one by one and rescue everyone else from under the ruins. Soon, both Natasha Romanoff and Barton were saved. But Thor didn't know where he went. "This guy Thor should be fine, right?" Tony muttered. "After all, it is Thor of Asgard. After all, he is a god anyway. Shouldn't it be killed by the explosion?" As for Natasha Romanoff and Barton, Natasha Romanoff had some scrapes on her body. The most serious wound was on her forehead, which was also the culprit that caused her to lose consciousness. Things were even worse for Barton. He had been attacked by Pietro before and was already injured. As a result, it was blown away by shockwave during the explosion and then buried by various sawdust and soil. Although Tony rescued him in time, but Barton was still badly injured. "If you can't get the information in time, I'm afraid your life will be in jeopardy." Rumble. At this time, there was a loud roar from the distant sky, followed by a thunderbolt. It was Thor who flew back. He also looked embarrassed. Dirt was still on the face. What just happened? Thor's face was blank. He didn't know what happened just now. He just hit those Hydra soldiers well, but the next second his eyes turned into a scorching white, and he felt a burning pain on his body. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was lying in a mountain stream, beside a small stream, surrounded by some rocks. Moreover, his body was still dirty, and there were even traces of abrasions in some places. To know he is the Prince of Asgard, son of God King Odin. His strength cannot be said to be so powerful, but his physical strength is absolutely astonishing. But it is so. He still had the bruises on his body. One can imagine how terrifying the explosion just now was. To know Thor's location is slightly further away from the center of the explosion than Tony's. But he still looks like this. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. It's normal to even have no bones left. Wanda, are you okay? In the mountain stream in the distance, Pietro found his sister Wanda. It's okay. What happened to the explosion just now? Wanda took a few pieces of sawdust from her hair and looked into the distant mountain valley with lingering fear. If she hadn't used her ability to protect herself in time just now, under that kind of explosion, even if she is not what she used to be now, she would be blown to pieces in an instant, right? Is that a nuclear bomb? Wanda asked with a pale face. Pietro didn't know if it was a nuclear bomb or not. But if not, what kind of missile would be so terrifying? Everything within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers from the center of the explosion just now was destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that the explosion site was in a mountain depression, the power might have increased. If he and his sister hadn't obtained super abilities, they would have turned into 2 corpses by now. No, there won't even be a dead body left. The biggest possibility is that there are no bones left. Terrible. Who the hell? The United States? Or the Avengers? Or HYDRA? Pietro said with an ugly face. The two of them were almost killed by the bomb just now. Isn't his face ugly? It shouldn't be the Avengers. They were there just now. I don't know if they are still alive or not. Wanda shook her head and said she didn't think the Avengers would do something like die with HYDRA. After all, they had the absolute upper hand in the battle just now. It's never heard that the party with the absolute upper hand will use this method to kill them all. That's the United States, or HYDRA. Pietro said viciously. I think it should be the United States. It must be that group of bastards. They did it in 12 years. In 2012, Chitauri invaded Blue Star, located in Liberty City, where the United States dropped nuclear bombs. It's just that it didn't explode in Liberty City, but was sent to the other side of the universe by Iron Man. Because there have been such examples, Pietro has enough reasons to suspect that the United States did it. It should be unlikely. After all, the Avengers are also on the side of the United States, and the Avengers have already taken control of the situation just now. It is impossible for the United States to launch a nuclear bomb under such circumstances. Besides, it's just a Hydra base, so there's no need for that. Wanda thought about it, and felt that the possibility of the United States launching a nuclear bomb was also very small. Mainly, it is not necessary. It's just to shoot a mosquito. Is it necessary to fire a cannon? That would be too wasteful. That's Hydra. Pietro seemed to have no idea of his own, and echoed again. It must be them. It must be that Baron Strucker detonated the nuclear bomb while running. These damned guys. I know they are not good people. Asking for flowers. Wanda, you have analyzed the 3 suspected targets one by one. Wanda didn't want to talk anymore, feeling that her big brother was really unreliable. But who the hell did it? And is that really a nuclear bomb? Why didn't you feel the existence of nuclear radiation? Wanda still has many questions in her heart, but unfortunately no one can answer her questions now. Half an hour later, the Avengers have returned to the Stark building in Liberty City. Here, Barton was imprisoned in an instrument called the Cradle of Life for treatment. He was badly injured and was only temporarily stabilized on the plane. If you can't treat it as soon as possible, even if you can save your life, it will be difficult to continue fighting in the future. Fortunately, the Cradle of Life is very against the sky. As long as the injury is not fatal on the spot, it can heal you well. This is an invention that even Tony admires, and Dr. Helen Zhao, the creator of the Cradle of Life, happens to be in the Stark building at the moment. Otherwise, Tony has to find a way to go to Bangsi country to pick her up. With the exception of Barton's injury, which was particularly severe and required treatment in the Cradle of Life to recover, the injuries of the others were much less severe. Point 0 Thor's just a little scrape, and he'll be fine on the way back. Tony did have a minor concussion, but JRVS checked and found nothing wrong with it and didn't need any treatment. And Natasha Romanoff, who was unconscious before, also woke up halfway. Other than 2 broken ribs, nothing major. So did Steve. All minor injuries. You guys are really big. Hill, who came to greet them, looked down at the tablet in his hand and said to them, the explosion that just happened on the outskirts of Sokovia released energy equivalent to a 3-megaton nuclear bomb in an instant. Explode. Except for the absence of nuclear radiation, this thing is almost indistinguishable from a nuclear bomb. Then should we be thankful that the other party didn't use a nuclear bomb? Otherwise, we should worry about how to solve the problem of being radiated. Tony said half-jokingly. But no one can laugh at this moment. The operation went smoothly. First, a strengthening person appeared to attack Barton, and then an unidentified fighter appeared and fired a missile equivalent to 3 million tons. Although HYDRA was wiped out, but they were not happy at all. Not only did the number of unresolved issues not decrease, but they increased. This made the few Avengers who were still standing here look preoccupied. Where did that fighter jet go? Has it been tracked down? Tony asked Hill. The latter shook his head and said, No. The other party directly rose to an altitude of 20,000 meters after leaving the range of Sokovia, and the speed exceeded 20 times the speed of sound. That thing is a monster. I really can't imagine that the current technology can make a fighter jet exceed 20 times the speed of sound. It's incredible. Hill was also shocked when he said it. The data displayed by this fighter jet of unknown origin is enough to make the world's major countries crazy about it. In the past, Hill felt that their SHIELD technology was powerful enough to beat the world. After all, the speed of their most advanced Quinjet far exceeds the advanced fighter jets developed by various countries in the world. But compared to this fighter jet encountered today, Hill suddenly felt that SHIELD's technology seemed to be like that. Not only is flight super fast, and it is also equipped with that kind of powerful and terrifying missiles. What kind of black technology is this? Hill said he couldn't read it at all. In fact, let alone her. Even Tony can't read it. Fortunately, he has always claimed to be the smartest person in the world. Result today, he even saw a technological creation that he couldn't even understand. Chapter 92. Poolside. Roddy lay comfortably, drinking the ice-cold fruit juice, and put down the tablet in his hand while smiling. That's right. The unidentified fighter just now was actually sent by Roddy. That fighter jet was originally just a very ordinary assembly line product, not to mention the world's top. Even the first line was almost meaningless. But after Roddy's method of turning decay into magic, the originally mediocre fighter jet has suddenly become a terrifying weapon capable of shocking the world. The original ordinary missile has suddenly become a weapon of mass destruction comparable to a 3 million ton equivalent nuclear weapon. As for why it is a fighter jet, not a mechanical warrior, that's because the mechanical warrior can switch between the two forms. It's just that when it returns to its original form, it will also cause a big change in appearance due to activation and strengthening. That's why Tony didn't recognize the fighter. I just feel that the sense of technology is very strong, but nothing more is known. That's right, I used a Hydra base to test a mechanical warrior of the heavenly soldier type, and the results are unsurprisingly satisfying. But Roddy didn't expect that he just wanted to pick a random place to test, but he happened to find this Hydra base, and it happened to be the time when the Avengers attacked this outer base. I just don't know if there's anything wrong with those Avengers. It shouldn't have been blown up with a piece of it, right? The main reason is that Roddy didn't expect the missiles after strengthening to be so powerful, which is much more powerful than the mortar shells tested before. Before that was a ballistic missile. This time it directly becomes the 587 intercontinental missile. During the period when Roddy was staring at the military factory and constantly offering a set of activation and strengthening packages to the various weapons produced, Daisy also began to resume her old business. Some time ago, she made up for the professional knowledge lost in the past 2 years. Fortunately, she is talented and has a solid foundation, so it didn't take long to make up for the lost professional knowledge. This does not. Daisy, who felt that she had learned enough, started taking orders from the dark web again. Most of the jobs she took were jobs writing code for people. But unlike those serious codes, what Daisy wrote were basically viruses, or to help hack a certain website or something. Anyway, it's some shady business. Daisy didn't care that the dirty work she was doing was shameful. Anyway, she used to do this, and now she is quite familiar with it. So within a few days, Daisy had completed several orders in her hands. Also made a lot of money. Although it was actually only a few $1,000s, compared to Roddy, a rich man who would spend tens of thousands of dollars for a casual meal, this amount of money was nothing at all. But for Daisy, it's the money she earns from her own labor. The meaning is different. This day, Daisy has completed another order. After sending the virus to the other party quickly gave a satisfactory answer and paid the subsequent final payment. That's right, the first big order of tens of thousands of dollars has been completed, and my name, Sky, has started again. Daisy smiled and took her hands from the keyboard, leaned back on the gaming chair comfortably, and stretched. The name Sky is actually not only Daisy's pseudonym, but also her screen name. Her code name on the dark web is Sky. The name Xingjin is also quite famous on the dark web, and many employers placed orders specifically for her, and during that time, she also helped Daisy earn a lot of commissions. Otherwise, do you think that she travels all over the country all day and spends time and energy investigating her father's situation? Where did the money come from? That's all she typed out code by code. It's all hard-earned money. But 2 years ago, Daisy rarely received such a large order of tens of thousands of dollars. But the current market on the dark web has obviously changed a lot from before. Large orders of tens of thousands of dollars are not very uncommon. If Daisy hadn't been silent for 2 years, few people have heard of her now, and now she can even receive orders of $50,000 or $60,000. But the bigger the list, the more troublesome it will be to complete. There are pros and cons. All in all, being able to complete this big order is also a very happy thing for Daisy. So she happily opened the door and left the room, intending to share her joy with Roddy. At the moment, Roddy is still lying comfortably on the edge of the pool to rest. Seeing that Daisy came out of his room, he also asked with a smile, "What? The big order is completed?" Daisy said before that she recently received a large order worth tens of thousands of dollars, so she wanted to retreat and code, so she told Roddy not to disturb her. "Every time I eat, I order the food delivery service of Paradise Building and run to my room after eating." Roddy saw her working so hard, so he didn't have the nerve to tell her that in fact, the food and drink she had eaten during this time added up to more than $10,000. "We can't hurt people too much, can we?" No matter what Roddy said, he was also a considerate man. It was impossible to do such a thing that would hurt the self-confidence of a girl. "Oh, I'm exhausted." Daisy sat down, rubbing her shoulders. "I've been too busy these days, but fortunately, I finally completed this task. I made $13,000 this time. Would you like me to treat you to a meal?" Daisy looked at Roddy with a smile. Roddy has been taking care of her daily life for so long, eating, drinking, and playing, all paid by Chwandy. This made Daisy very embarrassed, although both Roddy and Gwen said it was okay. But Daisy still wants to treat her back, so at least there is a back and forth, right? "Please eat, okay?" Roddy smiled and nodded. If someone invites you to dinner, he definitely will not refuse. What's more, this is the money Daisy earned by working hard on the code for a few days. The meaning is different. "Then let's go out and eat." Daisy stood up and said. Roddy was also pulled out. "Don't lie down like a lazy pig. Hurry up and change your clothes. We'll start right away." Daisy said hurriedly. "By the way, don't forget to call Gwen. Forget it. Let me give it to Gwen." When sent a message. Seeing her positive appearance, Roddy happily cooperated. In the evening, a restaurant that Roddy has never been to. The three of them found an empty seat, sat down, and started ordering food. "I have been to this restaurant several times before. The food here is quite delicious. You can try it," Daisy said. Gwen also knew that Daisy made money today, so she planned to treat them to a good meal. "So I didn't show courtesy to Daisy and ordered a few dishes that looked pretty good to try. This dish is delicious. Gwen, you have a good eye." Daisy glanced at what Gwen ordered, smiled, and praised. The two girls chatted over there, and Roddy noticed a familiar figure at a table of guests not far away. Luke Kai-ki. This guy hasn't been seen in a while. He hasn't been seen much since the last SHILD fight. In contrast, Spider-Man has been showing up all the time, either fighting crime or on the way to fight crime every day. I really don't know if the teachers in his school know. At the moment, there were 3 guests sitting at that table. One was Luke Kai-ki, and the other was a little boy Roddy had never seen before, who looked about 14 or 15 years old. He looks quite like the Dutch brother, so it should be Spider-Man without accident. And another person, Roddy really didn't know who it was. But he looks gentle, and he also wears a pair of black mirrors. To be honest, wearing sunglasses at night is a bit weird. Is it Daredevil? Roddy thought. Maybe it was because he had been looking there for a long time, but the man wearing sunglasses suddenly looked over here. But if he really is Daredevil, then he shouldn't need to watch. What's wrong? Luke Kai-ki looked suspiciously at Matt, who suddenly raised his head and asked, "There's someone over there who's been watching us." Matt said, "Someone is watching us." Luke Kai-ki looked towards the direction Matt was pointing at, only to find that he was still an acquaintance. He had never seen Roddy, but he had never mentioned it. The boyfriend of Spider-Woman. A rich second generation. Needless to say, Gwen on the other side is Spider-Woman herself. Luke Kai-ki has seen Gwen's true face in the last battle of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, most superheroes do not want to reveal their real identities. It's like Matt next to him, and Peter Parker sitting in front of him. That's all. As for the other woman, Luke Kai-ki doesn't know each other. Haven't seen it at all. Yes. Luke Kai-ki spoke, but it didn't say who it was. Matt nodded when he heard the words, and didn't continue to ask any questions. But at this moment, Peter, who was sitting across from him, suddenly said, Then shall we go over and say hello? Luke Kai-ki gave him a strange look. Then he shook his head and said, No, it's just common knowledge, not familiar. Hearing this, Peter didn't say anything more. Obviously, no matter how dull he was, he could tell that Kakeki didn't want to go over to say hello at all. While chatting, the dishes ordered by the three of them came out. This Huxiao restaurant is quite famous in Manhattan, and many people come to eat. Try this mapo tofu dish. I order it every time I come here, especially the mango inside. It's so delicious. Luke Kai-ki picked up the chopsticks next to him, and while talking, he nimbly picked up a piece of mango from mapo tofu and put it into his mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Tasty. Is it really delicious? Peter picked up a fork suspiciously and put a piece of mango flesh into his mouth. After a while, It's really delicious. Peter said brightly. It's delicious. I can't go wrong with my recommendation. Luke Kai-ki said happily. Matt, try it too. He encouraged Matt on the side again. Matt, who couldn't resist him, bought a piece of TTP as well. Sweet and sour, with a slight numbness. It is indeed a very peculiar taste, very novel, but it is not unpalatable. On the contrary, it is quite delicious. Well, it's really good. Matt nodded, expressing his approval of this dish. Another side, Roddy put down the menu in his hand and called the waiter. Can you speak Huxia? He asked first. As a result, the waiter, who looked Asian, showed a blank expression. Roddy just knew he couldn't understand. Forget it. I want to ask, does your family have normal Huxia food? Roddy shook his head and asked in English. This time, the waiter understood. Sir, is the food not to your liking? Asked the waiter. No, I just want to ask if your family has that kind of authentic Huxia food. Roddy said. Sir, the menu is the most authentic Huxia food. 3.1 inch, the waiter replied with a smile on his face. Roddy, do you care about sweet and sour mapo tofu with mango as authentic Huxia food? Do you also have strawberry and pineapple flavors? Do you want an avocado flavor next time? Roddy was speechless. This is obviously a so-called Huxia restaurant that caters to the tastes of people from the United States. No wonder he didn't see a single Asian when he looked around when he first came in. I thought it was something else before. Now it seems. This is simply because it doesn't suit the taste. Forget it. You can serve me these two dishes. Roddy swiped the menu twice, then handed the menu to the waiter. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The waiter turned away with the menu. At this time, Daisy came over and asked curiously, What's the matter, Roddy? Is the food in this Huxia restaurant not to your taste? Roddy gave her a look for her to see for herself. At this time, Gwen gave Daisy a hand and whispered something in her ear. Daisy's face suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. So, this Huxia restaurant is not on the ground floor at all. Daisy looked surprised. Maybe she used to think that authentic Huxia food was like this. Speaking of which, Daisy also has part of Asian descent. But since she grew up in the United States, she really doesn't know anything about the situation in Shin Kingdom. It is inevitable to have such a big confusion about Huxia food. Chapter 93. Sorry, I thought this was very authentic Huxia food. After knowing what the problem was, Daisy said with an apologetic expression. It's okay, just try it out. Roddy wasn't unhappy either. He just thought the dishes in this Huxia restaurant were pretty weird and couldn't help but want to complain. But it is normal for dishes from different countries to undergo some localization when they arrive in other countries. It's like when KFC came to Xianghua. Isn't it also localized in various ways? In the United States, KFC's menu is not so rich. But speaking of it, KFC is not popular in the United States. In contrast, McDonald's is more popular, and Burger King is also quite popular. However, both of these two also carry out localized secondary processing in Xianghua. It's all about catering to the tastes of consumers. Make money, not shabby. But if you let Roddy taste this wonderful Huxia food for himself, Roddy still wants to say that he would rather eat KFC. The dishes ordered by the three of them arrived quickly. Not surprisingly, both Daisy and Gwen ordered a lot of dishes that Roddy thought were very weird, including the mapo tofu with mango that he complained about before. The two directly ordered one each. That's right, one for each, not one for all, because the dishes in this Huxia restaurant are actually quite small. It is a meal for one person. In fact, it is the way of eating Western food. It's just the skin of Huxia food, but in fact it's just changing the soup without changing the medicine. Roddy also ordered two dishes. In his opinion, although these two dishes have nothing to do with Huxia food, at least they are not so indescribable. One is General Tso's chicken, which is very famous in the United States. I don't know who came up with the name. Zhou Zongtong found out and said he wanted to hit someone. The taste is sweet and sour, and it feels like tomato sauce. How is this different from French fries dipped in ketchup? There is also a fried egg roll. 12 Roddy thought to himself that an egg roll should not be able to come up with any weird tricks, right? In the end, he still underestimated the preferences of the people of the United States. A fried egg roll that was supposed to be simple, but there are no less than 5 kinds of sauces poured on it, either sour, sweet, or spicy. The key is that the spicy is sweet and spicy. It's a bit like Thai sweet chili sauce. In short, Roddy was a little reluctant to take a bite after taking a bite. Not to say how unpalatable it is. In fact, unpalatable is not unpalatable, it is just a strange feeling. It's as if you put the kitchen and the toilet together, and then cook vegetables in the toilet. In short, it is difficult for Roddy to speak. But Daisy and Gwen are delicious. Both of them have the standard taste of the United States, so they like these foods very much. In contrast, if they are really asked to eat authentic Huxiao food, there is a high probability that they will not be used to it. This is why Huxiao food needs to be localized when it comes to the United States. Huxiao food is very broad and profound, and it is well-deserved as the #1 food in the world. But for many people who have developed an eating habit since childhood, if you make them change all of a sudden, they will not be able to adapt. It's acceptable to try something new once in a while, but eat it every day? Forget it. For the people of the United States who are accustomed to sweet and sour taste, salty Huxiao food is not necessarily a favorite. But Huxiao food also has sweet taste. Trust those they should be more receptive to. In the middle of the meal, Roddy noticed that there was another person at Peter Parker's table. It's a woman. She was thin, wearing a black leather jacket, and ordered a dozen beers when she arrived. She drank while others were eating food, and didn't move much with the food in front of her. Jessica Jones? Roddy had some guesses about the identity of this woman in his heart, but he didn't know if it was right. Because her back was facing Roddy, Roddy couldn't see her face, so he couldn't judge from her appearance. But if it is really Jessica Jones, is this group of people getting together to form a Defenders alliance? However, Iron Fist, who was supposed to be a member of the Defenders, was not present. Instead, there was an extra Peter Parker who should not have appeared beside these 3 people. Speaking of which, last time Natasha Romanoff seemed to intend to win over Gwen and the others to join the Avengers. Why didn't she believe it later? Roddy suddenly thought of something. That time Natasha Romanoff also said that she would keep in touch with Gwen later, but after that time she left, she never contacted her again. I don't know if this is the case only on Gwen's side, or is everyone else the same. But Falcon Sam will join the Avengers later. I don't know if Luke Kai-Ki will accept the invitation. It would be interesting if Luke Kai-Ki also joined the Avengers. After all, there is one less Iron Fist, one less Luke Kai-Ki, and there is no one in the Defenders. Late at night, Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen. This is the criminal paradise of Liberty City. Countless criminals gather here, and even the officials have nothing to do with them. And tonight, Gene, who is the underground emperor of Liberty City, has an important deal to make here. He didn't pay much attention to the transaction fee this time. After all, it was related to who should manage the DP transaction market in the eastern part of the United States in the next 3 years. In the past 3 years, this management right has been in the hands of a certain old underworld family from the country. However, in recent years, the Jinha gang under Jean Ben has developed rapidly. Not only the entire underground world of Liberty City was taken down by Jean Ben. Even if you look at the entire eastern region of the United States, Jean Ben's power is also one of the best. On the contrary, the power of the old underworld family has suffered heavy losses time and time again due to the suppression of Jean Bing in the past few years, and now it is not as good as before. This time, the DP market in the eastern region selects managers for the next 3 years. Jean and naturally will not miss such an opportunity. After all, once he obtains this power, his power will surely usher in another surge. In the past few years, why has he not been able to dominate the entire underground world in the eastern part of the United States, even though he has controlled the powerful Jean Ben gang? It's not because the management of the DP market in that session is not in his hands. As a rule established by all underground forces in the United States, elections are held every 3 years, just like the United States elects the president. Although the president is not the most powerful person in the United States, he holds the management power. To a certain extent, it can bring great convenience to yourself and the forces behind you. However, under such convenient conditions, the Jean Bing gang can still suppress the opponent and make the opponent suffer again and again, which shows the strength of the Jean Bing gang. This is also because there is a hero like Jean Bing to lead them, and the Jean Bing gang can develop to the status it is today. But now, the 3-year period has passed. Jean also said that he is about to sit on the supreme throne. The following era belongs to the era of his Jean Ben. Not only does he want to dominate the entire underground world in the east of the United States, he even wants to extend his minions to the west. Future, He will be in charge of the entire underground world of the United States. He is going to be the only king in the underground world of the United States, rather than the title of one of the double kings or one of the three kings. In the elegantly furnished conference room, the most prominent gang leaders in the eastern part of the United States are here tonight. Tonight's meeting will reshuffle the entire underground world in the eastern part of the United States. Naturally, some people are happy and some are worried. Those gangs who support the old traditional forces, no one can laugh at this moment. And those gangs who firmly chose to stand on Jin Bing's side, at the moment all smiled, as if they had already won the victory. In fact, it is true. After all, the results of tonight's meeting have already been announced. It's just an announcement. Therefore, no matter how arrogant these Jin Bing supporters are now, others dare not show dissatisfaction. They could only sigh one by one, wondering if they could get some benefits if they took refuge in Jin Bing right now. Even if there is no benefit, at least you can keep your own gang, right? As for the former king of the East, at this moment, no one is willing to talk to them. Moreover, the former king of the East is Old Crawford, not the two hairless brats in front of me. Since the death of Old Crawford, the Crawford family has been getting worse and worse. A few high-ranking juniors made the family a mess. To be honest, these gangs who originally supported the Crawfords family have long since had enough of these brats who are obviously incapable, just being loyal and telling them what to do because they were born well. But now the good times of these brats are coming to an end. Time to make them suffer a little. Thinking of this, these people who were still sighing just now looked at the pair of siblings sitting side by side with playful eyes. This pair of brothers and sisters are the current rulers of the Crawford family after the death of the old Crawford. The man's name is Kevin Crawfords. The girl's name is Mia Crawfords. But at the moment, the two brothers and sisters who were being laughed at by everyone showed a very calm look. He looked calm and relaxed, without any signs of fear or nervousness at all. Humph. Putting on airs, someone snorted coldly and muttered something in a low voice. At this time, the solid wood door of the conference room was opened again. Following the burly Jin Bing, wearing a white suit, led someone in from outside the door. When Jin Bin entered the arena, those Jin Bin's most loyal henchmen also stood up to welcome their boss. Kim seemed to be in a good mood. Along the way, I nodded and said hello to these dog legs, and the proud look made the Crawford brothers and sisters sitting on the other side look disgusted. It was this fat man who ruined their future. But if this fat man wants to step on their Crawford's family, it's a big mistake. The outside world said that their brother and sister were ignorant and incompetent, making the 247 family a mess. But what do those people know? Does that mean they don't have ability? That clearly means that the people below are not cooperating with them. It's not that they are incompetent. It's just that those people are too disobedient. And this time, the two brothers and sisters also plan to have a revenge. Don't you think that today's meeting will reshuffle the entire underground world in the eastern part of the United States? Well, let us show you what a real big reshuffle is. The two siblings looked at each other. Following Mia Crawford's movements, she secretly took out something, the thumb pressed down on one of the buttons above. The red light flashes rapidly. Seeing this, Mia also nodded slightly to Big Brother. The other side, at the same time that Mia pressed the button, a piercing alarm sounded suddenly in the main control room responsible for the security system of the entire building. In just a dozen seconds, those hosts started to emit green smoke. Oops! Someone is attacking the security system of the building. Our system has been paralyzed. The staff in charge of the computer room looked at the completely blurred screen with a frightened expression on their faces. As the support staff of the Jinbin gang, he knew exactly what kind of terrifying organization the Jinbin gang was. In the past, some people like him who had major accidents at work, almost everyone can continue to see the next day. Men are well aware of the consequences of that. That's why his face changed drastically at this moment, and his heart was gradually filled with fear. The other side, just as the building's security system was completely paralyzed, the power to the entire building was also cut. Subsequently, in the darkness, hundreds of figures rushed towards the building suddenly, and they quickly dealt with the gang guards who lost their direction for a while due to power outages and security system failures. At this time, a black car slowly stopped outside the building. The driver's door opens. A man wearing a black combat uniform and a black iron mask got out of the car, turned around, and opened the rear door. Then, a middle-aged Asian man with elegant appearance got out of the car. The man looks thin and not tall, but his eyes are so sharp that people dare not look directly at him. The most striking thing is the 10 bracelets on the man's arms. The blue light on the bracelet faintly carries some kind of magical power, making it difficult for people to look away after taking a look at it. Chapter 94. My lord, why do you need to do it yourself for mere gold? Let me do it for you. The masked man who opened the door turned his head, and said while leading the way. There was a lot of humility in the words, and at the same time, there was a deep reverence for the man in front of him. We are new here, and we are not familiar with the place here in the United States. Naturally, we have to play with momentum and prestige in this battle. Jean is also the king of the underground world in the eastern part of the United States. If I do it myself, I will also give him a face match. The man with his hands behind his back spoke indifferently, apparently not paying attention to Jean and his words. And it sounds like he is new to the United States, but the first step is to focus on the emperor of the underground world like Jean Bing. It has to be said that the man's self-confidence and ambition cannot be underestimated. What the adult said is very true. The masked man said respectfully. At this time, the killers who had just rushed into the building had already gone up from the first floor of the building. Because the security system of the building was paralyzed, the power was cut off again. Faced with this group of well-trained killers for a while, they were defeated. Many gangsters were beheaded just by meeting each other, without even a chance to beg for mercy. And at the same time, in the conference room on the top floor of the building, because it has an independent power system, it is still brightly lit. But the situation downstairs has already reached the ears of these bigwigs. Knowing that someone actually came to make trouble on such an important day as tonight, and these underworld big shots who usually want wind and rain, I can't help but feel angry at this moment. Who the hell? They don't know the rules. Our entire Eastern Underground forces are meeting here tonight. Who the hell would make such a frenzied move with his brain trapped by the door? Isn't he afraid of being enemies all over the world? Strange. Our meeting here tonight is held in secret. How did the people outside know? Yes. Is there a ghost inside? Who is it? Stand up for me. The gangsters in the conference room also looked at everyone present with suspicious eyes at this moment. Except for Jean Bin, they have reason to doubt everyone around them. After all, no people, no face, but not heart. But King isn't sure to be the insider. As for the reason? Nonsense. How important is tonight for Kim? Anyone could be this inner ghost, but Jean Bing is the only one who can't be. How can someone smash their own place? And at the moment, Jean Bing's face was also quite ugly. There was no smile on the face that was still smiling at the moment. There was just a frightening rage. Jean Bing just glanced at each other, and these people who were suspicious of each other just now subconsciously shut their mouths and never dared to say another word. I don't care who is the insider and Jean Bing's fate when he offends me. I believe you all should know. Jean Bing finished speaking coldly, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end of the phone answered quickly. Bullseye, what's going on down here? No one in the conference room dared to take a breath, for fear of interrupting the call. At the moment, Bullseye on the other end of the phone also said, I don't know the identity, but they are all professional killers, but I can handle it. Then I'll leave it to you. I want to see their heads lined up in front of me one by one. Jean Bin ordered. Also, grab the leader, I want to live. Clear. Bullseye didn't talk much. After accepting Jean Bin's order, he started to do it. As Jean Bing's #1 killer, Bullseye has the ability to hit every shot, and anything he throws, even a toothpick, can kill Deadman. This kind of ability has made Bullseye a golden player and eliminated many deadly enemies. It can be said that the Jean Bin gang is able to achieve what it is today, and there is also a lot of credit for Bullseye. Therefore, Bullseye's status in the Jean Bin gang is also second only to Willis. Bullseye and Willis are also Jean Bing's right-hand men. It is a good helper for him to realize his hegemony. One of them is capable of literature, and the other is capable of martial arts. Plus Jean Bing, the king. This is what made Jean Bing gang what it is today. But tonight, Jean Bing's majesty was challenged, and the other party would not come at other times, but chose to strike at such an important time as tonight. Jean can hold back his anger and sit here at the moment. It is already his best effort to restrain himself. In an alley not far from the Faith Building, Matt, who had just separated from Luke Kai-Ki and others, had already changed out of his usual suit and put on a dark red Daredevil uniform. Originally, he was just making a routine inspection tonight to see if there was anyone who needed his help because of his meager experience. But as soon as he got here, Daredevil heard the screams coming from the Faith Tower not far away. These screams are very slight, and in a place like Hell's Kitchen that is still noisy in the middle of the night, ordinary people may not be able to hear them even if they stand at the door of the building. But Daredevil has excellent hearing. He can hear subtle movements that ordinary people cannot hear, and he can even construct a map in his brain through the sound source. This is also the reason why he is clearly invisible with both eyes, but he is more sensitive in action than normal people. Definitely. His physical fitness is also far beyond ordinary people. Especially in the aspect of anti-strike ability, it has a unique ability. Something happened to the Faith Mansion. Daredevil frowned. He definitely knew Faith's building, which was the headquarters of the company of Wilson Faith, the good man of Liberty City. Many people can't understand why Wilson wants to establish the company's headquarters in such a dangerous place as Hell's Kitchen. But Daredevil knows why. Because Wilson Faith, who claims to be a great benevolent man, is actually Gene Bing, the mafia boss who controls the Gene Bin gang, that name that is feared in the underground world. Who would have thought that the majestic emperor of the underground world of Liberty City would actually be a famous philanthropist on the surface? What is this? Devil's mercy? However, although Daredevil knows that Gene Bin is Wilson, as a street hero who pays attention to evidence, Daredevil can't directly rush into Faith's mansion to capture Gene Bin, because that is against the law. As Daredevil, who is a lawyer in reality, he doesn't want to become a criminal himself. He is very similar to Batman in DC Next Door. He likes to beat up criminals and send them to the law for punishment. Kill. That is impossible, because in Daredevil's heart, murder is equal to crime. But tonight, something seemed to have happened to the Faith Tower. The screams sounded so desperate, as if they had experienced a terrible dream before dying. After making Daredevil hesitation for a while, he immediately rushed towards the Faith Tower. At the same time inside the building, Su Wenwu from at the moment has brought the masked man to the 20th floor. Arriving here, the smell of blood in the air suddenly faded a lot, and the killers who had been killing frantically and pushing forward were all blocked here at this time, unable to continue upward. Get out of the way. My lord is coming. The masked man shouted loudly, causing all the killers in front to retreat, and then he turned around to let Su Wenwu walk in front, and he followed Su Wenwu behind, looking like the most loyal dogleg. But his dog-legged style is not mean at all in the eyes of these black-clothed killers around him. Even, they are also very envious. After all, it is a supreme honor to be able to follow the adults. It's a pity that their identities are humble. They are just ordinary black-clothed killers, and they are not qualified to accompany adults at all times. At the moment, Su Wenwu, who walked in front of many black-clothed killers, also saw the enemies blocking his group. It was a man with only half of his body exposed outside. He was standing at the stairway leading to the 21st floor at the moment. Half of his body was hidden on it, and half of his body was exposed. What caught Su Wenwu's attention the most was the flying darts in the man's hand. Flying darts flashed a cold light from time to time in the dark. Just when Su Wenwu was looking at the other party, the vellay in the man's hand suddenly disappeared. Clang! A piece of sparks flashed. Flying darts actually appeared in front of Su Wenwu, and the point of the knife pointed directly at the center of his brow. Pity. This knife did not hurt Su Wenwu. Just when the flying darts were about to touch him, a blue energy protected him and knocked the flying darts down. Yes, if you surrender, I can accept you. Su Wenwu glanced at the flying darts that fell to the ground, and then said calmly to the bullseye over there. It was as if it was such a great honor for Bullseye to be his subordinate. Bullseye just looked at him coldly, and then a series of cold lights flickered in the darkness. Not only flying darts, all kinds of throwable weapons, even toothpicks were thrown out by the bullseye, and the target was Su Wenwu standing over there. A series of sparks burst out. Su Wenwu just stood there with his hands behind his back, allowing the bullseye's attack to fall in front of him, but he couldn't get an inch in. Does that mean you refuse? His eyes seemed to glow in the dark, and as Bullseye noticed them, for a moment, he even had the urge to kneel. Bullseye was so frightened that he quickly bit the tip of his tongue to wake him up. But after waking up, Bullseye found that his back was already wet with sweat, and the man who was still standing there had disappeared at this moment. Where? Bullseye glances. But at this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. This is your last chance. I don't usually give people a second chance. Su Wenwu's voice rang in Bullseye's ear. This made the hairs all over his body stand on end in an instant. Almost subconsciously, Bullseye rushed forward, and at the same time sent out flying darts behind him with his hands. Clang! Flying darts was undoubtedly blocked by Su Wenwu. There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. Pity. He shook his head, then strode forward, coming in front of him much faster than Bullseye. A hand lightly pressed against Bullseye's chest. Blue energy poured into Bullseye. Boom. Blue smoke drifts away. Bullseye's body was instantly decomposed into countless tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. My lord's divine power. At this time, the masked man suddenly shouted loudly. Then the hundreds of black-clothed killers who were present also shouted, Your Majesty. This movement was not only heard by Gene Bin and others on the 30th floor on the top floor, but even Daredevil, who had just entered the Faith building, could hear it clearly. Grown-ups? Who said it? Thought Daredevil. In the conference room on the 30th floor, Jing Guang's face was very ugly. The movement downstairs gave him a bad feeling, and his premonition seemed to come true. Then, Without the bullseye blocking them, the killers in black pushed all the way up again and soon reached the 30th place. There are still many gang members gathered outside the meeting room, and they are all subordinates brought by the bosses. At the moment, these people were holding weapons, looking at the stairs with pale faces. While they were nervously waiting for the enemy to rush up, they didn't see 10 black-clothed killers climbing up to them like geckos on the ceiling above their heads. Kill. Next second, hundreds of black-clothed killers fell, and the cold broken blade cut through the fragile throat. Blood splashes. After a few shots, everything was quiet. There were only a group of gangster corpses at the scene, and those black-clothed killers weren't even injured. The strength gap between the enemy and us is so huge. At this time, Su Wenwu also slowly stepped into the 30th floor, and under the gazes of a group of black-clothed assassins who were extremely reverent, he walked step by step to the door of the meeting room. Behind him, the masked man stepped forward and pushed the door open. The heavy solid wooden door seemed to be as light as nothing in the hands of the masked man. Obviously, he is no ordinary person, and as the solid wood door was pushed open, all the gang leaders in the meeting room also saw the strength of the intruder. Unexpectedly, the other party looked quite gentle. In contrast, on the contrary, these people seemed to be much more vicious. But it was such a gentle-looking man. At the moment he was standing at the door of the meeting room, but few people had the courage to summon up the courage to look at him. Chapter 95. Very well, you are all here. Su Wenwu is like a king patrolling his territory. With his hands behind his back, he walks into the conference room step by step. Every step of his footsteps is like stepping on the hearts of all the people present, making people feel so uncomfortable that they want to vomit blood. Finally, Jin Bing was the first to bear it no longer. He couldn't accept someone in his own territory, appearing in front of him as a master. This made him feel angry, but also a little faintly afraid. Yes, Jin is also afraid. Everyone is afraid, no matter how strong they are. It's just that they haven't encountered anything that scares them. Once encountered, even God will be afraid and afraid. Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to do this? Jin Bing got up from the chair with a burly body, holding his cane with his strong palms, staring at Su Wenwu in front of him with cold and murderous eyes like a rage's devil bear. Who I am? Su Wenwu looked at Jin Bing indifferently and said, "You can call me Mr. Su, or you can call me an adult, and this will be your honor in the future." Others present did not dare to speak at all. Ever since Su Wenwu stepped into this conference room, it was as if an invisible force had tightly gripped their hearts, making them afraid of the man in front of them. So no matter what Su Wenwu said, they dared not refute. Only gold. This bear-like man worked hard. Nonsense, Jin Bing roared, and suddenly a red laser shot out from the top of the cane in his hand, blasting towards Su Wen in front of him. This is Jin Bing's secret weapon. Many powerful opponents were calculated by him with this weapon, and thus died in his hands. But this time, Jail's secret weapon has failed. The laser did not hurt Su Wenwu. It was blocked by a streak of blue energy. Su Wenwu looked at Jin Bing lightly, and said with a little appreciation in his eyes, "You are very good. I can give you a chance to surrender to me." When did Jin Bing hear such arrogant words? Make him surrender? Dream. So he rushed up angrily, trying to tear Su Wenwu apart. But the next second, 5:33. Boom. A streak of blue energy blasted out from Su Wenwu's hand, hitting Jin Bing, who rushed up. Jin Bing's huge body instantly flew upside down like a broken doll, and hit the huge amounts of conference table. The solid wood table was smashed to pieces by this force on the spot. The ground also made a creaking sound. Jin, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. His chest was already scorched black, and the surface layer of skin was already dead. He couldn't even feel the pain coming from there. Only numbness. The person who likes to throw things away before I gave him 2 chances, but he didn't cherish it. I will give you a second chance now. I hope you don't make a wrong choice. Su Wenwu just looked down at Jin Bing indifferently. The kind of eyes that looked like God overlooking the common people made Jin Bing lower his head subconsciously. He tightly clenched his fists, intending to resist, but the scene just now made him completely aware of the strength gap between the two sides. This is not something that can be smoothed out by numbers. It's not like taking some weapons and you can ignore them. The other party is a strong man beyond ordinary people's understanding. Even if Jin he has inhuman power, he is still weak in front of the other party like an ant on the ground. He doesn't want to die. Jin is not a person who knows how to endure. When he was just starting to make a fortune, he used to be a horse boy for others, and he also bowed to some people. Therefore, although the status is completely different now, but Jin Bing is still the same person. So he surrendered. He knelt on the ground on one knee and offered his loyalty to Su Wenwu. Definitely, Both Su Wenwu and Jin Bing knew that his loyalty was limited. As long as one day he has the power to resist, then he will abandon his loyalty without hesitation, wave his fist again, and try to regain his position as king. But Su Wenwu didn't care. His pride made him not care whether his subordinates were really loyal to him. He also took in those rebellious subordinates in the past. When they first joined, all of them were dissatisfied with him, and they wanted to overthrow his rule every day. But so what, Beekby? In the end, Su Wenwu is still the only emperor, and those subordinates who were once dissatisfied with him now, all of them are convinced by him later, and each of them has offered their true loyalty. Pity. He lost that battle. Lost to the group of guys who called themselves the Eternals. He lost everything Zheng Jin had, and even had to give up his power for a while and become an ordinary person to start a new life. But some people are destined to be extraordinary. He doesn't fit in square. Everything around him is telling him that he shouldn't be like that. Then, Su Wenwu once again regained the power he had lost, and he once again embarked on the road of the emperor. This time, he wants to win. It's not just about winning back the glory you once lost. I want to win back my lover. He knew that she was there, waiting for his return. For her sake and for himself, Su Wenwu can accept another challenge. No hesitation to fail again. But, this time he will never lose. So he led a group of men to the United States. Because he knows she's here. So he intends to conquer the land first, as he has done now. It's just that when he sat on the throne of God, the United States had not yet been established. It is hard to imagine that a country with such a short history can now rank first in the world. Since it is number one in the world, then Su Wenwu wants to conquer it. It has been too long since the suspended emperor's throne has welcomed its owner, and this time, Su Wenwu will once again sit on the supreme throne and rule the dark world of this land. The first step is to start with the group of people in front of you. Su Wenwu has never been the kind of person who likes to take his time. So he sent his subordinates to collect information and accidentally learned that the underground world in the eastern part of the United States would hold an election meeting every 3 years. Although Su Wenwu felt that it was a bit ridiculous for a group of gangsters to hold elections. But he came anyway. Moreover, this group of guys is not that united. With Jin Bin's allegiance, the next thing is much simpler. Su Wenwu first announced his identity as the King of the East, and the leaders of other gangs dared not follow suit. After all, even Jin Bing surrendered. These little Karlami who dare to resist Jin, naturally dare not disobey Su Wenwu's order. Subsequently, Su Wenwu ordered Jin Bing to continue to be headed by his Jin Bing gang and cooperate with other gangs present to clean up any organizations and forces in the eastern region that dare not submit to him. And he himself will personally visit the western region and finally take down the entire underground world of the United States. Be the only Dark Emperor. Regarding Su Wenwu's ambition, after experiencing panic and hesitation at the beginning, everyone present became excited one by one. After all, it stands to reason that they were also the first group of the United States gang to submit to Su Wenwu. In the future, if Su Wenwu really dominates the underground world of the United States, then the status of these people will naturally rise, ushering in a new wave of glory. Thinking about it this way, it seems that surrendering to Su Wenwu is not something to be ashamed of. After all, at the beginning, they even thought that Jin Bin also had the power to dominate the underground world of the United States. And now that Su Wenwu, who is more powerful than gold, wants to do this, it will undoubtedly be easier, won't it? Therefore, Su Wenwu's goal of becoming the Dark Emperor is not empty talk, and it may even be within easy reach. That being the case, then what else can they be dissatisfied and angry about? It's better to follow Su Wenwu's instructions. First, stabilize the situation in the entire eastern part of the United States and destroy all those forces that do not stand with them. In this way, it can be regarded as a credit for them. Compared with these gang leaders who have gradually become slavish, what Jin Bin wants is that Su Wenwu wants to take away the seat of the Dark Emperor that should belong to him. But right now his strength is not as good as others, so he can only bow his head and surrender. But as long as one day he gains the power enough to reverse all this, Jin will regain everything he lost without any hesitation. Su Wenwu, just wait for me. Jin Bing lowered his head. His eyes were full of fierce light. You too come here. At this time, Su Wenwu, who had finished announcing the matter, also called the Crawford brothers and sisters to him. The Crawford's brothers and sisters were the ones who had contacted him before. Definitely. They didn't know that the person they contacted was Su Wenwu. They only knew that the other party was a new force who had just arrived in the United States and was very powerful. That's why they wanted to use this force to try to resist Jin Bing's rule. Result: luring wolves into the house. But even without the help of the Crawford brothers and sisters, Su Wenwu would still come today. And this result will not change in any way. The difference is that the process will not be as smooth as it is now, that's all. And at the moment, when they saw Su Wenwu calling the Crawford brothers and sisters to him, others would not know that the ghosts were their two brothers and sisters. At this moment, the leaders of other gangs don't have any resentment towards the two of them. At most, it's just a little envious. But Jin Bing hated these two bastards so much. If Su Wenwu was not still present at this moment, he would have crushed these two little beasts to death one by one. You have done a good job. I, Su Wenwu, have never treated those who have made meritoriously. In the future, your Crawford family will still stand in the east of the United States, and your family status will never be shaken by anyone. Su Wenwu looked at the two siblings and said calmly, although the two brothers and sisters only did a small favor, Su Wenwu has never been a stingy person. Even if it is just a little favor, he will give enough in return. And what the Crawfords want more than anything else is for the family to survive. If it weren't for the ambition shown by Jin Bing before, they were too frightening, and they wouldn't want to unite with outsiders to deal with Jin Bing. It's just that the ambition shown by Su Wenwu is even more ambitious than that of Jin Bing. Fortunately, Su Wenwu is not Jin Bing, and he is not so gangster. On the contrary, when he does things, he will give people a feeling of spring breeze, and his subordinates will only be convinced by him, and will not feel rebellious or fearful. Thank you, my lord. The two siblings even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Su Wenwu also accepted it frankly, although he doesn't advocate kneeling for himself, especially the ritual of kneeling and kowtowing. But for these Westerners who are not of my race, Su Wenwu thinks it is necessary to let them understand what is called respect. After making arrangements for the Crawford brothers and sisters, Su Wenwu gave a few more instructions and was about to leave. He didn't intend to stay in Liberty City forever. First, conquer the underground world in the eastern part of the United States. Then his next goal is to come to the underground world in the western part of the country. He will not consider which city to use as his home until the whole of the United States is unified. But now is not the time to think about this issue. Jin Bin, you will be responsible for the rest of the matter. Don't let me down. Su Wenwu glanced at Jin Bin lightly. This burly man did not really surrender to himself. Su Wenwu knew this very well. But he also knew that for a rebellious person like Jin Bing, unless he had enough confidence, he would never dare to disobey any of his orders. And it happened that Su Wenwu also took a fancy to Jin Bing's ability. He didn't care if Jin Bin really surrendered to himself. If he can't suppress even one of his subordinates, then he, Su Wenwu, is not worthy of being the only emperor in the underground world. And what about the king's presence in the world? So, even though he knew that Jin did not have the heart of disobedience, he still reused him. I understand, Mr. Su. Jin Bing nodded, addressing Mr. Su, not your lord. To this, Su Wenwu didn't care either. On the contrary, the masked man who followed him was quite dissatisfied with this, and looked at Jin Bing with a hint of unkindness in his eyes. But Jin didn't care about such a small role. The only person he could really care about was Su Wenwu. As for the others, it's not that he is rich and arrogant, but that he has the strength not to take them seriously. But as long as Su Wenwu is around for a day, Jin Bin can only be inferior to others, unless he finds a chance to turn around. Chapter 96. My lord, someone has broken in. At this time, a black-clothed killer came to report a situation. Oh, Su Wenwu looked at Jin Bing and said, this is your territory. Who do you think will break in at this time? Hearing this, Jin Bing thought for a while and said a name. Daredevil. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. Jin doesn't know Daredevil very well. Apart from not knowing Daredevil's true identity, he really doesn't know much about this guy's character and temper. If anyone is going to break into Faith's mansion right now, it's Daredevil. Superhero. Su Wenwu smiled lightly. Since it's a superhero, let's invite someone up. Hearing this, several black-clothed killers turned and left. Not long after, they came up with a man in dark red clothes. Men were not escorted here. After all, with Daredevil's strength, a few killers in black can't do anything to him. In fact, he was indeed invited. The killer in black didn't do anything after seeing Daredevil, but told him that the adults wanted to see him. Daredevil wondered who the grown-up was. In addition, maybe Yi Gao was bold, so he followed a few black-clothed killers. Are you Daredevil? Su Wenwu looked at the man in front of him, nodded and said, yes, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble for Jin He. It seems that your ability is quite good. Daredevil looked at the strange man in front of him, and from the other man, he felt a sense of threat that was even worse than that of Jin Bing. This made Daredevil's muscles tense up uncontrollably. always ready for battle. Are you the adult they say? Daredevil said. What's your relationship with Kim? Hearing this, Su Wenwu smiled and said, Jean Bing has surrendered to me, and now I will give you the same chance. Surrender or die? Daredevil froze. He didn't expect the answer to be like this. And the other party wanted to make him surrender as soon as he opened his mouth. This is something Daredevil didn't expect. Arrogant. But since the other party can make people like Jean Bing surrender to him, it seems that they are not arrogant. But Daredevil obviously doesn't intend to surrender to the opponent. Then, he's secretly prepared to escape. That's right. Daredevil never thought of fighting the opponent. Not to mention that there are many people on the opposite side. And there are still many masters. The sense of danger that Su Wenwu gave him alone made Daredevil reluctant to do anything. He had a feeling that once he did it, he would definitely die on the spot. Therefore, Daredevil, who claims to be extremely courageous, planned to run away before fighting the enemy. If only those who knew Daredevil knew that. My jaw must have dropped. When did Daredevil become so cowardly? But Daredevil doesn't think he's being cowardly. He's clearly doing what he can. What is counseling? It is called cowardice to dare to fight despite having the strength. And now he is the weak side. What happened to the jump distance? Does it have to be brave if you have to fight hard? You want to run? Daredevil just made some preparations, but Su Wenwu on the opposite side shattered his thoughts. The retreating footsteps froze, and Daredevil looked at the other party with a solemn expression. I don't want to surrender, and I don't want to die, he said. Su Wenwu nodded and said, It's normal, but you only have these two choices today. Either you choose to surrender, or you choose to die here. There is no third way for you to choose. But I have to choose, Daredevil said in a deep voice. Heard. Su Wenwu also shook his head with regret. As soon as the gang leaders around him saw his expression, they knew that Daredevil was going to be in trouble. As Daredevil's long-standing opponent, Jean Bin suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Daredevil at this time. Because what Daredevil is encountering now is exactly what he experienced not long ago. It's just that Jean Bing is flexible. So he chose to surrender without any hesitation. But Daredevil is too stubborn and doesn't know what it means to be flexible, so he chooses to resist. Farewell, Daredevil. Jean Bing thought to himself. He has personally experienced Su Wenwu's strength. As strong as himself, he can't even take a single move in the hands of the opponent. Although Daredevil is difficult to deal with, he is really not Jean Bin's opponent in a real fight. Even Jean Bin couldn't stop Su Wenwu's move, let alone Daredevil. But at this moment, the masked man who had been silently following Su Wenwu suddenly stood up and said, My lord, let me try this man. The masked man Su felt that he hadn't played any role in this operation, so he wanted to show it at the last moment. Otherwise, he would be easily accepted and despised by those newly recruited by the adults. Especially that Jean Bin. The fat man ignored his appearance just now, but the masked man saw it. So he desperately wants to show his strength, to prove that you are worthy of being valued by adults. Do you want to give it a try? Su Wenwu nodded. That's fine. I'll leave it to you. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the seat beside him and sat down. Seeing this, the leader of a gang immediately poured a cup of tea courteously and handed it to Su Wenwu with both hands. My lord, you drink tea. Su Wenwu looked at the man and nodded. I have a heart. He took the teacup and took a sip. At the same time, the masked man also walked in front of Daredevil at this moment. The surrounding black-clothed killers formed a circle, leaving a space for them to fight. Superhero of the United States, my name is Sombra, and now I will be your opponent. The masked man drew his weapon from his waist while speaking. That is a piece of software with a bloody blade. Blood-killing sword. This sword has been with him for more than 100 years. Yes, although the man in the mask is tall and straight, and his voice is like a young man, he is actually an old man over 100 years old. And the reason why he wore a mask was also because his face could not resist the erosion of the years, and now he looked old. But his body is still young. Except for his face, the years didn't seem to have left any marks on his body. Not only that, the curse of longevity also gave him extraordinary physical fitness. His strength is not strong. It's not as good as Jean Bin, and it can't compare to 50-50. But he's fast. Also, his swordsmanship is superb. So in a real fight, Jean Bing is actually not his opponent. After all, with his body, he would never let himself be hit by Jean Bing. But he can wantonly attack Jean Bin, and this blood-killing soft sword that cuts iron like mud in his hand can easily pierce Jean Bin's defense. In contrast, on the contrary, Daredevil, who is equally agile in front of him, is more troublesome for him. But it's just a little troublesome. He didn't think he would lose. The battle begins. Within the encirclement, Daredevil saw the opponent's lightning-like sword piercing his neck. He turned around to dodge almost instinctively, but the opponent's sword move was weird. 1 second, he was still stabbing straight. The next second the blade bent, and the blade actually left a deep, bone-deep gash on his shoulder. Daredevil dodged in pain, while using his double sticks to resist the opponent's attack. But he has always won with agility. But today, he met his opponent. Sombra's speed is faster than him, and his sword skills are even more varied. The two of them only exchanged more than a dozen moves, and Daredevil already had 3 wounds on his body, each of which was almost visible to the bone, and his whole body was dripping with blood. See this scene. Jean, who was indifferent to the Black Shadow before, couldn't help showing a solemn expression. Although Jinbin pays himself that if he fights Daredevil, he must be the one who wins in the end. But if the opponent is the Black Shadow in front of him, he has no confidence. The speed of the opponent is faster than Daredevil, and the reaction is more sensitive than Daredevil. Coupled with the weird sword technique that even he couldn't understand at all, like a deadly poisonous snake, Jean couldn't help feeling jealous. Turn out to be, not only Su Wenwu, but even this dog-legged guy beside him has such terrifying strength. As for flowers, this made Jinbin's initial arrogance once again erased a lot. Where did this Su Wenwu come from? Jean couldn't help thinking. In the past so many years, he had never heard of Su Wenwu. Even this Black Shadow, he has never heard of it. Although Jinbin is a member of the United States, he has some understanding of underground forces around the world. Therefore, if the other party is the kind of person who has been famous for a long time, it is impossible for him not to have heard of the other party. But it doesn't matter whether it's this Su Wenwu or this Black Shadow. He had never heard of any deeds of the other party. Did the two come out of nowhere? This is obviously impossible. Su Wenwu's temperament cannot be what a newcomer who has just emerged should have. It must be Zheng Jin's high-ranking big shot that cultivated such a temperament. In this regard, Jinbin himself is ashamed of himself. But no matter what Jinbin thought, it was impossible for him to think that Su Wenwu was a person 200 or 300 years ago. And in those days, even the United States didn't even exist. How could Jinbin have heard of Su Wenwu's name? Field, Daredevil is doomed. He's just dying right now. But after a few minutes, with the sword piercing the chest of the shadow, Daredevil fell completely. Can't get up again. Okay. At this time, Su Wenwu also put down his teacup and stood up. He walked up to the fallen Daredevil and looked down at him. My child, you are very brave. I appreciate you very much. Su Wenwu looked at the dying Daredevil, stretched out his hand. A blue light emerged from the palm of his hand, and finally landed on Daredevil on the ground, healing his supposed fatal injuries little by little. At the same time, Daredevil's eyes were also shrouded in blue light. There seems to be a voice in his mind telling him that his master is called Su Wenwu, and from now on he in the end, you must obey any orders from Su Wenwu, and you must not betray or disobey. Gradually, Daredevil resisted at the beginning and was completely distorted by this voice later on. When he got up from the ground again, he had already changed from the original Daredevil who would rather die than submit to Su Wenwu's most loyal lackey. Definitely, he also lost himself. Grown-ups, Daredevil knelt down on one knee and saluted Su Wenwu respectfully. But seeing this scene, Jinbin and the others instantly felt horrified. No matter how pretentious Jean is, seeing Su Wenwu's method of brainwashing people in an instant at this moment, he can't help feeling frightened. In fact, Su Wenwu doesn't like to use this method to deal with those he admires. But Daredevil is too stubborn. He also looked like he would rather die than surrender. And Su Wenwu admired him very much. So he had to use the power of the 10 Commandments to distort Daredevil's heart. So, although he won the allegiance of Daredevil, he used despicable means, which did not make Su Wenwu proud or happy. From now on, you will stay by my side, Su Wenwu said. Daredevil has absolutely no objections. He stood behind Su Wenwu very skillfully, like a black shadow beside him. Jinbin. Su Wenwu called Jinbing's name. It was this sound that awakened Jinbin from his panic. He looked at this hero whose face was not as calm as before, and said lightly, After I leave, you have to worry about things here. How dare Kim say no? He nodded again and again, assuring himself that he must explain the matter in the shortest possible time. See here, Su Wenwu also nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and brought Sombra and Daredevil, surrounded by a group of black-clothed killers, and quickly disappeared from the sight of Jean and the others. As soon as Su Wenwu left, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Even Jinbin is the same. My lord's power is so terrifying, I almost thought I couldn't breathe, someone said, and it was unanimously approved by the people around. Chapter 97. At this moment, Jinbin squinted his eyes and looked at the Crawford brothers and sisters over there. The latter was not afraid of Jinbing's terrifying eyes and waited for him directly. Jinbin, what do you want to do? Mia Crawford's demanded. Jinbin sneered, turned his head and told the others. You remember Mr. Su's order just now? From now on, clean up the entire eastern part of the United States. The gang leaders present also nodded in agreement. Then they turned around and left the conference room one by one. As for the Crawford brothers and sisters who were ignored, although they were angry with everyone's attitude towards them, due to their limited strength, even with Su Wunwu's blessing, the most they can do is to ensure that these people will not hurt them, that's all. Do you want them to look at the current Crawford family differently? Then forget it. Humph. Let's wait and see. The Crawford's brothers and sisters snorted coldly at Jinbing, and then left here quickly. After a while, a man with glasses walks in. Bring a lot of people. He is Willis, right-hand man. But it will probably be the only one. After all, Bullseye was dead, and there was not even a body left. Boss. Willis walked up to Jinbin with a pale face. Most of Jinbin's subordinates call him the boss, but Willis likes to call Jinbin the boss. Kim also agrees with this. And there is another person who also called Boss Jinbing, and that is the dead Bullseye. Willis, I have something I need you to do. 307-inch Jean also ordered. Boss, you said. Willis nodded. Find out who the Crawford brothers and sisters have asked for help. I can't do anything to them now, so I'll get rid of those who helped them first. Remember, find out which people are there first, and give me the list. Jean and ordered. Okay, Tubin. Willis nodded, turned, and went down. In the conference room, Jean stood alone, staring at the front with cold eyes. Sudden, he punched the wall beside him. He punched a hole in the reinforced concrete wall that was 1 meter square. But Jinbin's fist did nothing. Su Wenwu, sooner or later, I, Jinbin, will give you back all the humiliation you brought me today. He gritted his teeth and growled. Next day, Willis was very efficient in handling affairs, and at around 10 a.m., he handed over a list to Jinbing. Boss, all the people you love about me are here. Willis said. Jean took the list and glanced at it. There are 20 or 30 names on it. Most of them are hackers. You must know that the security system of the Faith building was built with a lot of money. Usually, 2 or 3 hackers can't do anything about it. But this time the Crawford brothers and sisters found a dozen hackers to act together. More than a dozen different viruses compiled by these hackers attacked the security system of the Faith building together. Even the security system that Jean spent so much money to build could not hold up. He was beaten and paralyzed on the spot. In addition to these hackers, there are also gang forces involved with the Crawford brothers and sisters. They are all small gangs, and Jinbing usually doesn't bother to take a look at Zhong. Fix it all. After taking a look and making sure that there was no particularly important person, Jean issued an order directly to Willis. Understood, Tuban. Willis nodded, turned, and left the office. And on the desk, the list was flipped over and over again and again by the wind blowing in from the window, and the name Sky was impressively written on one of the pages. As mentioned earlier, Willis was very efficient. Jinbing ordered in the morning. Willis had taken out more than a dozen targets that afternoon. As for those little gangs with the Crawford brothers and sisters, nature no longer exists. A small gang like this, facing such a behemoth as Jinbing, doesn't even need Jinbing to take action in person. As long as they speak out, there will naturally be some people who want to curry favor with Jinbing and destroy them. But this time, because it was the task assigned by Jinbing himself, Willis also personally assembled a group of people to deal with those small gangs. 5 gangs, all add up to nearly 1,000 people, all done in one afternoon. Naturally, such a big movement could not be hidden from the police in Liberty City. Even the FBI got involved. But because of Jin's official connections, this matter will only be defined as a gang vendetta in the end. It was, in fact, a gang vendetta. It's just that the gang that was charged with crimes will not be the Jinbin gang. Evening, because Gwen is going home to live today, only Roddy and Daisy are left at home. Daisy hasn't received any orders in the past 2 days, so she's relatively free. Staying at home all day is either watching dramas or exercising. In her words, her ability must have a good body to be able to display it. Otherwise, she would not dare to use her ability with all her strength. Roddy agrees with this. But it's hard to say whether Daisy's level of exercise can actually be effective. Roddy didn't dissuade. Instead, he took the initiative to guide Daisy in some wrong fitness moves. Daisy's cheeks were flushed every time she taught, and she said she needed to go to the bathroom after practicing for a while. I don't know if she drank too much water before training, or because of something else. Mealtime. A friend of Roddy has a new restaurant opening tonight, and asked Roddy to join him. Roddy thought for a while, and called Daisy, who was also staying at home with nothing to do, and the two went to eat together. Roddy, your friend should also be rich, right? Coming out of the restaurant after dinner, Daisy asked suddenly. Yes, what's the matter? Roddy asked her. It's nothing. I just feel that this restaurant looks very expensive, and this place Duan Yi is absolutely amazing. Daisy has been with Roddy for a while, so she has seen the lifestyle of many real rich people. But it was the first time she saw a restaurant of this level like tonight. It's not that the things are so luxurious, but the decoration of the restaurant is really magnificent. Even Daisy felt that the arrogance was not enough to act in this restaurant. It should be described as resplendent. Can you imagine a restaurant decorated like a palace? And there are golden decorations everywhere. Daisy has seen it. It's all real gold. And it's pure gold, not plated or coated. Especially the important golden statue in the restaurant. It must weigh at least 2 or 3 tons, right? Get a statue out of 2 or 3 tons of gold and put it in the dining room. That's gold worth 120 million US dollars. If you count all the gold decorations in the entire restaurant, Daisy estimated that the value is at least over 500 million. What kind of money is this TM? It doesn't matter if the aesthetics are bad. The key is to be so rich. For those people who came to eat just now, Daisy really felt that they didn't come to eat at all, but to see what $500 million of gold looks like. It's outrageous. Anyway, Daisy was quite speechless. Actually, Roddy was also quite speechless. He just knew that his friend had built a restaurant, and it was said that he had spent a lot of money. But I didn't expect this buddy to do such a thing. The key is that the guy feels pretty good himself. Isn't he afraid of being thieves? Daisy asked after getting into the car. Who knows, maybe the security is better, Roddy said. But in fact, he also felt in his heart that this buddy was about to overturn. No matter how good your security is, can you have a gold house from a bank? People's bank vaults are all locked with super alloy vaults, and the doors are 1 meter thick. Even the walls, floors, and ceilings are made of alloy. Even professional robbers cannot take away the contents without opening the vault door, unless this robber can teleport. But for a restaurant like yours, no matter how good the security is, it can't reach this level, right? Then your gold worth 500 million is placed in the store. Isn't it obvious that people will grab it? Roddy estimated that on the first day of today, this place might have already been targeted by some forces on the Dow. Although his friend's family is in the underground world here in Liberty City, he has something to do with it. But the relationship should not be so hard that no one dares to snatch it, right? After all, that is gold worth 500 million US dollars. On the road, Daisy was still complaining about the decoration style of that restaurant. At this moment, Roddy found that there were 2 cars behind them that seemed to have been following them, and they had already followed a street. Am I being targeted? Or is it Daisy? Roddy thought. Through the interior rearview mirror, Roddy glanced at the 2 cars. The cars were all black SUVs, and the driver in front of him was a black man, wearing a black suit and a red tie. If it wasn't for his hair, Roddy would have thought that a famous killer was after him. Roddy, we seem to be being followed. At this time, Daisy also discovered the situation. She said to Roddy, have you offended anyone recently? I don't know, Roddy said. I've offended so many people, God knows which one. Daisy, Jen, God TM offended too much, so I don't know which one. Daisy thought to herself, how many people have you provoked? At this time, suddenly there was a reflection of light from a tall building at the intersection ahead. Then there was a clang sound from the windshield of Roddy's Curry South, and a sniper bullet accurately hit the front glass of the co-pilot. Pity. Roddy's Curry South has already been strengthened by him with 2 mechanical abilities. Plus the originally glass is also bulletproof. Therefore, the sniper's attack did not achieve its purpose. It seems to come from you, Roddy said to Daisy and the co-pilot. Daisy didn't expect that there would be a killer who wanted to kill herself. She doesn't remember who she provoked. Unless it's the Inhumans from the afterlife. But if it's the Inhumans, why would they use sniper rifles, which are ordinary people's weapons? And Roddy is still with her. Those Inhumans from the afterlife would not dare to appear in front of Roddy unless they were crazy. In other words, these killers cannot be Inhumans from the afterlife. Then Daisy couldn't figure it out. Except for those aliens from the afterlife, I really haven't provoked anyone else. Get out of here and think about it slowly. As Roddy said, he drove the car and turned to another road. And the 2 cars following them didn't give up. They still stuck behind them. You still don't give up? Roddy sneered. Then take out a Bluetooth headset and put it on. Notify the sniper army and send one over to deal with these guys behind me. The blue 4.1 light on the Bluetooth headset flashes a few times. There are metal scale-like things on the surface of the earphones that ripple in a circle. At the same time, in Curry, a military factory on the outskirts of Liberty City, A machine gun full of sci-fi colors suddenly turned into a mechanical warrior with a height of 2 meters and 2 meters in a burst of mechanical sound. The mechanical soldiers activated by these machine guns, Roddy uniformly arranged a number for them, Sniper Legion. Although they are not activated from sniper rifles, who makes them have a longer range than sniper rifles. So Roddy gave this number. And the Bluetooth headset he put on before was the composition of an activated mobile phone. After the mobile phone is activated, the micromechanical warrior can develop an internal network, which can connect other mechanical warriors. This allows Roddy to issue various commands to other mechanical warriors remotely, so that he can arrange various tasks for them. At this moment, it was this mechanical warrior who received Roddy's instructions, and after completing the transformation directly, he left the warehouse and disappeared into the night. The other side, Roddy is driving the car on the road, and the killer behind him is still chasing him, and did not give up. And a few more cars were added along the way. After Roddy drove to a remote section, the cars behind him suddenly started to speed up and catch up. The windows were lowered, and several black muzzles aimed at their car. Next second, one gunshots. Countless bullets jingled on the glass of this Curry South. Chapter 98. Roddy, can this car handle it? Daisy couldn't help but swallowed and said after seeing the scene of bullets crazily shooting at the car body. Don't worry, it won't be a problem to come back 100 times. Roddy was very relaxed, and he didn't seem to take the attacks from outside at all. About there. At this time Roddy suddenly spoke. What? What's almost there? Daisy asked suspiciously. Next second. Boom. A car driving at high speed on the left suddenly exploded violently. The other car behind it had no time to react and hit it head-on. It was instantly overturned by the explosion in midair, and after landing heavily, it slid a certain distance before stopping. Then boom. Another explosion. That car was blown to pieces too. Be careful, the target has support. The killers in the other cars also panicked at this time. Originally, the task they received this time was to kill a hacker who originally had no special background, but there was a rich second-generation man by his side. Their original plan was to snipe long range, kill the target with one shot, and leave. It turned out that the car of this rich second generation was actually bulletproof. Even if it is bulletproof, it's still TM so powerful. Even the bullets from the sniper rifle failed to leave the slightest trace on it. No way. If the assassination fails, they can only change to forceful killing. It happened that the other party didn't know if it was because they were in a panic. They ran to such a remote street, which facilitated their actions. But I didn't expect so many of them to shoot and shoot, but there was nothing they could do about it. The opponent's car with too powerful bulletproof ability. Just when they were considering whether to throw a few grenades in the past, suddenly they themselves were attacked. And the opponent's attack came too violently. Just one meeting, they have already lost 6 companions. 12. Be careful. The opponent is probably carrying an RPG. Those killers who survived reminded each other. While scolding the other party in his heart, he actually used a weapon like RPG on the street. Is this for headlines? After cursing a few words secretly, these killers didn't dare to hunt down each other anymore. In fact, the identities of hunter and prey have now been reversed. They were hunters before. Now they have become prey. At the same time, on the top of a tall building in the distance, 10 2-meter-tall and slender mechanical warriors were raising their arms to aim at the speeding car thousands of meters away. Next second, boom, a huge amount of gunfire rang out. The bullet flew across a distance of several kilometers at a terrifying speed and hit a high-speed car. The car was blown to pieces on the spot. There was even a deep pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters left on the ground, and everything around was shaken by the shockwave of the explosion. Fact. Are you still here? The killers in the other 3 cars were going crazy. And what puzzled them was that they didn't see the trajectory of the RPG launch at all. What weapon did the enemy use? How do they know? This is the mechanical warrior sent by Roddy to snipe them with ultra-long range. It's just that the destructive power of this sniping is a little bit bigger. People's sniper rifles will either hit your head with one shot, or they will kill half of your body with one shot. But the sniper attack of the mechanical warrior directly blows up the car in your posture with a single shot, leaving a 5 or 6 meter hole in place. Much more powerful than RPG. Didn't consider far sniping at all. It's really not like the damage that a sniper rifle can do. After a few seconds, the last 3 cars were also blown up by mechanical warriors. Afterwards, the mechanical warrior who had completed the task left without anyone noticing its arrival and departure. As for the huge movement made by the explosion, that has nothing to do with mechanical warriors. Anyway, its task has been completed, and the rest is out of its control. While on the other side, Roddy, who was driving the vehicle, also saw the situation behind from the rearview mirror and was quite satisfied with the performance of the mechanical warrior. Roddy was very satisfied with the mechanical warriors activated from fighter jets before, and now through the actual combat test. It was confirmed that the mechanical warriors activated by the machine guns did have the ability to accurately strike the targets in the high-speed movement, which gave Roddy a better understanding of the strength of these mechanical warriors. And Roddy, who has mastered such a mechanical army, is already a force that is not weak even in the universe. But Roddy hasn't got anything like a spaceship yet. Otherwise, just let these mechanical warriors go to the universe to kill the quartet, and you can see more intuitively where the limit of these mechanical warriors is. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to test their limits on Blue Star. Is it solved? Daisy looked back. Roddy, is that the person you called? She asked. Yes, a good helper, Roddy said with a smile. That's pretty awesome, Daisy said, looking at the still burning car wreckage behind her. Immediately, she couldn't help frowning. Roddy, where do you think I provoked these people? I thought it was someone you offended, but it turned out to be for me. I didn't provoke anyone. Daisy couldn't figure it out. As a housegirl like her, she usually doesn't leave the door or step out of the door. Who can provoke whom? Moreover, they still sent so many killers over, as if they wanted to kill her. Look it up and you'll find out, Roddy said. Half an hour later, Roddy drove back to Paradise Mansion. After telling Daisy to stay at home and don't go there, he just teleported and disappeared into the room. The other side, Faith G building. In Jean Bin's office on the 30th floor, Jean Bin, who had just finished a phone call at the moment, also looked up at Willis standing in front of him. So the operation failed? There was no sign of anger or disappointment in Jean Bing's voice. But it was this calm tone that made Willis even more worried. Every time Jean Bing spoke calmly, it basically meant that the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Yes, the opponent's car was treated with special bulletproof treatment. Our sniper failed in the assassination and then encountered an unidentified third-party attack on the way to the pursuit. All hands were killed. Willis briefly explained the situation. In fact, he felt incredible when he got the news, especially when he heard that those killers were blasted into pieces by suspected RPG weapons, including people and cars. He was even more shocked. Not to mention how the opponent's RPG is so accurate. Just using a restrictive weapon such as RPG in the street is enough to anger the officials, and it will definitely be followed by a severe crackdown. Not to mention, according to the news he investigated, the female hacker was just an ordinary person. In addition to disappearing in the middle for a year or two, I don't know where to go. Others are nothing special. And that man, although he is the vice president shareholder of the Osborne Group. But Willis found out that the other party was invited because he had a very good relationship with Harry Osborne, the current CEO of the Osborne Group. Originally, he was just an idle rich second generation. How did a second-generation rich man call in a master with that kind of strength to support him? Willis couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. He can only accept that the information he has investigated is not accurate enough, and there must be some more hidden content that he has not found. But no matter what, this time it was indeed because of a flaw in his work that caused such a loss. Not only did more than a dozen killers that Jean Bing helped cultivate die, and it is very likely to provoke unnecessary enemies for them. Check again. After Jean Bing pondered for a moment, he did not punish Willis, but asked him to continue investigating the two people. This time, don't let me down again, Willis. Kim looked at him and said. Willis also secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and then solemnly promised that he would investigate thoroughly this time, and that such mistakes as before would never happen again. Seeing Willis turn and leave, Jean Bin in the office also sighed. There are still too few useful people around him. There was also a Bullseye before. As a result, Bullseye was killed by Su Wenwu. Now that there is only Willis left by his side, he more or less feels that he is short of manpower. If Bullseye is still there, even if Willis didn't investigate clearly before and ignored Fong Yinzong's identity, but with the strength of Bullseye, I believe it is enough to handle everything. Pity. Bullseye was such an easy-to-use subordinate, but he was sacrificed in vain. Thinking of this, the hatred for Su Wenwu in his heart became more and more intense. Maybe it's time for me to recruit someone new, Jean Bing thought to himself. Coincidentally, he recently heard that a few down-and-out Inhumans had come to Liberty City, and they were currently looking for jobs. These Inhumans are not originally a good thing. In the past, what they did in other places was burning, killing, and looting. Later, I heard that I had offended someone, so I had to leave my hometown and come to Liberty City to look for opportunities to get ahead. Kim had never heard of the Inhuman race. Know that this is a group of extraordinary humans with special abilities. If these Inhumans can be brought under his command, I believe they can definitely replace Bagan's original position very well. Continental Hotel. This is an upscale hotel located near Times Square. However, the Continental Hotel never accepts foreign guests. They only accept their own member customers. Many people are quite dissatisfied with this rule, and some people once tried to hold a protest march in front of the Continental Hotel to protest their bad habit of classifying people into classes. Pity. The parade had no effect. And I heard that the organizers of the parade, as well as some of the dancers who were particularly happy, disappeared one after another in the next few days, came directly to the human world to evaporate. Since then, no one dared to come to the Continental Hotel to question their rules. It's just a hotel anyway. I can't live in another house. And these people don't know that the Continental Hotel is actually not as simple as a hotel. In fact, the Continental Hotel is just a killer group with a hotel cloak. At the top of the hotel is a seat known as a high table. There are 12 seats on this high table, and each seat represents a behemoth of the underground world. The Continental Hotel not only has more than 24 branches in the United States. There are even hundreds of branches all over the world. The Continental Hotel doesn't have any restrictions on the killer. No matter which organization you belong to, or you are a free person, you can come to the Continental Hotel to register as a killer and become a member of the Continental Hotel. It is equivalent to a platform, and those killer organizations are more like studios. The studio can be attached to the platform and obtain business through the traffic of the platform. The same goes for Hitman and Hitman Group. They are also taking more business through Continental Hotels. Because of the huge power of the Continental Hotel, it has a great reputation all over the world. Therefore, whenever someone wants to hire a killer, the first thing that comes to mind is to place an order at the Continental Hotel. They even have their own official website, and unlike those hidden killer websites, the official website of Hotel Continental is public. Not on the dark web, but on the open web. It's just that it looks like a hotel's official website. Those who don't know will not associate it with any killer group at all. Roddy is also a registered member of the Continental Hotel. He had been a killer for a while a few years ago, and he did a good job, but he hasn't been here for a long time recently. The last time I came, I just paid a previous debt, then drank a glass of wine, chatted with a few killers I knew for a while, and left. There are no new tasks at all. After all, now if Roddy wants to pursue excitement again, he doesn't need to play any killer games. What's more, the killer game can no longer bring him any exciting feelings. Chapter 99. The entrance of the Continental Hotel. The door is closed. There is not even a doorman at the door. It looks completely different from those other hotels around. Just a gesture of love it or not. And, compared with the excitement at the entrance of other hotels, the entrance of the Continental Hotel seems to be always deserted. Roddy hasn't been here for a while either. He was just about to push the door open when he heard the sound of brakes behind him, followed by a familiar voice calling out to him. Roddy. Roddy, who was standing at the door, looked back. Behind him was a blue Aston Martin, and a man in a black suit and black shirt with a long face got out of the car. It's you, John. Roddy greeted each other after seeing him. The man's name was John Wick, nicknamed Night Devil. It's the legendary killer of the Continental Hotel. But unlike a free man like Roddy, John is a professional killer attached to the Continental Hotel. The advantage of a professional killer like him is that he can get more points. And if there are good tasks, the Continental Hotel will give them priority. The downside is that because he is a full-time killer, if he wants to retire, he must obtain the consent of the Continental Hotel before he can be allowed to retire. Not a free guy like Roddy. If you want to go to work, you can go to work. If you don't want to go to work, even if you take a break for 10 or 20 years, no one will care about you. Roddy and John met on a mission. At that time, Roddy had just become a killer for more than half a year, and he was still a rookie. That mission was a public mission. The so-called open task means that anyone can accept the order. This kind of mission is generally very difficult to get the target, so a large number of killers are needed to act as cannon fodder to pave the way for those real top killers. Roddy was originally positioned as cannon fodder. However, he did John a small favor in that mission, allowing him to successfully complete that mission. At that time, John invited Roddy to drink a glass of wine, and then the two got to know each other. In the next few years, Roddy also gained a lot of fame in the killer circle. During the period, John asked him for help several times, and Roddy was the same. Everyone help each other. There is also friendship between killers. Unless they meet the same mission target, it is normal to help each other. But you have to find the right person. Otherwise, it is not impossible to be stabbed in the back. What about John? A little bit proud. Another axis. It is true that the business ability is very strong, but there are not many friends in the circle of killers, but those few friends have a surprisingly high evaluation of him. In contrast, Roddy belongs to the kind of communication ability is relatively strong. Talk to anyone who can be called a brother. But to put it bluntly, They are all superficial brothers. Since Roddy stopped coming to the Continental Hotel, his former good brothers didn't communicate much. Roddy doesn't care. Anyway, he has a lot of wine and meet friends. When you want to play, you can call a group of people to play together with just a phone call. And, after all, these killers are murderers without batting an eyelid. If they really come to their door, they might cause some troubles. Roddy didn't expect that when he came to the Continental Hotel today to investigate the information about the group of killers before, he would meet John Wick at the door. The two walked into the hotel while chatting. John told Roddy that he recently met a woman he loves, so he plans to save another sum of money and then retire. As soon as Roddy heard him say that, he had a bad premonition in his heart. A killer who retires because of a woman usually doesn't end well. John, don't blame me for speaking badly. Do you think the high table will let you retire as an ace killer? Roddy wasn't polite to John, but John himself should be aware of this kind of thing. But that's who he is. 8 cows can't pull back what has been decided. I'll fix it, John said confidently. Seeing this, Roddy also knew that this buddy had already made up his mind and would not change. So I can only bless him and hope that he can retire. Okay, you can know it yourself, but if you encounter any troubles that you can't solve, please call me. Roddy said. How to put it, John is Roddy's only close friend in the killer circle. Unlike others, Roddy was only superficially polite, but in fact he didn't take those people seriously at all. Definitely, everyone is each other. Thanks. After John sincerely said thank you, the two also made an appointment to have a drink together later, and then they each walked in 2 different directions. Roddy came to buy information today. As for what John came for, he didn't know. But judging by the direction he was going, he should be here to deliver the mission. The guy is retiring, obviously saving a lot of money early. Don't look at being a killer and making a lot of money. But they actually cost a lot. Many killers are paycheck to paycheck. Once they don't accept the task for a long time, they may not even have the money to pay the property tax. You have to eat Northwest Wind to eat. So, although John Wick is the ace killer of the Continental Hotel and earns more than other killers, he may not have much cash on hand. Mr. Roddy, here is the information you need. The hotel's intelligence agent handed Roddy a paper document, and Roddy threw him a gold coin. Gold coins are the only currency in circulation within the Continental Hotel. In the Continental Hotel, you need to spend gold coins for everything you do. The value of gold coins cannot be accurately estimated, but if other killers buy it from you, it usually costs $10,000 apiece, which is very valuable. And it can do a lot. Small enough to drink a glass of wine in the Continental Hotel, big enough to let you avoid the pursuit of your enemies in the Continental Hotel. These gold coins are also specially made by the hotel. It is said that no one can imitate it. Roddy didn't believe it, but probably those who can imitate either dare not do so, or have already been killed by the Continental Hotel. Anyway, for the extremely powerful Continental Hotel, there is nothing they dare not do. Back then, there was even a reward offered for the assassination of the Prime Minister of a certain country in the hotel. And it's done. After that, the Continental Hotel just closed its business in that country for a period of time. Then, after the next Prime Minister took office, the business of Continental hotels in that country will be better than before, and even more than a dozen branches will be added. Roddy once suspected that the reward task was issued by the Prime Minister who took office later. But there isn't any evidence for that. And that had nothing to do with Roddy. He was just gossip. After getting the information, Roddy opened it and looked at it. The content of the information is actually not much, but the things mentioned in it are very interesting to Roddy. This document not only mentioned who the masterminds behind the killers were, but also explained why the other party wanted to shoot the killers to attack Daisy. It turned out that those killers were sent by Jean Bin. Jean Bing's Jean Bing gang can be said to cover the sky with one hand in Liberty City, and even the Continental Hotel has to give the Emperor of the underground world some face. Definitely. The face given is also limited, otherwise, Jean Bing's information would not be sold outside. And this time, the reason why Jean Bing sent a killer to attack Daisy was because Daisy received an order on the dark web before. That order was made by the Crawfords family, and there were a dozen other hackers who took the order at the same time. All of them were asked to create a virus that was eventually used to breach the security system of the Faith Tower. This happened just last night. It is far from just Jean Bing being affected. Instead, it affected all the large gang forces in the entire eastern part of the United States. It is stated in the materials that a person named Su Wenwu led people into Faith's building and took control of the leaders of all eastern gangs, including Jean Bin, who were conducting an election meeting. In the end, Su Wenwu left the Faith Mansion calmly, but Jean Bing and the gang leaders got another reward from this point on. This boss is Su Wenwu. As for who Su Wenwu is, how did he manage to make such a hero as Jean Bing surrender? It is not written in the information. Do you have information about Su Wenwu? Roddy looked at the hotel agent in front of him and turned back to him. Yes, but you need to ask for instructions. The intelligence officer had a formulaic smile on his face, and his answers were rigid, like an emotionless machine. Forget it. Roddy didn't have to get this Su Wenwu's information either. In fact, he also knew something about this Su Wenwu. I just don't know how similar the Su Wenwu he knows is to the Su Wenwu of this world. After all, according to Roddy's understanding, Su Wenwu should not have appeared in the United States at this point in time, and he even came to Liberty City to conquer Jean and other gang leaders in the eastern part of the United States. What is he trying to do? Dominate the underworld of the United States? But no matter what Su Wenwu wants to do, it has little to do with Roddy. He turned around and forgot about Su Wenwu's matter. After getting the information he wanted and knowing the cause and effect, Roddy went to the bar on the second floor of the hotel. Here, he met John Wick, who had already arrived one step ahead. Roddy here. John waved at him. Roddy went over and sat down on the seat next to him. A glass of whiskey, Roddy said to the bartender. Then he turned his head to look at John, who was sitting next to him, and said with a smile, "You guy, I remember you told me that you would never get married in this lifetime. Why? Regret it now?" Hearing this, John smiled wryly. He did say this back then, and he really thought so at the time. After all, he is a killer. And when a killer gets married, there is often no good end. This is the blood lesson of the predecessors in the past. But when he met the right person, John found that he couldn't convince himself not to fall in love with such a woman. "Don't talk about me. How are you doing?" John asked. Obviously, he didn't want to mention the fact that he slapped himself in the face. Roddy also looked at him with a smile, until John felt embarrassed after seeing it, and he said, "It's pretty good. I eat, drink, and have fun every day, and I even made a girlfriend." Oh, John looked at him in surprise. A playboy like you can also have a girlfriend? Really? Compared to his own slap in the face, John still finds it incredible that a playboy like Roddy would seriously find a girlfriend. He'd known Roddy for a few years, too. In the past few years, the two will go out for a drink when they are free. Every time Roddy can always take away one good kings, or two or three girls from the bar. Sometimes John even wondered if Roddy was simply pretending in front of him. After all, if he does this all day long, will his body really be able to bear it? But John has never seen a repeated woman around Roddy, and it is different every time. But this guy's aesthetic is really amazing. Every time the women around him are so beautiful, sometimes John is quite envious of this guy's femininity. Pity. John felt that his body was not as good as Roddy's, and he didn't dare to play like him. In fact, how did John know that Roddy dared to play like that? Because of his self-healing ability. If it were an ordinary person, it's already out of shape. Just let you, John Wick, find the woman you love, but don't let me find one or two. Roddy said, "One or two." John looked at Roddy with a "you're still the same" expression. One word speaks for itself. Roddy also laughed. Man, HS is normal. Besides, he has this ability to give them a happiness folder. Ordinary people can only have one, which is limited by ability. But Roddy is no ordinary person. Of course you want them all. I had a drink with John in the bar. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, so they chatted for a while. After agreeing to be there next time John got married, Roddy also left the Continental Hotel with that document. After walking out of the hotel, Roddy disappeared with a teleportation, appeared again, and had returned to the Hall of Heaven. Chapter 100. How? Have you found it? As soon as Roddy came back, he saw Daisy sitting on the sofa in the living room, hugging a pillow and thinking about something. Seeing Roddy coming back, Daisy immediately ran over and asked him. "Found it. The person who sent the killer to kill you is Jean Bin." 11. Roddy said. "Jean Bin? Is that the boss of the Jean Bin gang?" Jean Bin, the emperor of the underground world of Liberty City. Daisy looked at him in surprise. Roddy nodded and said, "That's right, that guy. Didn't you take a big order on the dark web before? And the person who placed the order hired a group of hackers to get a lot of viruses to deal with Jean Bin. The result really made him succeed, but Jean Bin is still alive, so now he has to find someone to settle the score." Hearing this, Daisy also had a speechless expression. How could she have thought that she was just accepting an order, and in the end she could get into trouble with a gang boss like Jean Bin? What is this called? She was too wronged. You want to find someone to settle accounts. You go to the person who messed with you. Why are you looking for a hacker who takes orders from me? Isn't this too overbearing? Daisy was depressed. Although what happened today didn't hurt her, she was indeed taken aback. Especially when the bullet hit the windshield, she was really taken aback. And, with Jean Bing's domineering style of doing things, he will definitely not let it go. After that, she had to be careful when she went out every day. God knows when a bullet will fly from the sky and kill her. Although Daisy is an inhuman and possesses the shock-wave ability with explosive lethality. The key point is that her body is just an ordinary flesh and blood body. She can't stop the damage of bullets at all. Unless she was shot at her face to face, then she was at least a little psychologically prepared and could find a way to hide or resist for a while. But if it is like today, a long-distance sniper rifle will directly hit him, then she's definitely done. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Seeing Daisy's worried look, Roddy also spoke. But Jean Bing is very powerful. Will that cause trouble for you? Daisy didn't want to cause any trouble to Roddy because of the trouble she caused. If possible, she would like to use her ability to solve this matter. But the fact is that she can't do it with her own strength. Could it be that she was going to sneak around in the middle of the night to bring down Faith's building? Oh right, Daisy didn't know Kim was Wilson Faith, so she didn't even know that the Faith Mansion was Jean Bean's stronghold. But even if she knew, it was impossible for her to do that. After all, if a 30-story building suddenly collapses without warning in the city, one can imagine how many casualties it will cause. Daisy is a kind girl at heart, so it is impossible for her to kill so many innocent people just to keep herself quiet. Okay, don't think about it so much. A mere gold is not as troublesome as you think. Roddy saw Daisy's troubled face, so he stretched out his hand and gently hugged her in his arms, whispering in her ear, "After tonight, Jean Bin won't cause you any trouble anymore. Just leave this matter to me. Just stay at home obediently and wait for me to come back." Daisy, who was suddenly hugged by Roddy, was at a loss. She didn't know where to put her hands until she heard Roddy's thoughtful words. Daisy gradually relaxed, and then her hands slowly hugged Roddy's back. After the two embraced for a while, Daisy pushed Roddy away as if she had a sudden reaction. I'm going to get a glass of water." Daisy didn't dare to meet Roddy's eyes. She hastily found an excuse and ran away. "Bring me a Coke," Roddy said to Daisy, who ran to the kitchen. Daisy nodded without looking back, ran into the kitchen and stood against the wall, feeling her heart beating fast. "When I touched my cheek, it was really hot. Roddy is like this all of a sudden. Does he really like me?" Daisy was very disturbed in her heart. On the one hand, he was worried that he had misunderstood something, and on the other hand, he was also afraid that Gwen would know about this matter. If Gwen knew about it, and asked her why she wanted to steal her boyfriend, how would she answer? "Are you saying you can't control yourself?" Daisy felt that she would definitely be ashamed to see Gwen when the time came. After standing in the kitchen to calm herself down for a while, Daisy took 2 cans of iced Coke from the refrigerator and then walked out of the kitchen. Daisy tosses a can of Coke to Roddy. After Roddy reached out to catch it, he said, "Take a break. I'll go and deal with Jean Bin's affairs, and I'll definitely be back in half an hour at most." "Well, then you pay attention to safety," Daisy said quickly. After Roddy nodded, he disappeared instantly. One bin curry. The light was turned on, and the light instantly illuminated the entire warehouse. "No, he's not here." Jessica shook her head and said to Luke Kai-Ki, who walked in from the door, "Do you know any other safe houses for Matt?" Luke Kai-Ki came back after walking around the warehouse, looked at Jessica, and asked. But Jessica shook her head and said, "No more. This is the last one." "Where did Matt go?" "He's not in his home. He's not in the office. He can't even be found in several safe houses, so it's impossible for him to be really missing, right?" Luke Kai-Ki frowned, feeling ominous in his heart. The 4 of them separated after dinner last night. They all know that Matt has the habit of patrolling Hell's Kitchen at night, which is also the origin of his daredevil, because he likes to go out at night and dress himself up like a devil. Hence the name. But during the day today, Matt didn't go to the law firm, nor did he find anyone at his home. So Matt's colleagues found Jessica and wanted to ask Jessica if she knew where Matt had gone. Jessica first went to one of Matt's safe houses. As a result, no one was found. She contacted Luke Kai-Ki again and asked if he had seen Matt since last night. As a result, Luke Kai-Ki also said that he had never seen it. There was no contact with either of Peter Parker's because there was no way Matt could have been there. Peter is still a kid. Even if Matt was in trouble, he wouldn't go to Peter for help. More likely it will come to Jessica or Luke Kai-Ki. Neither of them had seen Matt, which meant he hadn't come to see any of them. So then Jessica and Luke Kai-Ki looked around for places where Matt might go. The two had searched almost all the places, including the few Matt's safe houses that Jessica knew. This warehouse is the last one, but his whereabouts were still not found. "Matt, maybe something really happened." Jessica frowned and said, "If he can still move freely, it is impossible for him not to contact any of us, and we have searched all his safe houses, but we have never seen him come here, Markov. So either he suddenly wants to go on a stop-and-go trip, or he was arrested, and he couldn't communicate with the outside world at all." Jessica said 2 possibilities, but in fact the former is impossible at all. Jessica herself said it casually, and she also knew that it was impossible for Matt to do that kind of childish behavior. Has Matt been fighting against the Kim gang lately? Luke Kai-Ki suddenly thought of something and said, BCCD. Know where he is. Faith Co Mansion. He must be there. Even if he is not in Kim, he must know where Matt is. Faith Co Building. Jessica thought for a while and felt that what Luke Kai-Ki said made sense. At this time, the only person who has ability and is suspected is Jean Bin. Let's go. Let's get Matt back now. Jessica clenched her fists and said. Although Jessica didn't want to provoke people like Jean Bin for herself, it is very likely that Matt has been arrested by Jean Bin's people now. In order to save her friend, Jessica could only pinch her nose and admit it. Isn't it offending Jean Bin? At worst, her detective agency will not open in the future. She has arms, legs, and a lot of strength, so she doesn't believe she can't find a job to support herself. And Kim isn't and doesn't have to be at Faith's mansion tonight. Maybe he's home. Maybe they won't meet Jean Bin at all. And if it's just some of Jean Bin's men, Jessica thinks that she and Luke Kai-Ki can push across all the way without any trouble at all. Faith G Building. In the office on the 30th floor, Kim and at the moment are hosting 3 important guests. The 3 people in front of them looked smug, like the kind of punks that can be seen everywhere on the street. He looked young, only in his 20s. Everyone dressed like hippies. If it was normal, Jean would definitely not meet this kind of gangster in person, but the 3 people in front of him were different. They are not as simple as ordinary punks. They are aliens. Boss Jean Bing, my ability can be invisible. Take care. While speaking, the man's body began to disappear. First his face, then his hands. To the end, everyone present only saw a suit of clothes floating in the air, and the people inside the clothes were completely invisible. How is it? Is my ability powerful? Can't see the person's position, a voice came. It was that person just now. Can't you become invisible even with your clothes? Jean frowned. No, I can only make my body invisible, but I can take off my clothes. Why with that said, the man is about to start performing on the spot. Okay, that's it. Jean Bing quickly stopped the other party. He didn't have such a habit. And what about you? He looked at the other 2. If the abilities of these 2 guys are like the guy in front of him, Jean Bin may have to reconsider whether to reuse the 3 of them. Stealth ability is nice, but Jean didn't consider it more comprehensively. Just now this man was just invisible on the visual level. But he's actually there. Can be touched. Even Kim can smell that curry smell on him. God knows how much curry this guy has eaten. Jean Bin has already smelled that smell since he walked into this office. And since even the smell cannot be hidden, it is conceivable that using some equipment similar to heat induction, you can definitely see the other party's existence. In this way, the effect of this invisibility is greatly weakened. If you let him sneak into some places with tight security, there is no way he will succeed. This is far from the true invisibility that Jean Bing wanted. The invisible man also noticed that Jean was not satisfied with his ability. After exiting the invisible state, he couldn't help curling his lips, thinking that Jean was nothing more than that. His vision was not at all okay. Can't even see how good he is. At this time, the other 2 also showed off their abilities. One of them has the ability to spit out a poisonous gas with a strong hallucinogenic effect from his mouth. Using this poisonous gas, he can easily knock down enemies within a certain range. And the ability of another person is the ability to penetrate matter. He can penetrate walls, whether it is made of stone, wooden structure, or metal structure, it can penetrate. But he can only maintain this state for 3 seconds. If he is still inside the substance after 3 seconds, he will be stuck inside. And to cast it again, it also takes a second of rest time. After seeing the ability demonstration of the 3 people, Jean was completely disappointed. What he wants is that kind of powerful inhumans, not a few waste people who are good at petty theft. Penetrating matter is actually quite a powerful ability. But what the hell is only 3 seconds? And you have to rest for 3 seconds before you can cast it again? Toxic gas is somewhat useful. And it's useless even if you hold your breath, because even if it just touches the skin, it will penetrate into the human body and affect the human body. But it is also because of this that this ability is basically indistinguishable from the enemy. Maybe the enemy has not been recruited yet, and our own people will be recruited first. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.